living in a single room, and sows with cubs waiting to be born, and other half-sized piglets were distributed in several large pens. The total number of big and small was not less than 800, which was more than the general population of the tribe. This also shows how powerful the Lulu tribe is. This tribe that relies entirely on its own reproduction and never invades the outside world already has a population of 700 people, and they have plenty of food, basically reaching a level where a pig per capita is still rich. That's what farming brings: stability, safety, less risky than hunting, so the men have a high survival rate, and that's why they have a large population. It's an unchanging law of the ages that only with an adequate and stable food source can the human population grow rapidly. It was this morning when the team of the Tur tribe entered the defense range of the Lu tribe, and his brother, who was sent by Yao Vo to explore the road ahead, accidentally fell into a trap dug by the Lu tribe. But fortunately, the trap was not inserted with barbs, and is still alive. He then began to call out for help, and before long, the large force of the Yu tribe behind him found in the trap. But at the same time, his cries for help attracted the hunting warriors of the Lu tribe. There were a lot of warriors from the Lulu tribe. Just the adult males alone could easily gather more than 100 numbers. They not only had to defend against the wild beasts and protect the safety within the territory, but also prevent attacks from other tribes, because in the history of the Lulu tribe, there had been other tribes coming over to snatch the pigs. This time, when they heard the shouts of human beings in the direction of the traps, they thought that it was other tribe that came over to snatch the pigs, so they immediately gathered a large number of warriors to surround the place. As a result, what they did not expect was that this tribe did not seem to come to rob. Has anyone ever seen dragging a family, even 2 or 3-year-old children with them to rob? That's not robbing, that's sending people's head to go. And what surprised them even more was that this tribe actually tamed wild animals as well, and used them to help pull a house that could be moved. A house that housed a lot of things, and children. This situation was a bit more unique. The leader of the Lulu tribe, Torch, was a bit hesitant and didn't react for a while, but Yufu had experienced such scenes more than enough, and he immediately stepped forward to communicate. Greetings, honorable chief. My tribe is just passing through here and means no harm. I hope you can let our people go. We can leave right away. Yufu gestured and communicated with the Lu chief Torch. Seeing the scene, Torch had long ago seen that this was not an enemy, and that the other tribe also farmed beasts, and was able to get them to give help with their work, and that such tribes were usually very powerful. Just like their Lulu tribe, any tribe that knew how to farm would not lack food, and their strength was certainly not weak. Torch did not intend to start a conflict with this tribe in front of him. He even thought that the other party was of the same kind as himself, and that they were both tribes that farmed beasts, so perhaps they could share their experiences with each other. Torch waved his hand and had the warrior behind him pull up with a rope and return it to Yungu, then asked Yungu, "You also raise beasts? Which tribe? Why did you pass through here? What is the name of the beast you raise? And is that a house pulling behind it?" Torch spoke and gestured, and it took a lot of wasted effort to get Yufu to understand his question. "We're a traveling tribe. This one is called an ox, this one is called a deer, and the back pulls a cart, and we go around and trade with other tribes." "A trade? Something from me, for something from you. Understood. So what are you guys switching to?" Torch nodded in understanding and went on to ask. Chapter 189, Mission accomplished, requesting tickets and subscriptions. "We have pottery and white salt. Go get some for them and show them." Yufu replied while asking his brother who had just returned to bring some samples over. In no time at all, turned and brought from the ox cart an earthenware pot with 3 earthenware bowls and a small packet of salt in a snakeskin bag. "This is a stone basin?" Torch looked at the goods of the traveling tribe in surprise. "Stone basin is a rare thing. Lu tribe themselves do not have a few, but they have barrels burned out of wooden stakes. Water containers are not in short supply, but this stone basin is in short supply. The stone basin can be burned on the fire. You can cook the meat, which is the wooden barrels do not have the means to do so. Lu tribe has learned to use the stone basin to cook the broth, but their stone basin is small, not enough for the whole tribe to use. This is an earthenware pot, and the smaller one is an earthenware bowl. Both of them are earthenware. They can be used to cook broth or to hold water. And this one is called white salt. It's something to eat, and if you eat it, you can grow stronger, and you won't get tired from working." In Mandarin Chinese, Yufu introduced the names of several things, and finally opened the tiny snakeskin bag and pinched some white salt and handed it to Torch. "White salt? For food?" "Yes. You can taste it. Don't eat too much at once. A little bit is enough." Yufu spoke, fearing that Torch would not believe him. He first pinched a little bit himself and put it in his mouth as a demonstration. Torch was not much afraid, but only felt that Yufu was a bit stingy. Since it was something to eat, only gave so little for him to taste, but as a result, when he put that small pinch of salt into his mouth, he was snoozing and couldn't say anything, and his eyebrows were all twisted into a ball. After a long time, Torch took out a water pouch made of pig skin from behind his waist and filled it with a few large gulps of fresh water before it gradually slowed down. This, pottery, white salt, as much as there is, we'll take it all, and trade you whatever we can for it. Torch hurriedly compared to, these things are the necessities of life. Basically no tribe will refuse beast skins, or anything we don't have that I can look at. Yufu made his own conditions, the skins of the beasts, and we have not much of them. We are short of fur, and other things. Do you want beasts? Live. We have them. Not like your cattle. Our flowery beasts can't work, but they can eat. Torch thought for a while. It seems that their own Lulu tribe in addition to pigs. It seems that there is nothing that the other side can look at. Stone pots, people do not lack, but rather more than enough to be able to take out and sell. And they also have ox carts. That thing their own tribes do not have. There is also white salt, such an important thing that they actually take to sell. So it seems that only the pigs can be used to exchange. Flower beasts? What is a flower beast? Yufu asked suspiciously. At the same time in his heart there was a little surprise. After traveling so far, finally came across a tribe that raised beasts. Just now the other party's chief said that there were beasts alive. It's the beast that loves to eat flowers. There are none here. You can visit our tribe. You are welcome to be our guest. Torch sent a direct invitation to this tribe that also raised beasts. Going to your tribe. It's fine, but we don't have much food now. When we eat, can we trade something with you for some? Yufu looked back at the food reserves on the ox cart. His heart was a little hard to bear. There were no wild beasts out in the neighborhood anymore, making them not hunt for the past 2 days, and they had been living on the food they had stocked up. Of course, my friend, we'll have the best flower beast meat for you. Torch grinned broadly and whacked Yufu in the chest. In this way, the Yu tribe became the guests of the Lulu tribe, and Torch led the way for the Yu tribe in front of them, taking those places where there were no traps towards the settlement in the depression. And on the way, he also came across a few groups of flower hogs that were out foraging for food. This is our flower beasts, whose fur is as pretty as a flower, comes in 3 colors, and they especially love to eat flowers. You see, these blue, purple, and yellow ones are hat flowers that grow on vines, and the flower beasts like to eat the vine manes and flowers of the hat flowers. Passing a herd of hogs on the way, Torch stops to introduce himself to Yufu, and the hat flower he's talking about is none other than a plant in the petunia family, also known as a trumpet flower. The flowers of this trumpet flower are huge, nearly 20 centimeters in length when in full bloom, and the mouth of the flower is the size of a bowl, so it does look like a hat when taken off and put on the head. This giant trumpet flower grows right on a long vine, as thick as a little finger, but its vine man is very unsturdy, with little cellulose, and breaks at the slightest tug, so it has no use other than being able to be used to feed the pigs, and it can't be made into a rope anyway, and the growth in its exuberance is usually on its back on the ground. And as long as there is a bush or a rock around it, the trumpet flower's vine man climbs up the rock. Can this flower be eaten? Yufu asked. It's edible and kind of sweet. It's just very colorful, and when you eat it your teeth and your tongue will turn the color of flowers. Torch picked a blue trumpet flower, crushed it in his hand, then smeared it on the back of his hand. The back of his hand was instantly dyed blue. Then he also stuffed which crushed trumpet flower into a ball into his mouth and ate it. And after eating it, he also showed his teeth dyed blue for there to be a swimmer to look at. And then he also laughed and asked the swimmer to try it out as well. Yufu politely declined. He didn't want to stain a mouthful of blue teeth. And this green round flower is also loved by the flower beasts. You see, it grows round now, like the sun in the sky, but when it is ripe, it will bloom. These large leaves are its petals, which will open up one by one, and then a stalk will grow in the center, which will bear small white crushed flowers and then grow seeds. Torch said, pointing to a cabbage on the ground. This thing, can people eat it too? Yufu asked again. Of course, it can be. It just doesn't taste good. There is also a strange flavor, and eating it doesn't relieve fullness. We usually don't eat it. Sometimes even if we eat it, we take this kind of leaf and wrap it in roasted fatty meat to eat. We can pick some and let you taste it when dinner is served. Don't worry, this one won't be stained. The chief of the Lulu tribe torched jokingly. Oh, that's really appreciated. You just said that this kind of flower can be eaten by humans as well, and it will also bear seeds. So can we grow it ourselves? Yufu asked again. Seeds? Oh, I think you mean scattering seeds. We scatter some seeds in the mountains every spring, and they do grow this round flower. And you want seeds of this round flower? Yes, we want your tribe's flower beasts, but we don't have anything for them to eat. So I was wondering if we could bring some seeds back to grow our own. And one of those hat flowers, will that one grow? This is certainly possible. The seed of the round flower I can give you. That thing is not worth white salt. In our place all over the place. Hat flower. That thing is not planted. It is inserted. Just pull a section of the vine man, insert it in the soil. It will grow a new one. And that one you can also pick at will. Torch said generously. Yukino, who was following along, almost laughed out loud. Big brother, it looks like the task given to us by Chief Han is about to be accomplished. The large leafy plants that can be eaten, and the living beasts, are all here, so we can go back. Chapter 190 Diplomats Potential, Seeking Tickets, Votes, Subscriptions and Comments. Torch led Yufuchi on a march to the Lulu tribe settlement, which was in a small depression with patches of stone huts, all made of stone and mud, and pig pens further inside the depression. Torch told the clan to prepare a few stone houses for their guests, and then negotiated the exact price of the deal with Yufu. How much white salt do you have? And pottery. Our tribe wants it all. As you can see, our tribe is large. The little you brought is not enough for us. Tell us how to exchange it. We haven't exchanged beasts before, but we have exchanged white salt for population. How you exchange your flower beasts? I'm not quite sure. We used to exchange a bowl of white salt this big for an adult, Yufu said as he took out a small-sized clay bowl. Torch froze as he looked at the ceramic bowl. He remembered that the small bag of white salt that Yufu had taken out earlier didn't seem to hold enough for this bowl. You guys bring a lot of white salt? Torch asked rhetorically instead of saying the price outright. It's true that there are quite a few, but it's not too many. If you want to replace them all, I estimate that it would take a few dozen flower beasts anyways. Yufu estimated and said, so much for. Torch muttered in a low voice, and felt a bit of meat pain in his heart. Not that he really disliked the amount of white salt, but he felt that the price was too expensive, and in his heart, his tribe's flower beasts were very precious. So can you show me how much white salt you have first? It's okay to let you look at it first. I'll have someone get it for you. Yufu thought a little bit. His tribe has already entered the lair of others anyway. Even if the Lulu tribe wants to rob by force, he cannot do anything. It would be better to be a little generous. Anyway, he still has a killer weapon, and live to leave is still not a problem. A few traveling tribesmen moved down a big wooden barrel from the ox cart. That is the white salt that Luo Chong gave them. This journey encountered more than 10 tribes of all sizes, and the traveling volts just sent a little bit to each tribe, or else they exchanged some animal skins and food. Basically not much consumption. That barrel of white salt is still quite full. The delicate wooden barrel was placed in front of Torch, making him quite surprised, and then he watched as Yufu took a small hammer and knocked off the wooden pegs, opening the lid of the barrel, and a large barrel full of snowflake salt was presented, making Torch's eyes glaze over a bit as he looked at it. It's all white salt? Torch asked, stuttering a bit. Yes, all of it. Do you want it all? This white salt is not cheap. Such a big bucket, loaded in a bowl. Then, afraid not to hundreds of bowls, and people are a bowl of white salt for a person. Their tribal pigs can be someone worth money, even if by a price. That Lu tribes at a time out of hundreds of pigs is also hemorrhaging. Torch a little bit reluctant to give up, but he cannot afford to look at a big bucket of white salt from the eyes of the slipped away. Think of this. Torch's eyes gradually become harsh. His eyes fluttered as he scanned these adults of the lower tribes, only 20 or 30 of them, who could stay forever if he gave the word, and the ox cart and the pottery on it, seemingly sensing Torch's murderous aura. Or perhaps it was because Yufu had prepared for it, looking at Torch as if he was considering something. Yufu snapped directly, Lulu tribal leader, you can hold us against our will or kill us all. There is enough white salt here to feed your entire tribe for a year, but if you do that, you will have no white salt to eat in the future. This kind of white salt is not made by our tribe itself. We are also commissioned by other tribes to help them exchange white salt for some things only. You just torture us. We will not make white salt. Or you can force us to lead the way for you to find that tribe that makes salt, and then destroy them and take away the method of making salt. This we can cooperate with. But you surely can't win. That tribe that makes salt has a lot of people, and the people of all your tribes, together with your flower beasts, are at most only half of their population. Earlier this spring, a large tribe of over 2,000 people attacked them, and that tribe ended up going extinct. So you'd better think about it. I'm not afraid to tell you that from you here to that salt-making tribe, it would take a ringing month to walk fast, so it would be better to let us come over every year and trade some of it to you for a good deal. Don't you think so? Yufu clamped the gun with a warning, and directly moved the Han tribe out to scare people. Posing a full set of dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water hot rolling knife meat. Look, there are only a few of us, so we can't beat you, but if you want to kill or scrape us, you won't be able to get any more white salt, so it's a soft threat. Ha. Why would I think that? In fact, I was just thinking about how much I should change just now. and definitely didn't mean to leave you guys behind. Torch immediately showed a smiling face and denied it. A breeze blew by, but Torch, who stood under the blazing sun, felt a cold chill on his back and he broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, you volleyball said is exactly what he thought in his mind several ways. The result is that you volleyball all guessed. If you really just ordered to take them down, just like you volleyball said that torture, at best, can only let them lead the way to that huge salt-making tribe. By the time the Lulu tribe is not likely to really want to be cold. As for doubting the authenticity of the words of Yufu, Torch never thought so. This tribe can make white salt, and can also use white salt for population. Then how many warriors their tribe can have can be imagined. White salt is real. That tribe is surely also real. That would be best. Why do we have to be enemies? We can be friends, right? Of course, we are definitely friends. So since we are friends now, can you give us a cheaper price? You are helping others to exchange anyway. Or how about this? Can we exchange a small beast for a bowl of white salt? Torch opened his price. Yufu did not object. It was better to leave alive now. As Torch said, the white salt was not his own anyway. There was no need to be catty. He just needed to bring back the living flower beast. What did he care if it was big or small? So he just casually asked. Little beasts? How little? Can't be freshly born. That can't be. It's the kind that are just weaned. And you're guaranteed to bring back live ones. Just the ones in this pen. All of them? You can take your pick, Torch said, pointing to a pen full of piglets. On this point, the LU tribe to do is still quite scientific. Various sizes of pigs are graded in different circles. This is also their ancestors' generations breeding flower pigs summarized experience. This circle is the kind of piglets are just weaned, the length of half a meter or so, a 10 or so pounds, and the adult rabbits raised by the Han tribe is about the same size. Well, a bowl of white salt for a small beast. This is fine, but you always have to give more or less to a few big ones. Otherwise I won't be able to account for it. Anyway, I won't let you suffer. The big ones can be given a few more bowls of white salt. This is always fine. Yufu also stated his bottom line. Well, okay, I can give you a few heads. We are friends after all. Torch also painfully agreed, although he is still very heartbroken. Those big pigs just after the rutting period. The sows are pregnant with pups in the belly. Get back to the piglets can be born. A birth can be several, and every year can be born pups. It is not as good as selling the piglets cost effective, but it was also fortunate that Yufu had promised the big beast more white salt, otherwise he wouldn't have said anything to change it. Chapter 191, The Return of the U Tribe, Requesting Tickets, Subscriptions, and Comments. After some deliberation, a price and quantity were agreed upon. The Lu tribe was willing to offer 4 adult sows and 2 adult breeding boars, the price for the sows being a clay pot full of white salt, and half the price for the boars. The price was a bit exaggerated, but Chief Lulu Torch bit the bullet and wouldn't let go of the price, reasoning that the pigs were all pregnant with piglets, and that they could give birth to piglets when they got them back, and that they could do so every year, so they couldn't be counted at the price of a head, and said that even if it was a pot, he'd be a bit of a loser. At the end of the day, the bucket of white salt provided by Luochong was exchanged for 2 boars, 4 pregnant sows, and 50 piglets, leaving a little bit of white salt to be kept for the traveling tribe to eat by themselves, and both sides were quite satisfied with the price and quantity. That's what Luochong didn't know. If he did, he could have laughed for a week with half that amount. By mid-afternoon, Torch had even graciously slaughtered an aged boar to use as a treat for the Yohan tribe, and Yoho had taken out the clay pot from the car to prepare a stew. Chief Lulu, that beast blood is also edible. I once saw the Han tribe make beast blood into something called blood tofu, which is delicious when cooked with meat. Yufu mentioned his insights from the sidelines. Oh, Han tribe? Blood tofu? Well, the Han tribe is the one I was talking about that makes salt, and they pour the brine into the blood of the beasts, and it doesn't take long for the beast's blood to turn into a big, soft lump of blood in tofu. White salt can be used like that. Torch heard of this novel way of eating for the first time, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. Since people can make salt, they must have all played with salt, and it's normal to know a little bit of novel way of eating. Sure, just try it. It doesn't take much white salt anyway, better than just wasting the blood. Well, you're right, so teach my people to do it. No problem. And so it was that when all the Lulu tribe's pig herding parties returned in the evening, all the clan members were served pork stew with blood tofu with salt, and cabbage as a side dish. Some ingenious Lulu tribesmen, but also threw cabbage into the pot with the stew. The results were unexpectedly very tasty. Cabbage absorbed enough grease, not eaten raw up the kind of strange taste. Chewing is also very palatable. Stewed meat is also because of cabbage as a companion to eat it is not so fat. One man does this, the crowd tastes it and immediately follows suit. And a new dish, cabbage stew. soon becomes popular among the Lulu tribe at an evening meal. In the past, the clansmen didn't pay much attention to cabbage, didn't take it seriously, didn't eat it to relieve their fullness, and there was a special flavor, didn't expect it to be so tasty as a side dish. In the time to come, the Lulu tribe will surely increase the planting area of cabbage. During the meal, Yufu and Lu tribe's chief torch again on the borrowed pottery to make discussions. Yes, borrowed. Now these pottery is not considered to be the Lu tribe's. Torch just used to exchange white salt for more than 50 pigs, and then take out some for pottery. He really can not afford to give up. Torch chief, let's be friends. Of course it is, otherwise we could have dinner together. Since we are friends, I won't treat you poorly. Look at it like this. I won't take away these pottery, except for the ones used by my own clan. I'll leave the rest for you. How about I trade these pottery with you for some people? Yufu put down the pottery bowl in his hand and said, switch? No, no way. We, the Lulu tribe, can afford to raise our own people. We're not switching. Torch refused a bit angrily. Don't be in a hurry. Hear me out. These potteries are good. Aren't you in great need of them? Well, that can't be replaced. I won't say yes. Don't refuse so dryly for a moment. Let's put it this way. It's hard for me to get these flower beasts back now. It's going to be a ringing month's journey. But none of my clansmen have ever raised this kind of flower beasts, and they can't drive them, so you're always going to have to give me a couple of people to help me drive these flower beasts. Nor do you need much, you see, to give, as long as the road can take care of these flower beasts, can drive them back on the line, and I did not say that I must have your warriors, just adult girls. There is always it. Anyway, you have to be married off. Their own tribes cannot stay to have babies. You just think that you have married them off. You give me 10 or 8 of these girls, and in addition some seeds of the round flowers, and the vines of the hat flowers, and then have your people gather a wagon load of them for me, and save them to feed the little beasts on the road, and better still, give me some more skins of the flower beasts, and all this pottery here will be yours. Do you think that will be alright? This argument of Yufu was a bright spot for the chief torch, as long as 10 or 8 young girls who have just reached adulthood are not exchanged for one with a clay pot. If you do the math this way, you are actually still taking advantage of yourself. He had initially thought that Yufu was talking about a pottery bowl for one kind of exchange, so he had immediately rejected it, but now it looked like it wasn't a loss, and people's demands are justified. The Yu tribe does need a few people who can drive pigs, and also only need young girls, just like what Yufu said. Anyway, it's also to be married off. Married to who is not married, as if it's to marry that Han tribe, and can also exchange a large pile of pottery. Why not? As for the other few conditions that Yufu said, cabbage seeds, hat flower vines, those were all promised in advance for nothing, and now since they could be exchanged for pottery, they weren't considered for nothing. Then there is to prepare a car of cabbage. This is not a problem at all. Lu tribe around the mountains are loaded with a car to use how much time. In addition is the flower beasts of the animal skin. Lu tribe for generations in this place to raise pigs. Save the animal skin is really quite a lot. Take out some of it is no problem. Okay, since you say so, then I agree. Tomorrow I'll let the clan gather these things for you, and I'll give you 10 maidens who can drive pigs. Just make up the whole thing, and think of it as marrying that Han tribe. For the animal skins, I can give you 30 of them. Do you think that's okay? Torch nodded in agreement. Fine, as much as you want. I've said it all. Feel free, as long as I can deliver and get all these flower beasts back. I'm fine with it. Well then, I'll have the clan prepare it for you tomorrow then. With that, the traveling tribe stayed at the Lu tribe for another day, setting aside a day for the Lu tribe to gather goods. The white salt was gone, the pottery was gone, and the large space vacated by the ox cart was piled high with cabbages, a bag of cabbage seeds, and a large bunch of trumpet flower vines stuck in an earthenware jar. With the goods gone, the traveling tribe could not proceed, and began their return journey, and with a wagon full of cabbages, and 56 flower hogs, large and small, and 10 maidens just coming of age, the brigade made their way northward, and set out on their homeward journey, following the marks they had left when they came. The grunt 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 of the hog drive and the grunts of the little flower pigs resounded on the way home, and the journey was not lonely. Chapter 192 Dangerous Descent, Requesting Tickets, Subscriptions, Comments, and Comparisons. Clouds roll in and out, sunrise and sunset, time passes day by day, and in a flash it's the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The Han tribe has made 16 small looms for weaving sacks, which have long been sent to the braided tribes, and have already produced coarse linen, and each time a roll is woven, Schwein will let the men of the hunting party go and give it to the hunting patrols of the Han tribe, who will then bring it back to the Han tribe. Both sides have also been communicating in this form, with the braided tribes lacking anything and the Han tribes receiving woven linen. all by the transmission of hunting parties on both sides. A 45 centimeter wide roll of coarse linen is cut into a 1 meter 4 section, folded in half, and sewn together on both sides with coarse linen thread to make a burlap bag. One by one, the sacks were worked, and the building team, consisting of several hundred men, ceased work, leaving only 100 men to do the later renovation work. Han tribe has now constructed a residential area, located in the northwest corner of the entire Nine Gables urban area, with a total of 99 residences, although they are only rough, with no doors, windows, interior flooring, or waterproofing of the exterior walls. Luo Chong put the original 25 building team to draw out 5 groups for the renovation. The aspect of the decoration is to lay indoor floor tiles, brick joints on the exterior walls coated with gypsum hook joints, used to prevent rain erosion of the mud inside. Doors and windows are very simple. The windows are made of thin branches and canes tied into the fence, and then tied to a layer of thatch for waterproofing. Sunny days, you can take the window directly down to ventilate. Actually that's a temporary cover to block up the window and save rainwater from coming in. The proper doors and windows must have been latticework made of wooden slats spliced together. Luo Chong preliminary plan is to wait for the animal skin affluent. It is the first in the doors and windows on the paste animal skin, and so have the paper and then replaced with window paper. Then enough material to build glass, then replaced with glass. But the basic frame is the Chinese wooden frame. However, Han tribal carpenters are limited, are currently playing with the manufacture of ox carts pulling mines, so the windows and so on can only let the handy women figure out how to make do with it first. As for the warehouse used to store food, no. Han tribe just started planting rice this year, the output of the first season, in addition to be used as seed for the next season. The rest are not enough for the people to eat, or the storage of food into the warehouse. A family to share a little bit of it is gone, and there is no need to waste manpower and time to build warehouses. The thing next year to build is not too late. So the hundreds of people from the remaining 20 groups of the original construction team were sent by Luo Chong to reclaim new paddy fields for expanding the area for the second season of rice cultivation. The situation of the present settlement. The urban area is more than 700 meters away from the creek. There is an artificial river on each side. The north side of the diversion river is full of sisal fields, and the middle of the artificial river is 400 meters wide, in which there is to be left a main road from the east city gate leading to Mukyankyo, which is 10 meters wide, and the rest of the area is converted into paddy fields, which is almost more than 400 acres. Then there is the south side of the artificial river. From the backwater river to the jungle between this area, can also be converted to about 500 acres of paddy fields. Then the next season's rice planting area is nearly 1,000 acres, while the Han tribe currently planted rice, only about 60 acres, a direct more than 10 times. Hundreds of people are cultivating these fields. There are those who specialize in digging water canals. There are those who pull oxen to plow the land, and when there are not enough oxen, they use bronze cast hoes and shovels to plow directly, and they work from the dawn of the day until the moon rises, and the Han tribes are stealing time. Already the beginning of summer. In fact, now rice is even ripe. The grouting period has ended. The grain full of rice ears have drooped their heads, so that the green rice paddies covered with a layer of gold. The straw is green, the rice ears are golden, the colors are clear. But now is not the time to harvest. The field is all muddy, can't get off the ground. Luo Chong has ordered the clan to stop the water supply to the paddy field, and drain the stagnant water inside, just like this to dry for at least a week's time. And when the mud is all dry, it will be the time to harvest, just so that the rice can grow for a few days more. The metallurgy group had also received a new order from Luo Chong, and had begun to build a tool that Luo Chong called a sieve, saying that it was used for harvesting rice. A day's journey southwest of the Han tribe of the weaving tribe and the non-stop weaving linen. The east bank of the small river of the tour of the tribe is also driving piglets to the direction of the Han tribe. The Ba Baoshan mine has increased the output of all kinds of minerals, transporting or ox carts from 1 to 4, first transported to the river, and then loaded into a boat to transport the water back to the tribe, basically to ensure that every day there is a boatload of or transported back to the tribe. But it was also this frequent transportation that posed a great threat to the Han tribes. On the first weekend of summer, the mud in the rice paddies, which had been cut off from water for a week, had dried up, and if it wouldn't rain in the next 2 days, Luo Chong was ready for the clan to start harvesting the rice. But in the evening, an unexpected thing happened. When the women of the collection team closed their work and went home, they actually brought back more than 20 strangers, and they also took the initiative to ask to join the Han tribe, which is a little bit of evil awe. The sister-in-law who went sick had been working in the collection team, and she was the one who brought these strangers back today, and a group of more than 20 strangers were brought to Luo Chong by her. Is this what you picked? Looking at the 23 adults in front of him, both male and female, Luo Chang's mouth could not help but twitch. Their faces are very haggard. A face with panic, sadness, anger, uneasiness, anxiety. There are wounds on the body. The spirit is very depressed. Full of fatigue, cannot be hidden at all. This should be fleeing from the bar. It wasn't picked. It was encountered. They said their tribe was attacked by the enemy and they were the only ones who escaped. And those of them have been on the run for many days. When I ran into them today, they even told us to hurry up and escape as well. Then when I said that our tribe is numerous and not afraid of the enemy, they said that they wanted to join our tribe. And that's how I brought them back. Go-Six's sister-in-law replied. After days of fleeing and still fleeing, what kind of enemy has to be driven to extinction? This is too obsessive. Your tribe was attacked by an enemy? What enemies? Were there many enemies? How many people are in your tribe? To be beaten so badly? Luo Chong asked them by gesturing. No, that's not an enemy. No. That enemy is not a human. It's a beast. A woman who looked like she had just recently reached adulthood incoherently gesticulated with Luo Chong, her eyes filled with horror, as if she had recalled something terrible. The enemies that attacked your tribe were wild beasts? Luo Chong asked with some difference. No, they are men. And there are beasts that look like men, with long hair on their bodies, that can stand up and run as well as men, and are as tall as 2 men, and are so strong that they can slap a man with a single blow, and can tear a living man in half alive. The other man, who seemed fairly calm, gave Luo Chong a detailed answer, but his trembling legs still betrayed that he was forcing himself to be calm. Just listening to this man's description of the enemy, coupled with the physical features he was comparing, made Luo Chang's liver flutter, and the pupils of his eyes contracted violently. Luo Chong turned his head to look at Grey Mountain, who was playing not far away, and the only remaining ivory tusk on its chin, and asked back in a serious tone, how many of those monsters are there of the kind you mentioned? Lots of them, a dozen or so. Chapter 193 Preparation for War. A dozen red-haired man-eating giant apes. This was a terrifying concept. Remembering Luo Chang's first encounter with that monster, when he had a dozen people on his side and 2 dread elephants marauding, while the other party only had 1 man-eating ape, before finally winning at a heavy cost. Only that battle. The Han tribe battled death 2 people. Many people seriously injured. Even the Grey Mountain of the Ivory was broken off a tusk. This is what a terrible fighting force. And this time, there are more than a dozen. How many people are there in your tribe? In which location? Is it on this side or that side of the creek? How far away is it from here? How many enemies did you see? That is, how many of that kind of monsters do they have? How many of them are there? How did they attack your tribe? Can you tell us in detail? Luo Chong asked with a heavy face. These people can escape to the perimeter of the Han tribe. It means that those monsters are not far away. No wonder Luo Chong is not taken seriously. This is a matter of life and death of the Han tribe. There are more than 80 people in our tribe, and it's a 7-day journey from here. And we've been running all the way here, so it should be an 8 or 9-day journey on foot. So did you guys cross the river? Luo Chong pursued. No, our tribe is also on this side of the river. We don't have to cross it. So tell me how many enemies there are and how they hit your tribe? There were about 15 or 16 of those monsters I was talking about. It was chaos. We were so focused on escaping we didn't see how many there were. The other male warriors had white totems painted on their bodies. There were over 200. I don't have a way to count them. They attacked our settlement during the day, when our hunting and gathering parties were out. That is, those of us who were there. The first ones to come over were those monsters. They were so powerful that no one could beat them. And the elders told us to run away and not to save them anymore. So we had to run away first. Then when we fled, the warriors with totems painted on them came after us, and we just kept running and fought back a couple times. We pelted them with throwing spears and stone axes, but they blocked them all, and their warriors held a very large board in their hands, made of woven rattan, and all the weapons we threw at them were blocked by that, and then they pelted us with those same weapons, but we had nothing to block them with, and a dozen died on the way to escape. And just those of us who survived. Cannibals? Vine shield? Could it be that the rattan shield that he dropped the first time he took the tree tribe and fought the cannibals guerrilla in the jungle, and then was brought back by those few leaky ones, and that they realized the defensive role of shields in battle that time because they suffered from not having one, so they imitated and made their own? This argument was the most plausible and reasonable explanation. Otherwise, why would the cannibals suddenly equip warriors with vine shields? As for imitation manufacturing, that stuff really isn't that difficult. The smarter ones will know how to do it after a couple of looks, and it's not that hard to manufacture in bulk. From this time, it could be analyzed that this group of enemies should belong to the same force as the cannibals that the Han tribe had encountered several times. The first time was the squad of 40 people that the tree tribe encountered. and it turned out that the leaky one went back with the tattered rattan shield that Luo Chong had abandoned. Then they launched their retaliation. And after that, they must have sent people to the dark forest to look for signs of Luo Chang's group, but Luo Chong had already brought the tree tribe home, and hadn't gone to that dark forest again for a long time, so they hadn't been able to find them either. But they hadn't given up and were still active in the dark forest, always searching for Luo Chong. After that, it is the encounter in the early spring when the Han tribe mined for the second time, or it cannot be called an encounter. It should be that the other side has long been prepared to come to take revenge. Otherwise, how would their squad numbers increase? And also send a super warforce over to press the battlefield, which is specifically to find the Sina. Just what they didn't expect was that even their super warrior died there. This situation finally caught their attention. The electrons were very solid, so they saved to send more warriors to take the initiative and look around for this tribe that had a deep hatred with them. This time is even more exaggerated. Sent out more than 200 warriors, also equipped with the rattan shield learned from Luo Chong. Giant man-eating apes is increased to more than 10. Their goal is also very clear. Is the Han tribe. Gee, that's a pain in the ass. Calculating the time, since these people can escape to the Han tribe, the cannibal army must not be far away. The Han tribe must make preparations early to do so. After a little thought, Luo Chong called all the senior members of the tribe and began to arrange tasks for them. Beast Tooth. Starting tomorrow, the hunting patrol squad should not go out hunting anymore. You assign those few horned deer riders and send one to the braided tribe. Tell them that an enemy is going to attack our tribe in the near future. And stop the rationing of supplies for these days first. In addition, send another person to Babao Mountain to notify Dashu that they are back. The mine is temporarily stopped. Anyway, the mountain is there and cannot run away. All the ox carts pulling or in the east of the river stop their transportation, and after meeting up with Dashu and the others, they come back in a big circle to prevent being tracked by the enemy, being careful not to leave a tail behind them. Also, send another to inform the men stationed at the edge of the forest guarding the small boat to come back by boat at once. That place cannot be stayed in. It is dangerous, and the enemy may be the first to find them. Yes, Chief. Beast Tooth clasped his fists and led the way. Remember to be quick. As soon as it's light tomorrow and you can see the road, set off and return quickly. Make arrangements now. Luo Chong said seriously. Yes, I know. I'll make the arrangements now. Well, the logging teams, don't go up the mountain tomorrow either. Stay in the tribe. The gathering teams stay as well. The fishing teams work as usual. But the surrounding 2-mile range should be sent to monitor. As soon as there's a situation, immediately throw the stuff and retreat back. Luo Chong once again arranged to. The leader of the logging team and the leader of the gathering team also led the order to respond. Chief, then what are we going to eat these days? If the enemy never comes, we can't just keep not going out to work. It might not be enough if we just eat fish. The elder said worriedly. Organize the clansmen. After dinner, let's grab the rice overnight and harvest this rice first. We can't wait for the enemy to come and spoil it. We'll just eat the rice for the time being. If it's not enough, kill the rabbits, kill the alpacas, and if you can't, kill the cows. Our clan must not be scattered. We must unite all those who can fight together. The enemy is very powerful. We can't relax. Luo Chong said firmly. Chapter 194, Strategies for Breaking the Enemy. What do you think you should give? Alright then, I'll go arrange for the clansmen to eat first. The elder, perhaps infected by Luo Chang's emotions, also revealed a sad expression. Wait, let's just forget about it. Let the clansmen go eat and rest, and we'll talk about the rice harvest tomorrow. Also, Mouse De, go and arrange for 100 warriors to take turns keeping watch. Pay attention to the direction of the wooden bridge, and the back of the mountain to the north. These two places should be closely guarded. The rest of the clansmen go and rest. The enemy is only 200 or so, although we have to pay attention. We don't need to be afraid. We have copper spears and bows and arrows. Didn't all the 300 people of the fire tribe get defeated by us before? Ha 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 ha. What's this bit of the enemy? As long as they dare to come, we'll let them come and go without a return. Seeing that the surrounding circle of executives were all looking worried, Luo Chong knew that he was wrong. He was worried, yes, and even a little scared, but he was the chief and couldn't show this. If the general is afraid before the battle, how can the soldiers below have any morale? When the time comes for a real fight, it's quite true that the soldiers won't be able to just flee. So Luo Chong immediately changed the arrangement again, and then forced himself to show his confidence that he would win. So let's appease the clansmen first, or else there will be no fight. When the executives heard the chief say this, they also cooperated by showing a look of relief. The chief is a godlike existence. There is nothing that the chief can't do. He must have a way, right? This is the thought in the hearts of the top brass, although it may also be self-satisfaction. But the chief is not an ordinary person after all. The clansmen all went to eat. The matter was not hidden from the clansmen, nor could it be hidden from them, but everyone only knew that more than 200 enemies were about to attack the Han tribe, and that the chief was going to draw 100 men to go on watch and patrol, and that they didn't know anything about specifics, such as the fact that there were a dozen or so cannibal apes. The clansmen were still discussing the matter during the meal, but most of them were in a mocking frame of mind. The Han tribe was very powerful, and had excellent weapons, and a large population, and it was a joke for 200 enemies to try to attack the Han tribe. This kind of talk started out with the group of warriors who had fought in the blockade of Togol Ridge, and also the group that attacked the Fire tribe, who did not give this 200 enemy the slightest bit of thought. The only ones who were really worried were the dozen or so old clansmen who had encountered the piranhas, but they wouldn't say anything about it, and they were sure that the chief would figure out a way to do it. And the last time they fought so badly it was only because it was a sneak attack, an unprepared fight. Does Luo Chong have a way? There should be. He did not sleep all night. His mind has been thinking about the strategy to break the enemy. Those more than 200 humans are simply not enough to fear, even if they are equipped with rattan shields, but no need to look at it can be expected that the quality of the rattan shields, surely rudimentary to outrageous, even if it is refined out of the rattan shields, 100 meters cannot block the bronze casting of the arrows. The real need to pay attention to the dozen or so of piranhas. The piranhas have a lot of strength and are good at climbing. They can quickly weave through the woods. This is their advantage and likewise the Han tribe's disadvantage. So the battlefield must not be in the woods. The last time it was because of the encounter in the woods that they suffered such a big loss. This time, since he knew the information in advance, he couldn't be unprepared. Luo Chong had to choose an open field as a battlefield by himself. If it was a forest, it would be equally unsuitable for the Han tribe's arrow formations to be powerful. One more thing to note is that you can't let the man-eating apes gather together. If they come out individually, the Han tribe can find a way to finish them off by relying on the large number of people. If 10 people can't do it, then 20. So when fighting you must find a way to split them up, and then a group of people will surround them and beat them up. Then there's the question of what can be used to reduce the combat power of the cannibal apes, which is on a tactical level, and can rely on special weapons to achieve the goal. Explosives cannot. Luo Chong hand only nitroglycerin can be prepared for a short period of time, but that thing is very unstable. Is a highly sensitive explosives? Used for fixed-point blasting is okay, but want to move the agile piranha blow up on the difficult. It will not stay there honestly waiting for you to blow up. It was also impractical to make it into a throwing weapon, and now there were not enough materials to make a grenade such as a high-powered lethal weapon, so the hot weapon was denied by Luo Chong, or only from the cold weapon. Cold weapons in this regard cannot be built in a day or two, can only rely on the existing copper spears and bows and arrows. The best way or find a way to limit the movement of the man-eating apes, with a rope, or a large net can be. Even more powerful Hercules was covered in the net that will be in vain. The action will certainly be hindered. But the Han tribe does not have a big net now, but the rope is not lacking. Thinking of this, Luo Chong directly climbed up and went out of the grass hut. Luo Chong, what are you doing? Xiao Dai also sat up and asked. It's fine. Go ahead and sleep. I'll go arrange something for Beast Tooth. I'll be back soon. Luo Chong turned back and turned around and went out to find Beast Tooth. Beast Tooth, who was keeping watch outside, saw Luo Chong coming from the moonlight and busily got up to ask, Chief, what brings you over? What's the matter? Oh, did the man I asked you to arrange to go and make up a report on the tribe go? Not yet. I want to wait until it's a bit brighter before I send someone, but I've already arranged for someone to go. Do I need to call them now? Will it be unsafe to go at night? Beast Tooth replied back. Oh, that's good. No need to leave now. I came just to tell you. When you send someone to weave the tribe tomorrow, ask them for some large nets, preferably more than 20, to be compiled with thick ropes, the kind that their hunting team uses to catch wild beasts. Luo Chong explained. Beast Teeth heard a bright spot. He also followed the hunting patrol has been to the side of the braided tribe. Know that the braided tribe is good at using nets to hunt wild beasts. Now the chief wants nets are obviously not used for hunting. Chief, are we going to use a big net to catch those monsters? It's not catching them, but restricting them from running. That thing runs too fast. If we let them run around, our fighters will be at a disadvantage and there will be a lot of casualties. Using nets will reduce some unnecessary sacrifices. Luo Chong explained. That's a good idea. But since they're running so fast, they shouldn't be standing there for us to use the netting. Beast Tooth was first happy for a moment, and then immediately simulated it in his mind. This method is good, but the degree of difficulty in actual operation is not low. Luo Chong also froze for a moment. He really hadn't noticed this detail, but it wasn't impossible to get the cannibal apes to be covered. Luo Chong immediately thought of a very simple, yet highly lethal weapon, and it was still an existing one from the Han tribe. so he could just take it over and use it. Only this tactic is a bit mean. It is considered a dirty trick, but when it comes to your death, who cares about this? The method that can kill the enemy is a good method. Chapter 195, The Fairy Scatters Flowers, Requesting Tickets, Subscriptions, Comments and Comparisons. Don't worry about that. I have a way to keep them covered. You just have to ask for the net tomorrow. Thinking of a solution. Luo Chang's bottom line was also quite sufficient, and he said to Beasttooth with confidence. Really? What way? Can the chief tell me? Beasttooth asked with some surprise. He knew the chief would have a solution, and the chief hadn't let them down. Well, it's no problem to tell you. I have a way to attack their eyes, making them instantly become blind and unable to see anything, so it'll be easier for us to do it. Luo Chong explained. Beasttooth was stunned on the spot. There was such an evil way? Specializing in the eyes, instantly blinding the enemy. What kind of operation is this? Luo Chong also did not say much, turned around and went back to sleep. The feeling that everything is under control is back again. This time finally can sleep at ease. Early the next morning, the three horsemen had set out to report the news, and no clansman had gone out to work today, but had all remained in the tribe to wait for the arrangements, which the clansman knew was because there would be an enemy coming in the near future, and also, that it would be a day of good harvests. Thousands of men and women gathered, ready to listen to the chief. The women were set apart in dozens to harvest the chili peppers, which were already red and ready to be harvested. The growth cycle of chili peppers was similar to that of rice, or even faster, depending on the variety. The growth cycle of chili peppers only required 2 to 3 months to mature, while the one grown by the Han tribe was 3 months. All the remaining women all went to harvest the rice, hundreds of people each with a sickle, following Luo Chang's demonstration. One hand wrapped around a clump of rice, the other hand used the sickle to cut down the rice from a height of 20 centimeters, and then piled them up into bundles before carrying them to the square in the center of the city. Threshing of rice is also very simple. When there is no threshing machinery, it is usually knocked down the grains by human power. This Luo Chong once saw in the movie. The way to do this is to put a half circle of straw mats around the top of a large jar or bamboo basket, then pinch a handful of rice by the roots with both hands, and fling the end with the ears of rice vigorously over the edge of the jar so as to throw down the grains. As for the half circle of mats around the top, it is mainly for fear that the grains will be thrown away, because the work of threshing rice is usually carried out directly in the field, and if you don't enclose a mat to block it, the grains are likely to be thrown out into the field, so that it will not be easy to collect them again. But the Han tribe does not have mats, and do not need mats. Han tribal threshing work directly in the square, dumped all over the ground does not matter, and then sweep up with a broom on the line. After arranging the women to harvest the rice, Luo Chong gathered the men as well, in which all the people who would use bow and arrow were picked out first. There was no special arrangement for this part of the people, they could only be archers, and every one of them was a treasure. Luo Chong would not arrange for them to go to charge the battlefield. Male archers only dozens. The rest of the archers are the Han tribe's earliest batch of women, together with a total of 120 people. These archers were picked out. Luo Chong arranged them to take the bow and arrow to go to the river to protect the fishing team's women, and by the way, can also be in the vicinity of the hunt, may be able to come across the drink of the beasts and whatnot, but also as a refresher in the archery method. The remaining men were singled out for another 100 strong and sturdy mainstays, and all they had to do today was to practice a new weapon that Luo Chong had just invented, the meteor hammer. It's just a heavy object tied to one end of a long rope. A fist-sized rock will do, and it's fairly simple to do, but it's not meant to smash people like a real meteor hammer. It's meant to bind. Luo Chong inserted an arm-thick wooden stick in the grassy field to the west of the tribe, using this to represent the target, and then started swinging the meteor hammer in his hand at a distance of about 20 meters. The stone was thrown whimpering under the centrifugal force, and then aiming at the wooden stick in the distance suddenly threw the stone out, which quickly flew towards the stick with the rope, and then quickly wrapped around the stick a few times. When the rope wrapped around the head, the stone lost its momentum and immediately fell down, and then right on the remaining rope, while the other end of the rope was still being pulled in Luo Chang's hand. At this time Luo Chong pulled the rope in his hand with force, and the entangled wooden stick in the distance was directly yanked down. The principle is very simple. The role is also very obvious. This thing is used to trap the man-eating apes, and used to divide the battlefield. Then as long as the entanglement of directly several people together to pull the target to the predetermined attack position, then the big net when the head of a cover. To kill or scrape is not at the mercy of the people to do. 100 people tried it one after another, and not all of them were able to master the technique right away, but some exceptions were the teenagers from the Flying Stone tribe, who are currently in the Han tribe as the Sher clan, their former tribe. The main hunting weapon was the throwing rope. These people grew up playing with the throwing rope from childhood, and now when they picked up the meteor hammer, a weapon that was extremely close to the throwing rope, it could be said that it was a handful, and they could almost hit 100 shots. Luo Chong picked these people out, a total of 18 people, directly divided into 18 groups, each person a meteor hammer, and then with 4 strong men, a group of 5 people. Take the meteor hammer as the leader of the group, the entire meteor hammer squad a total of 90 people. In combat the leader of the group throws his weapon to entangle the target, and once he gets it, the entire group of 5 then combine their efforts to pull the target into a predetermined attack position so that they can't congregate together, and they have to be yanked out individually and then beaten up as a group. After arranging for these people to do the training, Luo Chong called the rest of the people together to practice throwing stones, a short rope with a stone tied to it, flinging it in his hand for a few rounds, and then throwing it out with the rope and the stone, so that it can fly farther than throwing the stone directly, and can generally reach a distance of about 70 meters. But the clansmen practiced in a daze, not understanding why the chief let practice this. Obviously there are bows and arrows with a much longer range. Do they need to practice this kind of weapon? And the killing power is so low. This kind of flying stone thrown out, generally as long as it is not smashed in the head, simply cannot play a role. Smashed into the body will only leave internal injuries. A little more serious may be smashed fracture. Light words is just a little bit of pain. Even blood will not flow. But Luo Chang's explanation to them was that it was just a practice now to see who could throw far. But that's not what was thrown in a real fight. It was something else. And this something else is that underhanded weapon Luo Chang prepared. The quicklime cloth bag. Wrap the powdered lime in a small bag with a burlap cloth. Not to wrap it very strongly, but instead to make it a little loose on purpose, so that the cloth bag disintegrates directly in the air during the flight, so that the powdered lime inside will be spilled out and form a white smoke in the air. Once the lime powder floating in the air enters the eye, it will have a violent exothermic reaction with the protective liquid on the surface of the eyeballs. That is, the tears that keep the eyeballs moist all the time, and it can burn the eyes blind on the spot, which can be much more ruthless than directly scattering sand to confuse the eyes, and there is still a way to save the sand. And scattering quicklime can be permanently blind, and it can be called the 2.0 upgraded version of the underhanded tricks. Lime and water contact will produce high heat. Junior high school chemistry class. There is a heating reaction with lime and water to do the experiment of boiled eggs. Real historical cases in Lin Zexu Tiger Gate to eliminate cigarettes. With the method is to dig a few large pits, pour lime and water, and then throw the opium into the high temperature destruction. From this we can see, this thing in water reaction can release how high temperature. Eggs can be scalded. Eyeballs are not cooked is also sure to blind. Instant blindness proper. Then a group of blind apes. Is not Luo Chong wanna how to pinch? As long as the time to do a good job of protective measures. Do not let their own people hit on the line. Chapter 196, Taking the Initiative, Seeking Tickets, Votes, Subscriptions and Comments. First get someone to carry the woolen cloth stored these days. Luo Chong cut a small piece with the shears and started to try to make the cloth bag. A packet contains about 1.5 pounds of powdered lime, tied with a fine hemp rope, then tied with a live buckle so that it can be pulled apart automatically after flinging, and finally leaving a section of the rope out for easy handheld flinging. Having made his first experiment, he took the lime packet himself and ran out into the open field where no one was around to experiment. Luo Chong held the rope in one hand and swung it quickly a few times at his side, then threw it out. As a result, the cloth bag did not fall apart in the air until it landed on the ground. The white lime scattered all over the place, raising a cloud of white smoke. But the height was very low. With the height of the piranhas, it would not mesmerize the eyes at all. There was no way that this thing could only work with multiple attempts. And then a few more attempts were made before Luo Chong found the most suitable method of tying and the tightness of the rope buckle. On the last experiment, the cloth bag disintegrated in the air when it flew out more than 50 meters, and the lime powder instantly spread into a cloud of white dusty smoke, which looked like an exploding smoke bomb from a distance. But it didn't last long because it wasn't smoke but dust after all. So it only lasted for more than 20 seconds before it hit the ground. But it was almost enough. Big deal. When the time came to throw a few more, the experiment was completed, and Luo Chong called a dozen more women to start making lime packets, making a total of 300, to be distributed on a case-by-case basis when the time comes. The remaining woolen cloths were cut into turbans, but these turbans were not placed directly over the face. Instead, they were wrapped around a bucket hat. Those bucket hats were bought at the spring meeting, and the burlap was sewn into a cylinder, and then thread was wrapped around the edge of the bucket hat to make a hood so that the whole head could be covered, and the lower edge of the burlap was then threaded with a thin twine that could be tightened around the lower edge and tied around the neck, making it look like one of those bee-proof hats used for beekeeping. Due to the limited number of bucket hats, only those fighters prepared for melee combat ended up being allotted. The Meteor Hammer Squad and the Net Spreading Team. only 140 in total, were the ones who were likely to come into contact with the lime powder. Making them was easy and the time was done by the end of the afternoon. There was no shortage of people in the Han tribe. Those who were pregnant and handicapped were able to do this simple work. The 3 cavalry that went out to report also returned one after another. The earliest to come back were the ones who guarded the wooden boat in the dark forest. They didn't come back with an empty boat this time, and likewise pulled a boat full of limestone and a dozen or so wild rabbits. The second to return was the man who had gone to the braided tribe. 1 man on 2 horses, himself on an antlered deer, and the other deer carrying 30 large nets, which the braided tribe did not lack, and which they took out and sold at the spring meeting. The cavalry of the 3rd road to Babao Mountain cannot return today. Luo Chong does not intend to wait any longer. The battle supplies have been prepared. The Han tribe to take the initiative. Cannot wait for the enemy to hit the doorstep and then passive defense. That would probably let the enemy know the exact location of the Han tribe. And if they didn't wipe them all out during the battle and ran off with so many or 2, next time maybe the enemy would actually hit their doorstep. Then there was the fact that if fighting broke out within the settlement, when the time came, there would probably be serious losses. Those newly built houses of the Han tribe, hundreds of children who were still young, there was no telling how many of them would disappear. This was something that Luo Chong was absolutely unwilling to see. Every clan member of the Han tribe didn't want to see that kind of scene. At dinner that night, Luo Chong explained the matters of the expedition to the senior officers. He would personally lead the team to find the location of the enemy and then destroy them, not letting the enemy hit the tribe. Don't worry, chief. We will watch over the tribe. The women can fight just as well with their spears. Don't worry. Don't need to worry about home, the elder assured Luo Chong. Rat, which also nodded on the sidelines. The Black Rat tribe was originally forced to join the Han tribe to seek protection because of the threat of cannibalism. For this enemy, Rat, which said that there are no words, no beeping. The fight is just that. There is a kind of you without me. In the evening, Xiao Dai was still at the heel of the campfire, sewing a cloak for Luo Chong with a bone needle, made of woolen cloth with a large hood, like a cloak. Luo Chong, are those enemies very powerful? Xiao Dai asked with some worry. Awesome? How powerful can they be? Didn't you see the battle last time the fire tribe came to fight us? We have bows and arrows. It's fine. Besides, they don't have many people. Luo Chong comforted. But I heard from Go Sik today that the enemy this time has rattan tiles. Rattan tiles that can block weapons. What are rattan tiles? Are they powerful? It's a board made of rattan. In fact, that thing is still something the enemy learned from me. Don't worry. Just their broken board can't block our bronze arrows at all. Don't forget. Our bronze axe can even cut down tree trunks. A board made of rattan is of no use. Oh, so when will you be back? Well, I estimate that if it's fast, 5 or 6 days. If it's slow, it's only 7 or 8 days. The enemy won't be too far away from us. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luo Chong rubbed Xiao Dai's head and comforted. Well, then be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Little Butterfly nodded her head very nicely. Early the next morning, just after dawn, the Han tribe's army was ready to go. There wasn't really much equipment. There was no armor or shields on the Han tribe side, only weapons, and the warriors wore nothing more than rudimentary straw sandals, and a skirt of animal skins. That's all. 120 archers with 50 negative arrows each was basically impossible to use up, and at best, a few rounds of arrows would be too much. The 90-man Meteor Hammer Squad, 18 teams of 5, each had an axe, long or short, in addition to a meteor hammer. That was the equipment of a lumberjack team. And, by the way, they had a bucket hat for their heads. A captive party of 80 men, in groups of 4, each group a large net made of hemp rope, and each man with an axe, was all the equipment they had. The other thing is that a spear squad of 100 men with 4 copper spears each, 3 for throwing and 1 for melee. Or you can distribute your own spears to other warriors, which allows all the warriors to have one at hand. What's left is 10 deer cavalry, acting as frontline scouts, who can maneuver quickly in front and scout the enemy, or engage in sneak attacks around the enemy, as they run fast and can't be easily caught anyway. Lastly, there were Grey Mountain and Meat, whom Luo Chong rode, and 10 stragglers who had fled to the area, who would act as guides. After all, Luo Chong was unfamiliar with the terrain north of the Han tribe, but these 10 men weren't just responsible for leading the way. They also had to pull up 2 ox carts loaded with reserves of food and water to provide logistical support for the team. With that, the combined party of 411 men set off, watched by their clansmen, and they headed straight for the backcountry north of the Han tribe, skirting the huge hanging thorn cannibal tree and driving all the way to the north. Chapter 197 Unexpected Harvest, Seeking Tickets, Votes, Subscriptions and Comments. The party traveled north for the morning, encountering gently sloping sparse woods, overgrown with weeds, and a number of huge boulders, so I guess the soil layer of this mountain isn't very thick, and it should be all rocky underneath. After all, this was still the same mountain where the cave of the Han tribe was located. It was a connected basalt mountain range, but it wasn't very high in elevation. It just covered a large area, but it wasn't very steep. It was all gently sloping. Luo Chong rode on Grey Mountain's back and asked the guide who was following at the side, "All the way you've been fleeing over here, have you come across anywhere that's bare, treeless, open flat land?" "There is, but it's a little further that way, over a small hill. There's a valley there. Out of the valley is open land. The ground is flush with grass, but it's not flat. There are a lot of mounds. You have to walk until noon tomorrow to get there." The guide pointed in the direction of northwest and gestured with Luo Chong. "Northwest?" Luo Chong glanced that way and couldn't see anything. "So did you guys escape from over there? The place you mentioned?" Luo Chong asked again. "Yes, that's where we entered the valley and then ran this way for a day before we ran into the Han tribe gathering team." The guide gestured to answer Luo Chang's question. "Oh, so," Luo Chong thought a little bit, "the battlefield must be chosen in the open ground. The valley is not suitable. It is okay to use to ambush those enemies. To deal with piranhas, it must be open ground, so that they do not have trees can be quickly maneuvered, so they can only seize the time to establish an ambush circle in that hilly area." Thinking of this, Luo Chong called the deer cavalry's leader, Beast Tooth. "Over, Beast Tooth, take 5 men, and then this guide, and go ahead and scout out the valley he says he's in. See if the enemy has gotten there, and then send one of your men back to report. If no enemy is found, take the remaining 4 horsemen and go forward out of the valley. See what sort of open ground there is out there, and whether there are any trees to hide so many of us, and then send back a quick report." "Yes, Chief, I'm on my way." Beast Tooth led the order and took that guide along with him as he mounted the horned deer and headed northwest. Luo Chong nodded and called Mausta again, arranging to him, "Pass on my order. All teams run forward. Everyone run for a while and take a break. We need to speed up and make it to that valley to camp at night." "Yes, Chief." Mausta led the order and left. The group quickly ran. A group of more than 400 people running through the mountains and forests, startling flocks of birds, and wherever they passed, any flying birds and animals had to scatter and run away. Humans are social group animals, a group of people together that is invincible. There is no beast that dares to fight against it, unless it is a large-scale beast group that is more than people. Unfortunately, there is no such thing here. The party traveled until a little over halfway through the afternoon, when they did encounter a pack of over 20 gray wolves that were chasing a herd of musk deer. The result is predictable. Was Luo Chong this large force just crashed? The capture team pulled a large net to intercept. Meteor Hammer Squad and Spear Team nearly 200 spears encirclement, surrounded and then used the archers hanging. 2 rounds of arrows rained past, all killed on the spot. The harvest from this roundup alone was enough to feed the team for 2 days. 26 gray wolves and 34 musk deer, not only replenishing the meat, but also harvesting dozens of animal skins. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the roundup was a morale booster. And the warriors were overjoyed. They'd never seen so much prey at once. Only Luo Chong knew that it was because mankind had mastered the way of rounding up that wild animals became extinct in large numbers, and finally forced to run out of food before learning to farm and plant. Toward 10 minutes of evening the brigade had reached the valley which the guide said they could not reach until tomorrow. Beast Tooth had already gone outside the valley to scout and should be back soon. Luo Chong ordered everyone to set up camp and gather firewood to prepare dinner. Inside the valley there is a small stream. The water source is not lacking. Even Luo Chong also felt that this valley, once is likely to be a big river. The stones inside the valley are cobblestones and sedimentary rocks, which are all things only in the bed of the river. Is a long time to be washed by the water to form? Only now the big river has long disappeared. It should be the changes caused by the geological activities. Luo Chong let everyone start to build a fire to cook. At the same time sent people to take turns to stand guard and patrol, but also let people move some sedimentary rock to the ox cart. That thing is sandy stone. Is the river sand and clay deposited in the river bottom? After a long period of deposition and later weathering formation, the stone quality is very soft, delicate, is used as a sharpening stone of the best material. After arranging this, Luo Chong rode Grey Mountain alone out of the valley's mouth to go outside to scout the hilly area the guide had mentioned. The valley was gradually replaced by darkness, but the unset sunset could still be seen outside the valley, and a large area of hilly grass was bathed in the setting sun. Grey Mountain and Meat ate the weeds on the ground as they walked, while Luo Chong carefully surveyed the terrain. Here are small mounds everywhere. There are big and small. Reverse slopes everywhere, casually in which small dirt slope behind the grass a cat. Other people is to come to the front are not necessarily able to find out. Is simply Voldemort Old Silver Coin favorite terrain? Is also Luo Chang's favorite terrain, with such a position as a battlefield. This battle will be won. Just when Luo Chong was in a comfortable mood, wanting to look up to the sky and laugh twice, a group of black shadows came with their backs to the red sun of the setting sun. The leading four rode a horned deer. It was the beast teeth who went out to reconnoiter a few people. But what is the meaning of the dozens of people following behind them? The beast's teeth also quickly discovered Luo Chong standing on a small mound, and not far away next to him were the two elephants that were grazing. Chieftain, you've come with a large force? Beast Tooth asked. Well, they are all stationed in the valley now. Didn't I ask you to go scouting? Why did you bring a group of people back? What are these people? Luo Chong asked, pointing at the 30 to 40 people behind him. Among them there were men and women, and some not so large children. Chief, they said they were from the Lacquer tribe. The day before yesterday their tribe was also attacked by cannibals. They also fled and ran this way. They were found by us in the afternoon, and then they brought them here, Beast Tooth explained. And Luo Chang's focus was obviously not this. The cannibals are that close? Already within 2 days of traveling? Luckily we came early. If we were another day late, it would definitely be another difficult encounter. Yes, it's better for the chief to be thoughtful. I told them that there are several hundred of our warriors. They are already almost here. They are specifically here to fight those cannibals. They also said that can we let them join the fight as well? They want to take revenge as well. It's just that the monster is too powerful. They are fewer in number, so they are afraid that they won't be able to fight it. Beast Teeth said the encounter of the Lacquer tribe to Luo Chong. Good. Since you want to fight, then join our tribe. The Han tribe doesn't mind too many people. Let their women bring their children to help us cook. The men will be issued weapons and join the battle together tomorrow. Luo Chong made a direct decision. Beast Tooth also communicated with those stragglers of the Lacquer tribe behind him, relaying Luo Chang's decision, and they directly nodded their heads in agreement. And after knowing that Luo Chong was the leader of this large tribe, one of the men even took out a pair of red leather armor and offered it to Luo Chong. This is leather armor? Rawhide lacquer armor? So advanced? I've never seen a lacquer tree anywhere until now, and it's red lacquer, so this is a windfall. Chapter 198 Magical Grass Paint, requesting for tickets, subscriptions, comments and comparisons. This leather armor in Luo Chang's hand was dark red in color. It was made of a whole piece of animal skin, rectangular, with a hole dug in the middle so that he could drill his head into it, with openings on both sides. And when he used it, he also had to take a rope and tie it in his waist. The front of the body also had a black totem design on the front, round, like the sun, and the hem of the leather armor was thigh-length and hard enough to make it basically immobile or uncomfortable to wear. This is all common with leather armor. How can you block an attack if it's not hard? Except that this is a whole piece of him, not a zigzag armor that's cut into smaller pieces. The material for making leather armor generally use thicker animal skin, and it is not nitrate the raw skin. The animal skin will become soft after nitrate. Used to make a bag. Make a leather shoe is okay. Do leather armor will not work. Dry the rawhide and cut it into small pieces. Punch the holes. Brush on more than 6 times of natural lacquer, and then string it together with hemp rope. It is a leather armor. The process is not complicated, but it needs a lot of natural lacquer, which is also the reason why Luo Chong has not been doing leather armor. And leather armor is heavy. Don't think that just because it's not metal that it's any lighter. A full set of infantry leather armor is going to be almost 25 pounds or so, and it doesn't protect the arms, and it doesn't add in the weight of the helmet. The soldiers simply can't keep it on all the time. It's too exhausting. And the cavalry, heavy cavalry, has even heavier armor. As for the large swaths of soldiers in armor that appear on TV at every turn, it's all a lie. Armor is not worn by soldiers until the last minute before a battle. Also when defeated. Soldiers fleeing for their lives also usually throw their armor first, otherwise it is too heavy to run fast at all, and they can only wait for the enemy to catch up with them and then kill them, which is why the idiom of throwing away the armor came into being later. But Luo Chang's focus obviously wouldn't be a crude leather armor. What he cared about was the layer of natural lacquer brushed on it. A group of people did not stay outside the mouth of the valley for a long time. Luo Chong led them back to the campsite inside the valley. What made Luo Chong a little surprised is that the people of the Lac tribe even knew each other with the group of stragglers who ran to the Han tribe before. But a careful thought made it clear that they were also tribes in the north, and they were attacked by cannibals in succession in the successive days, which showed that they were very close, and it was normal for them to have intersections with each other. While eating dinner, Luo Chong asked that leader of the Lacquer tribe, "Is this leather armor plentiful in your tribe? And where did this color on it come from?" "Leather armor?" The lacquered tribesman repeated in disbelief. "That's the one. Do you have many tribes? What is the pattern on it painted with?" Luo Chong patted the leather armor that was placed aside. "Oh, there is only one of this holy garment. It was worn by our chief. When the enemy attacked, he gave it to me and told me to run away with the clan first. This holy garment is something only worn by successive chiefs. It can block the claws of wild beasts. The designs on it are painted on with the juice of a grass, of which there are many near our tribe, and with which beautiful designs can be painted. When Luo Chong read his explanation, he was shocked, followed by ecstasy. You say it's the juice of a grass? What kind of grass? Not a tree? To confirm his thoughts, Luo Chong inquired more carefully. He was so excited there is a reason. The previous life of Luo Chong heard of the lacquer tree, this kind of thing, to more than 10 years of age of the tree in order to cut the paint, and can only produce 2 to 300 grams per year, less than a caddy. The production is very rare. Made of lacquer where only princes and nobles can use up, belong to the luxury goods, to do the leather armor that is also a strategic reserve materials. But if the lacquer here is collected from the sap of the grass, that's a different story, and that means that the yield must be much higher than tree lacquer, so as to increase the popularity of using lacquer. Yes, it's a grass, not a tree, the kind of grass that grows as high as a man's chest, with stalks as thick as a finger, and when you cut on it with a bone knife it leaves a white sap, and that sap has a very special flavor, white juice. But the color on this holy garment of yours isn't white. Did you add something else? Luo Chong continued to ask. There's nothing added. That sap will change color if you leave it overnight. And the paintbrush comes in 3 colors. Some are like the color of the sky, some are like birds just coming out of their shells, and some are like the clouds in the evening, and they'll bloom in all 3 colors. And whatever color the flower is, the sap will change to, but it's all white when it's first collected. Luo Chong, what kind of demonic plant is this? Green, yellow, red. The 3 primary colors of the pigment are matched, and each other to blend a little can be adjusted to a variety of colors. To not be so magical. Then how far is your tribe from here? I would like to take someone there tomorrow to take a look. Luo Chang's heart was greatly interested in this lacquer grass. It would take 2 days to get here on foot, but you have those horned beasts, and I see your warriors run fast, so it shouldn't take a day to get here. Luo Chong nodded. Then we'll go tomorrow. Can you show us the way? The man from the lacquered tribe didn't reply directly, but scanned a circle of the hundreds of warriors around him and asked Luo Chong a rhetorical question. Can you guys beat that monster? They are really powerful. More people may not be useful. If we can't beat them, let's just run away. Don't go back. The man lowered his head as he said that, seemingly remembering his dead kinsman again. Of course, we're sure we can win. And further south is our tribe. And we can't retreat. Even if we die out, we'll keep the enemy at bay. Besides, there's no way we'll lose. We've killed one of those monsters before. They're just as likely to die if they're wounded. So what are you afraid of? Don't you want to avenge your people? Luo Chong said seriously. Of course I want to. Then I'll show you the way. And when the time comes, you'll let me kill one of those monsters too. My woman and child were killed by one of those monsters. I want to avenge them with my own hands. Luo Chong patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you zap it twice with your hands. The man nodded heavily as he listened. The night was silent. The valley was quiet with warriors keeping watch in turn. And the enemy did not arrive here. Nor were the wild beasts out in force. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast, Luo Chong began to line up the warriors of each team. Out of the valley, right across the mouth of the valley there were small rolling mounds. Luo Chong found a small basin that was surrounded by mounds on 3 sides, and then divided each team of warriors into 3 parts, hiding them on the reverse slopes of the mounds. The 300 lime packets were divided into 3 directions, targeting the small basin directly across the mouth of the valley, with 50 packets thrown in each direction at a time, in 2 separate throws, so that the lime fumes could be kept up for a longer period of time. The warriors who were ready to charge all put the hooded bucket hats on their heads in advance. Luo Chong saw that everyone was ready. He also took a few bucket hats and distributed them to the 10 cavalrymen, as well as the lacquer tribal warrior who was leading the way, and he himself used a masked face scarf, as well as the cloak that was sewn by Shao Dai. Put this on your head and I'll take you to avenge your clan. Luo Chong handed a bucket hat to the Lac tribe guide who was traveling with him on Grey Mountain. Chapter 199, Luring the Enemy Deeper, Seeking Tickets, Subscriptions, Comments, and Comparisons, 10 Deer Riders, a Guide, and 2 Dread Elephants. They will follow Luo Chong to actively search for the enemy. This battle is not a dead heat, but a peripheral assault, pulling a little bit of hatred, and then luring the enemy to the intended ambush position. With a guide pointing the way, the party traveled quickly towards the settlement of the Lac tribe, where the cannibals were last seen. But 2 days had passed. They surely wouldn't still be staying there. They might be moving south. After all, their real target was actually the Han tribe. The fact is not out of Luo Chang's expectations. The team traveled to near noon. The stretch of hilly terrain finally saw the end. Not far ahead of the sudden emergence of a sparse broadleaved forest, which would have been nothing, but that forest is very abnormal. Large swathes of birds and finches rose up from the woods and then fled in all directions, a sign of fright, which indicated that there must be some kind of terrifying presence in the woods. Luo Chong immediately ordered to stop advancing. If he guessed correctly, it must be the enemy coming out of the woods. He immediately ordered his team to form a one-line horizontal formation and stand in place. The warriors raised their spears, and only Luo Chong took out his longbow, which was too big to be cast well on the back of a deer, but did not affect play on the back of an elephant. With his left hand, he drew a few feathered arrows from the pot of arrows hanging around Grey Mountain's neck, and held them in his left hand along with his longbow, while his right hand bent the bow and took aim at the front. This was a method of rapid-fire shooting, which allowed him to quickly nock and string his arrows, and spared him the time of drawing arrows from the pot each time. Soon, a team of more than 300 people came out from the middle of the woods. They were walking with. The team had cannibal warriors with white weird totems painted on their bodies, numbering around 234. And there were dozens of captives tied up in strings with ropes. Those were the people that they had captured after these two attacks, and the food that they had brought with them. After the group of 300 or so stepped out of the woods behind them soon shook again, and immediately afterward a tall man-eating ape leapt out of the woods, covered in a mixture of long, golden red fur, with thick limbs and high bulging muscles. It seemed that the piranhas were upset because there were no more woods in front of them, and roared angrily, making the children caught in the group in front of them cry. They didn't seem to like to walk directly on their legs, and preferred to swing from tree to tree. That's the monster. That's them. There must be more behind. I've seen so many of them. The Lac tribe guide sitting behind Luo Chong whispered in terror. Sure enough, after the first man-eating ape appeared, not more than a few breaths of time passed before the woods once again rattled. 2, 3, 5, 10, 17, and the woods returned to silence. Just at this moment, the whoosh sound of a feather arrow breaking through the air broke the calm. The first arrow shot by Luo Chong drew a high parabola in the sky, and quickly flew into the ranks of cannibals. A totem warrior walking in the front of the second row was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground on the spot, although it was not so bad as to be killed instantly. But this kind of arrow injury can basically be declared hopeless, due to the distance was too far. The arrow didn't directly shoot the person through, but the arrowhead was stuck into the target's body. Such an arrow wound is even worse. You can only pull out the arrow, but with the barbed arrow, as long as the arrowhead is pulled outwards it will cause a secondary injury. In that case it will be ironed out cold. Someone was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. Those totem warriors of the cannibals quickly messed up and shouted that there was an enemy. The warriors beside the one who fell to the ground didn't care about the dead or alive of the wounded. They directly pulled the arrow out from his chest, and the arrowhead hooked off a piece of meat along with it. Blood spurted out, and the person cooled down on the spot. Then the warrior who drew the arrow looked at the familiar arrow made of spiked rod in his hand, and immediately held it up and shouted to his fellow clansmen around him. It's that tribe with the short spears and rattan tags. We've found them. Everyone raise your shields and watch out for their short spears. They're flying. Ah dash. That warrior was raising his arrow and shouting when suddenly an arrow hit him. Knowing that you have to raise your shield and still wasting time there, raising an arrow and shouting blindly there. Isn't this looking for death yourself? Luo Chong directly fulfilled him. This time no one waited to hear anything anymore. They all picked up the rattan tags in their own hands to block in front of their bodies. In this way Luo Chong was not good enough to do it, although their rattan tags were roughly made. But after all, the distance was a little far away, and the kinetic energy of the arrows was not enough to penetrate their rattan tags, and only when they got within 100 meters, the power of the arrows would be able to penetrate the rattan tags. Seeing those totem warriors make a guard, Luo Chong slightly moved his left hand and aimed at the dozen or so barehanded cannibal apes, who had no shields or armor. Whoosh! There was another cracking sound of a feathered arrow, and the bronze-cast arrow tuft pierced hard into the chest of one of the piranhas. But due to the reason that the distance was a bit far away, the wound caused wasn't deep and was blocked by its well-developed pectoral muscles, but that didn't stop them from fuming. Roar! The giant ape that had been hit by the arrow ripped it from his chest as soon as he could, then roared in Luo Chang's direction. Scoffs, oh! The Grey Mountain under Luo Chang's seat and the meat on the side responded with a similarly furious roar. Hearing this familiar elephant roar, those totem warriors of the cannibals poked half their heads out from behind their shields and stared at the two dread elephants standing in the distance, which were their former mounts, and now they had actually been abducted by their enemies. This is exactly the first time the squad was lost when the whole army was lost. It turned out to be abducted by the enemy. It seems to be looking for the right enemy. It is the group in front of us. The totem warriors immediately rang a noise, or perhaps they are conveying orders to each other. A clamor ended and the totem warriors immediately raised their rattan shields and charged Luo Chang's side, but there were clearly faster ones than them. Those 17 piranha apes ran fast even if they were not in the woods, on the flat ground. When they ran as if they were on all fours. They looked more savage, more like wild beasts. They were not human after all. Turn around. Retreat. Let's go back to the valley. The goal of seducing the enemy had been accomplished. Luo Chong immediately gave the order to retreat, and everyone fled while looking back to see if those man-eating apes had followed. If there is lazy to run, hanging at the end of the lazy, Luo Chong immediately turned back to shoot an arrow over, so that high-speed movement is usually not hit the target, but it is enough to provoke the fire of those great apes. So what? I don't beat you anymore, and you're still on your nose, aren't you? You're actually using this little wooden stick to fight back. Are you tired of living? So, just under Luo Chong fleeing like this while provoking, all 17 great apes behind him followed. Although they also ran on all fours, they were obviously not proper hoofed animals, and couldn't run any faster than the horned deer and the dread elephant. However, their speed far exceeded the running speed of humans, and those totem warriors with rattan shields behind them had long been thrown out a few blocks and completely lost sight of their shadows. Luo Chong, on the other hand, was dangling the group of man-eating apes behind him, shooting 2 arrows back to pick the fire if anything, and leaving them to quickly run towards the preset ambush circle. Chapter 200 Victory in the First Battle, Seeking Tickets, Subscriptions, Comments, and Comparisons, 200 chapters in. Sprinkle flowers asterisk 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 O, asterisk asterisk, O asterisk asterisk asterisk, 12 men, 17 great apes? This rally ran from about noon until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with even a break in the middle. The great apes were all exhausted as well, and for a while they wanted to give up the chase, thinking that the big deal would be to just kill the door in a couple days. But Luo Chong in front of him just ran so unhurriedly. Seeing the piranha slowing down, he also slowed down, just kept within the range of the bow and arrow, giving the piranha the feeling that it seems to be able to catch up with them by running a few more steps. But as soon as they ran, Luo Chong in front of them also ran, which really disgusted them. Luo Chong had really fulfilled the saying, I like the way you can't get used to me, but you can't get rid of me. How can Shameless describe it? Seeing the valley appearing in front of him, Luo Chong also began to get the cavalry ready. Brothers, put down the masks on your bucket hats and cover the heads of the antlered deer with burlap. We're at the place, charge, and cross that mound in front of us. After shouting the order, Luo Chong himself pulled the face scarf tied around his neck up to his nose, and the hood on his back over his head, and took out a piece of woolen cloth to cover Grey Mountain's eyes. But the guy said he didn't need it, and with a long nose raised upwards, snatched the cloth away, and then used his own bushy big ears to cover his face. And meat on the side also followed suit. Cavalry ready to finish. Boring head forward. Luo Chang's speed is the slowest. Stayed at the end of the team, running, but also shooting arrows back. He brought his own 80 arrows all the way to the end of the spoil. Only the last 5 left in the hand. Now a brain all shot behind, but only 1 arrow. And on the piranha basically can't create any effective damage. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The sound of the deer's hooves running wildly across the wilderness. And the Han tribe warriors hiding behind the mound lifted their spirits. And then they heard Mao Da's muffled shouts. Stand by all teams. The chief is back. Put down all the facecloths. Lime bags ready to throw. And the capture teams ready to charge. And in a few moments listen to the chief's orders. The teams were instructed to begin their preparations, with the lime packets in front of them and the ropes gripped tightly in their hands, ready to be thrown out at a moment's notice. Tap tap tap. The sound of deer hooves got closer and closer. Soon the first cavalry crossed the blocking position, followed by the second, the third, and when the last Luo Chong rushed up with 17 piranhas, there were already less than 80 meters between them. Luo Chong deliberately slowed down. Both sides drew closer and closer. Seeing that they were about to catch up, the man-eating apes also began to accelerate. They were eager to eat alive the human in front of them who had molested them all afternoon. A few breaths later, Luo Chong, Meat, and Grey Mountain also ran up the mound. And right at the moment of leaping onto the top of the mound, Luo Chong immediately shouted, Cast lime. The next moment, just as the cannibal apes rushed into the small basin surrounded on 3 sides, more than 100 men instantly rose from the tops of the surrounding mounds, waving whirling packets of powdered lime in their hands, and flinging them swiftly toward the center of the small basin. There was a sound of cloth bags scattering, or hitting each other, and white dusty smoke instantly covered the small basin in the center, filling it with smoke and blocking everyone's view. Without delay, the warrior who had thrown the lime packet immediately picked up a second lime packet and began to throw it, the cloth packet spinning in their hands, and before the second round of powdered lime could make its way out of the basin of smoke, heartrending screams rang out. Ah! Roar! Hearing the screams, the soldiers were all invigorated. The tactics worked. So there was no more hesitation. The second lime packet in their hands also whistled towards the center of the basin. Cough cough. Ah. 2 rounds of lime were thrown, and in addition to the screams that did not stop, another violent coughing sound rang out in the smoke. After a dozen or so breaths, Luo Chong also got off the elephant's back behind the mound, and hurriedly ran to the top of the mound to watch the effect, and the Lac tribe guide beside him also tightly grasped a copper spear and followed next to Luo Chong. After waiting for another 5 or 6 breaths of time, the smoke dispersed slightly and the scene in the basin came into everyone's sight. 17 piranhas with long red hairs, as if they had just crawled out of the flower pile, all turned white, and they all made an unanimous gesture of covering their eyes with 2 big hands and rubbing their eyelids vigorously. The great apes were howling in pain. Blood kept oozing out of the fingers of the hands that covered their eyes, and the warm blood came into contact with the lime powder sprinkled on their heads and faces and quickly turned hot, causing them to feel even more pain. They began scratching at their cheeks again with their sharp claws, large chunks of skin and fur being torn off by themselves. One by one, they made themselves look like a mess, covered in a mixture of white powder, their faces scratched and bloody, and some of them gouged out their own eyes, basically incapacitated. The clansmen also looked dumbfounded. Most of them were still seeing such monsters for the first time. One by one, their mouths were wide open as they looked at the huge, human-like giant ape. Meteor Hammer Squad, all of them charge up to me. Split them up. Don't let them get together. Capture Squad, get ready to go up and support them at any time. Luo Chong shouted as he stood on the small mound right in the center. Hearing the chief shout, the clansmen came back to their senses, and the 18 sure clansmen waved their meteor hammers in their hands and quickly charged forward, accompanied by the whistling sound of ropes flying. Just like the preview 2 days ago, a finger-thick sisal rope quickly wrapped around the target. Some wrapped around the thighs of the giant ape, some wrapped around the waist, and there was even one directly wrapped around the neck. Once the leader of the group got his hands on the rope, the 4 strong men beside him also hurriedly pulled the rope, playfully dragging it around. The great apes hissed and struggled violently, but they had now lost their sight and could see nothing, and one by one they were yanked to the ground by the rope. They tried to grab onto something to keep themselves from being pulled away, but there wasn't a single tree around, only knee-high grass on the ground. But the thing snapped at the slightest tug and did nothing to stop them from being dragged away. The white ground, covered in a layer of lime, was dragged out in a dozen tracks. They weren't dragged much farther than that, they were just kept out of each other's way. Seeing that the time was ripe, Luo Chong immediately shouted again, "Capture Group Strike! Spear Squad follow! Quick! Follow follow follow!" Behind the mound of warriors quickly over the heights, a group of 4 capture group pulling a large net rushed up. Poof 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 poof. A huge hemp net shone down on his head, and was pulled by the fighters of the Meteor Hammer group, and the fighters of the capture group. 8 or 9 people exerted their efforts together, trapping the struggling great ape in place. "Brothers, all charge with me and kill those monsters. Kill, kill, kill." Mouse de. The spear squad led by Blood Slaughter swarmed up, and the stragglers who had come to defect in the past 2 days also charged together with their allotted spears. The black press of hundreds of people pressed up in a brain, carrying golden bronze spears. The screams of the great apes were covered by the shouts of the warriors, and a dozen or so injured and trapped great apes were annihilated in the tide of people in the blink of an eye. In the encirclement of a dozen or so small positions, the plopping sound of copper spears piercing into their bodies was continuous. The warriors were shouting to give themselves courage. The blood of the great apes was gushing out. The lime-pasted fur was reddened by the blood, turning sticky and boiling hot. The clansmen were shouting in joy, and there were others who were crying while sticking their copper spears in. They had finally avenged their dead clansmen today. All right, all stop. Everyone save your strength. These monsters are dead, but there are still more than 200 enemies behind them. We have to keep up the good work and prepare to win the next battle. The enemies that are rushing to invade our Han tribe, we can't let them end it so cheaply. Luo Chong watched as everyone was almost out of breath as well, and hurriedly shouted to stop. Great Han is mighty. Great Han will win. Rat D was also down there, shouting with his blood-stained spear held high. Han, 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 Han. Hundreds of people raised their spears and chanted in unison. Chapter 201 Night Attack, requesting tickets, subscriptions, comments, and comparisons. The remnant of the sun was like blood, illuminating a messy battlefield, where the corpses of 17 giant apes that had been stabbed into a hornet's nest were laid out. The ground was dyed red with blood, and they would be strewn in the wilderness, turning into fertilizer for the land. The warriors had retreated to their campsite in the valley, washed up in the creek, and then began to bury their pots and pans. The clansmen were cooking food and discussing the battle just now. but most of them were talking about how powerful the chief's tactics were, and how lime powder could be used in this way. But it was a pity that they didn't bring much this time. If they had brought more, they would have thrown a round of lime powder in the next battle, and then they would have been able to fight in any way they wanted to. But there were some people who didn't want that, like the Lac tribe guide who showed Luo Chong the way. Chief, those remaining enemies can't fight like this anymore. Today I saw that there are clansmen of our tribe captured in their ranks. If they still fight like this, those clansmen of mine will die too. Luo Chong nodded in understanding and then said to him, I know what you're saying. We've used up all the lime we brought this time. And those enemies, I have no intention of killing them. Not kill them? That Lac tribe guide froze at Luo Chang's words, then asked in confusion. Yes, don't kill them. Our tribe has a lot of work to do. It's too cheap to kill them directly. I'm going to take them back to work. Luo Chong explained. Oh, then why do we have to use them for work when we can't do it ourselves and waste food by keeping them? The guide asked, seeming to understand. There's too much work to be done. No amount of people is enough. The more people there are, the more work there is. No amount of people is enough. What's a little bit of food compared to all those laborers? And it doesn't take much food. Do you think I'll let them have enough to eat every day? Luo Chong explained, ending with a rhetorical question. That guide slightly realized, but still some do not understand. Listen to those cavalry said. The Han tribe has a lot of people, and this time alone has gathered hundreds of warriors, plus women and children. The number is really not bad, but are so many people? What work to do? Everyone is not just every day to collect food. Is there something else? Thinking of this, the guide continued to ask, Chief, what kind of work does our tribe have to do? Don't we all go to gather food and then go hunting every day? No, you don't need that many people to hunt. There are too many of us, and we need to build sturdy houses for everyone to live in, sheltered from the rain in the summer and the wind in the winter, and we need to dig rivers to draw in water and plant crops, and go up into the mountains to cut down trees and gather firewood and wood. There is a lot of work to be done. The more the guide listened to, the more confused. Simply no longer ask. When the time to go to the Han tribe to see will know. He is now only concerned about his own people who are still alive. After the meal, the clansmen took a short break, and Luo Chong called for a meeting with a few of the higher-ups, including Mouse De, Beast Tooth, and Blood Butcher, and talked to them about his decision to prepare to take the captives back to work. Several people did not object, and even agreed. They were aware of how much the Han tribe had to do. It was good to be able to capture these enemies back. It was better than just killing them, but how to capture them was a problem. It was not one or two, but more than 200. It was not that good to capture them, but since Luo Chong had already made a decision, it meant that he already had a solution, and everyone just had to follow the order. Luo Chong also briefly said his plan. Those cannibals with legs to walk certainly not fast, and they also with prisoners. Today is certainly not go this side of the valley. They will certainly find a place to camp for the night, and this battle plan is the middle of the night while most of them are asleep to engage in a sneak attack. The battle plan was agreed upon. The team quickly assembled again. The warriors have been ambushed here for a day today, except for that short battle in the evening. Basically, even if they rested for the whole day and just finished a victory, now is the time when the morale is high. Listening to the chief said that this time we have to take the initiative to attack and capture those enemies alive to go back to work. Everyone's enthusiasm is very high, but Luo Chang's next first order made the clansmen cry and laugh a little, while also laughing a little, feeling that the battle might be more interesting this time. Luo Chang let the clansmen in the creek dug a mound, and into the water, and into a pool of mud, and then jump down one by one to make a roll and then come out. All the clansmen are wrapped in a layer of mud. Cannot see a little bit of the original skin color? And even the weapons above the mud wrapped in a layer. The clansmen were so new to this that one by one they all turned into mud monkeys and began to stand in line, which, in the chief's words, allowed them to blend in with the night and not be easily detected by the enemy, making them most suitable for a surprise attack in the middle of the night. It was completely dark when the hundreds of mud warriors of the Han tribe finished their formation and began to split into several echelons to the north. The first echelon has 30 people, searching in a fan shape to the north. Each person is about 1 or 2 dozen meters apart. If they find an enemy in front of them, they will not take the initiative to attack. They will come back and report first, then gather together, and finally listen to the chief to unify the arrangement. The second echelon has 70 people, scattered in 7 columns, each team of 10 people, and the first echelon to maintain a distance of about 200 meters. If the first echelon encountered an accident, these 7 squads can do rapid support. The third echelon had 100 men in 10 columns, keeping a distance of 200 meters from the second echelon. The rest of the 200 or so remaining warriors were at the end of the line, and they were in the rear along with the cavalry and the 2 ox carts. There's no way, if everyone walks together, It's not a sneak attack. The sound of hundreds of people marching is still very loud, and it's likely to be detected by the enemy sentries before they even get to the place. Several echelons quickly searched forward, while Luo Chong himself stayed in the first echelon of the team, serving as the search mission directly to the north. 2 rounds of dim moon hanging in the night sky. This night is not a clear day. A little cloudy look. The sky cannot see a star. Only 2 moons in the clouds behind the hidden at times. The group traveled rapidly for 3 or 4 hours, until it was nearly midnight, when one of the soldiers in the first echelon suddenly noticed a fire not far ahead, and then immediately went back to report it to the group behind him. Luo Chong also got the hint, and he also looked towards the place with the firelight, and then he quietly arrived close enough to reconnoiter himself, and finally determined that this campsite was exactly the cannibals they were looking for. Luo Chong came back and immediately rallied all the warriors, letting everyone take a rest and drink some water to replenish their strength in a place where the enemy couldn't see them. And then he himself picked a dozen or so clansmen who knew how to use bows and arrows, and took the lead in touching up towards the enemy's lodging place. Chapter 202, The attack begins. Begging for tickets, begging for subscriptions, begging for comparisons, begging for comments. Luo Chong led the first echelon and the second echelon to retreat quickly, and the back of the large force to meet, and then gathered everyone in place to start resting. Now is not the best time to attack. To wait until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The sky is the darkest, and the people are the most sleepy time to do it. Han Tribe's assembly point is not very far from the cannibal campsite, but the 2 sides are at least 1 kilometer apart. This distance whispering the other side cannot be heard, as long as the campfire is not lit will not expose the target. Everyone also put down their hearts and took water from the buckets on the ox cart to drink, and then they gathered around the ox cart, either sitting or lying down in place to rest, but none of the weapons left their hands, and even when they slept, they were held tightly in their arms. Luo Chong again let Mouse to temporarily lead the group, and called up Bloodslaughter and that lacquer tribe guide himself, and the 3 of them once again went forward to reconnoiter the enemy camp. The 3 mudmen catjogged all the way to a position 200 meters away from the other party's campsite, and then they began to lie down on the ground and creep forward, slowly feeling their way towards the front. At a distance of 200 meters, the trio had climbed for 10 minutes, with the enemy close at hand, and the crackling of burning firewood in the campfire could be clearly heard in their ears, most of them asleep. The cannibal totem warriors, using their rattan shields as bedpans on the ground, slept on them themselves, with their spears not far from them, a dozen or more standing and braced together, while they had only close-fitting stone axes at hand to use in battle. These people slept soundly. Perhaps in their hearts they thought that with a dozen or so man-eating apes fighting first, Luo Chang's group was absolutely certain to die, and they didn't think for a second that Luo Chong would be able to lead a counterattack and come back. So their defense is also very lax. There is no arrangement for mobile sentry patrols at all. There are only so many 5 or 6 fixed sentries, and they are still nodding their heads one by one, obviously napping, and the secret sentries are even more needless to mention, and it is estimated that they don't even know what the secret sentries are. This campsite has almost more than 200 people, but those captured prisoners did not stay with them. But in this campsite slightly to the north of the place, the 2 sides are less than 10 meters away from the distance, where there are also a few totem warriors on guard, and also appear to be more energetic look. Perhaps they are also afraid of the captives to run away. There are men, women and children arrested. There were 60 or 70 people when we saw them in the morning, but now there are only 50 or so when we count the heads. Where are the people? Just as Luo Chong wondered how people were missing, a muffled grunt suddenly sounded from the side, along with the sound of a fierce struggle. It was Bloodslaughter who was covering that guide's mouth and pressing it hard to the ground, while the guide was glaring angrily with tears spewing out of his eyes at one of the totem warriors who was standing guard. That totem warrior's hand is holding a baked strip nibbling, mouth-eating slurping sound, and then look at his hand of that strip. The top is clearly the human 5 fingers. He is nibbling is exactly the human arm. Ah, bastard. This time there was no need to ask. The ones that were missing must have been eaten by them. Luo Chong held back from spitting out his dinner, turned his head back and reached out to wring his hand on the guide's leg, then glared at him, telling him not to be impulsive. After scouting the other party's specific deployment, the 3 of them climbed back up again, and then Luo Chong immediately began to gather the clan to assign tasks. The archers were drawn out of the 50 with good archery skills, and in a moment they set fire to attack the dozen or so sentries, to kill the dozen or so in an instant, and not to make too much noise, so as not to wake up the sleeping people on the ground. Another 50 warriors were sent out to sneak into the other side's camps after the guards had been eliminated and steal the spears they had propped up on the ground, leaving them without their long weapons. The remaining 300 or so people ambushed the surrounding area, and when these were done they swarmed up and covered the enemy with the 30 large nets, and the warriors who did not have the nets had to go straight to work, with the first objective being to seize the stone axes in the hands of the enemy, so that they would be completely deprived of the weapons they used to put up a fight. Then the rest is easy. Unarmed group fight. Nearly twice as many warriors on the Han tribe side, and with weapons in their hands, it should be easier to control the scene. This meticulous reconnaissance trip, coupled with the return to deploy the combat mission, brought the time to about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the brigade grabbed their gear and began the night raid. Still like last time, when the trot reached a distance of about 200 meters, the warriors began to creep forward. The archers crawled in the forefront. This time everyone crawled more slowly and carefully, because there were a lot of people, and very small noises were dense and easy to be detected. After climbing for more than 20 minutes, hundreds of mud warriors also reached the position of leaning forward. Both sides gathered within 40 meters, did not dare to get too close, only the archers were more forward. Almost 20 meters away, the archers were equipped with longbows. There was no way to lie on the ground and fire them like a crossbow, so they could only wait for Luo Chang's order. When the time came, everyone would stand up together and attack. After about another minute or two, the enemy's guards hadn't yet noticed, and the sleeping people hadn't moved much. Luo Chang finally gave the order to start the attack. Bu-ku, bu-gu. Two imitation cuckoo calls came out of Luo Chang's mouth. Those enemies standing guard froze for a moment. What kind of bird is this? How come they have never heard such a call? But they didn't have the chance to recognize it more carefully. The moment they heard the code word, 50 mudmen suddenly stood up in the grass on the ground around a dozen posts, holding longbows that were also covered in mud, with arrows already on the strings. In the next second, the sound of swishing feathered arrows cutting through the air rang out, followed by a muffled sound of plopping, the sound of hitting the target. A dozen or so enemies instantly collapsed to the ground, each with 3 or 4 arrows stuck in their bodies. All of them were shot in the vitals, the heart, lungs, the head, and the neck. The target is only about 20 meters away, and the other party is standing next to the bonfire. The enemy is clear and I am in the dark. If this is not allowed to shoot again, Luo Chang just now will pick these 50 people for nothing. 50 warriors quickly moved out, cat-trotting to the enemy's campsite, picking up the spears propped up on the ground and trotting out. The commotion wasn't great, but it wasn't small either. Some of the totem warriors who were sleeping rolled over in place, and others swept around in a daze. But the Han tribe warriors, mixed with mud, were not conspicuous in the darkness of the night, and not many people noticed them. The enemy's spears were all stolen and thrown to the back. The rest of the warriors immediately rushed up, but the scene was very quiet for a time. Not a single person shouted to fight, went up and directly covered the enemy with a large net when the head, specializing in picking up the place where there are many people to do it. For example, those 5 or 6 people gathered in the place. If there are only 3 or 4 people, it will be left to those who have no net warriors to do it. Chapter 203, The Harvest of the Northern Expedition, Seeking Tickets, Subscriptions, Comments, and Comparisons. When the first big net covered down, the enemy finally woke up, but just opened their eyes. The body has been covered by a big net, around the sudden emergence of a number of humanoid, but mixed body and mud a color of the monster. At them without a head is a head kicking and kicking, hit them more than howling, but cannot break free from the body of the big net. Their own hands of the stone axe cannot be swung out at all. The remaining 60 or 70 enemies who were not covered by the net also rose up to resist. They wanted to take their spears, but when they twisted their heads, the spears had long disappeared, so they had no choice but to fight with the stone axes in their hands. But those who surrounded them in the hands of the mud people are holding long weapons. Totem warriors with stone axe simply cannot attack the mud people of the Han tribe. They cannot throw the stone axe out, because throw out the hands of nothing left, then only a dead end. Some of the small positions temporarily appeared in a stalemate standoff. There were also some enemies who just heard the commotion and crawled up, and when they saw so many enemies suddenly appearing around them, they didn't even fight and directly started to run away. But they didn't run far before they were yanked back by those mudbloods with their meteor hammers. Then there were the more belligerent ones, 5 or 6 of whom got together and fought the clay men with stone axes, but were soon staked in place by a circle of copper spears. Some also threw the stone axes in their hands at the first opportunity, causing some casualties to the Han tribe. But having lost their weapons, they were immediately pounced upon by several times as many mudbloods, who kept on rounding them up. The brightest performance in this battle is the blood butcher, that killer. He is not used to using the copper spear of the Han tribe. The weapon in his hand is still his original long stick, this time burst into the enemy group. It seems to be like a fish out of water. A long stick left and right to kill, upward cleave and downward sweep, a stick over. The enemy on the spot was put down on the ground, but was not killed, but only knocked out only. The melee didn't last more than a few minutes. The enemies were quickly pinned down and then brutally beaten on the ground. And when they were all under control, Some of the clan members immediately found ropes and started tying people up. Luo Chong had the warriors carry back all the spears they had just captured, chopping off the spearheads with the axes they had with them, leaving only a bare pole, and then placing the rest of the long wooden sticks across the backs of the captives, and then wrapping their 2 arms around the sticks, and in the middle having to wrap them around their necks, and then finally tying them up into a human-shaped cross, so that they could not gather their 2 hands together. There is an advantage in tying people in this way. Both arms are forced to be spread out to the maximum distance and the hands are not together, so that they can't untie the rope themselves, they can't bite it with their teeth, and if they struggle they will strangle their necks, and they won't be able to untie themselves at all. And with the posture of arms spread out, so that is to escape also cannot run fast, the body cannot run up to swing the arm, it will lose balance, running fast will certainly fall down, don't want to get back up again. This posture lying on the ground, and then want to get up again is very laborious. The general public can't do it, so there is no need to worry about them escaping. After about 20 minutes, the prisoners were all tied up and put down on the ground. They could not get up at all, they could only lie on the ground and yell, but as soon as they made a fuss, they were immediately beaten again, and slowly there were no prisoners to make a fuss. At last count, there were 237 enemies, 29 shot and stabbed to death, and 208 captured alive, which would be the first slaves of the Han tribe, and for life, there was no possibility of their joining the Han tribe. Han tribal warriors have not been killed in this battle, only 5 or 6 minor injuries. The standard of minor injuries is that they will not be disabled and will not threaten life. Serious injuries is that there is a possibility that they will die, and if they get well, they will be crippled. And these are the 2 standards that Luo Chong uses to assess the injuries. What remained were the 57 rescued captives, who were clansmen of the 2 tribes that had been attacked before, and now, seeing the sudden appearance of so many mud-covered warriors, among whom were their clansmen who had escaped before, and listening to those clansmen's stories, they all agreed to join the Han tribe. With their own strength, they were unable to keep themselves safe, and now they were able to join a powerful tribe that was willing to take them in. After this battle, the Han tribe gained 208 slaves and 114 stragglers to join them at the cost of 6 lightly wounded and none killed in action, and the tribe grew some more. But Luo Chong thought that the biggest gain of this northern expedition was not these. Rather, it was the Han tribe's first experimental defeat of a dozen or so man-eating apes that found a suitable tactic for possible large-scale conflicts in the future, which was important, far more rewarding than this one battle, and very strategic, proving that man-eating apes were not impossible to defeat. Moreover, the 2 consecutive victories in one day had really boosted the morale, and the tactics arranged by Luo Chong, the chief, in the 2 battles had also made the clansmen almost casualty-free, which had increased Luo Chang's prestige in the hearts of the warriors. Of course, there was another important harvest Luo Chong did not forget. That was the lacquer tribe's lacquer grass, that kind of magical plant that could produce natural lacquer. This must also be brought back. The warriors rested in place for half the night, and in the morning, after daybreak, Luo Chong called in Mausta to give him a task. Mouse Big, this time, you lead the large troop back to the tribe first, keep an eye on those slaves on the way, don't give them food for the time being, just give them some salt water to drink, starve them for a few days. Save them still have the strength to resist, put them all down when resting on the road, and also send warriors to guard them in shifts, and give them a little bit of food when they get back to the tribe, only 1 meal a day, just don't starve, don't let go of them for the time being, and wait for me to go back to make the arrangements again. Luo Chong spoke to Mausta about the precautions for the return trip and the arrangements for those slaves. Chief, where are you going then? Aren't you going back with us? Mausta first nodded his head to show that he understood, then asked Luo Chong. I'm going to take some people on a trip to the Lac tribe. They have a plant there that's very useful. I'm going to try to get some back and see if I can grow it. Luo Chong explained. A very important plant? Is it for eating like rice? No, it's something similar to the oleander tree. Their sap is very useful. It can be applied to wood or metal. It can provide a protective effect, and it can make the things that are built to be used for a longer period of time. Luo Chong once again introduced to that kind of plant. Oh, then chief, do you want to bring more people? We won't need that many people to guard the slaves when we get back. They're all tied up and can't resist. This is not necessary. You take all the people back. I only need 5 cavalrymen and a guide and that's enough. We're fast. We won't be delayed for too long. Maybe before you guys walk back to the tribe, I'll have brought people to catch up with you. Luo Chong waved his hand and refused. Alright then, chief, take care on the road. I'll keep an eye on those slaves. Mausta got up and bid farewell to Luo Chong. Luo Chong also nodded and called up 5 cavalrymen. He himself rode Grey Mountain, and let the guide from before ride meet. The 7 of them broke away from the large group and turned to continue galloping northward towards where the Lacquer tribe used to reside. Chapter 204, The Expanding Chestnut Tribe, Beg for that. Luo Chong took a few cavalrymen and guides with him to the Lac tribe settlement. They had to find a way to bring back some lac grass, preferably to get seeds, or failing that, dig up some of the mother plants and come back to try and grow them. On the other side of the road, Mausta was heading back towards the Han tribe with a group of more than 700 people. Their speed was very slow, mainly because the captives who were tied up were traveling too slowly, but this was safe. On the way, there were indeed captives who tried to escape, but when they were being chased, they couldn't run very far before they would fall down and be captured and brought back to give them a severe beating. This did not last long, and by the time the next day rolled around, due to the fact that the captives had all been fasted, coupled with the severe beatings they had received in the previous battles, and after walking continuously for a day, they no longer had the strength to run away, and every time they tried to run away, they didn't end up running, which caused them to despair, while at the same time holding a glimmer of hope in their hearts that those cannibal apes would come to their rescue. They had been thinking that the man-eating apes might have been lured away by these enemies in front of them with a small group of men, and that they might come back when they had killed the men, but when they reached the campsite at the mouth of the valley, they were finally completely dead in the water. On the battlefield outside the mouth of the valley, there were still a dozen or so corpses of great apes lying all over the place, although they were very reluctant to face this result, but this was the truth. Their downfall would not be able to be changed in the end, and there was only the unknown waiting for them. Why don't these bundlers just kill them? Where to take them? What are they going to make them do? The more unknown things are, the more fearful they are. Humans have always been afraid of the unknown, but they can't do anything about it. At the same time in the Han tribe, there were only 700 or 800 female adults left, and children numbering in the thousands. There were only about 200 copper spears left in the tribe, but there were a great many tools that could be used as weapons. Long-handled hoes, long-handled copper shovels, and axes of all sizes, all of which could be used as weapons. In addition, there were a dozen longbows, and a lot of arrows, the longbows having been brought back by Dashu, who had just returned from Mount Babeo, and a dozen of them, driving 3 high-gang mining wagons drawn by 2 oxen, had come back overland, loaded with 2 wagons of copper ore, and 1 of flaky pyrite. However, when Dashu had just rushed his cart across the small bridge and returned to the settlement, he was surprised to see dozens of outsiders quarreling, or arguing, with the elder and the mouse witch, and those 20 to 30 outsiders were none other than the Chestnut tribe clansmen who had come to trade. The cause of the matter was like this. The Chestnut tribe was still maintaining the trade of tongue saplings and tongue seeds with the Han tribe every 4 days, and after a number of transactions, the Chestnut tribe had already obtained a large number of pottery from the Han tribe, especially the Han tribe's pots and pans, which had now reached a size where 2 or 3 people had 1 pot, and which were able to fully satisfy the Chestnut tribe's use. This time they had wanted to exchange some more pottery bowls, or white salt as a reserve, but when they arrived at the Han tribe, they were surprised to find that the large area of rice that they had originally planted had disappeared, and those hundreds of men who were supposed to be building a house had disappeared as well, and there were only women and children left in the Han tribe. This situation greatly stimulated the Han tribe. Has always had a bad heart. Maoli has always wanted to and Han tribe trade to grow their own, with the Han tribe for pottery and white salt with other tribes in exchange for population, but he is more interested in the Han tribe's bronze tools. They had been using the 2 copper axes and the copper shovel that Luochon had traded to them at the beginning, which made Mali realize the importance and convenience of copper tools, so he had been salivating over the Han tribe's copper tools for a long time. But when he had mentioned trading copper tools with Luochon before, he was directly rejected by Luochon. But this time, the Han tribe had no men, so it seemed to be a good opportunity. Mali observed the current situation for a while. He had intended to come to trade, and did not bring many people. Only 10 adult men carrying saplings, and a dozen or so women carrying tongue seeds. Want to rob copper directly from the Han tribe here is unrealistic. Those hundreds of women from the Han tribe were also not weak fighters, and those women had long weapons, or copper, and Mali knew the power of copper, and he knew that he was no match for them, unless he called all the adults of the tribe over, and maybe he could fight, but this round trip would take 4 days. Maybe by the time he brought his men over, the men of the Han tribe would have returned as well. So there was only one chance, and he decided to take advantage of Luo Chang's absence to extort, blackmail, even if it was just to get some more copper. With this, Maoli made his own unreasonable conditions. He demanded to the elders who received him on this occasion, that for this transaction, the Han tribe must pay in copper, a copper axe or a copper spear, or else they would stop trading with the Han tribe in the future, and would bring their own tribesmen over to rob them, and that if you don't give it to us, we'll rob them ourselves. But how could the elder agree to such a condition? He knew that the Han tribe was able to develop to the current scale, relying on those copper weapons. How could he trade them to other tribes? Not to mention that he did not have the right to do so. The copper weapons had always been strictly controlled by Luocheng, and the Han tribe's copper reserves are very low. Almost can be said that there is no storage, mainly or production capacity is too low. Coupled with the Han tribe is currently the development stage. The need for a large number of tools, just refining out of the copper quickly fused into a bronze alloy, was made into a variety of tools, barely to achieve their own use, much less foreign trade. In this way, the two sides of this transaction into a stalemate. The elders' dead give, coupled with the age of some older. Was furry angry the whole person is not good, arguing red, and later the rat which also recruited, the two together on the furry tongue and lips. There is no way we can give you a deal on copper, don't even think about it, and you don't have to threaten us. If you have the ability, just fight over and try. Our Han tribe is by no means something you can defeat even if we don't have any men, and by then it's not even certain that you will be able to go back when you come. Our chief will be back soon. In 2 days even if you still want to trade white salt with us, we won't trade. And for your tongue trees, our chief will bring someone to get them himself. The two old men threatened back at Maoli. I know you Han tribes are powerful. I don't want anything. I just want some copper. You all have so many. So what if you trade us some? It's not too much to ask. Our tribe's tongue tree grows right there. It's easy for you guys to go over there and grab it. I know I can't stop it, but I can cut down all those trees and burn the woods right to the ground. So you won't get any of them then. I'll see what you'll do then. Tell me, will you give me the copper or not? Mori also knew that he was no match for the Han tribe in a hard fight, so he switched to a different method of threatening, directly using the destruction of trees as a threat. You, hear Maoli so say. This can be the two old men angry. They know Luocheng is very like this kind of tongue tree. Also heard Luocheng said this is very important things. The development of the Han tribe absolutely have important significance. Now the other side actually want to destroy the tree. How can he be so shameless? You two old men, in the end to change or not? I'm not taking it for nothing. This is not for you to transport saplings. Looking for you to change a few copper cannot? Then do you still want this sapling? If you don't exchange it, I'll take it as if you don't want it. The big deal is that we've made a trip for nothing this time. We don't want this sapling either. I'll cut it down first, and when we get back we'll burn the woods. Maoli finished saying that from the back of the waist to pull out the long-handled copper axe that had been exchanged for the first time. An axe on a transported sapling. Arm-thick small tree was cut in half on the spot. The tongue tree is really not very sturdy. This time the two old men but overly angry. The elders then angry as straight roll eyes. Almost fainted on the spot. The rat which directly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. More shivering stretching out his hand, pointing at the crowd of hairy chestnuts, shouting to the surrounding women. Take them down. Don't let them go back. And don't let them burn the woods. Chapter 205, What should I do? Request for tickets. Various requests. The surrounding women quickly picked up weapons. The chestnut tribe of more than 20 people surrounded together. See such a scene. The hairy chestnut some square. He just realized a serious problem. If they cannot go back this time, then just now the threat will not be able to establish how is it good? I'm furry. I'm so square. What should I do now? Who can tell me? Wait online. Quite urgent. Just as the scene was about to get out of hand for a moment, Dashu returned with 3 ox carts, and with them, at the same time, a dozen or so adult men who had been digging copper for a long time, all of them stalwart laborers and likewise warriors. Without saying a word, Big Tree greeted a dozen warriors, picked up a bow and arrow and joined the besieging team. Although he didn't understand the situation, but it's always right to turn toward his tribe, Dasuki asked, holding a longbow with an arrow on the string, though not drawn. Turning his head to the clan member aside. What's going on here? Aren't they from the chestnut tribe? Why are they fighting? They wanted to trade the tongue tree for our copper. The elders and the rat which refused. And that chestnut tribe leader said that when they went back they would burn the woods. And that if we didn't give the copper, we wouldn't get the tongue tree either. A woman who had just stood by explained. So just don't let them go back, right? Well, that's a good thing then. Leave it to us. Understanding the situation, Oshiki turned to the encircling Maori again and asked. You want copper, don't you? Well, who are you? Can you make the decision? If you promise to give me copper, I won't burn the tree when I go back, and we can continue to trade in the future. But you'll have to trade us copper in the future as well. How about it? Can you promise? Molly looked at the dozen or so men who suddenly came over in front of him, but only Dashu had a silver shining tin crown on his head, which seemed to be of quite a high status. So he started to talk to Dashu again. Copper. Ah, this one in my hand is also copper. See if it's okay to give you this one? Dashu said as he drew his longbow, the bronze cast arrow tufts glinting brightly in the sunlight. What is this? This is too small, isn't it? We wanted bronze spears and bronze axes. Mori glanced at the tiny arrow and felt that Oshiki had already made concessions. At the very least, from being adamant about not giving it to being willing to trade, which seemed like a good start. This copper vessel may be small, but it's useful. Do you want to see what it's for? The corner of Deshu's mouth lifted into an evil smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? Molly seems to notice that the atmosphere is a little bit wrong, as if where the strange look, speak a little bottomless. It seems that this guy wearing a silver crown is also too good to talk about it. What for? Watch and I'll tell you what it's really for. With words in his mouth, Deshu had already aimed the drawn arrow in his hand at Maori's head, and in the next second, the fingers of the hooked string were instantly straightened. With a whoosh sound, the arrow flew out, almost a face-to-face shot, with only so many 4 or 5 paces between the two of them. The arrow basically didn't have any flight before it shot straight into Mori's head, and then ran out from the back of his head, and finally got stuck in the front and back of his skull, nailing the whole arrow to Mori's head. Pouncing, Maori fell straight to the ground. The arrow at the back of his head smashed straight into the ground by the weight of his head, his eyes round and dead, his body still twitching one by one, until he died. He had never thought to understand why this big tree, which seemed to be pleasant and full of smiles, would suddenly kill himself, and that small-looking copper vessel in his hand was actually a kind of weapon, and could actually kill himself without touching him. Shouldn't it be like a copper spear and copper axe that could only be attacked when close to the body? Unfortunately, he would never be able to think about it. The organ he used to think had been churned to mush by the impact of the arrow that had likewise taken his life. The scene fell silent for a time, and even the ragged gasps of those surrounded in the center could be heard. Dasuki drew an arrow on his string once more and smiled as he faced those surrounded in the center. Anyone else want a copper? I have more here and can give him one. Chestnut tribesmen all shook their heads in speechlessness, which is really a gift of copper. This is to kill. Who dares to say that they want too long to live? Seeing them shaking their heads, Deshu's face went cold and he gave orders to the men and women around him in an extremely serious manner. Tie them all up for me, and whoever dares to resist, send him an arrow, and escort them all under strict guard until the chief returns to dispose of them. Yes, the surrounding Han tribe clansmen shouted in response in unison, so loud that it scared the Chestnut tribe clansmen standing in the center. Some people directly surrendered their weapons. There are also people running, want to rush out to escape back to the tribe. The result was surrounded by a dozen archers round of shooting, shot into a hedgehog, hit by more than 10 arrows, killed on the spot, scared the other people no longer dare to resist. They all tied their hands, and finally all detained and guarded. The elder and the rat witch, who had slowed down, looked at the two corpses lying on the ground, and while they got out a mouthful of bad breath, they couldn't help but worry in their hearts. Let's just kill them, won't something happen? Will it cause trouble for the tribe? What if they come over to take revenge? The chief doesn't know when he'll be back yet, and I don't know if they've won the fight yet, and if the casualties are big. Rat witch said worriedly. He had seen those cannibalistic totem warriors before, and with the advantage of his tribe's weapons, plus the fact that there were also more people than them, there was definitely no problem in winning the fight, just that he didn't know how many people would die, and he also didn't know when Luochon would be able to come back. Don't worry guys, the chief is a godly man who can open mountains. He can definitely win the fight. If he meets up with the enemy this time, I guess it won't take more than a couple of days before he should be back. Besides the Chestnut tribe, it is their own to seek death. Actually dare to threaten our Han tribe, ran to our Han tribe to wild. How can we let them go back? Do not look at them to go back to burn the tree. The chief is very important to the tongue tree, that thing. Also, even if they really dare to come over to take revenge, they can't take many people, minus the ones we left behind this time. There are at most dozens of adults left. Just our dozen or so longbows and a few rounds of arrows would be enough to wipe them out. You two just rest assured that nothing major will happen. Deshu was the earliest person who voluntarily followed Luochong. He was familiar with Luochang's ability and character, and he was also quite trusted by Luochong. Usually when Luochong was not around, he was the acting chief, temporarily managing the whole tribe, watching the Han tribe grow up step by step under the efforts of his people. Dashu was very proud and also felt grateful for the decision he had made in the first place. Coupled with the Han tribe's current size and powerful strength, let Big Tree do things very well. Now the general small and medium-sized tribes, Big Tree simply do not put in the eyes. He does not take the initiative to mess with others is a good thing. How will be afraid of others to attack? Well then, I hope the chief can bring back some more alive. Never too many sacrifices. And let's wait for the chief to come back to deal with this matter of the Chestnut tribe, and hold them for the time being. You're right. We can't just watch them burn the trees, or the chief will be more angry than if we lost the war. The elder on the sideline spoke while gazing to the north, hoping that the returning chief would be seen from the north in the next moment. Chapter 206, Floating Island in the Salt Lake, begging for tickets and various requests. Luo Chong was destined not to go back so soon. He had managed to come out once, and now that he had the opportunity to explore more unknown worlds, how could he go back without taking 2 more turns? On the afternoon of the day when he separated from the large troop, as Luo Chong and his party were all cavalrymen, they soon reached the place where the Lac tribe used to live, which was a very flat area surrounded by sparse woods and bushes, and with many animal tracks. It was a very good place to live. Plenty of flora and fauna, firewood to use as fuel, animals to provide food, flat terrain, just a little less secure, but it would be nice to build a city. Lac tribal settlement, live all half-crypt-style dome earth house, first in the ground to dig a pit, the bottom of the stone with a stone flat, then in the edge of the pit with tree branches woven walls and roof, and then dug out of the soil to paste on the top of the time. After a long period of time on the top of the will grow grass. Do not go to the front of not easy to find out. The paintbrush the guide was talking about was growing in the bushes, a long sunflower-like plant, green in color, about 1.5 meters tall, with a palm-sized disc at the top, but not the same as a sunflower. Its disc has a lot of small closed holes in the center of the flower. Inside is its seeds, eyeballing about 200 or so. The seeds are about the size of a soybean. It looks somewhat similar to the rosette. Lac grass has a straight main stem, about 2 centimeters in diameter, slightly thicker than a finger. There is a layer of fine fluffy hairs on it, but in fact, they are all short thorns. It is very solid. Luo Chong touched it when he was stabbed, and his finger swelled soon after. It is not poisonous to the point of being poisonous, but human beings have an allergic reaction to its secretion of the lac-like gelatinous substance. The guide of the Lacer tribe introduced to Luo Chong that their tribesmen would not be like this. They were all desensitized by zapping, and their bodies produced antibodies, which made Luo Chong speechless. And it seems that there will be quite a lot of sins to suffer in the future when the tribesmen collect lacquer materials. Above the main stem of the lacquer grass also grew a number of large oval leaves, dark green, each one a foot long and thick, like the leaves of a persimmon tree, the back of which had a layer of bulges like toadstool skin, like blisters formed after a person's skin had been scalded, densely packed, and filled with raw lacquer. Luo Chong used his own bird's beak dagger to make a cut on the main stem, on top of which a sticky white gelatinous substance soon flowed out. The flow was very slow, but in the end it was able to collect quite a lot of it. A single lacquer grass produces about 300 grams of lacquer. If you use modern stuff to describe it, an ordinary disposable paper cup, it can hold about 2 cups. This yield is already quite substantial, but there was something even more amazing than that. The guide introduced to Luo Chong that by collecting the sap of the lacquer grass like this, it would be able to regain its original reserves after 7 days, which meant that he could collect 2 cups of lacquer liquid every 7 days. And from what time of year can it be collected? How many times can it be collected like this? Luo Chong asked with some surprise. It can be gathered from the time it has flowered. When you see the bulge on the back of the leaf bulge, the paintbrush blooms in early summer, and is able to bloom for 2 consecutive ring months. And as long as it blooms, it produces this sap. The flowers fade in midsummer, and then in a ringing month's time its seeds will ripen, when the small closed holes in the disc will open and the seeds will collapse out on their own and fall into the soil, where they will soon grow new paintbrush, and will ripen once more in the fall. Its seeds can also be eaten, but they have a strange odor. We basically don't eat that stuff, but there are many large birds and small rodent-like beasts that love to eat it, and we often use its seeds to make traps in the winter to catch some prey. The guide introduced to Luo Chong. Luo Chong simply surprised beyond words. Can mature twice a year, so that adds up to 4 months of flowering. 7 days can produce about 300 grams of lacquer liquid. 2 seasons a year down. Can produce lacquer time of 120 days. Can be harvested lacquer 17 times, so that the calculation, 2 seasons will be able to produce lacquer 5 kilograms or so. This is still only 2 lacquer grass. Simply heavenly good. More heavenly, and its seeds can be eaten, although not delicious, but can be used to feed poultry and livestock. After all, the feed is also a resource, is not? The Han tribe raised, but there is a red-tailed chicken. With this seed feeding is not just right, and so the seed into a chicken is not still to go into the stomach of the people. Hey, by the way, the guide just said that the Lac tribe uses its seeds to make traps in the winter. So that means they must have a stash of Lac grass seeds. Do you still have the seeds of paintgrass now? Luo Chong asked with an open mouth. There are, but not many. They're in those earth huts. I don't know if they've been vandalized. I'll go look for them, the wizard said, and went off to look for seeds in the earth huts. The Lac tribe had been invaded by cannibals before, and some of the earth houses had collapsed, so Luo Chong had people help digging. And with the guide's guidance and identification, he did find quite a few black orb-shaped seeds that looked like black soybeans. After an afternoon of digging and gathering, it was finally grouped together and weighed almost 50 or 60 pounds. After all, it was something that could be eaten, and the Lak tribe still had quite a stash of it to use as spare food. After collecting these seeds, the sky has also reached evening. Luo Chong is not ready to rush back at night, intends to spend the night here, so the group began to collect firewood in grass. There are also people with bows and arrows to go hunting in the vicinity, also caught a few pheasants and rabbits. 2 days of food is considered to be no worries. When it was time for dinner, Luo Chong customarily took out the white salt again and started to sprinkle it, but that guide ate it but suddenly said to Luo Chong that he had seen it, which surprised Luo Chong. Could there be a salt mine nearby? You've seen white salt? Where did you see it? Luo Chong asked curiously. From here in the direction of the rising sun, a 5-day journey, in the middle of which you have to swim across a river, and there on the opposite bank there is a fairy lake, and there is this thing on the rocks around the lake, which is white salt, but that white salt is not as white as yours, and its lake water is salty as well. The guide introduced. A salt lake? Is there anything like that around here? Then why is that salt lake you mentioned called Immortal Lake? Is it because it has salt in it and the water is salty? Luo Chong continued to pursue the question. He was now curious about the unknown territory around him. Not only that, there are a lot of wild beasts guarding around that fairy lake, as well as quite a few grass-eating horned beasts, and there's a small mountain floating above that fairy lake. Luo Chong carefully analyzed. There are wild beasts guarding. That is naturally false. There should be a lot of animals going over to drink salt water. After all, animals also need salt, and this creates an ecological environment. Large herbivores go over to replenish the salt, and large carnivores roam the perimeter to hunt, which creates what the guides call guarding. In the case of the floating islands, the density of the salt water is so high that it would make sense if something lighter in mass, or some plants, or perhaps naturally occurring basin-shaped rocks, could be floating above the salt lake. But when Luo Chong asked about the specifics of that floating island, the guide's words made Luo Chong freeze. The floating island, which was floating in the sky, was floating just above the Immortal Lake, not very high above the water, and there were a lot of particularly sturdy vinemans around the lake, growing all the way up to the top of the floating island, pulling it down. The elders of the tribe say that if those vinemen hadn't pulled on that fairy island, that island would have flown away. Luo Chong. Chapter 207 Magnetic Levitation, Requests for Tickets. Various requests. Floating in the air. This can't be. This can't be. Luo Chong admonished himself over and over again. This world shouldn't go against physical common sense. At least not at the moment. So how to explain this phenomenon with physics? Floating. Airborne. Maglev? There were huge magnetite veins in that place. So there was that one giant piece of iron where that was repelled from the ground and floated in the air after being separated from the ground by the main deposit below, through the principle of magnetic poles repelling at the same pole, due to a geological activity similar to earthquakes, and then it was pulled by Fujiman, which caused it not to be bounced off the ground. This conjecture and explanation was reasonable because it didn't go against Luo Chang's knowledge of physics, but at the same time, it was also very bold. But if this hypothesis was valid, then this would be a mega iron ore mine that would break through human cognition, and it would also be a magnetite vein of a very high grade. This is not whimsical. There is a similar existence on Earth. There is a mega iron ore mine in the Woolly Bear country, a super iron ore mine recognized by the world, and its mining even affects the magnetic field of the entire planet. This is really not an exaggeration, except that there are no floating islands there, and that iron ore mine is not magnetite. Magnetite is formed by the accumulation of magma, and of the hundreds of minerals that contain iron, magnetite has the highest iron content, reaching about 72%. Hematite is next best, but can be up and down 69%. Limonite is very heterogeneous. To be exact, limonite can't be called iron ore. It's mostly symbiotic with other minerals, and it has the most impurities, so there's no way to be specific about it. There are localized areas that may be high in iron content, but you might not have much of it if you go 2 steps further. Although pyrite also contains iron, it's ferrous sulfide, which has an unusually high sulfur content, and the iron content is usually between 30 and 40%, an embarrassing figure, because if you take pyrite and use it to make iron, it's expensive, and the first thing is that it's a waste of fuel, and you may use a lot of carbon, but you don't end up getting much iron. Moreover, calcining pyrite produces a large amount of sulfide gas, which is particularly polluting and can easily cause acid rain. So most of the time pyrite is used to refine sulfur or used to prepare sulfuric acid by dry distillation. This allows you to use the high content of sulfides in it without polluting the environment, while obtaining sulfuric acid that is much more expensive than the minuscule amount of iron in it. For example, if you use the same volume of pyrite to produce sulfuric acid, you can make $1 000 and be environmentally friendly and non-polluting. And you will also get iron oxide crystals as a byproduct. But you use these pyrite used to refine iron. Refined iron is worth a few $dozen. And this process produces a large number of sulfuric gases. To deal with the hundreds of dollars, this account, you will do. Simply do not have to think about it. Surely used to refining sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is the cornerstone of the industry, which is the Luochong did not take the Babaoshan pyrite refining of iron reasons. But magnetite is different. This is the highest grade of high-quality iron ore. Iron content of more than 70% of the top grade is directly used to make steel. If Luo Chang's own conjecture held true, just imagine what a huge vein it would be to produce such a strong magnetic field that would top a small mountain. It was exciting to think about. Luo Chang, crooked in place, fell into a fantasy. After the old man can also blow with others powerful. My family has a mine. 23,333. Chief, what's wrong with you? Vigorous among the 5 cavalrymen traveling with him saw Luo Chang froze, so he asked carefully, I want to take a look at that immortal lake. There might be something we need there, and a lot of it. Luo Chang came back to his senses and said as he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, something we need? Is it white salt? But don't we have it on the other side of the tribe? Why do we have to go so far to get white salt? Dolly asked in confusion. It's not white salt. It's something that can hold that island in the air. The corner of Luo Chang's mouth lifted into a smile that only a rich thug would have. Something that holds the island in the air? Several of the cavalrymen were dumbfounded with surprise. The guide on the side didn't particularly understand what he was hearing, and after Vigor explained it to him again, he too looked at Luo Chang in disbelief. Wizard had only just sort of joined the Han tribe for 2 days, and didn't know much about what Luo Chang had done before, but now that he heard that Luo Chang actually knew what could float the island, he couldn't help but think of Luo Chang as an immortal-like being. Or else how could an ordinary person know how an immortal island was formed? Chief, is that thing you're talking about the vines that grow underneath the immortal island? Are those vines man lifting the island up instead of being used to pull it down? But what do we need those vines for? The guide talked to Luo Chang about his conjecture, and because he felt that Luo Chang was so interested in the lacquer grass, maybe what attracted Luo Chang to Immortal Island was also a strange plant. No, it's not Fuji man. It's that island floating in the air. That island should be a whole very large rock. And I want that kind of rock, Luo Chang explained. Stone. Is that kind of stone the chief was talking about? Daly guessed. Yes, that's most likely an ore. An ore that we need very much. If it's true, we have to get it, Luo Chang said in a resolute tone. A few people around to see Luo Chang this reaction are a little shocked, as far as it is, as if intending to play with their lives. Chief, what kind of mine is that? Is it more important than our copper mine? It is so far away from us. Do we still have to get it? Dolly somewhat did not understand Luo Chang's thoughts. Yes, if it's true, you have to get it. That kind of ore is called iron ore. It's also a kind of metal. It's even more difficult to refine than copper ore, but it's lighter than copper, and stronger than copper. If you use a piece of iron and a piece of bronze to touch each other, the bronze will be directly broken. You say you want it or not. Luo Chang roughly introduced iron as a metal. Is there something that powerful? I always thought that bronze was the best thing to make a bronze spear so sharp. That thing called iron is actually more powerful than bronze. Dolly exclaimed with great surprise. That's for sure. Iron is not only more powerful, but also can be made into many things. It's just too difficult to make. Unlike bronze that can be poured by directly burning it into copper water, it's too hard to burn iron into iron water. You can only use a hammer to keep smashing it, but we have to make the iron. That way our tribe will become more powerful. Chapter 208, To the East, seeking tickets and comments. That night, after a short period of thinking and deliberation, Luo Chang made a decision that he would send one of his cavalrymen to go back first with the more than 50 pounds of lacustrine grass seeds, and then plant those seeds first once he returned to the tribe. It's just the beginning of summer. If you go back and plant right away, you can still mature for one more season this year, and the planting site is placed on the west side of the city, and there's not much in total, so planting should be quick. Early the next morning, Luo Chang began to take the remaining 5 people toward that immortal lake. This time there are too few people. It is impossible to have any harvest. Just think of it as stepping on the spot first, to prepare for the future to march again. From the Lac tribe to the east, the terrain is still flat. The original sparse forests are now even sparser, and you can't see a tree until you've walked a long way. Instead, there are large areas of grass and patches of scrub, and the ecology of the surroundings has changed dramatically. The creatures that appeared most frequently were the yellow-skinned groundhogs, which stood straight up in groups on guard in the grass, looking around for the enemy, and burrowing into their holes at the slightest movement of the wind. There are also gray-furred hares that run fast, carefully picking at the grass. always on the lookout for sudden predators, such as falcons in the sky, but the falcons don't give a damn about them. Yes, there are a lot of eagles here. Not so much in flocks I guess, but you see so many every time you look up and they just keep circling high in the sky, searching for their prey. Luochong also has been strange. The ground obviously so many rabbits and groundhogs, should not all be their prey? Why these eagles have not been attacked? Until he saw the eagles down to hunt for food at that moment, he no longer thinks so. In the clear sky, a free-flying eagle suddenly swoops down quickly, and the prey it aims at is actually an antelope. The antelope was an adult, at least the size of an artificially bred sheep, but the eagle swooped down, grabbed it with one claw and ran, then took the yowling antelope up in the air and turned toward the east. What did I see? It's not a ing eagle. It's a giant eagle to say the least. The load capacity is so strong, it can actually catch the antelope. It's too heavenly. Luochong thought for a moment that the antelope waist thickness, and then imagine can a claw to catch the antelope giant eagle. That head has to be how big. Stand up for fear is not to be someone high, but it is not an exaggeration. After all, the wingspan of the giant goose are 5 meters it. After marveling at the wonders of the road, the group walked until evening and found a place with a small stream to spend the night, still surrounded by a large plain, with only this time the destination over there, where they could vaguely see the hills on the horizon. When the moon in the east rose from the horizon, Luochong finally saw a small black dot on the surface of the moon. That, I think, was the small island suspended on the lake, and could already see its shadow. The next morning, the team of 6 people continued to face the sunrise. When it was noon, the same accidental discovery hooked Luochang's interest. That is a pile of dry feces. Feces is nothing to see, but this pile is different. It is very large, and there are grass clippings inside. Luochong deliberately let the team stop, and then took a twig to pick open the feces to observe carefully. There are undigested grass clippings. A pile of almost half a kilogram more than this is a large herbivore feces. Feces is not a very small ball-shaped, which means that it is certainly not a sheep class of animals. The sheep's feces are small spherical. Then it was most likely cow or horse feces, and after searching more carefully for nearby footprints, which were a shallow circular pit with palm-sized feet and no toes, then it was an animal of the oddtoad family, and the footprints weren't very deep, which meant that the target didn't weigh very much. This makes the situation clear. There is no toe on the hooves of a large herbivore, and the weight is not very large. This is not a horse. It must also be a cattle animal that is not very large, but it does not matter, regardless of whether it is a cow or a horse. Luochong would like to get back a batch of them. The Han tribe is too short of livestock. There were still plains around with no visible edges, except for rabbits and groundhogs, just a few small antelopes, and not a lot of emus, which are those big vegetarian birds that resemble dingoes, but the cows and horses were completely out of sight. However, Luochong wasn't worried. No matter what, these animals must have to eat salt as well, right? Then they would most likely appear near the salt lake, which was consistent with Luochang's destination, so it would be good to move on. The group continued to set off, and when they went to more than 4 in the afternoon, their group was stopped by a river. This was the river that the guide had said before, and if they walked, it would take them almost 3 days to travel from the Lak tribe to this place. But this time, Luochong and his group were all riding, so it only took them more than a day. The river has a width of about 17 or 18 meters. Luochong can't be sure that this river will not be the same river as the one next to the Han tribe. If it is, it would be better. If there is really an iron ore here, it can be transported quickly from this river to the Han tribe. Well, go back to walk along the river, to explore the road, to see if it is the same one or not. Chief, this river is so wide, how are we going to get across? Dolly from the team asked Luochong as he looked at the river in front of him. This question, you should ask our guide. The Laker tribe has been to the salt lake to harvest salt. They must have traveled from here, right? Luochong first reminded to vigorously, and finally turned his head to ask that guide. Well, we used to cross this river by swimming straight across. This river is not particularly deep and can be swum across. I just don't know if these beasts we are riding can swim across. By the way, Chief, do you guys know how to swim? The guide explained to the crowd and asked Luochong at the end. Of course we will. We have a river there in our tribe too, and we bathe in it often. And these horned deer and dingoes, don't you worry, they can all swim. We can all get over there. However, you just said that you all used to swim from here. Does your tribe often go to that salt lake? Luochong asked. It's not often. Basically we go once in summer and once in fall, and each time we have to gather more than 10, the strongest adult warriors in the tribe before we can go to collect salt once. And once we have to collect enough for the tribe to eat for half a year before we can do it, because the trip is too far, and there are fierce beasts with long teeth near that immortal lake. It's very unsafe with fewer people. And even if you get enough 10 people together, sometimes people die there. The guide replied. Vigor looked a little hesitant as he listened to his guide and then looked at the 4 or 5 people around him. Chief, are we still going over there? Should we come back next time with more warriors? What? Are you scared? Next time it's a sure thing to bring more people, but this time we're going over there too. After Luo Chong said this, he was the first one to take Grey Mountain down to the water first, and swam strenuously towards the opposite shore. Chapter 209, The Tribe on the Floating Island, Requesting Tickets and Comments. At the beginning of summer, the weather is initially hot. Soaking in the river water, Luo Chong feels that the whole person is instantly refreshed. Really comfortable. The river was very clear. Luo Chong plunged into the bottom of the river and probed underneath with his hand. It was about 5 or 6 meters deep, about the same as the deep water of a swimming pool, but it wasn't that deep. Meat and Grey Mountain. The two guys were born to play in the water, soaking in the river and not wanting to come out, sticking their noses in the water and huffing and puffing and blowing bubbles, and using their noses as a water pistol, spraying everywhere. Vigor gritted his teeth, also took his own antlered deer down to the water, crossing the river when the dead arm around the neck of the antlered deer. This guy seems a little afraid of water. The others went down the river one by one and swam to the other side, and the group rested for a while by the river, waiting for the two meat ones to have had enough fun before they continued eastward. The terrain on the east bank of the river changed again. There were more trees once again. The banks were sparser. The further east you went the more there were, but they were still sparse and didn't form a forest. In general it was still a plain dominated by grassland, shrubs, but in the distance the terrain started to get higher and higher. Gradually some hills appeared. Once again the giant eagles appeared in the sky, still flying eastward, and it seemed that these eagles lived in the vicinity of the salt lake in front of them, and the floating island was already visible in the distance, which, according to the words of the guide, would take less than 2 days walking if they were on foot. Luo Chong estimated, with the human feet, if only focus on hurrying, 2 days of travel about dozens of kilometers, should be 50 or 60 miles like it, if the road is better, maybe more far. The day soon came to evening again, but just as Luo Chong and the others started to look for a campsite, a sudden burst of very high-pitched and very unpleasant-sounding beasts' cries came over. This one be a wild ass. Hearing this unpleasant cry, Luo Chong was instantly half disappointed. Originally thought that he could find a herd of cows or a herd of horses, but did not think that the last thing he encountered was a wild ass. But things didn't go the way Luo Chong expected. When Luo Chong saw the creature that made that unpleasant cry, he and vigorously those cavalrymen were flabbergasted on the spot. Only the guide's demeanor was a little bit better. He might have seen that thing before. What is that thing? To be exact, that should be a horse, because it is bigger than a donkey, and the adult shoulder height of this kind of horse should be more than 1 meter 5, and the length of the body is more than 2 meters. It is a kind of horse that is very suitable for giving rides to people. But Luo Chong looked at the group of horses in front of him, did not show the slightest bit of happiness. Instead, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Don't ask why. Ask and I'll cry to you. Because what Luo Chong saw was a group of zebras. Don't laugh. This is a very serious question whether to catch or not. Okay, catch back to use is certainly no problem. But can you imagine a cavalry unit all riding zebras? I can't imagine. The group of zebras in front of me. The horse's face is a little shorter than the average horse. The neck is also shorter, but it appears to be very thick. The body is also very thick. The limbs are not very long in the whole proportion of the body. On the whole, it is very stout, but it is very strong and powerful. Look, it doesn't look like this zebra is likely to be a speedster. It should have a bit better endurance and more pull, and should be better able to carry weight. They are mixed with wide black and white stripes. The front of the face has the thinnest and densest stripes, and the entire top of the horse's head is striped vertically, continuing all the way down to the loin. All vertical stripes, though the stripes on the body are wider. When the stripes reach the waist, there is a clear line of demarcation, and from the waist back they all turn into horizontal stripes that continue into the ponytail. These zebras' calf position below the knee and the entire abdomen were white, without stripes, and looked roughly the same as the zebras on Earth, but their body size should be slightly larger, and there were few zebras on Earth that could be taller than 1 meter 4 at the shoulder, but this one was more than 1 meter 5. Chief, what kind of beast is that? It looks like the blue horse antelope that you captured and brought back before, except that they don't have horns, and the skin on their bodies looks quite nice. Dolly watched from the side for a while, then asked Luo Chong. That kind of animal is a horse. The one with long markings is a zebra. It should be better to use them to pull a cart, and it's also good to use them to plow the land. Those footprints and dung we saw before should be what they left behind. Luo Chong introduced. Zebras? So are we going to catch some to go back? That zebra looks very nice. It would be nice to ride a zebra. Dolly and the few of them looked at the zebra, their eyes sparkling. Luo Chong strange look at a few of them. Your aesthetics so peculiar. Actually want to ride zebra. But Luo Chong carefully thought about it. Now the Han tribe is really in need of animal power. Can find a horse on the good. You care if it has no strips on it. Can work on the line. Thinking of this, Luo Chong made up his mind and said, catch. Definitely catch. How many livestock in our tribe is not enough. Can catch some more is naturally a good thing, so that at least we will be able to grow more rice. But we can't catch them now. They should just live in this area and won't run far. Since we know there are zebras here, let's wait until we bring more people to catch them next time. And try to catch all of this group of wild zebras back, lest we catch a few this time and let them escape. And then we won't necessarily be able to find them next time. Let's leave them alone for now. Let's get the camp up quickly and light the fire with flint. It seemed to me that the herd of zebras were running away just now. There are probably wild animals right here in the neighborhood. So let's all be more careful. Yes, Chief. A few people agreed and started living to make dinner. Soon the smoke from the cooking fires rose up into the sky and soon blended into the red flaming clouds. Smoke, in open terrain was very conspicuous, so Luo Chang's campsite, too, was quickly discovered by others. To be exact, it wasn't the people who found them, but the giant eagles hovering above the sky. But those eagles in turn told their masters. Yes, those eagles had masters. As the sun set, a red haze filled the sky and dozens of large eagles flew back to their nests with their prey. The eagle tribes that lived on the floating island. Breeding falcons and using them to help humans hunt has been going on since ancient times, and it hasn't stopped in modern times, with princes of certain oil-rich countries enjoying raising a hawk, training a falcon, or whatever. The eagle tribe was this kind, a tribe that relied on breeding falcons to help them hunt, and the top of that floating island was supposed to be a habitat for this kind of giant eagle, and the men of the eagle tribe would grow up looking for an eagle egg to start raising, and then train it from a young age. Birds, according to the way of growth, can be divided into two kinds of animals. One is the chickens, ducks and geese-like, just broke the shell can jump around by themselves, which belongs to the early bird. The other is like the eagle, finch, and penguin, which are usually ugly when they first break out of their shells, not even furry, and can't move around, and have to be fed by the old bird to grow up, and won't leave the old bird until they are fully fledged and able to fly out and hunt for food on their own. But they likewise therefore have a characteristic: who feeds them up? They take who as parents, and it is this that the eagle tribe can take advantage of in order to raise eagles. Chapter 210, The Divine Eagle Bazooka, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. The largest surviving eagle on Earth is the golden eagle. The adult bird can grow to a meter high, wingspan of more than 2 meters, and has been extinct in the ancient creatures. The largest eagle is the Argentine giant eagle. The adult bird can grow to more than 2 meters tall, wingspan of 7 meters to hit the bottom of the body. The largest body size can even reach more than 10 meters. And quite long life, with a life expectancy of 50 to 100 years. Of course, the eagle tribe's giant eagle is not so exaggerated. They raised eagles. The largest body size is only 1 meter 6 tall. The average height are in 1 meter 5 up and down. The wingspan of 5 or 6 meters or so. In fact, and the giant goose is about the same size. But this is at the top of the food chain of the carnivorous raptors. The giant geese are only one of their recipes in a dish. Nico 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 nico. Accompanied by a few high-pitched eagle calls, a group of giant eagles with golden heads, golden tails, clad in golden-brown patterned feathers, with rows of white flying feathers along the edges of their wings, and ebony beaks and talons, landed one by one on top of the floating islands of the Salt Lake with their prey, large and small. Father Dar, my Azuka is back. He caught a pony, bigger than his last prey. A young boy of 8 or 9 years old picked up his eagle and looked at the pocket horse it had brought back, happily bragging about it to his alpha father. While what he called Azuka was the collective name of the eagle tribe for all the eagles they farmed, which meant the god who controls the skies. It shows that it is growing up like you. You should encourage it more and give it the best meat of the day first. Rue, the leader of the eagle tribe, said to his son. Yes, Father Dar. With these words the little boy moved his hands, and with a stone knife cut open the pocket pony, and fed all the entrails within to his hawk, and gave about half of the horse's flesh to his hawk also, leaving to himself only the limbs and a small portion of the flesh, and a skin of the horse. The relationship of the eagle tribe's clansman to Azuka is not a master-servant relationship, but more like a friend, or a brother, because Azuka's lifespan is very long, usually living up to 50 or 60 years old, and can be accompanied by a person for the rest of his life, usually one person and one eagle for the rest of his life, which is even more ironic than any kind of true and undying love. The little boy watched his Azuka eat his food, still carefully brushing his feathers aside, then turned his head to look at the sun about to set over the horizon and asked his father again, "Father Dar, why hasn't Bazooka returned today? It's getting dark." The Bazooka he speaks of is the very same eagle that Rue, the eagle chief, has raised and is the most powerful eagle in the tribe, meaning god of the gods, which means eagle king. Nico. The little boy's words had just been finished when a domineering eagle's cry came from the distance. The eagle tribe's Bazooka had returned. It was a different kind of eagle, able to reach a height of almost 1.7 meters, with the same ebony beak and claws, but the main body of the feathers on its body was white, with some bronze-colored tiny patterns mixed in between. Bazooka came back late today, but the prey it brought back was huge. It was a python as thick as an adult's arm, more than 10 meters long, and the snake's head had been pecked to pieces by Bazooka's sharp beak. Instead of landing, the Bazooka swooped down to a low altitude and tossed the python down before taking off again, circling the air a few times and finally screaming loudly towards the west before landing on the floating island and waiting for Rue to give it its share of food. "Da father, what did Bazooka say?" the little boy asked. Bazooka just turned around 6 times and called out twice to the west, meaning that there are 6 people coming from the west, so they should be coming to the salt lake to pick up salt again. "There's no big fuss. There are quite a few people coming to pick up salt every year," Rue explained to his son as he skillfully divided the food. "Da father, so will a girl come over this time? You little brat. You're not even as tall as Azuka and you're already thinking about girls." Chief Eagle slapped his son on the head and scolded him with a smile. The little boy covered his head and hemmed and hawed twice, but didn't retort. "Tomorrow I'll have Bazooka see if he can help those guys pick up salt, otherwise those long teeth at the lake will surely eat them, and it's not easy to come that far to pick up salt once." "Well, I'll let my Azuka go too." The little boy nodded vigorously. The Eagle tribe was friendly in this regard, and they were happy to help other tribes, often sending their own eagles to guide the way for humans who came to collect salt, or to help drive away wild animals. Because they are in the company of eagles, rely on falconry to get food, and live on top of the floating island, there is no enemy that can threaten them, so the eagle tribesmen are self-consciously superior. They are friends and brothers with the gods, and don't care to be enemies with the other human beings, and most of them are in a kind of universalist state of mind. By the next day, the huge-sized Bazooka had indeed gone to help Luo Chong, and had been hovering right above Luo Chang's group. "Chieftain, follow that white eagle and we'll be able to reach the immortal lake very quickly," the guide said to Luo Chong. "Follow the eagle? It can still show us the way?" Luo Chong asked in surprise. "Well, that's the sacred bird that lives on top of the floating island, and it also keeps watch for us from the sky whenever we're picking salt, and sometimes helps drive away wild animals," the guide replied. "That magical? That can really be said to be a divine bird. In that case, let's get going. I'm really getting curious about that floating island. I wonder what else is on there." As Luo Chong spoke, he patted Grey Mountain's head again to make it run faster again, and the other 5 people also urged the horned deer beneath them to speed up. When the group walked to the half of the morning, Luo Chong once again saw the zebra group yesterday. The zebra group was not small. There were nearly 300 horses. They also started to form a large group when they arrived near the salt lake, because there were more predators here, and only by forming a large group could they defend themselves against the predators' surprise attack. Luo Chong didn't bother with them, because he had already seen the outline of that floating island. It was a huge flat island, not in the shape of a small mountain. If he had to say where it was more pointed, it was the bottom of the floating island. It seemed to confirm Luo Chang's conjectures and speculations. That floating island could really be separated from the earth below. The bottom of the floating island was not flat, uneven, and slightly pointed overall, like a gyroscope, or an inverted hill, and traveled nearly 2 hours. Floating island has appeared in front of Luo Chong. Close observation to people caused by the visual impact is too big. This is Luo Chong lived 2 lives to see the wonders of that floating in the air of the flatland, enough to 20 or 30 soccer field size, so motionless suspended in the air above the salt lake. Chapter 211 Exploration. Nico 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 Nico. Just when Luo Chong was intoxicated by this rare natural wonder that he could not extricate himself from, a high-pitched eagle call suddenly came from the sky, pulling Luo Chong back to his senses. It was the warning that Bazooka had given to Luo Chong and the rest of them. It turned out to be the spotted hyenas roaming around approaching Luo Chong in their place. "Everybody take bows and arrows and spears, and keep your weapons out of your hands, and don't get off the backs of the deer, and let's take a look around this salt lake." Luo Chong looked around and immediately gave the order to prepare for battle, then also took out his own bow and arrow and held it in his hand. The arrow was already on the string, ready to deal with unexpected situations. "Yes, Chief." The people took out their weapons. More than 20 spotted hyenas were roaming around the neighborhood, trailing behind Luo Chong and the others all the way, not attacking immediately, as if it was the first time they had seen this kind of humans riding on beasts and were curious about them. Luo Chong and the others then began to ride the deer around the circle. The salt lake is a large area, an irregular oval. The longest place may be 2 or 3 kilometers. The narrowest place is also about 2 kilometers. The area reaches tens of thousands of acres. The lake is green, only the ripples formed by the wind. The overall look is very calm. There is no stream or river around. That is to say, the salt lake does not have a water source. As for the bottom of the salt lake, there is no spring is unknown, but at least from the surface of the water cannot see the difference. This place should rely on the rainwater before the formation of. The crowd circled around the salt lake, and the pack of spotted hyenas followed behind. They had been watching the strange humans, and didn't seem to see any big deal, so they began to prepare for an attack. But it wasn't an easy task. Every time a human came here, as soon as they started attacking the humans, those eagles on top of the floating island would come down and make a mess, which made them miserable, and it was the same today. Luo Chong looked around again. It seemed that apart from the 20 or so spotted hyenas, and the eagles flying in the sky, there didn't seem to be any other predators appearing. Is this the only meat-eating beast here? How come I don't see any others? Luo Chong asked to the guide. In addition to this hunchbacked coyote, there's a pack of long tooths, maybe 4 or 5 of them, but they're not here today, probably hunting somewhere else. The guide called back. Long teeth? What's a long tooth? Is it one of those short-tailed tigers with very long teeth and a yellow body? Vigor asked the guide. Yes, that's the thing. They're even harder to deal with than coyotes. They can kill a person with a single claw. We've had clansmen slapped to death by long teeth before, and even the eagles in the sky can't always beat them. Wizard said. Saber-toothed tiger? Luo Chong came here for such a long time. Really haven't seen a saber-toothed tiger. Only seen the 2 saber-toothed tiger teeth hanging on the chest of the beast's teeth. But the living saber-toothed tiger has never been seen. Since there were no other enemies other than the spotted hounds for the time being, Luo Chong planned to finish off these hyenas and then come down to carefully explore the ground in the surrounding area so that he could have a general understanding of the terrain and distribution of resources here. Let's go. Let's turn around and finish off those ungrateful hyenas. What kind of things are they? They actually want to eat even us. I feel disgusted when I see how ugly they look. Let's go. Luo Chong tugged on Grey Mountain's big ears, making it turn around and head towards the group of hyenas, and Dolly and the others hurriedly followed. Although they were a bit scared, they absolutely could not fall out of the group at this time, and the danger of falling out of the group was still great. The bazooka in the sky had been circling, following Luo Chong around the salt lake, making the eagle chief Rue on the floating island quite puzzled. What are they doing? Aren't they here to pick salt? What's the point of circling around here? Just pick the salt and leave. Father Dar, did that group not know how to harvest salt? It might have been their first time. Rue's son chimed in with his insight. Well, it's possible. Just wait a little longer. With bazooka watching from the sky, nothing should happen. Nico. As a result, just as Rue had finished saying this, the bazooka hovering in the sky suddenly swooped down sharply. That was when something really happened down there. Luo Chong took the lead with an elephant, and took the lead in shooting an arrow towards the spotted hounds not far away. Both sides were about 60 meters apart. Luo Chang's first hit a large hyena's head, hitting it directly on its brain. But maybe the hyena's brain skull was harder. Or maybe it was the angle. The bronze's arrow didn't go straight through its skull, and cut through the skull to penetrate the hyena's scalp. The hyena was hit by an arrow in the head. The arrow was still left on the top of the head. This sudden blow made it very painful. At the same time, it also made it furious. The hyena that was hit by the arrow ferociously lunged towards Luo Chong, who was riding the elephant. But before it could reach its heels, it was lifted to the ground by a claw of bazooka that fell from the sky. At the same time, its neck was scratched out with a couple of deep cuts. Luo Chong seized this opportunity and quickly uploaded another arrow. This time he didn't aim at the hyena's hard head again. Instead he aimed at the front half of the hyena's torso. That's where its chest cavity was. And there must be a lot of important organs in there, such as the heart and lungs. With a whoosh sound of a feathered arrow breaking through the air, the arrow was inserted straight into the chest of the hyena that was less than 30 meters away. The flattened bladed huge arrowhead broke through the hyena's thick fur and went straight to the vital internal organs, and instantly lay motionless on the ground. Luo Chong urged the Grey Mountain to keep moving, just cruising around in reverse while still maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, keeping the spotted hyena within his range at all times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other 4 arrows similarly flew into the group of hyenas, and on the spot, 2 of them fell to the ground with arrows, and blood flowed all over the ground. And then, an unbelievable scene happened. The pack of hyenas imploded and they began to fight over the bodies of the 3 dead hyenas. Such a situation is actually quite normal. Hyenas are peculiar things, And while they also possess decent hunting abilities, they will flock to carrion as soon as they come across something they can get for nothing. The bodies of the 3 companions were looted, and now was the perfect opportunity. Release the arrows, see how high they can get eating their own companions. Now is a good time to initiate an attack. With Luo Chang's command, 5 arrows flew into the hyena group once again from a distance of 80 to 90 meters. Only this time there were still only 2 put down, but it was enough to make the hyenas that liked to eat carrion riot once again, and the hyenas grabbed even more aggressively. Just then, the bazooka in the sky came down to join in the fun, and it swooped down sharply, surrounded by several hyenas, grabbed one that had been shot down by the arrows, and brought it back to the floating island before dropping it in front of the eagle leader. Rue looked at the corpse of the hyena with arrows sticking out of its body, looking very curious. The people who came before would usually pick salt quickly under the protection of the bazooka, and then leave right away. Rarely would there be a situation where they would be fighting with the wild beasts down below, and the people who came this time were just the opposite. Not only were they not picking salt, but they were also blindly circling around the salt lake, and they had weapons, which was the first time Rue had ever seen them. Thinking of this, Rue suddenly shouted to the bazooka hovering in the sky, "Bazooka, take me down there." Chapter 212, Fossilized Fish, begging for tickets, begging for subscriptions, begging for comments, begging for comparisons. Nico. Along with the bazooka's sounding cry, the eagle leader Rue leapt up. Then the bazooka swooped down and flew above Rue's head. Rue's agile hands grasped the bazooka's claws tightly, and just like that, one person and one eagle took off and descended from the floating island. Luo Chong by the salt lake was still wandering around the outskirts of the hyena packs with a few people, shooting a few arrows at the hyenas every now and then. Just then, the shadow of a pair of giant eagle's wings suddenly crossed the ground, but there was also a long strip of shadow trailing underneath the shadow. The wings were the giant eagle's, yes, but what was it dragging underneath it? Luo Chong tilted his head to take a look, and then his whole body was bad. This was, where did that eagle grab a living person from? The eagle chief Rue, who fell under bazooka, was also surprised. He had thought that these men were here to collect salt, but after seeing them with his own eyes, he realized that he had thought wrong. These men were actually riding on the backs of beasts, holding strange weapons, and it looked as if they were on a hunting expedition. Hunting the pack of spotted hyenas? The hyenas were attacked by successive arrows and stopped fighting over the bodies of their own kind. Instead they began to run away. The group of humans riding the beasts seemed a bit powerful. On the contrary, Luo Chong and the others had now begun to chase the hyena group. The spotted hyenas that had been more than 20 a moment ago were now down to only 18, while Luo Chong and the others were still in pursuit. Bazooka in the sky put Rue on the ground, right next to the corpses of the hyenas that had just fallen. He pulled out a few more bronze arrows from the corpses. The arrowheads with barbed hooks were very sharp, and a few of the arrowheads were actually made exactly the same. And the material wasn't stone or wood, but a material that Rue had never seen before. And so he came to a conclusion. It's a strange bunch. The hyenas quickly ran far away. Luo Chong they did not continue to chase, because too many feathered arrows were wasted. The longbow did not play well on the deer's back, plus the warriors had not practiced much in mounted archery. The hit rate was very low. 5 arrows could only hit once. Luo Chang's own hit rate was not good either. Seeing the hyenas fleeing, Luo Chong decisively ordered to give up the pursuit, turned around and went back in the direction of the salt lake, picking up the feathered arrows shot on the ground along the way, and soon met up with Rue by the salt lake, as that guy was also picking up the feathered arrows. "Is that eagle yours?" Luo Chong asked, gesturing to Rue, who was holding a feathered arrow in his hand. "Are these short spears yours?" Rue also asked Luo Chong curiously. "Well, please return those arrows to me." Luo Chong nodded. "What is this made of? Your weapons are very good. This is the first time I've seen them. Can you give me one of these?" Rue looked at the exquisite bronze arrow in his hand with some fondness. Luo Chong looked at this strange man who fell from the sky, and then scanned the surrounding area. They just circled around this not-so-big salt lake for a whole circle, and did not see any other silhouettes at all. So it is simply impossible for someone to suddenly appear in the vicinity, unless this person was on the floating island just now, and that's why he fell from the sky. After thinking carefully, Luo Chong nodded. "Alright, then I'll give you one." Seeing Luo Chang's promise, Rue was happy to return the rest of the feathered arrows to Luo Chong. "Your weapons fly fast and far because of the feathers tied to these, right? And my bazooka can fly fast and far because of the feathers." "Bazooka?" Rashan repeated the odd word. "It's the eagles that our tribe keeps, bazooka being the best one." Rue replied. "Your tribe? Does it live on top of this floating island?" Luo Chong asked in surprise. This was actually an eagle-raising tribe that lived on a floating island. What an oddity. "Yeah, what about you guys? Aren't you here to mine salt? What are you doing all the way out here? Hunting?" The meat of those hyenas isn't good, Rue said as he pointed to the hyena carcasses on the ground. We're not hunting or mining salt. We just heard that there's a small island floating in the sky here, so we specifically came to take a look. Luo Chong pointed at the floating island and explained. Hearing Luo Chong say that he had come to see the floating island, Rue was immediately alerted. That island is our territory. You can't. No, you've got it wrong. I'm just here to find a kind of stone that can make that island fly. It has nothing to do with you guys. Luo Chong immediately interrupted Rue's warning. This time Luo Chong's words let Rue froze. Honestly, although they're eagle tribe generations living in the floating island, but do not know why this island will float in the sky, only know that this floating island inhabits a kind of divine eagle, so they think that this is the divine eagle resides in the land of the gods and goddesses. But now that a few people riding beasts and carrying strange weapons suddenly appeared, saying that they had come to look for a kind of stone that made the island float, this was unthinkable, and Rue was extremely interested in Luo Chang's words in a split second. Human beings are always afraid of the unknown. When they cannot understand the scientific principles of it, it will naturally produce a heart of awe, but when they suddenly discovered the hidden secrets behind this unknown, it will produce a great curiosity. This is the exploration and learning. That's why human beings will progress and dominate a planet. You say this island floats in the sky because of rocks? What kind of rocks? Rue asked with great curiosity. I've only just got here. I haven't found it yet. I've just got rid of that pack of hyenas. Otherwise there'd be no way to look hard enough. Well, I'm going to look for something. Thanks for the eagle just now. After Luo Chong said those words, he led a few people to look around. Dolly and a few of them did not come down from the back of the deer. They have been riding the deer and the Luo Chong around the vigilance. Anyway, the work of looking for minerals they do not know. You just take a piece of or in front of them. They do not necessarily recognize. Eagle Chief Rue had Bazooka fly up into the sky to keep watch, and then he also followed Luo Chang's side to watch him look for the stone. What are you following me for? Luo Chong looked at the follower like Rue speechlessly. I'd like to see what kind of rock that is. Is that kind of rock big? What does it look like? I haven't seen it yet. Don't say anything. Luo Chong rolled his eyes and continued to search the ground carefully. The area around the salt lake is all bare. It's super salty and not really suitable for plant growth. So the ground is littered with rocks and red dirt of all sizes, and lots of white rocks. A huge whitish stone head by the lake. Luo Chong suddenly realized that the pattern on it was very peculiar. It seemed to be a fish. Someone painted on the stone by the salt lake? That was naturally impossible. When Luo Chong swept away the salt on the surface of the stone, a fish skeleton soon appeared on the stone, which appeared to be a fish fossil. Chapter 213 Simulated Floating Island Experiment. Requesting tickets and votes. Requesting comments. Requesting subscriptions. Requesting comparisons. The skeleton on the fossil was very long, about 2 meters or so, as wide as a hand. But it was definitely a fish bone. A snake skeleton would never look like that. So this should be a kind of fish similar to the deep-sea banded fish. But how can the creatures in the deep sea appear on the land? In fact, this is very good explanation. Before this piece of land is from the bottom of the sea up chanting, so there will be a lot of salt in the soil here. In this case, the cause of the salt lake is sort of explaining the explanation of it. But Luo Chong want iron ore it. Is this the rock that made the island fly? Rue asked with some curiosity as he watched Luo Chong keep staring at the stone. Not this piece. Luo Chong finished the words again, get up to find up, but still nothing to gain. The main component of magnetite is 4 iron oxide, but after the sun and rain and air erosion, will soon become iron oxide hematite. In fact, is the deep red rust. The soil on the ground here is iron red. Luo Chong is 100% sure that these red soil contains iron, but what he is looking for is not this. Millions of years of the vicissitudes of the sea. Even if there is really magnetite here, the surface layer must have turned into rust, so it is still necessary to dig down to the line. Settled the idea. Luo Chong quickly selected a ground looks very red place to dig, with the tool as their own beak dagger and spear. Digging up a very difficult. Angry Luo Chong heart cursed, and so refine iron. Sure to hit a sapper shovel out first. The previous life of the sapper shovel but is too convenient, to go wherever you can take with you. On the side, Dolly saw Luo Chong start digging the ground, and also took out his own copper axe to come down to help, and the two of them quickly dug out a pit on the ground with a diameter of 1 meter. After the top layer of red soil was dug up, what appeared was a layer of white stone, somewhat yellowish in color, with little texture and no glassy luster. White stones with a glassy luster appearing near salt lakes can basically be identified as natural alkali, but this one wasn't. This was symbiotic with iron ore, so this would be saltpeter. Luo Chong took the yellowed white stone to the lake, dug a small pit in the ground near the lake, cupped some lake water in it, and then put the stone in it. The stone quickly dissolved, and then a layer of white smoke rose up on the water surface, and a layer of white frost appeared around the small puddle of water, which is the principle of nitrate refrigeration, although magnetite was not found. But the discovery of saltpeter is still worth Luo Chong excited. This means that in the future to make explosives a kind of nitrate, you do not have to run to the side of the pit to dig the soil, and from now on, the Han tribe will not lack of raw materials to make explosives, so that Luo Chong can use the explosives to do more things. We must know that, even the simplest black gunpowder, but also need a lot of saltpeter. Chief, this stone shouldn't be the iron ore you're talking about. How come it melted as soon as you put it in the water, and the water turned so cold? Dolly analyzed from the side. Well, this is not iron ore. This is saltpeter. You've seen it before. It's that white powder that I let the women cook out of the earth in early spring. But this stuff is also very useful. Next time you come back you can dig up more. You remember this place? Next time you come I'll let you lead the team, Luo Chong explained. Yes, Chief, I'll remember. Hearing that Luo Chong had actually asked himself to lead the group, Dolly immediately looked around carefully in a fervent manner, as if he was trying to imprint this place firmly in his mind. Determined what the white stone is, the two people continued to dig up in the pit just now, the Eagle Chief Rue still on the sidelines curious to see. He has never known that there is actually a white stone under the soil here, and will melt as soon as it touches the water. So magical. There are a lot of white saltpeter in the earth pit. Luo Chong vigorously dug half a day, almost dug more than a meter deep, actually still saltpeter. This reserve seems a little big. Cannot dig anymore. Luo Chong decided to find a place far away from the salt lake to start. The two men took their own weapons and walked a few hundred meters further away from the salt lake, finding a spot with red clay on the surface, and gravel to dig again. The ground here was hard, and it was even harder to dig than it had been earlier, but the effort paid off, and this time something special was finally unearthed. At that time, Vigor was chiseling the gravel in the pit with an axe, and when an axe chopped down, a slightly larger stone was instantly smashed into two halves, and then both halves of the stone flew to both sides at the same time, crashing into the wall of the excavated pit. That is a piece of fist size, the color of gray iron color stone. Luo Chong with his hand to wipe off the top of the sand, in the hand upside down, very heavy, heavier than the average granite, was smashed open the section of the crystalline grain. The cut surface is very flat. In the sunlight flooded a layer of faint metallic luster, like a layer of gray sands. Luo Chong held one half of the stone in one hand and tried to redock the two halves together, but he encountered a great deal of resistance. This familiar feeling of repulsion was exactly what he felt when he was a child playing with a suction stone. It's this one. It's this stone. It's a magnet stone, Luo Chong said in a somewhat excited tone. Is this the iron ore? Why is it called magnetite again? And I feel like it's not as strong as our bronze. I smashed it with an axe. Chief, you didn't recognize it wrong. Could it be another stone? Dolly asked in disbelief. Wasn't it said to be able to smash the bronze? Now it seems to be the other way around. Just a little rock like that can make the island fly? It's a lie, right? Eagle Chief Rue also said in disbelief. This is it. You can break it, that's because it's a stone. So it's not very hard. What's really strong is the iron contained inside. Can't you see that there's a layer of luster on the cross-section of this stone that only metal has? Luo Chong explained excitedly, and even handed the piece of ore to Dolly, letting him take a closer look. Dolly took a closer look, and it was really like Luo Chong said. There was a layer of luster unique to metal on the section of the stone. It seems like there's really metal in there. But why is it called magnetite again? Aren't we looking for iron ore? What? How come this stone can still move and bite by itself? Is it alive? Vigor just wanted to hand the two halves of the stone to Luo Chong, but just as his hand was loosened, the two halves of the stone suddenly flipped over on their own, and then caught Vigor's palm in the middle of it, startling Vigor, and the Eagle Chief Rue on the side was also startled. Ha ha, don't be afraid. This is the magnetism of the magnet. It's not alive. It's just a piece of stone. Come on, you turn it over and see if there's no way to fit it together where it was just disconnected. Luo Chong explained with a smile. Vigorously take down the two stones and touch each other with the section just now. But there is an invisible force in the middle that separates the two halves. Even if you force them together, as soon as you loosen them a little, the two halves will instantly pop apart again. But if you turn one of them on its side, the two halves will be sucked into each other again. Hey, this stone is amazing, Vigor said in surprise. On the side, Rue also took the stone from the hands of Vigor, and tried the same way he did just now. The two halves of the stone section really can't be closed. There is an invisible force in the middle of the stone to repel each other, which makes Rue feel amazing. The world will actually have such a stone. Is this the rock that made the island float? It can't be, can it? Rue was still a bit unable to understand. Wouldn't you do it by placing the two halves of the stone upright and assuming that the bottom half is the earth and the top half is that island floating in the air? Luo Chong handily explained the principle of floating island formation to Eagle Chief Rue, letting him experiment with this small magnet himself. Rue held one half of the stone in his palm and snapped the other half on top of it. The two stones really couldn't overlap, but the one on top would automatically flip over and suck on the half below. It still doesn't work. Ha! Rue looked at Luo Chong in disbelief, hoping that Luo Chong would explain it to him clearly. Luo Chong found another small branch from the side, and then broke it into 4 sections, respectively fixed around the half of the magnet below, and then put the other half back between the 4 small branches. This time the stone above didn't pop open, and didn't merge with the half below, but just floated between the 4 small branches, suspended there. See, you're assuming that these twigs are the Fujiman that pulls the floating island. So isn't that how it floats? Luo Chong explained to them. And at this time, Vigor and Eagle Chief Rue were surprised and dumbfounded. Their mouths were open enough to stuff their fists in. This meow in the end for how fat for. Chapter 214, Letting Stones Fly for a While, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Are you saying that this island and the rocks underneath the island are also like this, and that's why the island is flying? Rue said with a slight realization. It can be said that way. I think that island is a whole block of such a stone. It was crumbled out from the top of the earth below and then floated in the sky. And there should be more of such a stone under the ground. So much that it is incalculable. Or else that island would be so heavy, and it still wouldn't be able to float up. Luo Chong said his speculation. Then why is this? Vigor still didn't understand the rationale. Because this is a magnet. They produce a magnetic field between them that we can't see. The magnetic field produces a magnetic force between them. And the magnetic field of a magnet has a positive and a negative side. When the same two sides are close to each other, they repel each other and form a push. When different sides are close to each other, they produce a suction force that sucks them together. And that's the reason why the two halves of the stone will pinch your hand just now. Luo Chong continued to popularize the principle of magnetic poles to them. The two also nodded with a slight understanding, and then the eagle leader Rue suddenly felt that Luo Chong is not normal. Since everyone cannot see that what magnetic field, then how do you know this? You are a witch? Can see things we can't? Rue asked suspiciously. The old way of thinking, where anything that cannot be understood is labeled as theology. Rue thus treats Luo Chong as a special being. No, I'm not a witch. I'm a chieftain like you. There are many people in my tribe. Our tribe is called the Han tribe, and the magnetic field I just mentioned isn't unobservable. I can let you see the trajectory of the magnetic field. Luo Chong introduced himself to Rue. Han tribe chief, are you telling the truth? How is that magnetic field going to be seen? Rue asked in surprise. He felt that this kind of magnetic force that could hold the island up must be a power that only a god could possess, not something that a mortal could see and master. And it would be a great blessing for mortals if he could also see this kind of divine power with his own eyes. Of course, with this stone you will be able to see the trajectory of the magnetic field in operation, and although you will still not be able to see the magnetism, you will be able to see, through this stone, how the magnetism flows. After Luo Chong said those words, he took the piece of magnet from Rue's hand and then led a few people to the edge of the lake. Watch that stone. Next is the time to witness the miracle. The crowd all looked at the magnet in Luo Chang's hand with wide eyes, and Luo Chong didn't dilly-dally. A sideways rotation, using the power of the waist, driving the rotation of the whole body, and forcefully threw the magnet towards the lake below the floating island. The magnet spun and flew out quickly landing on the surface of the water, then hit the surface of the water, popped up again, landed, popped up, and after 6 consecutive water floats, the magnet flew to the bottom of the floating island. Just at this time, the magnet, which was about to lose its power, suddenly soared from the surface of the water towards the floating island above, and the crowd watched in disbelief. However, this was not the end of the story. The magnet suddenly flipped over in the process of rising, and under the influence of the magnetic field's downward suction and gravity, it began to fall sharply again, and then, immediately under the influence of air resistance, it flipped over in the air once again, and once again flew upwards towards the top. So the next few people by the lake just watched the stone reflecting the metallic luster, up and down, constantly rising and falling in the air until the stone flew horizontally so far away that it could no longer be seen by the naked eye. So, where did that rock fly to? For the first time in his life, Rue saw such an unbelievable scene that he stuttered a bit in his speech. It might still be flying, or it might have fallen into the lake, but when it's out of the range of the magnetic field, it will definitely end up in the lake. Luo Chong looked into the distance, speculating on the whereabouts of the stone. Hey, it's a shame that only this half of the stone is left now. Or we could have seen what it looks like to make a stone float again. After a moment of amazement, Rue began to regret again, quite attached to the stone that flew away. If he could get it to show in front of the clan, surely he could succeed in pretending to be more than once. Ah shucks. No, it was to let the clan also see this kind of God's power. What's a pity about that? I just said that there are many magnets like that here, and we may not necessarily run out of them for generations. Luo Chong said from the side. Is there any more of that place from earlier? With that rock? What could you guys do with that kind of rock that also makes other things fly? Rue asked in disbelief. No, it's making things out of one of the metals inside that stone. Metal? What kind of stuff can you make? Metal, that is. For example, that arrow you're holding in your hand. That arrowhead is made of metal. The axe he's holding is also metal. The spear I'm holding is also metal. And this one I'm wearing on my head is also metal. And metal can be made into a lot of things. Jewelry, weapons, tools, containers. Rue was surprised to listen to Luo Chang's introduction, and then looked at the half of the magnet in his hand. How could he not figure out what this stone had to do with the metal that Luo Chong had said? The stone was just a small piece. How did Luo Chong change the shape of the stone? From the contact with Luo Chang's few people, it made Rue realize one thing. This thing called metal should be very important, and as a resource that was available within his own territory, Rue was eager to learn how to use it. Chief Han, what did you use to make this stone into metal? I can't tell you this. You wouldn't learn if I told you. Making metal is difficult. I will only teach my own people. Luo Chong waved his hand and refused. Now Rue had no choice. Each tribe had its own way of survival and untold secrets. He had no way to force someone to reveal their secrets unless they were exchanged for something of equal value. Thinking of this, Rue suddenly said to Luo Chong, Chief Han, would it be okay if I trade white salt with you for a way to make metal? White salt? Luo Chong differently glanced at Rue, and then looked at the salt lake next to him, meaning that the salt lake is right here, and whoever wants to take it can take it, and you're still exchanging this for me? I know you can pick up the salt from here yourselves, but the beasts around here are dangerous. You don't really have to come over here and pick it up yourselves, as long as you agree to teach us how to make the metal. I can have my tribe pick up the salt and have Bazooka deliver it to you. Rue voiced his thoughts. No, I don't need it. Do you think we would be afraid of those brainless beasts? Besides, we Han tribes have other places where we can get white salt and it's better than what we have here. And I didn't come here to get salt. Luo Chong took out a small bag containing salt from his waist and opened it to show Rue. The white salt inside was white and flawless, purer than the salt naturally precipitated by the lake. This time Rue was dumbfounded. It turned out that other places also have white salt, and other people's better. Not rare at all. So what else can they take out in exchange? Food? People had such good weapons. How could they lack food? And by the same token, it was even more unlikely that the Han tribes would lack animal skins, and the Han tribes would also breed beasts and even use them for riding. As for other things, the Han tribe had mastered making metal, and were able to make tools, weapons, and containers out of it, and there really didn't seem to be a shortage of anything. So what should they take in exchange for this? Rue scratched his ears anxiously, and finally couldn't think of anything else and stifled a sentence. Chief Han, I'll exchange Bazooka's child with you. Is that okay? Bazooka's kid? What the hell? An eagle? What do I need that for? Chapter 215, Allies? Non-existent, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. It's selling other people's children for technology. Shucks. No, it's selling eagles' children for technology. But what do I need that for? It's not much use. Chieftain, that eagle isn't much use, but it just looks so majestic. Why don't we have one? Dolly looked at the bazooka hovering in the sky and somewhat coveted it, giving Luo Chong advice. Luo Chong rolled his eyes. You also know it's useless, so what do we need it for? As Rue watched the two actually say that his tribe's divine eagle was of little use, he was instantly infuriated and immediately emphasized, the eagles of our tribe are not given away easily, but as soon as they are given, it is like making an alliance with you, a friend, a brother, do you understand? And our eagles are very powerful. They can help people catch prey. One eagle can live for decades and bring back prey every day. Do you know how many people this one eagle can feed? How can it be useless? Oh, Luo Chong understand. This is equivalent to our country to establish diplomatic relations with the country to send the panda is a meaning of it. Of course, that is not sent for nothing, and so on later to send back. To give a more apt example, like the Middle East a country to their own country's national treasures, sweat and blood BMW, given to our country is a reason, is used to prove that the two countries are friendly to the thing. The list goes on, such as when Benzi gave his national treasure Shiba Inu to Vladimir Putin. And when Benzi's envoys visited the great emperor was teasing the big yellow dog in the Kremlin and didn't even give a damn about them, leaving the two Benzi envoys on the sidelines in a good deal of embarrassment. Ahem. Off topic. Back to the book. Luo Chong carefully consider a moment. More friends is nothing bad, but this friend hand over a bit expensive actually want to take the technology of iron refining in exchange, and then look at the strength of the eagle tribe. In addition to a few eagles, there is nothing to get out of the way. This ally seems dispensable, or not much use, unless they can use their geographical advantage to scout the movement of the cannibals in advance and then give the Han tribe a warning. After all, the eagle tribe is just to the north of the Han tribe. Well, the cannibals are also in the north, and if they are going to attack in the south, they will surely go here as well. Yes, early warning. The eagle can be early warning. No, it is the eagle can be used to pass the message. If the eagle can be trained to become a carrier pigeon-like existence, undoubtedly to the Han tribe is another big help. Han tribe's settlement is unable to move, but Babao Mountain and Salt Lake, the two mines are a few days away from the Han tribe. Out of the situation, the Han tribe headquarters cannot get the news in time. If there are eagles can be in between to pass the message, it would be more convenient. However, the realization of this also need time, because the information needs carrier, that is, the text. Even if you can come to a flying eagle to send a letter, that also need to send a letter to the people will write and recognize the word it. And the Han tribe at present there are not a few people will be able to write. After figuring out the relationship, Luo Chong ended up refusing Rui's offer. I still can't tell you, and even if I did it wouldn't help. Making metal is difficult. Let me put it to you this way. The way to do it is to put that kind of stone in the fire and burn the metal out of the stone. And it takes a lot of firewood. And you guys live right there on that floating island. And as much firewood as you can use. You guys couldn't burn the metal even if you chopped down all the trees on the floating island. Luo Chong spread his hands, stating that it was not that he was unwilling to befriend, but that the eagle tribe did not have the conditions to smelt metals. So that's it. Only people who live on the earth can make metal, Rui said with some loss. Well, that's pretty much it. To be honest, although that floating island of yours is quite big, it's still too small compared to the earth. The resources up there are ultimately limited. If you eagle tribe wants to develop and grow, you still need to come down from the floating island and live on the ground. Luo Chang's words seemed to have touched the bottom of Rui's heart, making him a little confused. Walk down? Yes, the floating island, that place. Not up to the sky, down, not touch the ground. Even the basic water source is a problem. The eagle tribe's daily water is to rely on the floating island to save the winter snow melt, as well as daily rainfall saved rainwater. There are also plants and trees on top of the floating islands, and they also need water to nourish them. In addition to the two water sources mentioned above, there is also water vapor from the evaporation of the salt lakes, which condenses when it floats to the bottom of the floating islands above. So the bottom of the floating islands is always wet. Only this lack of water resources made Rui, who was the chief of the tribe, feel tired, and he had once thought of leading his people to leave that floating island and live on the earth, but he didn't have the courage. The migration of the whole tribe is not that easy. First of all, it is unfamiliar with the unfamiliar environment. Building a new home is even more difficult. Then there is the tradition left by the eagle tribe, because that floating island is the place where the giant eagles live and they need to live on the giant eagles. Instead of saying that they can't leave the floating island, it is more important to say that they can't leave the giant eagles. Chief Han, may I invite you to be a guest of our tribe? Rui felt that Luo Chong was a very knowledgeable person, knew a lot of things, a wise man. Rui would like to communicate more with Luo Chong. Maybe only Luo Chong could tell him how to get out of the situation. Be a guest? Going on that floating island? No, I don't have time. I've been away from the tribe for a while. My people are still waiting for me to return. I came over here this time to look for these stones, and now that I've found them, I'm going back today. Moreover, that floating island, I am able to climb up, but my elephants can't climb up. I won't leave them behind. Luo Chong patted Grey Mountain, who was standing on the side, and politely refused. Oh, that's right. So when are you leaving and will you be coming back later? Of course I'll come over. I'll send my people here later to dig for stones. They'll be back again soon. As for us, tomorrow, we'll leave in the morning. Tomorrow? Then can I come with you to visit the Han tribe? I want to know how to survive on the earth. Rui's invitation didn't work out, and instead he brought up the idea of being a guest at the Han tribe. This, of course, I would welcome you as a guest to our Han tribe. Luo Chong was suddenly happy. This eagle tribe seemed to have a tendency to develop into his own clan as well. That's great. I'm going to go back and talk to my people first, and I'll join you guys when tomorrow rolls around. With those words, Rui greeted Bazooka and took himself to the floating island, where he had to make arrangements with his people about what he would do after he went out for a few days. And Luo Chong's several people were not idle. They skinned the several spotted hyenas they had just killed, then washed them in the lake water. disassembled them into twine with the hemp rope they had brought with them, and sewed several animal skin bags. After that, 6 people again in the lake just found saltpeter location digging up. Luo Chong is ready to this time first bring some saltpeter back. To solve, the Han tribe desperately need nitric acid raw materials. As for those iron ore, Luo Chong just brought back a few pieces only. Besides, when he returned to Rue on top of the floating island, he immediately summoned his clansmen and told them about all the things he had seen and heard when he met Luo Chong, as well as Luo Chang's miraculous fact that he actually knew the reason why this floating island would be floating in the sky. And he also let them see that miraculous power called magnetism. Moreover, Luo Chong was the leader of a big tribe. Their tribe would also make a good thing called metal. Rue also took out the bronze arrow that Luo Chong gave him to show to the tribe. The tribe was also shocked. They didn't expect the tribe living on the ground to be so powerful. In the end, Rue brought up the idea that he wanted to follow Luo Chong to the Han tribe to see what was going on. And while the clansmen didn't stand up against it, they didn't directly support it either. They knew what Rue meant. Rue had raised the idea of leading the tribe to migrate to live on the earth since he became the chief. Only he himself was not sure that he could lead the tribe to live a better life. And more importantly, he didn't know if the eagles that the tribe had raised would adapt to the life on the ground. Rue went there this time, just to get the scriptures, to see if that wise man, Han chief, has any good ways to help them. The clansmen of the eagle tribe know this. In fact, they also want a better life, but they are still very reluctant to give up on the floating island. Chapter 216, The Return of the Parties, Seeking Tickets and Subscriptions. Early the next morning, Luo Chong and the others loaded a few animal skin bags of saltpeter and went back. The saltpeter was placed on Meat's back. Luo Chong rode Grey Mountain along with Eagle Chief Rue, and a few others rode Horned Deer as well. They did not take the original road back, but all the way to the west, but did not cross the river. It has been along that river to the south. Luo Chong want to confirm that this river in the Han tribe that is not connected. If it is connected, then they can next time directly follow the river over. Do not need to take the long way around. The mine door can be used to transport back by boat water. At the same time, the cavalrymen that Luo Chong had sent back earlier to deliver the lacquer grass seeds had also caught up with the returning troop, and they met before returning to the tribe. The cavalryman brought with him the news that Luo Chong had gone to explore the new mining area, as well as a new order for them to plant the lacquer grass seeds as soon as possible after they returned. At this point in time, they were still half a day's journey away from the Han tribe, and had already reached the mountainous area behind the Han tribe, and across the creek to the east of the Han tribe. The Chestnut tribe sent 10 more men to the Han tribe, who were looking for their people who had been lost for days, because every time Mowgli took someone to the Han tribe to make a deal, he would come back within 4 days. However, this time there was an accident, and the 20 or so clansmen who went out never came back, just because that Mowgli guy said something that threatened the Han tribe at an inappropriate time, and the Han tribe was not to be threatened. What happened next was predictable. Those 10 warriors from the Chestnut tribe who came to look for their fellow tribesmen were again detained by Dashu, who was also now bursting with self-confidence and doing things with a strong sense of confidence, because just last night, 2 of those 5 cavalrymen who had come back together with the large troop had returned ahead of time to pass on the news of the shortcoming. This western expedition, the Han tribal army under the leadership of the chief, a great victory, no serious injuries, only a dozen light injuries, killed 17 giant apes, captured more than 200 slaves, in addition to bringing back a new crop, and a small tribe to join the return journey of more than 700 people in the team, is now less than half a day's journey away from the tribe. In a matter of days will return. The news of the victory spread on the night of the day it reached the tribe, and the women were very happy, because the one who reported the news said that there were no serious injuries, which meant that all of their men had returned, and that after winning the battle against the enemy this time, the Han tribe could continue to live in peace even if it had secured its own territory. Big Tree is also very happy. At the same time, the Heart also put down a big stone. He was personally participated in the first giant ape encounter. That battle, although the Big Tree did not play a key role, but he saw the strength of the giant apes from close range, and this time, according to the news that there are a dozen or so, his heart is really not sure. But now he is not worried. The team returned triumphantly. If the Chestnut tribe come back to threaten the Han tribe, he dares to personally lead the people to destroy the Chestnut tribe. The 30 or so people who were detained from the Chestnut tribe were temporarily tied up, fasted, and given only a bowl of water to drink every day, so that they had no way to resist if they were starved. And this was all learned by Dashu from Luo Chong. But at this time, still waiting anxiously for the return of the clan Chestnut, which is unable to eat. He is the Chestnut tribe's senior, in addition to the chief of the highest one, Chestnut, which naturally know the small mind of the hairy Chestnut, for the use of the Han tribe to develop their own strategic plan. He also agrees, only he is not as overzealous as Mowgli, never thought that one day he would be an enemy of the Han tribe. Just imagine. A tribe that grows with the help of the Han tribe's power will exceed the Han tribe's strength. Don't forget that the Han tribe, since they can give you all these things, it means that they have more of their own. This is where the two men think differently. Mauli's development strategy is not wrong, but the behavior is more radical. In order to the development of their own tribes, actually unscrupulous to run to blackmail with the Han tribe of Copper, simply do not know how to die. And Chestnut, which after all is older, so more mature and stable, he just want to see the Chestnut tribe in his lifetime than before better on the line. Not much to ask. This is the old man who is on the verge of death, and until now, he is still worrying about the tribe, worrying about the chief who is not mature enough and stable enough, and worrying about the clansmen who haven't come back until now. What had happened to them? These were things he had no way of knowing right now, and only in 2 days, when the 10 clansmen who had gone out to look for the others returned, would he be able to find out? However, 2 days passed, and instead of waiting for the clansmen returning from the north, Kuriwich waited for a party coming from the south. It was a party of more than 60 men, but this party was odd in that they had a house drawn by 2 old oxen, and the thing seemed to be what the Han tribes call a cart, and a young chief riding a horned deer, which is only found in the Han tribes. The most noticeable thing about this procession was that there was also a herd of beasts not much less than people, and there were 10 young maidens with twigs and the like, herding dozens of grunting black and white flowered piglets. They seemed to be just passing through and had no intention of stopping at the Chestnut tribe, and the whole load of cabbages had been eaten up by the pigs, and Yufu had to slow down the return trip, spending a great deal of time each day taking the little group of pigs around to find food that they could eat. Yufu didn't want to stop, but he was stopped by that old man. Kuriwich, this chieftain, are you from the Han tribe? You are. This is a hunting trip? Have you seen the clansmen from our tribe who traded to the Han tribe? They haven't been back for days. Chestnut which stopped Yufu's horned deer and asked at him. He looked at the man in front of him riding a horned deer with an ox cart behind him, so he took Yufu for a Han tribesman. There was just one thing that didn't match the description of the clansmen, because these people in front of them didn't have their hair tied up, but Kuru which hadn't been to the Han tribe personally either, and his impressions of the Han tribe were all relayed by the clansmen who had been there. Ha? Han tribe? I'm not from the Han tribe. Ha? Yufu replied in disbelief. And what about this antlered deer of yours, and the ox cart? Oh, you said this, we are friends with the Han tribe. This is what we traded with the Han tribe. Yufu said as he pointed at those things with understanding. Traded for? Isn't the Han tribe not trading these things? Kuruma was very puzzled by the explanation given by Yufu. Oh, I have said, we are friends with the Han tribe. We can give the Han tribe to help. The Han tribe is naturally willing to trade to us things. Right. Your tribe and the Han tribe to do transactions? What are you trading? Talking about the ox cart that he traded with the Han tribe. Yufu was always proud of himself. After all, so far, he was the only one who had traded for an ox cart from the Han tribe. We traded a poisonous tree with the Han tribe for their pottery and white salt. Only this time our chief never came back after he went to the Han tribe to trade. This chieftain, looking at the direction you're going, you should be going to the Han tribe as well. So can you go to the Han tribe and ask for us to see why our people haven't returned yet? After learning that Yufu's group was not from the Han tribe, Li Wu immediately asked for Yufu's help to see if he could bring back news of the missing clansmen. Oh, that's fine. We're just going to the Han tribe on this trip, but we won't be back that soon. If you want us to come specifically to deliver a message, you'll have to trade something for it so I can send someone to tell you. Yufu was back to his old selling information business. Chapter 217, you can't make a decision, seeking tickets and subscriptions. Ha? And you have to trade something for it? Yeah, or we wouldn't be crossing from here anytime soon. And after that river, we might not be back until much later. So, okay then, what are you guys going to trade for? Kurumu said helplessly. Well, use animal skins. Something else we can exchange from the Han tribe. Give me 5 complete animal skins and I'll have someone send you a message in a few days. Yufu said after thinking for a while. Ha? That expensive. So can we wait until you deliver the news? Chestnut which suddenly felt a bit uneconomical, feeling that this Yufu seems to be a liar. In case if he took the animal skin and did not return, what to do? Also, in case those missing clansmen came back on their own in the past few days, then can not still give him 5 animal skins. Would not that be too much of a loss? Well, why don't you give me 2 of them first, and we'll get the remaining 3 when we deliver the message? Alright, men, go get 2 animal skins for this chief. Chestnut which finally compromised. There was no way to talk about it, with dozens of the tribe's adult labor force gone at once. With that, Yufu continued on his way to the Han tribe with a deposit of 2 animal skins, and he wanted to deliver these piglets to Luocheng as soon as possible. In the afternoon of that day, the Han tribe's large force returned from the north in the direction of the back of the mountains. the warriors returned in triumph. The tribe celebrated with the tribe. But the 30 or so Chestnut tribe clansmen who were detained by the big tree, the mood of the tribe sunk to the bottom of the valley. It's over. Everything is over. The Han tribe is so powerful. Now all come back. The next Li tribe's fate. All in the Han leader's mind. Resistance? Simply impossible. The Chestnut tribe, now all the adults take out, are not as much as the Han tribe this time to bring more prisoners. This how to resist. The strength difference is too disparate. That night, the Han tribe, led by the elders and the Rat Witch, held a grand celebration, but it was just a gathering of over 2,000 people. On the following day, a decision was made by the senior members of the group to resume the various tasks that the tribe had been doing before, but for the time being, the main focus was on farming and construction. Set aside 20 to 30 people to guard the captives. These people can only wait for Luochong to come back to make arrangements. The other 20 people, led by the stone hunting team, continue to go hunting come patrol, and to the southwestern braided tribes to pass on a shortcut report, lifting the war alert. Hundreds of logging crews also copped out again and went to the west to log in the forest, where the Han tribe had to continue building houses, burning charcoal, and stocking up on fuel. The women have also started going out to gather food and Han tribe building materials, such as grass for roofing, but it is not in short supply now because the Han tribe harvested more than 60 acres of rice earlier, leaving enough straw to cover many roofs. The remaining several hundred clansmen who were originally attached to the construction team now suspended the project of building houses and began to plow the fields at full power to sow the rice for the second season. While those rice grains harvested by the Han tribe before had already been dried by the women in the square and put into sacks, which were now all stored in the rough houses that had been built. They hadn't started eating yet, because the method of removing the rice husk, and the method of steaming the rice, Luochong hadn't taught everyone yet. In addition, there was still the second season's rice seed to be divided out from it, and the clansmen didn't know how much they were going to use it yet. And the biggest task they had to do right now was to plow those 60 acres of land that had just been harvested again before Luochong came back. On the third day of the large troops' return, Luochong and his group had already followed that river to the dark forest, which made Luochong overjoyed. Although the river took a turn when they were walking to the second day, but in the end, it still led to the Han tribe, and belonged to the same vein as the river next to the Han tribe. If they continued to follow the river, in another day's time, they would be able to return to the Han tribe and see the small bridge that belonged to the Han tribe. It was during the afternoon hours of this same day that Yufu, who had been out exploring for 2 months or so, arrived on the east side of the Han tribe's wooden bridge with 56 flower hogs, large and small. The Yu tribe is back. The Yu tribe is back. And they've brought dozens of flower-skinned beasts with them. Uncle Lin, the Yu tribe is back. It's just over the bridge. Go and take a look. They've brought a lot of beasts back. Originally still in the river following his mother fishing, Go sick, far away to see the swim tribe with dozens of pigs, towards the wooden bridge this side over. He immediately mounted on the side of the grazing run, all the way jogging to the field to go to call the big tree. After all, in the Han tribe of the 3 men with metal crowns, in addition to the Luochong, Go sick with the big tree is the most familiar. Oh, it's the gold. What did you say? The traveling tribe is back? Da Shu, who was plowing the field with bare feet, saw that it was Go sick riding over on Ben Ben, and immediately showed a smiling face and asked him kindly. There's no way around it. This kid is so smart. He learns everything fast, and he's sweet-talking and very likable. Yes, they've gone over the bridge, and I've seen them bring back a lot of little beasts that waddle and grunt when they walk, like the wild boars we've caught. Go sick rode on Ben Ben's back and described that kind of small beast to Dashu even with gestures. Oh yeah? And brought back so many small beasts. Come on, let's go and take a look together. The chief has been thinking of expanding the scale of breeding. Let's see what kind of small beasts they brought. Hearing Go sick say that, Dashu immediately became interested and walked to the field drains to wash the mud from his feet, then shuffled towards the wooden bridge with his straw shoes on. The team has also come to the wooden bridge. The women fishing in the river sea is the Tur tribe. They did not stop, and see the Tur tribe brought back so many small flower pig. Heart is also very happy, because this Tur tribe often in Han tribe to do the bulk of the deal. Must be these small flower pig is also they want to trade with the Han tribe. Otherwise why bring it here? It is not easy to drive the pigs across the bridge. The wooden bridge is only a flat plate. There is no decent guardrail on both sides. There are only 2 thick hemp ropes tied to the bridge stumps. That thing protects the adults is not a problem, but it can't protect the piglets that have not been weaned for a long time. They swarmed up. It is easy to be squeezed from the bridge. Finally there is no way. The fishing team out of a dozen women, they stood on both sides of the bridge to act as a human guardrail. You've all only let the 10 Lu tribal maidens to drive the pigs over. The last 6 big pigs, or the crowd dragged from the east bank drag over. Those pigs seem to be very afraid to cross the bridge. The big tree has also come to the wooden bridge. Just come over. Head on from the bridge rushed down a group of grunting little flower pig. Can make him happy. Not long after, riding the horned deer Yufu also led the deer walked across the bridge. Welcome back, our friend. The big tree was in a good mood and greeted Yufu warmly. Thank you. I traded the white salt you gave me for these from a tribe called the Lulu tribe. Their tribe breeds these flowery beasts. So I thought I'd bring some back for you since you also breed animals. There are also 2 kinds of plants that people can eat. But originally they were all used by the Lu tribe to feed these flower beasts. And they aren't very tasty for people to eat. But Chief Luochong specifically explained that he wanted a plant with large leaves. So I brought them back anyway. Yufu walked side by side with Dashu, briefing him on what he had gotten out of the trip. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. This time you brought so many good things for our tribe. Whatever you want, our Han tribe will definitely try to fulfill you. Big Tree also said boldly at the side. Ha ha, it's alright to find something for you guys. After all, we are friends. Well, but this? I really want something. But maybe only your Luochong chief can decide. Right. Where did Luochong chief go? How come I didn't see him? Oh, what kind of reward do you want? Or something that only our chief can decide? Big Tree tried with a smile still on his face. I want your house. Can you say yes for him? Chapter 218, the chief is back, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Our house? You can't move out of it even if we give it to you. What do you need the house for? Big Tree asked with great surprise. I know it's not possible to move. I just want my people to live here. We need a safe place to spend the winter. And your tribe has a great house. So I thought I could ask for some houses to use for living. Yufu explained to Dashu. This, you mean to join our Han tribe? Dashu asked doubtfully. No, we don't join the Han tribe. Because if we join you we will have to work at the behest of your chief. But we, the Yu tribe, like adventure and don't want to stay in one place every day. We just want a place to live where we can be safe for the winter. Can you say yes for Luochong? I'm afraid I can't do that. I can't promise you that. I don't know if the chief would agree to that. You might have to wait a day or 2 if you meet him. He's out on business and will be back soon. Dashu thought about it for a moment. Letting a foreign tribe live in his settlement was something he himself would definitely not agree to. Although the Yu tribe and the Han tribe were on good terms, living together for a long period of time this was simply not possible. Well then, I'll wait for Chief Luo for a few days. By the way, when I was coming back, I passed by a tribe not far across the river from you, and their witch asked me to inquire where the people they came to trade with in the Han tribe went. Do you know? Yufu nodded, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have 3 more beast skins that he hadn't gotten back yet. So he asked Big Tree, what are you inquiring about them for? I can tell you that those people were detained by us. The leader of their tribe threatened us and was going to force us to trade with him for copper. So I killed him, and the others were detained. And you want to go and tip them off? Dashu asked warily. So that's how it is. I was really planning to report the news. They promised to give me 5 animal skins to use in exchange for the news. But since it's related to your Han tribe, I'll leave it at that. It's just a few animal skins, and we're not short of them. Yufu suddenly realized. Well, in that case, you can let your people stay for now. The usual rules apply. You can hunt on the East Coast, and the women can labor with us for food. And also, tell me about these flower hogs you brought with you, and those 2 edible plants you mentioned, and I'll see what I can do about housing them. Dashu brought up the things that needed to be dealt with right in front of him first. I don't know much about it, but I traded those pottery you gave me for 10 maidens from the Lulu tribe. They know how to raise those flower beasts, or else you can ask them directly. It's those girls who drove those little beasts back on this journey, Yufu said with his hands spread out, and finally introduced those 10 maidens to Dashu. Oh, that's great. That's really nice of you to think of that. I'll go ask them. Hearing this, Dashu looked happy and immediately went to see the piglets and the 10 feeders. And Yufu wasn't idle. They didn't need to hunt today, as they had already caught some prey on the way back. So he went to the elder, and asked him to show him around the Han tribal house. Time passed quickly. The returning Luochong didn't let them wait long. Luo Chang's group of 6 people, plus that Eagle tribe chief Rue who came to visit. A group of people along the creek all the way south. The road along the river was relatively well traveled, with far fewer trees, and with all the riding, the going was fast, but that still didn't stop Chief Eagle from grumbling sharply. Chief Han, how far is your tribe? We've been traveling here for more than 2 days. How come we haven't arrived at the place yet? Are all your tribes that live on the earth that wide in their range of activities? No, we traveled far because our Han tribe is big enough and we keep horned beasts that are used for riding. Other tribes usually don't travel that far unless it's to collect something special, like other tribes going to your place to collect salt, Luo Chong explained. Oh, so that's it. I thought all the other tribes farmed beasts too. Other tribes farm animals, but there should be few such tribes, so how much longer do we have to walk? Soon. Well, it should be here tomorrow around noon. Luo Chong looked around the surroundings and roughly calculated that they were still within the boundaries of the dark forest. According to the time of traveling, they should be able to arrive tomorrow. If they hurried on the night journey, they might be able to arrive before dawn the next day, but there was no need to hurry that much. Luo Chong and the others only had one person and one rider, and the two dread elephants and the horned deer also needed to rest, or else they were going to run out of steam. Later that evening, they found the previous settlement of the tree tribe, searched the neighborhood a bit more, and found the usual place where the mining party hid their boats, so they camped there for the night. At the early morning of the second day, the party continued on its way, knowing that they would reach the Han tribe this morning, and Chief Eagle's sharp sense of annoyance lowered a little, and began to speculate on what the Han tribe was really like, how big it was, how many people it had, and how their people lived. It would take a day to walk from the settlement of the original tree tribe to the Han tribe, but the ride was fast, and it was estimated to be 8 or 9 in the morning before Luo Chong and the others could already see the wooden bridge visually. Scoffs, oh. Meat in Grey Mountain let out 2 growls one after the other. They were also tired of walking and finally came back after running for so many days. Early in the morning in the river fishing women also heard the too loud and clear elephant roar. That is Meat and Grey Mountain unique sound. They too back. Also means the chief is back. These two goods but easily will not be separated from the chief. Sure enough, not even a minute after the sound rang out, a dull running sound came from over on the other side of the river, followed by the sight of 2 dingoes running over with 5 large horned deer, and the one who led the way and rode on top of the elephants was none other than Luo Chong, who wore a golden crown on his head. It's the chief. The chief is back. The chief is back. How did the chief get back from the river? Didn't they go over the back hill? I thought the chief went looking for another mine. The copper mine is just over the river. Maybe the other one is over the river too. One of the women speculated. Just as the news of the return of the chief was spreading fast in the Han tribe, a huge black shadow suddenly crossed the ground, followed by a high-pitched Nico chirping, and the bazooka had arrived, the huge eagle with white golden feathers, hovering just above the Han tribe, looking for a place to land. Instead of going along to fish today, I was in the corral with a bunch of kids watching the piglets go off, and saw the behemoth right away, too. Wow, that bird is huge. I heard someone say the chief was back. That big bird was brought back by the chief. Ah, come on, let's go check it out. Chapter 219 Various Arrangements, Requesting Votes and Subscriptions. The bazooka quickly found a place to land, and it ended up standing on top of the main beam of a house that hadn't been roofed over yet, before craning its neck to comb its feathers. Luo Chong and his group also crossed the small bridge. Eagle Chief Rue was looking around, watching what the Han tribe's clansmen were doing, but also stayed in a state of shock. The Han tribe had too many people, and many of the clansmen were laboring in the tribe. Go Sik also rode over on Ben, and that little rhino looked a little stronger again, and the horn on his nose was showing palm length. Ben was followed by a couple of half-grown gray wolves, panting with their tongues sticking out. It was getting hotter and the wolf fur was falling off them in chunks, and they stood in a small group whimpering and growling lowly at the new eagle leader before being kicked away by a couple of small children. Chief, did you find another new mine? Is it still the same as our original copper mine? Go Sik tilted his head and asked Luo Chong. It's different. What we found this time is iron ore, something even more powerful than copper. Iron is much stronger and harder than copper, Luo Chong said as he rubbed the hair on the top of his sick head. Really? More than copper. So did the chief bring it back? Well, just brought back a couple of rocks. Here, take it and play with it. Luo Chong took out 2 very small magnets from a bag and gave them to Go Sik. Then the little guy ran away happily. The chief returned, and a host of the tribe's top brass came to greet him, and likewise to report on the situation. Not a moment later, the big tree, the elders, the rat witch, the rat big, the blood butcher, the beast's teeth all came over. The small butterfly also came over to look at Luo Chong, saw that he was not injured, and there are still things to be done, so he first took the meat and the Grey Mountain to go back. And this time, the meeting, vigorously, and the Eagle Chief Rue also broke the exception to be in the seat. Chief, well, what's going on these days? Y'all go ahead and talk about the new mine later. Well then, I'll be the first to speak. Chief, the first season of rice grown by our tribe has all been dried and bagged, but I haven't let the tribe eat it yet, and since we haven't started planting it, we don't know how much we should plant. The elder was the first to speak, but we've already had the clan plow those rice paddies we just finished harvesting, so we can plant the second season of rice anytime. And now the clan is reclaiming the lacquer fields in the meadow west of the city, and have already reclaimed a dozen or so acres, so I don't know if it's enough. The mouse witch also added from the side. Well, the farming thing should be put in the first place. All other things can be put on the back burner. In a while after finishing things, you two old people first go to arrange for the clan to soak the rice seeds. There are 17 times as many as we had last time. It's almost the same. Soak the rice seeds in a bucket of water. You have to remove the ones that are floating up above. Put it in the back of the enclosure just in the shaded place. Don't expose to the sun or it will make the water hot. Luo Chong immediately made arrangements. Yes, we remember. The two old men responded in unison. Chief, we encountered no danger on our way back. It was those prisoners of war who escaped a few times, but they were all recaptured by us. That method you taught us is really good. You can't even run fast with your arms tied up. And when we came back, there wasn't a single person missing from the group. And those warriors who were wounded were already recuperating. Those prisoners of war, I have arranged for warriors to guard them in shifts. Still a bowl of water every day. Once every 3 days to feed them food. Now they are all starving and have no strength to resist, so they do whatever they are told to do. Mauste also reported the situation on his side. Well, you've done a good job. Those prisoners of war will continue to be guarded for the time being, and we'll arrange work for them in a few days. Luo Chong first praised Mauste and then made arrangements. Yes, Chief, I know. Mauste nodded. My side is also okay. After receiving the notification from the chief, I took the mining team back with a detour. We didn't encounter any enemy attacks on the way. We also brought back 2 carloads of copper ore and 1 carload of pyrite. But there are some things that happened in the tribe. We need to ask the chief to make a decision. Big Tree also began to report his situation. Oh, what is it? Luo Chong asked suspiciously. There are 3 main things. On the day I came back, I happened to meet the chestnut tribe coming to our place to trade oil trees. That chestnut chief saw that all the men of our tribe had gone out, and the chief was not there. So he told the elder and the mouse witch that he wanted to trade for our copper this time. When the elder and the mouse witch didn't agree, the guy threatened to burn down their side of the tung forest so we'd never get any more oleaginous seeds, and threatened us with that in exchange for copper, which pissed off the elder and the mouse witch. Then I came back just in time to see it, and killed him right then and there. And all those clansmen he brought over were also detained by me, and are now all being guarded by warriors. And then the chestnut tribe sent 10 more over to look for people, and all of them were also detained by me. I'll ask the chief to make up his mind if he wants to fight them next. Oshiki spoke first about the chestnut tribe. Oh, there is such a thing. Really think that our Han tribe has no one. When I am not there, they dare to come to the door to look for trouble. This matter you did the right thing. Since they dare to bully the door, then we have to return the favor. The Han tribe cannot tolerate this breath. In this case, tomorrow, let Mauste lead the group and take 200 warriors over there. Surround the chestnut tribe and force them to surrender and join the Han tribe. Or kill them if they don't agree. But try not to kill anyone. Also, bring those who were bought from the chestnut tribe last year and ask them to persuade them to surrender. And if they don't agree by then, don't say I didn't give them a chance to live. This matter Rat do you personally go and do it. You used to be in regular contact with them and the Black Rat tribe before. You are a bit more familiar with them, and you know the place where their tribe lives. Remember to get them to surrender as much as possible, and bring back some more people. Luo Chong was enraged upon hearing this, and immediately began arranging for Ratdi to conquer the chestnut tribe. Yes, Chief, I will go arrange the warriors in a moment. Mauste hurriedly nodded his head and led the order. Anything else? Luo Chong asked to the Big Tree again. Oh, and another good thing, yesterday's time the Yu tribe came back from the east. They found a tribe that can breed animals and traded the white salt and pottery we gave them for dozens of small beasts back. I read yesterday that it was a small black and white flowered piglet that couldn't be used for work. It was raised for meat, and had short hair on it, and the animal skins couldn't be used for clothes, but they could be used for leather shoes. There were fully 50 small beasts and 6 large adult hogs, 4 of which were females with cubs. Yufu, that guy also from the other side of the tribe, in exchange for 10 young girls, is specialized in raising pigs. I put those pigs temporarily are put in the corral. Come back how to raise or the chief to arrange it. By the way, that guy Yufu also brought back 2 kinds of plants. A vine man with big flowers, planted in a clay pot and brought back, which is said to be something those pigs love to eat, and a spherical plant with big leaves, but Yufu said that the ones they brought were all fed to the pigs on the way, and now only some seeds are left. Big Tree continued his report. Is it true what you say? This is really good news. In a while I'm going to go and see those pigs in person. Right, where are Yufu and the others? Have they already left? Did you give them some more white salt and pottery? This time I want to thank them properly. Luo Chong immediately said in surprise. That guy hasn't left yet. But he took his men to the east bank of the river to hunt early in the morning, and I don't think he'll be back until evening. The women and children of their tribe are still here, and the elders have arranged for them to go with them to reclaim the lacquered fields. As for the pay and rewards, I haven't given them yet. And that guy Yufu doesn't want the white sultan pottery anymore. He said he wants our house this time, so I can't agree to him. So I'll have to wait for the chief to come back before deciding. Want our house? How do you want the house? It's not like this thing is going to be moved, Luo Chong said in surprise. No, he said he wanted some houses that would keep his people here with us for the winter. Big Tree explained. You mean, they want to join our Han tribe? Luo Chong analyzed. No, that guy said he wouldn't join our tribe. He didn't want to stay and work in the tribe all the time. He wanted a house just to find a safe place to spend the winter. So I didn't just say yes to him. Chief, what do you think we should do? Is that actually the case? That would be troublesome. There's no way I can let them live here without joining the Han tribe. It's better to wait for the night and discuss this with that guy. Luo Chong finally concluded. Chapter 220, Will you say yes? Request for tickets and subscriptions? The meeting was over. Everyone began to go about their own business. Luo Chong first went to look at the harvested rice. Sun-dried, peeled out a rice. Bit in the mouth tom-tom sound. Such dryness will meet the storage conditions. Pour out about 350 pounds of rice, all soaked in a bucket of water. Ready to start sowing tomorrow at this time? Because there is no weighing reasons. Can only use the estimated weight, so the actual weight may be a little more. Anyway, but also to consider the rate of emergence of the seedling. Not all of the seeds planted will germinate. The extra as a replenishment of the seedling. After looking at those grains, Luo Chong went to the corral to look at the group of flower pigs. Dashu had already had an open-air simple pig pen built yesterday, divided into 3 compartments to house the big pigs and the small pigs separately, and the food they ate today had been turned into the rattan plants collected by the women. The huge petunias that Torval brought back are still growing in pots, and there's no place to plant the cabbage seeds yet. Seeing these black and white flower piglets, Luo Chong heart is very happy. This is their own catch, cannot be caught. Must be domesticated for many generations before breeding such a variety. This time the Han tribe is considered to have earned. Chief, there are not many things that can be fed to the pigs on our side of the tribe. What are we going to give these pigs to eat in the future? Big Tree, who was accompanied by the side, asked. Well, this I thought about. Those rice hulls of ours can also be used for farming, but winter is a trouble. We have to dig some cellars and store enough green fodder before we can do this. This thing, wait until we build a good house before digging. Luo Chong thought for a while and said, well, the chief will just arrange it when the time comes. Dashu nodded from the sidelines. After inspecting these, Luo Chong went to take Eagle Chief Rue to visit the Han tribe. But there were some things he couldn't be shown. Only the finished products of some things. The richness of the Han tribe's supplies, greatly beyond the imagination of Rue. Not to mention the other first. Just those manpower a rich container really let him envy. A Han tribe used to work with bronze tools and bronze weapons. Can also reach the manpower of one. Technology is not to mention. Now all the clansmen are almost all in the tribe. Several huge ox carts used for pulling mines are all neatly parked around the perimeter of the fence. Even the one from the traveling tribe is temporarily parked there. It looks very eye-catching. This is still relatively large. Those two-wheeled, pulling bricks with the crate is even more. There are more than 20. Small manpower wheelbarrows also have dozens. What shocked Rue even more was the animal breeding of the Han tribe. The ostrich, the snow hare, the bison, the antlered deer, the alpaca, and the woolen cloth woven from alpaca wool, which shocked Rue the most. At the sight of the women of the Han tribe, spinning woolen cloth with those strange wooden machines, Rue didn't utter a word for a long time. He didn't understand how Luo Chong could build such marvelous things, and the idea of weaving cloth with animal hair. Does the average person think of weaving? That is certainly there. As long as one learns to weave baskets and roll ropes, sooner or later mankind can awaken the skill of weaving, because this is the beginning of the weaving technique. And weaving, the sublimation of the weaving technique, sooner or later, it will come to this step. It is only a matter of how fast or how slow it will be. But the Eagle tribe really wouldn't. They were still at the stage of making clothes out of animal skins and bags out of animal skins, and they weren't really short of prey, so there were plenty of animal skins, and there wasn't a pressing need for fabric, so they hadn't evolved this skill either. Then there is the Han tribe's planting business. Rue or the first time to know that the original can also be such access to food, and planting food this way of obtaining food has a huge potential for promotion. It is different from hunting, both safe and stable, as long as there is land, water, human survival. More stable than hunting, but also can feed more people. Rue is not a cutie. As the leader of a clan, he could naturally see the advantages of planting, and had the intention to bring back the planting technology, so he immediately asked with Luo Chong, Chief Han, can our Eagle tribe also grow this rice? Of course you can plant it, but you have to come down from that island. Planting rice requires a lot of fresh water, which you don't have there, and there's no way to plant it around that lake. It's all saline. and it won't grow even if you plant it. If you want to grow rice, you have to be close to a water source to do so, and you also have to have a large open area. You can't grow it in the woods, but it's not easy to find such a place. Luo Chong introduced the various conditions for growing rice. Then your place is a good fit, but it's also true that there aren't many places like this. Like you said, Rui said with some reluctance. No. In fact, our place is not very suitable. The 2 creeks you see for watering the land, we dug them out. Otherwise we couldn't grow rice here. It's true that it's hard to find a suitable place, but we can go and reclaim it. And if there's no water, we'll find a way to divert it. We can always think of a way. Luo Chong pointed at the 2 artificial rivers and said, so you guys dug it out. I said, how did that bend turn so straight? Geez, how long did it take to dig 2 rivers that long? How much labor did it take? Rui said in awe. There's more of us. That's the advantage of having more people. Luo Chong said with a smile. Time turned to evening. The Yufu who went to the east bank of the river to hunt also came back with his men. They also shot a small deer. After seeing Luo Chong also came back, he immediately carried the deer and wanted to have dinner with Luo Chong. Luo Chong is not polite. Let people take out a few pounds of rice, put in a clay pot smashed shells made of brown rice, and then boil 2 pots of dry rice, which is used to entertain the guests, the best thing, more precious than meat. At dinner time, the senior management gathered together. One person served a bowl of new rice this year. The main dish is stewed venison and grilled fish. The Han tribal side are using their own sharpened chopsticks. Only Yufu and Rui with the uncomfortable. Clamping the food is difficult, but into the mouth to pick up the rice is very good at it. Chief Han, this rice of yours is really a good thing. It's tasty and satiating. Plant it on the ground and you'll have an endless supply of rice. This thing is really amazing. How did you discover this kind of grass? Yufu lamented the deliciousness of the rice while curiously asking with Luo Chong. Oh, just stumbled upon it. Just look at what those animals eat. Most of the things animals can eat, we humans can eat too. By the way, I heard Big Tree say today that you want our house here for the winter. Is that right? Luo Chong snorted a perfunctory sentence, then asked about the business. Well, I do intend to. Our wandering tribe is so unsettled that wintering is a problem every year. And we're still friends. And your tribe is big enough. And your house is nice. So that's why I'm thinking, will Chief Han say yes? We can still continue to work together in the future. Yufu explained his original intention. Chapter 221 The Yu Clan, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Your vision is good. Those houses are indeed good, but they are all built by my clan's hard work. I can't just give them to you like that, unless you guys join our Han tribe. And if you want a house, you can build it with us. Luo Chong slowly shook his head. I did think about joining the Han tribe. The Han tribe is very powerful and rich, and there are many people. It's definitely safer for all of us to live together. But I don't like that kind of life where I stay in one place every day. We, the Yu tribe, like to have adventures, and like to go out and explore. Can you understand that? Yufu also spoke his thoughts. So that's how it is? Then it's not a problem. Who told you that joining the Han tribe means that you must live in one place every day? Since you like to go out and make a break for it, I can also organize a team of people specifically to go out and make a break for it with you. You as a whole join the Han tribe. Leave the women and children in the tribe to labor and live. I will give you a team of people specializing in going out to explore the world. This is always more convenient than you bring the women and children together. And it is also safer, isn't it? Anyway, if you work with our Han tribe, you are also going out to help us find things. In this way, it will become helping you find things for yourself. Anyway, they are all going out to look for things. What's the difference? And you guys can still have a safe place to rest and recuperate when you come back. Isn't it better this way? Luo Chong immediately analyzed all the pros and cons of joining the Han tribe for him. Yufu listened to Luo Chang's words, indeed very heartwarming. Frankly speaking, with women and children together to go out is indeed inconvenient. Most of their contact are unfamiliar tribes, mutual ignorance of the situation. It is very easy to conflict. After all, no one can guarantee that the unfamiliar tribes that they encountered is not friendly. Once something like this happened, the women and children in the team would become their weaknesses, and then it would be a problem whether they ran away or fought back. And the wintering of the wandering tribes is indeed a problem. In previous years they would find a few places suitable for wintering on their way to wander, where they would store some essential supplies, or exchange some winter supplies and food with the various tribes they come into contact with. But the fuel they use for wintering is a problem, and usually, they also have to go out to collect firewood and grass to keep warm in the wintertime. And the life is very hard. Now this opportunity is right in front of him. Whether to join the Han tribe or not is a matter of words. Yufu was very tempted to say yes, but considering his own clan, he still told Luo Chong, Chief Han, let's put it this way. Since you are able to offer such a good deal and are willing to share people with me to go out exploring together, I am heartened myself. But I still have to ask if the clansmen are willing or not, so allow me to reply to you tomorrow. Will you? Of course. I hope your people are willing to join so they can live in peace, and if you decide to say yes, then hurry up. I might have a new mission for you in the next 2 days. Luo Chong patted his shoulder in a friendly gesture. New mission so soon? Still out looking for something? Yu Fu asked with great interest. No, not this time. It's something I've already found. This time I'm just sending someone to get it back. The location is just a few days north of the Han tribe, so you'll have to decide quickly if you want to participate or I'll let my own clan do it. Luo Chong said to Yu Fu as he thought about the herd of zebras in his mind. Luo Chong didn't name the specific mission, but only gave a general direction in time, which Yu Fu could understand. If he didn't join the Han tribe, Luo Chong couldn't have told him. Well, then, I'll give you an answer in the morning. Yu Fu nodded seriously. In this way, the 2 pots of rice were shared by everyone, and all of them ate happily, only because they each had their own preoccupations, so they soon all went about their own business again. Early the next morning, the Rat Big has gathered 200 warriors, of which 105 men, 50 women, which also includes those teenage girls that the Rat Big sold to the Han tribe before, as well as the Black Rat tribe poured the difference and left those people by themselves. Luo Chong was standing in front of the group that was about to travel at that moment, lecturing them. Clansmen, this time the Chestnut tribe provoked us and threatened to burn the Kirigakure forests we need, but I don't believe that all of the Chestnut tribe feels the same way. Their leader is dead, paying the price due for threatening the Han tribe, but the Li tribe we still have to take. The resources we need must be in our own hands. We can't put ourselves in the hands of others. Of course, I don't want to see a lot of deaths. Those Chestnut tribe clansmen are innocent, and there are your relatives among them. So this time, the mission I give you is to force the Chestnut tribe to surrender and join our Han tribe. I've given the chance to live. It's up to you to work on yourselves as to how many you can bring back. I'll be waiting for you in the tribe to finish this mission. Yes, Chief, we will definitely complete the mission. The 200 or so people answered Luo Chang's words in unison, and Luo Chong nodded. Chief, is there anything else to arrange? Mao Ste asked from the sidelines. No more. Pay attention to safety on the road. Be quick. Kill those who should be killed. Don't be merciful. Luo Chong gave a final command. I got it. All hands on deck. Move out. Mao Ste nodded his head to show that he understood, then turned his head and shouted to the group before leading them off to the east bank of the creek. Witnessing the team go away, Yu Fu also came to Luo Chang's side. He had thought about it all night and discussed it with his clansmen, and now he finally had an answer. How about it? Think about it? Luo Chong turned to look at Yu Fu. Well, I told them and the clansmen are willing to join the Han tribe. Chief, Yu Fu stated his decision, and also changed his name to Luo Chong Chief. Ha ha, this is definitely a wise decision. You guys won't regret it. Luo Chong laughed happily. Yes, the women of the clan are also willing to work with everyone to clear fields and raise animals. They also want to learn the weaving techniques of the Han tribe, and the men are willing to leave their women and children behind. Yu Fu spoke of his clan's thoughts. Well, in that case, from today, the Yu tribe is the Yu clan of the Han tribe, and if you want a house, then build it with us. The Han tribesmen are hardworking and willing to suffer, and in the future our days will get better and better, and there will be more food than we can eat, and everyone will have warm clothes to wear, and we will have the strength to beat back any enemies that come our way. In these 2 days, you will first settle your clan members, show them around, and in the future, when you do any work in the tribe, you can find something you like to do, and it is also a way to learn more about the Han tribe, and I will arrange tasks for you in the next couple of days. Luo Chong patted Yu Fu's shoulder and gave him a description of the future of the Han tribe, so that the days would have a head start. Chief, what is the mission? Can you tell me now? Yu Fu nodded and then asked about the next mission schedule. There's nothing I can't tell you. The other day I saw a small patch of grassland a few days' journey north of the Han tribe, and there was a herd of horses with striped markings living on that grassland. A large grass-eating beast, the kind that doesn't have horns on its head. I don't know how many herds of horses are there. I only saw one a few days ago, probably around 300 head. I want to send people to capture all those horses back, so that our tribe can have more livestock to help us with our labor. Do you understand? Luo Chong said as he pointed to the north. Really? Is that beast called a horse as tall as the horned deer I rode? Yu Fu said in surprise. Well, of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. As for the size, it's a little shorter than the present horned deer, but it's more suitable for people to ride. The horned deer are still too tall, and their limbs are not as thick as those of the horse. They are more costly to run, and they can't do the heavy work. It's still the horse that's more suitable for us. Chapter 222, The Slave's Shackles, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. After determining the plan for 2 days later, Luo Chong and Yu Fu ended their conversation and began to go about their own business. Yu Fu took the Yu clan on a detailed tour of the Han tribe's various jobs and then searched for their preferred professions to join in, while Luo Chong began to make preparations for the distribution of the 200 or so slaves. Want to let the slaves to be honest and obedient, but also do not rebel. This will need to give them to wear a restriction of the activities of the shackles. Shackles, this kind of thing. At present the Han tribe can only be cast in bronze. The difficulty is there, but the problem is not too big. Can be found ways to solve it. The construction of the yoke is divided into 9 parts. A pair of ankle cuffs, each cuff divided into 2 parts of a semicircle, which when viewed from the side is a concave zigzag, and a 90-degree piece of brass will extend out on either side, which is perforated and attached by the hot riveting process. Together they are 4 semicircular pieces of copper, 2 copper nails, and in the center is a copper chain divided into 3 sections, that is, 3 straight copper rings. It is certainly better to do a little denser, but the amount of work will be a lot more. With 3 links of chain, it is to ensure that a person can walk around with the ankle cuffs, the process of the easiest way to do so. Having designed the process and the dimensions of the workpieces, Luo Chong immediately gave these data and methods to the metallurgical team of Big Mouth. Although there are 9 parts, there are really only 2 models. One is a copper sheet and the other is a copper rod with a diameter as thick and thin as an arrow shaft, which is cast directly and then machined later. The post-processing is also very simple. The 3 chains are nothing more than a cast copper bar burned red, then broken and bent into a flat copper ring. The joints are glued with copper water. Unless it is removed by violent means, it is impossible to remove it again in this life. A 4-piece ankle cuff is a copper plate that is cast with 4 pre-drilled holes at each end, then burned red and smashed into a semicircular shape. For this reason Luo Chong also first let Big Mouth cast 2 bronze molds, a concave-shaped bronze anvil and a convex-shaped hammer. When in use, place the red-hot copper sheet on top of the concave-shaped anvil, then hit it with the convex-shaped hammer, and the copper sheet will bend into a semicircle. As for the copper nails, will be better to do directly from the copper bar. To chop down a small section is enough. When installing, the red-hot copper nails stand in the footcuffs of the pre-drilled holes, under the pad on the anvil, and then take a hammer to smash flat on the line. Hammer, this thing Han tribes have a lot, because the original casting of the axe is one side of the axe blade, one side of the square head, the center of the insert handle style. Both axe and hammer is also considered a multifunctional tool. A hem, at least there are 2 uses, is not it, which is also in order to solve the lack of copper production and the situation. In 2 days, the clansmen once again saw the chief's wide-open brain, actually able to come up with footcuffs, this kind of tool used to restrain the activities of slaves, or torture instruments, but also to the chief's inventive ability to have a higher understanding of the chief is really omnipotent. Big Mouth led the metallurgical group to work overtime and take turns, and in 2 days, finally made 100 pairs of ankle cuffs. And by this time there was no bronze reserve, so they could only open the furnace again to refine copper. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Luo Chong had Dashu pull in 100 slaves and began to ankle cuff them. The slave was still tied into a cross, has not been released, coupled with this nearly a week have not eaten decent food, are a half-dead look. Then when they were just captured are significantly thinner than a circle. At this time by the warrior pulled over to the ground to install the ankle cuffs, and there is not a little bit of resistance. There is really no strength. A few men held the slave firmly on the ground, next to the metallurgical team's furnace, and Big Mouth first brought in the concave brass anvil, placed a machined half of an ankle cuff brass plate on it, and then placed one of the slave's feet on it before snapping on the other half. Another red-hot copper nail was chucked out of the stove and stood in the butthole of the copper plate. Then the axe was taken and the nail was knocked flat on both sides, and then a little cool water was poured on it, and with a bared sound, the cool water was evaporated by the boiling hot nail, and the nail's temperature dropped. According to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction of metal, the size of this rivet will be reduced, and then the joint is firmly locked. This is the hot rivet process, and then welding was not invented before. The joining of metals are basically used in this way, but the hot rivet process is not stronger than the welding of the degree of bad. Just the operation of the efficiency is not as fast as welding, but this hot riveting process on the contribution of mankind is still quite large. There are a lot of steel bridges are connected to such a rivet before. Successively the 2 feet on the outside of the rivets, and then the inside of that hole directly with a bent copper bar through, and then the joints of the copper bar with copper water poured together, and so on. After the cooling, the foot cuffs are even installed. The first slave to hang on to the ankle cuffs was pulled up, and then a warrior unlocked the sticks tied behind him, freeing his arms. The slave was a bit dazed. He had thought that this tribesman was about to kill them, but he didn't expect that now he suddenly unbound his arms. He didn't know what it meant. He just froze and took a step forward. Then he heard a clanking sound under his feet. It was the sound made by the chains hitting. A little dazed, the slave took a few more steps, but the chain limited the size of each of his steps, and when he took one too many, he stumbled and fell to the ground, causing the warriors around him to laugh. The slave sat up on the floor and touched this gold glittering thing on his ankle. It was so heavy and strong that no amount of strength could tear the shackle away from him, freeing their arms only to add the ankle cuffs. Wearing this thing didn't mean they couldn't walk around, but it just gave a very small range of motion. They still couldn't run. So what the hell were these people trying to do with them if they didn't kill them and gave them this thing to wear? The slaves were a bit desperate, even a bit wanting to die. Letting them live and not giving them freedom, God knows what they would be forced to do. Anyway, it must have been very painful. The kind of life that was worse than death. And now death seemed to be a luxury for them. One by one, the slaves were put in that strange shackle, and then freed their arms. But they were all honest this time, and did not run away, but just gathered together and sat where they were, or lay down on the ground, just too hungry and without strength to move. On the Han tribe side, the slaves were being changed into shackles. Meanwhile, on the east bank of the creek, after 2 days of marching, Mauste had also arrived at the Chestnut tribe with a group of 200 men. The clansmen of the Chestnut tribe were surrounded by a group led by Mauste in the settlement this morning before they could go out to gather food and hunt wild animals. Chapter 223, adding a new clan, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Both sides were equal in number, but the rat side were all adults, and the adults on the Chestnut tribe side had originally been held back by the big tree by more than 30, and now there weren't many left in the tribe, and the rest were all old and sick. Instead of the battle breaking out, it went into a standoff, and the Rat University's side began a persuasive attack. Since Mauste used to frequent the Chestnut tribe before, communication between the two sides was not a problem. Mauste first told the Chestnut Witch about what Maoli had done in the Han tribe, threatening the Han tribe to trade copper with it, and then had already been killed on the spot by Dashu. Their chief was angry, but remembering that it was all Maoli's idea alone, he gave those innocent clansmen of the Li tribe a way out, and now if they surrendered, they could live to join the Han tribe, or else there was only a way out for them to die, leaving them to make their own choice. Chestnut Witch was shocked when he first heard the news, but it was expected. The leader of their Chestnut tribe was still too radical. 1,000 times should not provoke this powerful neighbor. At this time the whole tribe is surrounded. His side is at an absolute disadvantage. The only thing in front of him is to surrender or to die. Two paths. Even if he still wants to resist a little bit, there is no chance, because his people don't listen to him anymore. Luo Chong deliberately let the rat big brought those Chestnut tribe teenage girls played a big role. They shouted to the Chestnut tribe once loved ones, said the Han tribe all kinds of benefits. Join the Han tribe can live a better life. And those detained clansmen didn't die. Only one Maoli was killed. Now as long as they join the Han tribe, those clansmen can still come back to them, and they won't be treated differently in the future. What everyone has, they can have too. The first to be shaken are those ordinary clansmen of the Chestnut tribe. Seriously, they do not have any deep hatred with the Han tribe. Only the chief alone offended the Han tribe. In the end, it is still the chief's fault. They did not have to accompany a dead man to the funeral. Coupled with the assurances of their own sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, and all the descriptions of the Han tribe, the Kuru tribe's clansmen simply couldn't afford to rebel. So, just before Chestnut Witch made a decision, some of the clansmen of the Chestnut tribe put down their hands, and slowly more and more people also put down their weapons. Chestnut Witch looked at the scene, knowing that the situation was over, and also helplessly made the decision to surrender. These primitive people surrendered. That naturally is really surrendered. There is no fraudulent surrender that, since they decided to join the Han tribe, then in the future we are all the same tribe. The rat big even began to let the warriors he brought to help the Chestnut tribe to pack up their things and move. There was not much worth taking away. What was valuable was some pottery and white salt, and a store of animal skins, and some smoked jerky. There was no need to take away the rest, for the Han tribes had it all, from the contact between the two sides, and then surrender, pack up and move. The whole process only used a morning. In the afternoon, the rat big began to take a total of more than 400 people and the team began to return. The Chestnut tribe of this settlement will be directly abandoned. From now on, the Chestnut tribe will become a Han tribe Chestnut clan, but also for the Han tribe to increase the population of more than 200 people. This otherwise unsuspecting expedition was over, and Mauste and the others were already on their way home. But on the Han tribe side, there was a team that was about to go far away. During dinner that day, several executives shared a meal with Luo Chong and discussed the upcoming trip. Chief, is that iron ore you said is important? Is it really better than the copper we are using now? Then do we need to continue mining copper in the future? De Shu asked Luo Chong. Yes, iron is more important than copper. And according to the results of my exploration, the reserves of that magnetite mine in the Salt Lake are quite astonishing. It may be much bigger than the whole of the 8 treasure mountains, so much so that it is simply impossible to calculate it. And iron is stronger and more durable than copper, but it is a little more troublesome to smelt it. But none of this is a reason. We must control that iron mine in our own hands. Another thing about the Babeo Mountain copper mine, we still have to continue to mine, but in the future you can reduce the amount of copper mining. For the time being, the Babeo Mountain mining area is still mainly to collect limestone, that we need to use at this stage of the building materials. And limestone, this thing, iron refining time to use a lot of. You just dig it. Also, this time, you'll take a team of people to Mount Babeo, and you'll also dig up a batch of kaolin and anthracite clay and come back first. I'm going to use them to make refractory bricks, and then build a few new large smelting furnaces, so as to increase the speed and output of our smelting of metals. Luo Chong arranged to Big Tree. Yes, I understand, Chief, Big Tree said with a nod. Well, this time, the team going to the Salt Lake Iron Mine will be led by Vigor, with Blood Slaughter as the vice team, to help Vigor manage those slaves. After arriving at the place, first set up a camp where you can live for a long period of time. There aren't as many trees there as there are in our place, and there may not be enough materials, so you can follow the example of the Paint Tribe, and dig up some semi-underground structures of earth huts, which basically won't require much wood. Moreover, this earth pit type of shelter will facilitate your management of the slaves by dividing them into groups and keeping them in separate earth pits, to be guarded by warriors in shifts. Also every day when the slaves went to work they were given tools, and at the end of the evening when they left work, they had to collect them all and wait for the next day to give them out again. During the work, once you find slaves using tools to destroy the ankle cuffs and trying to escape, then just shoot them, don't hesitate, and if there are any who are lazy and don't work, then beat them up for me, and don't feed them if they don't listen. Luo Chong explained to Dali in Blood Slaughter. Yes, Chief, we'll remember. Dig the camp first, then work, and collect the tools every day when we're not working. Dali and Blood Butcher responded. Well, that's good. Besides, Yufu will be following you this time, but he's on a different mission than you are. He's mainly going with the men to round up those wild horses, and he'll be back when they're caught. Also, I will give all the deer cavalry to Yufu, and also have him assist you in clearing out the beasts around the mines. And it will be hard for you to catch those wild horses without the cavalry, and you won't be able to chase them down even if you see them. Also the way to catch those wild horses I have told you about. The chase is not going to work. Even if you are good riders and can get some with a lasso pole, there won't be many of them. So my suggestion is that you set up a preemptive ambush position, then have the cavalry scout to find the herd, then have the cavalry drive the herd into the encirclement and then kill them all in one fell swoop. You must remember, if you catch one more live animal, our Han tribe will have one more strong laborer. With these horses, other than that, we can use them to plow the fields, reclaim more land, and grow more food. Whether we can eat enough in the future or not depends on how much you can catch back. Luo Chong spoke at length to the several people. Chapter 224, Divine Eagle joins, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Several of the top brass nodded their heads in response, indicating that they had memorized what Luo Chong had said, while Eagle Chief Rue, who was on the side, looked a bit perplexed. These days in the Han tribe of what he saw and heard to his impact is too big. First of all, the deepest impression is the Han tribe's population, more than 2,000, and just in the days he came over, the Han tribe also got more than 200 slaves, a traveler tribe's initiative to rely on, and already on the way back to the Chestnut tribe of more than 200 people. The Han tribe's population grows too fast. On the contrary, his own Eagle tribe, the whole tribe, men, women and children together, only had about 150 people. Not as many as the population that had joined the Han tribe in the past few days. The second is the living standard of the Han tribe, enough to be described as affluent. At the very least, they do not lack food and clothing. They can do self-sufficiency, pottery pots, buckets, all kinds of vehicles, and can walk on the water in the wooden boat, wooden bridge across the river. The Han tribes would also plant, farm, and smelt metal to make excellent weapons and tools, and had a way to work out a salt supply, even so much that it was used for trade. The spirit of all the tribe's clansmen was also very good. The most thing he saw in the Han tribe was smiling faces. Every clan member was very hard-working. They were each doing their own job, doing what they liked to do, and actively contributing to the collective. This point was what Jean Rue liked the most, and it was also what he envied the most. The Eagle tribe didn't have a large population, but because they had giant eagles they could have them help them hunt for food, so they had a bit of nothing to do, and everyone in the Eagle tribe felt idle. They didn't lack food. And naturally they didn't lack the animal skins to make clothes. and every day, besides training the giant eagle and playing with it, it seemed like everyone had nothing to do, and to put it bluntly, they were bored. On the floating island, they feel that they are high above the tribes, such as the immortal as not eat earthly fire, but the immortals still greed mortal dust. The eagle tribe of such mortals and how can be an exception? And compared with the Han tribe, Rue think the Han tribe is to live in the days of the gods, or said to live a more humane. The Han tribesmen plant a grain with their own hands, and they will carry in their hearts the hope of a good harvest. While the eagle tribe is teasing the eagle, the Han tribesmen build a house with their own hands, and they will rejoice in their achievement. While the eagle tribe is still teasing the eagle, Rue liked the life of the Han tribe, and even more so, the atmosphere of the Han tribe's life, which was full and rich. And after learning about the Han tribe in detail, plus seeing with his own eyes the joining of the U tribe, and the Han chief Luo Chang's treatment of the newly joined clansmen, Rue made a decision that was important to the Eagle tribe. Chief Han, can we, the Eagle tribe, also join the Han tribe, just like the U tribe, live the same life as you? Oh, you want to join our Han tribe? Luo Chong asked in surprise. This is indeed enough Luo Chong's surprise, because this is still the first time that other tribes take the initiative to ask to join. Before the Xieding tribe is to fight over, the Tree tribe is Luo Chong invited to join. The Black Rat tribe is to use the scheme to cheat over, and with the means of trade abducted over, Luo Chong in order to the development and growth of the Han tribe, can be described as the pitfalls and deceptions, all kinds of things. Today suddenly there are tribes willing to take the initiative to rely on, really let Luo Chong happy. Yes, I love the Han tribe, so I want my people to live like this as well, only I have another concern. Our eagle tribe has been breeding giant eagles for generations, yet they have never left that floating island. They have always been perched there, and I'm worried that our giant eagles won't be able to get used to the life here. Since the Han tribe is proficient in the art of farming and raising so many kinds of animals, do you have any solutions to this problem? Rue first nodded, and at the same time voiced his concerns. Well, first of all, you are willing to join the Han tribe. My people and I are very welcome. The other thing is what you said about breeding giant eagles. I don't think it's a problem. Look at the last few days you've been here. Hasn't Bazooka been having a good time here as well? If you're worried about their reproduction, we can build nests for them in the mountains to the west, and even if that doesn't work out, they can still go back to the floating islands to reproduce, and the Salt Lake is surrounded by iron or mining areas, so we'll take over there in the future, and it'll be the Han tribe's territory as well. And it's not like you're never going to be able to come back after you've moved here, so you can rest assured that the whole clan will move here. And when Bazooka and the others need to breed, you can still go to the floating island for a while. Luo Chong spoke his thoughts. Rue listened and nodded frequently. Luo Chong said is not unreasonable. Join the Han tribe is not the same as the future can never return. Here from the Salt Lake although far, but for the Bazooka is only a few hours of sailing just. Reproduction and so on can be carried out completely in the floating island there. At the same time Luo Chang's generosity is also once again let Rue emotion. Yu Fu said that he is not willing to stay in the tribe. Luo Chong let him take people out of the adventure, and their own talk about Bazooka's reproduction. Luo Chong agreed to go back to reproduce them, which left Rue with a very good feeling. The chief is young, but not at all abused his power, but to know the people and make the best use of them, all to the different people to find the right position and a certain loose range of activities. To summarize, this young chief is excellent, brilliant, and very suitable to be a chief, and he himself will be able to make something of himself if he puts himself under his command, instead of living a mediocre life like before. You are right. In that case then I have no more questions. Thank you chief for accepting my people. We Eagle tribe will make our own contribution to you all in the future. Rue stood up as he spoke, then half-kneeled on the ground and saluted Luo Chong with one hand on his chest, and at the same time changed his name to chief. Ha 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 ha. Very good. From now on you will be the Eagle clan of the Han tribe, and since you are willing to contribute to everyone, you will be added to this mission. Luo Chong happily patted Rue's shoulder, then helped him up and said, Chief, just say it. As long as we can do it, we will definitely try our best to do it. Rue also patted his chest and assured, just joining and assigning a mission. This was obviously Luo Chang's regard for them, as well as his trust, or maybe it was Luo Chang's test for their Eagle tribe, but no matter what, they finally had something to do as well, and didn't have to be idle out of their birds all day long. Well, this mission is for you to assist Yufu in accomplishing the task. Your bazookas have an advantage over the cavalry. They fly high in the sky and can see far, so this time, you'll have to mobilize all the giant eagles you've raised to find the wild horse herds in the grasslands, and then lead our cavalry over there, and at the same time, you'll have to drive the giant eagles to complete the herds of horses to be driven away and encircled. This shouldn't be too hard for you guys. After all, You had Bazooka guide us before. Chapter 225, The Secret of Public Explosives, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. This is very simple. We can do it. When I go back I will arrange it. As soon as Rui heard Luo Chang's explanation of the task, he couldn't help but relax and smile. This really wasn't a difficult task for their eagle tribe. Well then, let's wait until you guys finish this mission, and then bring your clan back with Yufu with the herd of horses. Luo Chong nodded and said. Yufu and Eagle Rui nodded their heads together in response, and then pounded each other's chests to show their closeness. The two of them were considered to be in the same batch to join the Han tribe, and now they were going to work together to accomplish the mission, which was kind of a destiny, right? Early the next morning, Vigor, Yufu, Bloodslaughter, and Eagle Rui set out with 4 ox carts, 20 wheelbarrows, 80 warriors, and 100 shackled slaves, this time crossing the small bridge directly from the Han tribe here, and then making their way northward along the banks of the river toward the iron ore region of the Salt Lake. After another day, the 200 warriors led by Mauste, and the 200-odd chestnut tribesmen who had moved in together also returned to the Han tribe, and the 30-odd chestnut tribesmen who had been detained by Big Tree before were also released, and after they saw that Chestnut which had already brought all of his people to join the Han tribe, they didn't react much, and naturally blended in. In the past few days, in addition to not being able to move freely, they have not had enough to eat, but they have not been subjected to abuse like beating, so their hearts do not have any resentment. After all, before it is because of their own leader Maoli first offended the Han tribe. Dead is also dead. There is nothing to say. To follow the Maoli dry is better than to follow the Han tribe dry. In the course of these few days, the rice seeds for the second season had been sown, and since it was now summer and the weather was hot, the seeds, having absorbed enough moisture, took only 3 days to germinate and break through the soil, and after waiting for another 20 days or so they would grow into seedlings, and the Han tribe would carry out the second transplanting of rice. At the same time, because of the problem of the population surge during this time, Luo Chong decided to continue to expand the area of rice cultivation, but expanding paddy fields is not so easy. The first thing to do is to solve the problem of water, or to continue to dig the river. Now the east side of the Han tribe city site, to the small river between this more than 1,000 acres of area has been completed all the reclamation and planting, water to water the rice paddies by the 2 artificial river supply. If you want to continue to expand the area of cultivation, you have to consider which direction to develop. There are 2 pieces of land that can be reclaimed now. One is to dig through the circular moat and divert the water to the west side of the city and reclaim the fields on the west side. But on the west side is more than 2,000 acres of artificial grassland, which also provides fodder for the many herbivorous animals that are raised by the Han tribe. However, before the agricultural byproduct feed, that is, straw replaces the natural feed, these pastures cannot be destroyed so easily. So Luo Chong intends to set the direction of the expansion of the rice paddies to the east bank of the creek, the direction of the east bank of the Han tribe, before the north of the Tree tribe, east of the Black Rat tribe, south of the Chestnut tribe. Now these 3 tribes have been annexed and absorbed by the Han tribe, the opposite side of the 3 days away from the no other tribes. Then the large area will naturally become the Han tribe's sphere of influence. Coupled with the Han tribe's current population of so many people, it is fully capable of, and necessary to reclaim more land to ensure food supply. And besides, now that the Han tribe has also erected wooden bridges, it is not difficult to pass from both sides of the river, even if it is done every day. Of course, digging the river is still quite difficult, coupled with this year's construction task and heavy. After all, until now enough clan housing has not built enough it, so Luo Chong decided to faster, more violent way of digging the river. Earth blasting operations. Explosives are still used before the nitrochemical glycerin oil. The first preparation of sulfuric acid, there are 2 big jars. At that time only used a little, and now there are still a lot of storage. Nitric acid because of the shortage of nitrate at that time, so the production of less. In the blasting of the salt mine has been used up, but this time accidentally in the Salt Lake mining district found the saltpeter. It solves the problem of the lack of this raw material, which is also Luo Chong a few days ago to come back, specially brought back a few packages of saltpeter. Over the next few days, Big Mouth's metallurgy team fitted the remaining 107 slaves with shackles. Luo Chong also prepared new nitric acid using the distillation crucible from before, and a few more jars of concentrated glycerin were made, and the Han tribe's stock of fats and oils was dwindling by leaps and bounds. But the soap, a byproduct, was also increasing. At the same time, a new tool was born under Luo Chang's guidance, the Luoyang shovel. Ahem. Of course, this thing is not for grave robbing? And then there is nothing to dig a grave at this time. It is estimated that the primitive people here have not yet evolved the funeral culture of burying the dead. Even if there will not be any valuable burial goods, The death of the dead buried a few pots and jars and so on the object, and it must be more than cannot be exhausted in the case of will do so. So Luo Chong made the Luoyang shovel really just for its special function. To make a hole. To make a cannon eye to plant explosives. Chief, what the hell is this strange shovel for? Mouse big hand holding a brand new bronze Luoyang shovel. Shovel head is a diameter of about 8 centimeters of semicircular tubular. There are 30 centimeters in length, but the back of the installation of the wooden handle is particularly exaggerated. Is 5 meters long? So Mouse big completely confused. This is what in the end to do. What else can a shovel be used for? Of course it's used for digging, but this shovel is specifically used for punching holes in the ground. Luo Chong explained. Punching holes? Is that just drilling holes? What's the point of drilling holes in the ground? Big Tree asked from the sidelines as well. To dig the river. You can dig a river by drilling a hole? Yes. Today I'm going to tell you one thing. It's that thing I've been making for the past few days. It's called dynamite. It's the same thing that I used to blow up the salt mine cave last time. It's too slow for us to dig the river with manpower. So I'm going to directly use dynamite to blow up a river. Luo Chong explained to the two. Dynamite? The thing that blew up the salt mine? Mausta and Big Tree were shocked and at the same time a little excited. It turned out that the chief's last time to open up the mountain and crack the stone was not with some immortal method, but with a kind of thing that human beings can produce. In a slightly regretful situation, at the same time, also a little grateful. Turns out it's artificially controllable, which means they can too, if they learn how that thing called dynamite is made. And the chief was even willing to tell them about this miracle-like thing, so he really did still trust them. Yes, it's the explosives. The explosives after being detonated will produce a power like the heavenly thunder. Even higher, the more explosives, the greater the power. So the explosives are very dangerous. It's easy to blow up people. And I'm only telling you now. I'm not going to let you operate it on your own yet. Or else it's very likely that all of us will be blown up. Do you understand? Luo Chong said to the two. Understood, Chief. The power of this kind of heavenly thunder is naturally not something that anyone can control. We're already content if we can take a look. Mausta said smugly. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's a science. I'll teach you all in the future. Just study hard when the time comes. Luo Chong breathlessly held his hand to his forehead. Learning? Like learning kanji? Then I'd better not learn. It's good to have an alpha who can. We'll just watch from the sidelines. He. Mausta said playfully. Luo Chong, MMP. Chapter 226, The Rat Frying the River, Requesting for Tickets and Subscriptions. After Luo Chang's simple popularization of the two, Mausta and Big Tree also knew about the existence of such things as explosives, and Luo Chong didn't let the two of them keep the secret, since set out, naturally is intended to let all the clansmen know. Otherwise when Luo Chong began to blow up the river, that movement must be how big, simply cannot be hidden. By then the clansmen who do not know the truth is certainly again should be skeptical of life. So in advance to take a precautionary shot is still necessary. In the course of 2 days, thanks to deliberate spreading of the word, the clansmen had learned that the chief would make something called dynamite and was going to use it to dig the river, which was said to be much quicker than digging it directly with men. But how exactly? No one yet knew. By the morning of the third day when the news was made public, Luo Chong brought a few people from Dashu to the other side of the river, ready to experiment with blasting dosage on the land on the other side of the river first. The specific operation steps are like this. First there is a rat big with a Luoyang shovel, in the predetermined blasting point to hit a vertical downward hole, the hole diameter of 10 centimeters, 4 meters deep, using the scale on the long wooden handle of the Luoyang shovel to determine the depth. After the cannon hole was made, Luo Chong put the nitrochemical glycerin oil prepared on the spot in a cylindrical ceramic jar, which was specially fired by the cripple, and the outer diameter of the ceramic jar was about 9 centimeters, and the mouth of the jar was slightly smaller in position, with a waist-shaped closure, so that a thin twine could be tied to it, and the ceramic jar could be slowly hoisted into the dugout cannon hole after it was put in place. After that, use a tree branch to build a tripod directly above the cannon eye. The frame with a thin hemp rope hanging a smashed brick does not have to be too big, can ensure that the smooth fall into the cannon eye on the line. This is a simple vertical impact detonation device. After the arrangement of the work process, Luo Chong took them to start the first blasting experiment. This time the charge is about 300 grams or so, but just an estimate. Luo Chong specifically in the inner wall of the pot to draw a few different depths of the horizontal line as a scale, to observe the effect of the blasting of different charges. The clay pot filled with medicine was hoisted to the bottom of the cannon eye by Luo Chang's hands, and then the bricks tied with a rope were also hung on the tripod above the cannon eye, and the bricks were hung 10 centimeters deep inside the cannon eye to prevent deviation from falling into the cannon eye during the descent. Then Luo Chong began to pull on the rope and slowly retreated to a bunker 20 meters away. a trench-shaped bunker that Dashu had dug with his men, where several men were lying in wait, with one head exposed to watch Luochong walk over and then lie down with them. Here, Mouse Big, take this rope and don't let go yet. Luochong handed the thin hemp rope in his hand to Mousta. Ha, give me? Mousta asked in surprise. Yeah, don't you want to try how the power of the heavenly thunderbolt? So you'll be the one to detonate the explosives this time. But I don't know how. Mouse stammered. What's not to know about this? Just hold the rope, and when I tell you to let go in a moment, just let go and lie down. Luochong taught Mousta the method of detonation. But, Chief, I'm afraid. You a big man. Afraid of what? Afraid? This is not all hide so far. Still is not a man. Quickly, this time you come, next time the big tree to come. You all have to try it with your own hands, Luochong urged, and in his heart, he cursed a word of indisputability. Oh, Mousta shivered and took the twine, gripping it tightly in his hand. His palms and brain were involuntarily sweating, and his other hand kept wiping the sweat from his brain. What are you nervous about? What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, this time I packed less explosives, not as powerful as the time I blew up the mountain before. Alright, everyone lie down. Mousta, you listen to my command. I count 1, 2, 3, when you hear 3 you let go. Got it? Luochong reminded the crowd. Yes, I know. Mousta stuttered and nodded. This was something like heavenly thunder, now in the hands of a mortal like him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous, but there was no chance of backtracking now, because Luochong had already shouted out the order. 2, 3. The moment he heard Luochong shout out 3, Mousta tensed his nerves and subconsciously let go of his hand. Immediately after that, in less than a second, the bricks hanging from the top of the cannons fell straight down the vertical hole, accurately hitting the earthenware jar resting at the bottom, which instantly shattered, and the nitroglycerin inside detonated due to the violent impact. In an instant, countless amounts of dirt flew up high in all directions like heavenly flowers, and the ground centered on the cannons was blown out into a crater 4 meters deep and more than 3 meters in diameter. Just when the dirt is still flying in the sky, rumbling a deafening roar only from the heart of the explosion came out. This is because nitro-chemical glycerin oil belongs to the potent explosives. It can reach the burst speed of plus or minus 7,000 meters per second, while the propagation speed of the sound in the air is only 340 meters per minute, which is why it will be the first to see the explosion, and then hear the sound. After the violent explosion, nearly 30 cubic meters of soil fell from the sky, covering the surrounding area of 30 meters. Because this was an underground blasting, so the area affected was not large. This point is still very different from the surface of the direct blasting. After a storm of clattering dirt, the demolition team lying 20 meters away were covered in a layer, and Luochong was the first to look up, shaking his head, shaking the dirt off his head, and reaching out to pat a few people next to him. It's all up. It's done blowing up. It's fine. Let's go over there and see how it goes. Is this dynamite? It's awesome. I felt the ground shaking just now. I can use explosives too. Ha. Sensing Luochang's patting, Mousta also raised his head and shook it, and couldn't help but lament the experience of detonating explosives with his own hands. But, ahem. Lots of dirt. That was a loud noise just now. Dashu climbed out of the bunker as well. Several people walked together to the blasting point, looking at the large pit on the ground, cannot help but be dumbfounded. Although this is the second time to see the power of explosives, can be so close to feel or the first time? Especially this time the entire blasting process they have to participate. My goodness, this dynamite is really powerful. Just that one time, it blew out such a big pit. If we let 10 clansmen come with shovels to dig, at least we have to dig for a day. This is really a divine weapon. Mousta looked at that big pit inside. Yes, now I finally understand how the chief is planning to use explosives to dig the river. Does the chief want to put rows of cannon holes at the location of the river, and then blow up rows of big pits, and use these big pits to connect the city with a river? If that's the case, then digging the river is pretty fast. I guess if we have enough materials, it will only take a few days to dig another diversion river. Big Tree looked at the large pit in front of him and had already figured out Luochang's plan. Chapter 227 Earth Dragon turns over, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Brilliant. The exact plan is this. You've seen the power and effect of the explosives. It's really powerful, but as long as we know how to use it, and use it well, we'll be able to dig a few more diversionary rivers out in a month's time. This will allow us to plant another batch of rice this year, so that we can store enough grain and livestock fodder in the winter. Luochong couldn't help but praise Big Tree when he heard his guess. Several people listened to the nodding. Or the chief has a way. Now the Han tribe's population but come more and more. the food supply is really a big problem, especially the winter reserves. Do not plan in advance cannot be. Luckily, the chief thought far ahead, and there was a chief to use his brain in terms of planning, and now that there was a way out, they just had to seriously complete the task explained by the chief, and a few people were instantly full of fighting spirit, ready to let go of their hands and have a great time. Tested the charge and explosive effect, as well as the safety distance. The preparation work is considered complete. The next time, Luo Chong began to make plans for the land on the east bank of the creek. A road should be left on the east bank directly opposite the bridge, and then using this road as an axis. A paddy field of 500 meters on each side, with a length of 1 kilometer, so that the paddy fields on both sides of the road add up to a square with a length and width of 1 kilometer, with a combined area of 1,500 acres. This makes a total of about 2,500 acres of rice paddies cultivated on the east and west coasts this year, enough for this year's grain reserves. The east bank adjacent to the river is still relatively flat, and the trees are not particularly dense, sort of sparsely wooded, with a few shrubs interspersed between them, and it takes a while to clear them. So Luo Chong called back the logging team working in the western mountain forest. Let them first clean up the trees and shrubs in this area. As for those roots, directly buried explosives to blow up, so that it is much faster than manual digging. The roots of the shrubs, you can also use the plow to plow out, and so on. After the reclaiming of the rice paddies, the field is covered by a long time by the layer of water, and the residual roots cannot grow out. At the same time as the logging team cleaned up the ground, Luo Chong also let Big Tree take the lead in starting blasting operations on the moat on the west bank. The moat still needs to be dug, and it doesn't just play a role in protecting the city, but it can likewise provide water for the land on the west side of the city. And although the pasture on the west side doesn't grow food, a piece of land can be opened up for planting vegetables. In the river channel of the moat, Mausta led a few people to use Loyang shovels to hit the cannon holes, one every 4 meters, and spent a day digging out 50 cannon holes, the length of which covered an area of 200 meters. And on the second day, the explosives were personally proportioned by Luo Chong, and planted at the bottom of the cannon holes. Big Tree then led the people to dig some simple bunkers. Mausta also led the people to set up the detonation device. The elder and Mouse which gave notice to the clansmen ahead of time and took the clansmen to stay away from the blasting site. And then Luo Chong called 50 clansmen to prepare to detonate those blasting points at the same time. 50 men, with their hands on detonation cords, lay down inside simple bunkers 30 meters away, and the signaling was changed from yelling with their mouths to banging on drums. Luo Chong let the people made before the cowhide drum move to the bunker behind the 50 meters. This time the agreement to beat the drum 3 times as a signal. Heard 3 drums, all the front of the detonator at the same time to release the hands of the rope. So a prehistoric blasting like the Earth Dragon turned over so happened. In the second half of the first month of summer, in the morning, the weather was clear, and on the Han tribe's urban construction site, 50 initiators, with their hands on the detonation ropes, waited for the signal from Luo Chong in the rear. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the cowhide drums vibrated through the air, and almost at the same time, clearly reached the ears of the 50 blasters the next moment. Rumble. South of the city's western half of the Moat River Channel, instantly rise up a 200-meter-long clay dragon. Like the Earth Dragon broke out of the ground. The momentum of the great, so that those who saw it were all shocked. Too horrible, but also too spectacular. The entire Han tribe, led by Grey Mountain and Meat, were all prostrate on the ground, shivering and not daring to speak. But the scene after the blasting was exhilarating. The smoke and mud dispersed. A 200-meter-long deep ditch appeared in the original place. It originally took dozens of people a few weeks to dig out. The river was instantly formed. As long as a little bit of repair, you can directly draw water into it. When the blasting was over, Mausta began to lead the men to escort the slaves to work again, collecting the dirt that flew around in carts and stacking it inside the urban area, ready to be used to build rammed earth walls later on. The Han tribe has also entered a major construction phase, and because of the addition of the Chestnut tribe, as well as the 2 tribes that defected during the previous western expedition, Luo Chong has reorganized the construction team to build houses, and this time, it has directly expanded to 30 building teams, capable of building 30 rough dwellings at once at the same time. The common clansmen were building houses in the city. The slaves were digging rivers and hauling dirt on the outskirts of the city, and all the work was back on track. After 2 more days, blasting operations were completed on the remaining 200-meter section of the moat to the south. The rice seeds sown in the paddy fields for the second season sprouted their 4th leaf, and the mining team, which had been out for many days, completed the first phase of its objectives. The team led by Vigor, Blood Slaughter, Yu Fu, and Eagle Rue arrived at the Salt Lake area without any problems, and they first combined their efforts to set up a campsite near the Salt Lake. digging out a lot of earth huts of semi-subterranean structures for people to live in, and surrounding them with a circle of one-person-high earth walls made of the dug-out dirt. At the same time, Yufu also led the cavalry and all the warriors of the Eagle tribe who raised eagles to go on a hunting spree to kill the ferocious beasts in the surrounding area, sort of clearing out a safer working area for the iron mining area. In the next few hours, Dali and Blood Butcher began to lead the slaves in digging for magnetite, and cartloads of magnetite began to be delivered to the river, then piled up and sent to the Han tribe by water transport in wooden boats. On the other side of the Yufu and Eagle Rue also began to search the grassland full of traces of the herd of horses. The results did not expect just a few days. The group of wildebeests and migrated to the west bank of the river. Probably the herd also found this group of humans who suddenly occupied the salt lake, so they are far away from the avoidance of it. After 2 or 3 days of pursuit, Bazooka finally led the group to the vicinity of the horses on the west coast, and the group hung far out around the herd, keeping a certain distance, following their movements and thinking of what they should use to capture as many of them as possible. This point Luochong has given the program, that is, in advance to choose an encirclement, find ways to drive the horses to the encirclement, but it is easy to say, want to establish an encirclement in a flat grassland which is so easy to do. So Yufu made the decision to leave 5 cavalrymen, and a warrior from the Eagle tribe to follow the horses, and he himself took the rest of the men around to look for a suitable place to make an ambush. Chapter 228, Preparing for Iron Refining, Requesting for Tickets and Subscriptions. The 4th week of the first month of summer was spent by the Han tribe in a succession of bursts. The moat, more than 200 meters long on all sides, had taken on its initial outline, and all that was needed was for the slaves to widen and repair the river a little to divert the water into it. After the first stage of river blasting was completed, Luochong once again sent Big Tree to Mte Babeo to mine limestone, as well as those kaolin and anthracite soils, which were used to make refractory bricks in preparation for the expansion of the smelting furnace. The carpentry group led by Wooden Barrels also used the timber cut on the east bank to make a simple wooden bridge set up on the east bank of the moat. This bridge is only temporary. When the city wall is built, it will also make a special drawbridge to be placed at the entrance of the city. The current situation, to the urban area to transport all kinds of building materials and people in and out, all have to pass through here. The upcoming new metallurgical blast furnace would also be put inside the urban area as a permanent working address in the future. According to Luo Chang's plan, the metallurgical area and carpentry area would be put inside an urban area, because the metallurgical group currently only needed 2 or 3 new blast furnaces to produce the metals that the Han tribe needed, plus at most a workshop for iron smithing. But if these facilities alone were to take up an entire city block, it would be a waste, so the carpentry crews would have to be placed together in this city block as well. At the same time, the grassland area to the north of the Han tribe, Yufu discussed with his fellow clansmen, and selected the valley where Luochong led the ambush against the giant ape as the encirclement. The terrain there is very suitable, and the mouth of the valley has a narrow section. As long as it is blocked there beforehand, and then drove the horses into it, then we can do what the chief said, that is, to wipe out the whole net. So Yufu began to lead the men in building a fence there. They were going to cut down some small trees from around the area to make a simple but sturdy barrier to make sure they could stop the huge herd of horses. This was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two, and required a period of preparation, so there was no way to get back the large number of livestock that Luochong was expecting so quickly. However, although there was no harvest from Yufu's place, Vigor and Blood Slaughter's side had sent back the first shipload of magnetite, and according to the clansmen who returned from escorting the iron ore, it only takes most of a day to load a boat from the iron ore there to the Huihan tribe, fully loaded, by water, and that's with very little power, relying only on going with the current and a few small oars by hand. In this way, if non-stop transportation, basically 3 days' time can send back 2 ships of iron ore. Each ship will be able to transport about 15 tons. According to the magnetite iron content of 72%, just one ship will be able to refine 10 tons of pig iron. Now just need to hurry up to build a blast furnace. The Han tribe's shortage of metal can be relieved immediately, but making iron is not an easy task. The ore is not just thrown into the furnace and refined. It must also be pre-treated to do so. The main component of magnetite is iron tetraoxide, or iron oxide, so the process of turning iron oxide into iron is a reduction reaction, and a lot of carbon has to be added to this process, which is best if coal is available, but in the absence of which charcoal will have to be used. Carbon not only burns to provide the temperature needed to melt the iron, it also merges with the oxygen molecules of the iron oxide during the reaction and releases them as carbon dioxide, so that the oxygen molecules of the iron oxide are turned into pure iron when they are taken away by the carbon. Moreover, a large amount of limestone is added to this process. which is used as a catalyst for the reduction reaction and also serves as a slagging agent to accelerate the separation of iron and impurities from the linkage. Both of these used to aid in the reaction, except for the carbon, which can be added separately, have to be polished into powder or small crumbs, blended with the iron or powder to make a mud, and then made into the form of small balls or small square bricks before they can be thrown into the furnace to be smelted with the charcoal. Thus a new process also arose, grinding the ore into slag. And for this reason, Luocheng deliberately carved out a place in the hemp field on the north side of the Diversion River to prepare for the construction of the Han tribe's first water-powered facilities, the water-powered stone mill and water-powered stone mortar. Stone mill and stone mortar stone. Luocheng deliberately sent the only heir to the West Mountain salt mine there to pick. Before blasting the salt mine cave, there are a lot of collapsed boulders. Those stones can get back to the production of stone mill. Ready-made things is considered a waste of resources. Duo Air also led a team of men, pulling a crate with slaves to the western mountains to collect stone. But the stone back, chiseled into a grinding wheel, is another problem, or the same old problem before. There is no brazier and hammer. This is troublesome. Without a stone mill there is no way to grind or to make iron. And without a brazier there is no way to carve a stone mill, which seems to be caught in a dead circle. But the way is always more than the difficulty. As long as willing to use the brain, we'll certainly be able to come up with a way. Luocheng thought for a long time, and then carefully combed through the resources at his disposal. He quickly found that the Han tribe is there can be iron refining iron powder. That is, before the preparation of sulfuric acid, obtained dozens of kilograms of iron oxide crystals. That is not an ore, but it is the purest iron powder. What is iron oxide crystals? To put it bluntly, is a bunch of red powdered rust. This thing actually has other uses. Can be used as a dye to use, no matter it is porcelain or fabric. Can be colored with iron oxide. There is also glass. If the glass inside the iron oxide added to the glass, can be burned out of the kind of brown glass, such as oral fluid bottle that color. But Luocheng is now in urgent need of iron. Dye this thing or forget about it. Anyway, for the time being cannot be used, because it was not a large-scale blast furnace ironmaking. It could only use the most primitive and elementary iron-making method to build the first iron weapon of the Han tribe, which was the block refining method. The lump smelting method does not require the use of coal, but can be operated with charcoal. But because the temperature of charcoal is not hot enough to melt the iron is in solid form throughout the process of smelting, and the final iron smelted is in the form of lumps like sponges, which is why this method is called the lump smelting method. Refine iron because it did not melt into liquid, so there is no way to cast into a utensil, only through the continuous folding and forging, in order to discharge the impurities inside, and finally made into the shape you want. Having settled on the idea of iron smelting, Luocheng quickly called Big Mouth over and began to prepare the specialized iron smelting furnace. The new stove is made no differently than before, using the same ordinary clay, with some grass clippings mixed in to prevent cracking, and the stove is ready to be barricaded. Big Mouth began to make this new furnace under Luocheng's guidance, a cylindrical earthen furnace with an inner diameter of about half a meter. Big Mouth barricaded himself meticulously while Luocheng urged Big Mouth's progress from the sidelines. You don't need to base the stove that well, just base it fast. Luocheng teen Big Mouth said. Why, Chief, didn't you say that iron was harder to make? Then I mustn't make the furnace better? Big Mouth asked in disbelief. No, this furnace is just a disposable one. Take this kind of mud-based furnace to make iron. Use it once and it will burn down. There is no need to make it so carefully. Chapter 229, The Han Tribe's First Piece of Iron, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Ha, you can only use it once. Ha, Big Mouth asked in surprise. Yeah, that's why I said it's harder to refine iron. Alas, Luocheng said with a sigh. Then what are we going to use to make iron from now on? Are we going to make it once and then make a new furnace? That would indeed be difficult. This is not necessary. When Big Tree's side gets the refractory clay back, then we can use it to make a furnace that won't burn out. Luocheng explained. It's okay if that's the case, otherwise it's too much trouble. Big Mouth nodded, and began to speed up the speed of the barricade, and didn't talk about what looked good or not. Just be quick. At the same time as Big Mouth was building the furnace, Luocheng also smashed some limestone with a hammer, and charcoal, smashed it into powder, then mixed it with iron oxide crystals, and made it into mud, and finally rolled it into a ping-pong ball-sized mud ball, and then put it on the side to dry for spare time. These preparations alone have done a whole day's time. To the evening when the work was finished, the only heir also led the people to bring the stone back. Luocheng checked, are in line with their own standards of stone. Everything is ready. This can be iron refining. Early the next morning, the Han tribe's first iron smelting activity began, directed by Luocheng himself, with the cooperation of 5 or 6 metallurgical group members. Luo Chong first asked them to burn some branches in the furnace to dry it out completely, and by the way, also preheat the furnace, and when the furnace was completely dry, they immediately began to pour half of the furnace's charcoal into it, while the 3 leather-bagged, press-type blowers mounted underneath began to blow air into the furnace. After the charcoal inside is completely ignited, then the dried iron or balls are put into the furnace, and then the top is covered with a layer of charcoal, and the next step is to keep blowing air into the furnace. This work is very physical, and very boring. Luo Chong arranged 2 3-person teams to take turns drumming, the flame inside the furnace and the wind blowing, burning very exuberant, crimson flames out of the old high. The charcoal inside the furnace is also rapidly consumed. Not after a while on the short half, Luo Chong began to let the big mouth to continue to add charcoal, and so has been non-stop repetition. The charcoal was poured down basket by basket, and then consumed quickly, until it reached the point where the color inside the furnace turned white. Luo Chong made a few people stop, and then began to take the axe and copper shovel to dismantle the furnace. Yes, the furnace didn't get cracked outright due to the care that Big Mouth had taken to make it in the first place, but now if you wanted to remove the iron inside, you had to dismantle the furnace and remove the smelted iron from the top of the furnace. Taking a short axe, Big Mouth started at the top end of the stove and chiseled the walls down, layer by layer, then pushed the shattered walls down with a shovel. The thick clay walls of the furnace fell to the ground, and the inner walls had turned red in a semi-melted state where the furnace had been. A layer of the walls was smashed away, and the height of the furnace dropped a little, exposing all the red-hot charcoal inside, and a spade was used to remove the excess, and a large, irregularly shaped mass of red substance soon appeared in the furnace, a mixture of the refined iron and impurities. Luo Chong personally took the copper tongs and clamped out the irregular spongy iron block, and then placed it on a pre-prepared flat pebble, using the pebble as an anvil, and then 2 clansmen carrying hammers kept pounding on the iron block. After the initial pounding, the slag that had adhered to the iron was smashed off, leaving only a piece of cooled iron with a dark, dull-colored metallic sheen. After the session also has been to repeat this action, Luo Chong constantly from the hearth clip out the iron, and then by the 2 carrying the hammer of the clan smashed off the slag and other impurities. So that lasted about half an hour of time. This furnace of iron is considered to be all out of the search, was collected together spongy iron blocks piled together, large and small together estimated to be about 30 pounds. This is the first batch of pig iron smelted by the Han tribe, but this is still only the first step. In the next few moments, Luo Chong had Big Mouth pour charcoal into the remnants of the furnace once again, and then had the 3 previous drummers continue to start drumming. Luo Chong was not idle either, throwing a piece of irregular iron into the furnace, waiting for it to burn red, then using tongs to clip it out, letting the 2 clansmen carrying hammers keep pounding it until it was smashed into a tight iron block, then put in the furnace and then burn, and then clip out of the pounding, so that after several times of non-stop pounding, and then use the axe to smash the iron into 2 sections, folded and then continue to pound, but also to the 2 layers of iron sprinkled with some borax between the 2 layers of iron, as a remover to be used, so as to make the 2 layers of iron tightly fused together, or it is likely to be smashed for half a day. 2 layers of the folded iron is still unable to integrate. This is where the role of borax becomes very important. Borax is something that, when it comes into contact with the metal, gets rid of the oxides on the surface of the metal through a chemical reaction, making the contact surface cleaner so that the 2 pieces of metal can be fused tightly together. And something like borax, Luo Chong really did happen to have a piece of it in his hand. It was bought back from the hands of the cave tribe at the trade fair in the spring of this year, and at that time, when Luo Chong first saw the stone, he recognized that it was borax, and that was why he traded it back with pottery. That time and borax bought back together with a piece of graphite. Now although not yet used, but also by Luo Chong treasured, the iron block is constantly burned and beaten under the combined efforts of several people. And this process is also known as the famous 100 refined steel making process in the Western Han Dynasty in history. Because of the non-stop folding and forging, not only can the impurities in the block of refined iron knocked out, but also because often placed in the charcoal burning, so that the 100 refined steel non-stop infiltration of carbon, as a way to obtain a relatively high carbon content of steel. Of course, if you use the current scientific definition, such a 100 refined steel is actually not yet considered steel, because it is, after all, segmented and beaten. Even if the number of times forged and beaten, it is still uneven, and this alone has a huge impact on the characteristics of the steel. But Luo Chong just wanted to take this 100 refined steel to make a few braziers and hammers. There was no need to make such a high standard, so it was still quite fast to make. The production of steel brazier is the most simple, is to knock a piece of iron into a bar, and then one end into a pointed, after the initial grinding, and then put the brazier in the furnace red, and then take out and sink into the cool water. Do quenching, so that the hardness of the brazier will be greatly increased, and used to chisel the stone is certainly not a problem. In this way, it took a few people a day to build a few differently shaped braziers, both pointed for carving grooves and flat for chiseling stones, and finally 3 hammers were made from the remaining iron, while 2 pieces of iron weighing about 4 or 5 pounds were left behind, not having thought of anything to make for the time being. Chapter 230, The Salt Wasteland begins, begging for tickets and subscriptions. The newly made steel brazier was soon put into use, and Luo Chong found a few savages brought by Yufu in the beginning, and let those of them who had disabled legs and feet be full-time stonemasons, specializing in chiseling and carving grinding wheels and stone mortars. The clanking sound of knocking stones soon rang out in the Han tribe, and also let the clansmen really realize a problem. That is, steel is really much stronger than bronze. If you use bronze so playfully to fight with the stone, I guess the bronze has long been broken. The rest of the time was spent in the ordinary and busy life of the Han tribe. The slaves were repairing the moat under the supervision of the warriors. Dashu was also transporting back truckloads of limestone from Babao Mountain. The only wooden boat of the Han tribe was now only responsible for transporting magnetite back from the iron ore mine, and Luochong was also working with the carpentry team to build a water wheel. Until the beginning of the second month of summer, the second season of rice planted by the Han tribe had also grown 7 or 8 leaves, and the single seedlings were about a foot tall, so it was time to plant rice seedlings again. Due to this, planting area expanded more than 10 times. In order to be able to transplant the seedlings to the field as soon as possible, Luochong almost mobilized all the laborers in the tribe that can be used to do farm work, planting during the busy time, and then continue to build a house when the busy time passes, which may be the first batch of migrant workers in this world. Luochong for the world to bring changes is huge, but also deeply affected a group of people, of which the Han tribe's development is the most rapid, and the Han tribe contacted those tribes are also deeply affected, especially in the spring meeting, and the Han tribe has done the transaction of those tribes. A few months' time has passed. The Han tribe pottery and white salt is also quite popular in the tribes, but the white salt, this thing is really does not stand up to food, especially in the summer weather is hot. The human sweating is very large, so the consumption of the white salt will be even faster. The tribes are also once again back to the era of salt shortage, but as the saying goes, it's easy to go from simple to extravagant, and difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. After they got used to eating white salt, they violently stopped the supply of white salt, and really can't stand it. So there are some tribes that generated the idea of looking for the Han tribe, and want to trade with the Han tribe to trade some white salt back again. But this thing is easy to say. Want to do it is really difficult. One of the biggest problems is not knowing the exact location of the Han tribal settlement. Each tribe has its own inherent territory, or called the sphere of influence. Their living area is also very limited. Basically will not go to far away places if there is no thing to do activities. It is like the spring meeting of such a large-scale party, but also for the sake of the tribe's reproduction, will only be held once a year, but they are not without fellowship, as the Han tribe is with the Black Rat tribe, the Chestnut tribe, and the Braided tribe, and there is communication and intercourse between 2 or 3 neighboring tribes elsewhere. So like this kind of tribes that have the idea of looking for the Han tribe, naturally also want to call on a few more neighbors to go with. After all, the road is long. A tribe can send out, the manpower is ultimately limited. If you can more than a few peers acquaintances, on the road is also safer, not some. The first to take action was the Fork tribe located in the northwest of Rumang Water Valley. The population of the Fork tribe was about 400 people. They made their living by fishing. Their food source was considered to be relatively stable and sufficient, so their population was also large. But also because of the large population, the Fork tribe's white salt consumption rate was also much faster than other tribes. The white salt traded at the spring meeting is already very little left. By now, the entire Fork tribe, only those important laborers, can get a little white salt every 2 days. Barely let the mouth can taste the salty flavor. But even so, the white salt reserves still cannot hold out for much longer. So the Fork chief pointed to put forward the idea of looking for the Han tribe. But the elders of the Fork tribe made the suggestion to contact their neighbors and all send a search party together, so that there would be more people on the road and it would be safer. Fork chief Tip also felt it made sense after listening to the elders' words, so he immediately led the men himself to the Bear tribe, which was 2 days away from them. Unlike the Fork tribe, which lived near the water, the Bear tribe lived in the mountains and was a tribe that lived purely on hunting, and the tribe was full of brave warriors. Even the women were no exception, and played an equally large role in the usual roundups. On this day, Bear Chief Hum was hunting in the mountains with his tribe's 3 hunting parties when he unexpectedly ran into the Fork tribe, who had come to seek a partner. If it isn't the chief of the Fork tribe, what business do you have bringing people to us today? But first things first, if you want to trade white salt with us, then don't mention it. Our Bear tribe's population is not as large as yours, but we hunt heavy every day. and we consume a lot of white salt, and we don't have much left now. So if you've come here for this, then simply go back early. We don't trade in the bear tribe. The bear chief Hum looks at the people are their neighbor's fork tribe, not waiting for them to speak. First refused up. He knows the fork tribe how many people, and fork chief Tip has been wanting to their hands of white salt. The earliest in the spring will come back to the road. The fork chief and the bear tribe had proposed to exchange some white salt, but the bear tribe of the white salt is also very precious. How can not take out in exchange with other people? You really guessed it right. We came here today for the white salt. Hey, don't be hasty, hear me out. I know that the same limited amount of white salt that your tribe exchanged for is not enough for our fork tribe to eat for a long time even if you exchanged it to me. So I'm going to go and get some more white salt to come back. And the purpose of coming here is to ask your bear tribe if they want it or not. Fork chief Tip had just said a word when Bear Hum was about to interrupt. So Tip immediately waved his hand and stated his intention. Get some white salt? Do you know where I can get white salt? Bear Hum asked in great surprise. Will there be any other tribes besides that Han tribe? How do I know? If I know, I would have sent someone to get. You are not nonsense it. I don't know. Wait a minute. You mean, you want to go to the Han tribe for white salt? So, you know where the Han tribe? Xiong Hum reacted at once. Tip shook his head. I only know which direction the Han tribe is in, but I don't know the exact location. So I'm going to send a few people to look for it, just in case I find it. How about it? Do you want to send a few people along as well, so that there are more people on the road, and we can take care of each other? This journey doesn't know how far it is, and a few more people will have a greater chance of success, don't you think? Hearing Tip's idea, Xiong Hum immediately thought about it, sending people to look for the Han tribe. This is indeed a way, and it would also be the best result if his own tribe could participate in it. If he let the fork tribe look for it themselves, they would definitely not share the white salt they exchanged with him, and so Xiong Hum immediately made a decision. Chapter 231 Salt Seekers, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Do you really know which direction that Han tribe is in? Xiong Hum asked, not quite assured. I don't know how to get there from here, but I know how to get there from roaming Shui Valley, and when I first came back, I saw which direction that Han tribe had gone from. As long as our people first arrive at Ruwaming Water Valley, and then follow that direction to look for, I think that Han tribe when it first took several hundred people together, this road will certainly leave traces. Then we look for the past along the road. We will certainly be able to find that Han tribe. It's that this time may be a little longer, maybe 1 or 2 ringing months to come back. It's definitely not safe for fewer people to go on the road, but if we each send our own people, surely none of us can afford to send too many people. That's why I've come to ask you if you want to send someone to go look for them with us? Fork Chief Tip explained to Bear Hum. Well, you have a point. As long as you can determine the direction of that Han tribe, it's fine for me to send a few people. But you know that our bear tribe doesn't have as many people as you do, so we definitely can't send a few. And also, looking for that Han tribe to exchange salt, what are we going to use to exchange? What are we going to use? Then we really can't get a few people. Xiong Hum first agreed to Tip's proposal, and then also voiced his concerns. If the Han tribe still has to exchange people, then they really cannot afford to eat all. I've thought about what you said. I don't think it's likely. Before the Han tribe used white salt for population, I think it might be that they don't have many people in their tribe. That's why they use this method to quickly absorb a group of people to strengthen their tribe. But during the spring meeting, they got over 500 people back, and that should satisfy their needs. After all, too many people is not a good thing, and it's difficult to try to feed that many people, so I think they probably won't trade in population again. As for how many to send, I think I'll send 15 people this time, 10 warriors, 5 maidens, wearing some animal skins to use in exchange. If that Han tribe still trades in population, then I'll trade for 5 peoples first, and figure out how to get the rest later. And if they agree to trade in animal skins, then that's even better, isn't it? Forked Chief Tip said speculatively. Well, it's really possible. Not to mention how many people are in that Han tribe, just the ones they exchanged away from the spring meeting. How to feed them is a problem. So many people, how much they have to eat. But then again, we can't really get the population to exchange white salt with them. If we go this time, I'll only be able to send out 10 warriors and bring some animal skins to use for the exchange, and if they really don't, we'll come back to think of another way. Xiong Hum finally made a decision. Well, if you send 10 men, that makes 25 of us combined, and we can certainly be safer on the road. As for whether the Han tribe is willing to take the animal skins in exchange or not, then we'll come back and discuss it again. It's imperative that we find the location of the Han tribe before we say anything else. Otherwise, even if they're willing to exchange it, it's all for naught if we can't find the place. Bear Hum also nodded frequently when he heard Tip's words, but thinking of Tip's intention, he was also immediately inspired. Since the forked tribe was able to come running to him for help, he could likewise find other neighbors to help him out. So, after a short communication, the two decided to pull more tribes together to go forward in search of the Han tribe. The following day, the two chiefs handpicked 25 men to go on this mission and continued to rope in other tribes along the way. This Han-seeking party, consisting of 2 tribes, soon set out, and included several veteran hunters of the bear tribe, who were adept at observing the traces left by their prey as a means of tracking it. This skill was also very useful for this Han-seeking trip, and since they didn't know the exact location of the Han tribe, when the time came it was still only these people who could find out the traces left behind by the Han tribe. On the second day of the Han-seeking squad's departure, they met another nearby tribe, and when they told them their purpose and plan, this tribe also decided to send 10 people along for the journey, and the Han-seeking squad's team, too, increased from the previous 25 to 35, and this number was still increasing. The team traveled all the way to the direction of Rumang Water Valley, and along the way, new tribes kept sending people to join them. Until they reached the Rumang Water Valley, the team had increased to 7 tribes, and the number of people had reached 85. After discussing the matter, the leaders decided to take a day's rest here in Ruomengshui Valley and send a small number of people to look for more tribes around Ruomengshui Valley that were willing to travel with them. A day of rest and recuperation passed, and in the morning when they continued to set out, one after another 5 tribes arrived. 40 people, which made the number of the whole Han-seeking team break 100 at once. And these tribes, all of which have participated in this year's spring meeting tribes. There are likewise quite a few people who know the direction in which the Han tribe departed. And finally, once everyone compares what they know about each other, they quickly figure out the exact direction. And a team of more than 100 people set foot in the northeast of Ruomengshui Valley, and the traces left on the road were found on the same day. Those were the marks left along the road by the clansmen of the Fire tribe in the beginning, and later when Luochong sent people to attack the Fire tribe, he also looked for them according to these marks. So the marks had never been destroyed, and thus also happened to be cheap for this team looking for the Han tribe. The party walked along the markers, sometimes encountering times when the markers were unclear. They had to spend a lot of energy to find them, and they also had to hunt along the way, which they used to ensure their own food source. After traveling like this for a few more days, the Han-seeking squad suddenly came across a tribe, the Snake tribe, which was still 2 or 3 days away from the Han tribe. The Snake tribe's hunting team met with these people while hunting, and at first they were alarmed, thinking that this was a large tribe sent to attack them, but it turned out that the leader of that Snake tribe's hunting team, who also happened to have participated in this year's spring meeting, immediately recognized a few familiar faces within this team. "Geez, I don't think you all are from the same tribe. What are you guys going for?" the Snake tribe leader asked. "Oh, so it's the Snake tribe. We were planning to go together to find that Han tribe for some white salt, but we didn't know the exact location of the Han tribe, so we teamed up to find it together. By the way, your Snake tribe is also in this direction, so it shouldn't be that far from that Han tribe. Do you know how to get to the Han tribe?" the leader of one of the forked tribes asked. "So it's to the Han tribe. I really don't know where they live, and our Snake tribe hasn't had much contact with them. However, I know that the braided tribe and the Han tribe should have a very good relationship. They should know the location of the Han tribe. I can take you to the braided tribe, and then I should be able to find it if I ask them then," the Snake tribe leader said. Chapter 232, Is This a Braided Tribe? Begging for votes and subscriptions. The leaders of the tribes were happy to hear the words of the leader of the Snake tribe. They were already getting closer and closer to the Han tribe. As long as they didn't encounter any dangers next, then this mission would be 9 out of 10. The group of more than 100 people, this time once again added a Snake tribe, and led by the Snake tribe, toward the next stop of the braided tribe settlement. However, when they walked for a day to the braided tribe, the crowd suddenly froze. "This is the braided tribe?" The two sides were encountered in the woods. When they met, the hunting team of the compiled tribe was pulling a big net, waiting for another small team to drive the prey into the encirclement. But at this time, the other team of their own tribe didn't wait for them, but they waited for a large group of strangers, and moreover, it seemed that these people were a bit familiar. "Is this the territory of the braided tribe? Are you guys from the braided tribe?" The first one to speak was the leader of that Snake tribe sent to trade. According to the previous situation, he would not have asked this, because the Snake tribe and the braided tribe are only a day's journey away from each other, and both sides also have a lot of exchanges, which is relatively familiar. But the image of these men in front of him has suddenly become so strange, but also so familiar, because these braided tribal men all have their hair tied up. "Who are you and what do you want? What do you want with the tribe? Hey, aren't you from the Snake tribe to the south?" The braided tribe's warrior looked at the more than 100 people in front of him. His heart was full of vigilance. But he suddenly recognized that the man in front of him who was asking questions with himself was actually from the next door snake tribe, and the two sides often met up while hunting, and were considered very familiar with each other. Yes, I'm from the snake tribe. You don't have to worry. These are all the tribes that have participated in the spring meeting this year. They came together because they wanted to find the Han tribe to go and make a deal. However, if I remember the road correctly, this should be the territory of the braided tribe. Right. You guys why are you tying your hair as well? The snake tribe leader asked. Well, this is the territory of the braided tribe, and I am also a member of the braided tribe, but our braided tribe has joined the Han tribe as a whole. What kind of deal are you talking about looking for the Han tribe to make? The braided tribe warrior asked rhetorically. Your entire tribe has joined the Han tribe? The snake tribe leader was stunned by the news at once. When did this happen? How come the snake tribe didn't know about it at all? Well, we're all from the Han tribe now, and although we haven't moved there yet, we'll be able to go there soon, and I've heard that a house is being built for us on the chief tribe side. By the way, aren't you guys going to make a deal with the Han tribe? What's the deal? Let me hear if there's any over there first. If there's something you want, I can go and ask for you. The warrior from the braided tribe said rather proudly. We just want to find the Han tribe to exchange some white salt. Those white salts traded at the spring meeting. Everyone has eaten almost all of them, so we want to go to find the Han tribe to exchange them for a little bit more. Do you still have any more of the Han tribe's white salt? The snake tribe leader came back to his senses and asked. White salt? This is not really in short supply. I know that there is a lot of it on the chief tribe's side. As much as we are short of here, as much as the chief tribe's side will send over. But whether the chief will exchange it for you I don't know. But I can ask for you. The warrior from the braided tribe replied. The Han tribe also sends you white salt. Oh yeah, now you're a tribe. So since the Han tribe must have it, then you can take us to the Han tribe? We don't even have much left to use for white salt this time, and we want to exchange it with something else, so we don't know if the leader of the Han tribe will agree. So we want to go and ask the leader of the Han tribe directly. The leader of the forked tribe also stood out and asked. So that's how it is, but you'd better wait for me to ask if the Han tribe side is willing to let you go first. They've made a lot of traps to catch wild beasts in the mountains in front of them. If no one takes you there, you're sure to die. The braided tribe warrior reminded. There are many more traps? Well, then you go ahead and ask and see if the Han tribe leader will let us go. Hearing that the Han tribe actually made a lot of traps, the bear tribe leader also said helplessly. He didn't want to fall into a pit with wild boars and tigers in time and then be divided and eaten. The warrior from the braided tribe quickly went back to report the news. He first ran back to tell Shuang about it, and Shuang couldn't decide. It's better to leave such a thing to Luo Chong to make the decision. So Shuang asked that warrior to run to the hunting patrol of the Han tribe again, and asked them to send the news to Luo Chong. And those tribal alliance teams that came to trade white salt were invited by Shuang to wait temporarily at the residence of the braided tribe. A group of people were taken to the settlement, passing by the hemp field that occupied a whole side of the hill, and also felt lofty and magnificent. And when they went up to the top of the hill and came to the place where the braided tribes were living, there was another sight that shocked them. Only to see the braided tribal settlement. The women are pulling rolls of coarse linen to make sacks. Their bodies are also wearing clothes and skirts made of thin linen with a fine texture. Each woman is wrapped more tightly. Should not show the same not to show. Because of the weaving tribe's acquisition of looms from the Han tribe, things like being able to wear linen all over the body are no longer the exclusive property of the chief alone, and the ordinary clansmen now have the opportunity to be able to wear linen, though still not as much as the chief. I guess. Are you the chief of the braided tribe, Shuang? How is it that your tribe has suddenly joined the Han tribe? And how did you have so much linen cloth? And the cloth, it just looks so much better than before. How did you do it? The leader of the snake tribe recognized Shuang, who was wrapped in sackcloth, only revealing his two eyes, and no matter where he put it, he was the one who attracted the most attention, so it was hard not to recognize him. Oh, what you see is exactly the reason why we are willing to join the Han tribe. The chief of the Han tribe is a wise man like a god. Although he has never woven cloth, he has built tools that make it easier to weave cloth and has given them to us. That's why we are willing to join the Han tribe. Besides, there are many benefits of joining the Han tribe, not to mention others, just pottery and white salt. We can't use up all that the Han tribe side gives us, and the life of the clan has improved by a great deal. And if we meet an enemy, Chief Han will send many warriors to help us guard. Shuang mentioned this matter is also very happy. Look, Han chief, that is who? That is their son-in-law. No matter how smart he really is, that of course the smarter the better. A weaving tool? Chief Han still knows that? Chapter 233, Teaching them to farm. The people were surprised by Shan's explanation. Although they had known that the mysterious Han tribe would know a lot of techniques that other tribes wouldn't know, such as making pottery, making white salt, ox carts, and all these new things, but they didn't realize that the Han tribe would even know how to weave something as troublesome as cloth. The people rested for a day in the braided tribe, and the Han tribe's hunting patrols connected with the braided tribe, and while receiving bundles of new sacks, they also brought back the matter of the tribes coming to trade in white salt, and told Luo Chong about it in the evening. When it came to dinner time, Luo Chong called a few of the executives to eat together again, and we all discussed this matter together. Chief, I think it's better to continue to switch with them. Now that we've planted so much rice again, I think we still have the ability to absorb another 200 to 300 people this year. Although we may be living a little tighter, but it shouldn't be a problem. Mausta was the first to voice his opinion. However, this did not gain supporters, and the two old men, the elder and the rat witch, raised objections. Chief, I think we'd better not change the people first. Why don't we just use those white salts to trade with them for some animal skins or something like that? Our tribe already has an exceptionally large number of new additions to the clan this year, and just raising these people makes everyone very busy. And if we add more people to come in, we'll have to take a lot of extra days just to build the house. And we don't have many animal skins stored up. And even though it's hot right now, we might not have enough by winter. And then some of the clan will definitely freeze. The two old men, the elder and the rat witch, spoke their suggestions, but Luo Chong stared blankly at the rice bowl in his hands without a single reaction. The whole person was wandering outside the object, not knowing exactly what he was thinking. Chief? Mausta stretched his paw and waved it in front of Luo Chang's eyes. Luo Chong came back to his senses at once and looked at the several executives who were staring at him closely. Chief, what were you thinking just now? Did you hear what we said? Oh? Should we still exchange our population for those white salts or not? The elder continued to remind Luo Chong from the side. Oh, this problem I have thought about it. For the time being, we cannot use the population to exchange. Our population is really quite a lot now, although we still have the ability to absorb. But the desire for speed is not enough. We cannot push those tribes too tightly. Also, did you guys notice anything? It's not so strange that someone can come to us to exchange salt this time. But what's strange is that these people actually came in a group on their own accord. You guys have to know that there is one and then there is two. Who can guarantee that these tribes will not be dissatisfied with us for continuing to trade with the population and come back to gather a large force to attack us? It would be better to just use the white salt to find them to trade for something else. Just like the elders said, we are still short of a lot of animal skins. We need to get ready for the winter. Luo Chong analyzed to a few people. Mouse Big and two old men heard Luo Chong words feel very reasonable. At present the Han tribe's population is indeed already quite a lot. If continue to look for them to change people, maybe we'll anger these people. Then even if they can beat them, to the Han tribe themselves is also a trouble, because the war did take too long, and the Han tribe planted so much food. The busy farming time to pull up all the people are still nervous. A few people felt reasonable after listening to Luo Chang's analysis and couldn't help but nod frequently, but when they turned their heads to look, Luo Chang was once again in a state of contemplation. Chief, what are you thinking? Could it be that there is something else besides this matter? Mausta asked again out of the blue. Oh, I was just thinking about something very important. I want to publicize the methods and seeds for growing crops and tell those tribes that came to exchange salt, so that they can go back to growing food as well. Luo Chong slowly spoke his thoughts to a few people. Popularize crop cultivation. This idea is not Luo Chong's sudden idea. He has long wanted to do so. Some people may say, these tribes are not yet members of the Han tribe. Why should they pass on such an important technology as growing food? Is it not the same as cultivating rivals? In fact, Luo Chong is not that way. As a man who is determined to dominate the continent, a few small tribes are nothing. The vision, of course, we must look at the long term. How big this world is, Luo Chong doesn't know. How big this continent is, Luo Chong also doesn't know. But if according to the current development speed, it is estimated that in Luo Chang's lifetime, it is not certain that he will be able to see the whole continent planted with food. But with another method it was possible. That was to directly publicize the method of growing food and seeds, so that the farming tribes would blossom all over this continent, instead of waiting for Luo Chong to send his own people to reclaim new land, which would be tiring them out, and they wouldn't be able to reclaim much of the fields. It would be better to just announce it and directly let those tribes reclaim the farmland themselves first and plant the food first, which would be very favorable to Luo Chong in the grand scheme of things. First of all, Luo Chong brought farming techniques for the humans living on this land and taught everyone for free. That would be the same as the people on this entire continent being favored by Luo Chong, and would be able to positively expand the Han tribe's influence on this continent. In the future, any human being who grows food, he must remember that there is a Han tribe in this world, and that the Han tribe has a godlike chief, who taught countless people to cultivate their fields and freed countless human beings from the plague of hunger. Then again, after farming techniques were widely spread, there would definitely be more and more food, and more people would be able to feed, before the number of humans would take a qualitative leap, saving the need to wait for Luo Chong to build a country in one of his lifetimes before using policies to encourage procreation. In this very primitive and backward era, the number of human beings is the first productive force. Naturally, the more people the better. Then there is the idea of worrying about cultivating rivals for yourself. That is simply impossible. Luo Chong outwardly only the method of planting food, while his own hands have mastered such black technology as metallurgy, armor in the body, the long sword in the hand. Their face is just a group of peasants who just learned to plant the land, who is qualified to become Luo Chang's rivals, to be the rivals of the Big Han. Even if they were taught to plant the land, it would be nothing more than reclaiming the wasteland for the Han tribe first, saving them from wasting time and having to wait for Luo Chong to send people to reclaim the entire continent. Chief, why? Isn't it better for us to grow our own land? Why are we teaching other tribes to grow food? Mouse De, Elder, and Mouse Witch asked in unison. They very much did not understand this decision of Luo Chong, believing that the Han tribe should be left alone to master such survival skills, but when they listened to Luo Chang's explanation, the three of them froze in unison. In the whole world, but wherever there is a place where food is grown, they know their Han tribe, and they know the chief of the Han tribe. Under the sky, but wherever food is grown, it will be the territory of the Han tribe, and as big as the world is, the Han tribe is as big as it is. Chapter 234 Establishment of the Bazaar, requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. This was the first time Luo Chong had revealed his ambition to conquer the continent to them, and while several of the higher-ups were dumbfounded, there was a vague feeling of blood boiling in their hearts. Imagine if the Han tribe really accomplished that kind of hegemony, how powerful the Han tribe would be at that time. Thinking about it would make people excited, but this is only something that the younger generation like Luo Chong and Mouse De would want to do. While the Mouse Witch and the elders don't want to take this kind of initiative to go on an invasion, to go on a conquest. They were old enough to feel that they were satisfied with being able to lead their people to a better and better life, and didn't really agree with Luo Chang's idea, but Luo Chong had his own reasons to talk through these two old guys. We have the power to be like gods in the eyes of others, so naturally we can't just think of ourselves. With as much power as we have, we should take on as much responsibility as we can. We may conquer, but that will allow more humans to live as good a life as we do. And you can think of it as helping them as well. Also, who said that conquest has to be about fighting and killing? We can just as easily make the Han tribe stronger with other methods, like those populations we exchanged through trading. They joined the Han tribe, but all of them joined of their own free will. No one forced them. Luo Chong said to the two old men. What the chief means is that we buy back all the tribes of this great land and turn them into our Han tribe's population? Mouse Witch asked out of his understanding. Also yes and no. We can influence them with our culture. But that's a bit trickier and not something that can be accomplished overnight. That's why I plan to set up a bazaar in the Han tribe to spread our culture through the form of commodities, such as inscribing characters on our pottery, printing the Han tribe's totem and Chinese characters on our cloth, and branding all our tools with the Han tribe's brand, so that the tribes who buy our stuff will remember us deeply and engrave the Han tribe in their minds. In this way, all the humans who use our stuff will realize how powerful the Han tribe is, and will slowly recognize us and acknowledge our position. And at this time, if we give another opportunity to allow them to join the Han tribe, maybe they will take the initiative to join the Han tribe on their own. Luo Chong explained to them the concept of cultural invasion from the modern society, just like the modern small children popular Korean stars, Japanese comics, unknowingly brainwashed a large number of people, and Luo Chong is trying to use this means to let the Han culture in this blank white paper, leaving a strong ink in color. The two old men have a slight understanding, but not quite understand. After all, they themselves are not much culture. How can they deeply understand the horror of this cultural invasion? But since the chief decided to do it, they can not stop. Then support the chief to continue to do it just fine. Anyway, it is all good for the Han tribe on the line. With that, the matter was settled, and Luo Chong replied to the hunting patrol warriors who had reported the matter, telling them to bring the group over tomorrow, and that he himself would speak to them personally about the matter. The next day, just after noon, the message was sent to the braided tribe. The warriors of the hunting patrol relayed Luo Chang's reply, agreeing to trade with them again, and said that they could do the exchange without using the population. And in addition, the Han tribe would teach them the same way of obtaining food, and those who wanted to learn it could do so. This news makes the clansmen of all the tribes very surprised. Generally each tribe has its own survival skills that are not outwardly transmitted, especially with the skills of obtaining food is the most important. The Han tribe is actually willing to teach their own skills, which is something they have never thought of. but this does not prevent them from rejoicing, which is a good thing that fell out of the sky. A crowd of people instantly interested have followed the patrol warriors went to the Han tribe, thinking that this time not only can successfully complete the task explained by their own chief, but also bring back a new source of food. Go back to their own tribes can certainly enhance the status of the chief's bounty, may also be able to more than one spouse or something. After a day of formation, this tribal alliance team came to the Han tribe. It was exactly noon when they arrived at the Han tribe. At this time the Han tribe was also preparing for one thing, that is, harvesting peanuts. It is already the second month of summer. After more than 4 months of growth, the peanuts are also at the time of harvesting. The new rice has only just been planted, and now is the perfect time to show these people the results of the planting with peanuts. More than 100 people were brought directly to the big road east of the city site. Both sides are shallow water-covered paddy fields. Near the side of the creek, there is also a large peanut field that is being prepared for harvesting, and in those paddy fields, there are still people planting rice seedlings right now. It has already been planted for a few days, but this nearly 1,000 acres of paddy fields are planted is still a not small amount of work. One by one, the clansmen bent over, a handful of seedlings in their hands, and stuck them one by one into the paddy field, puzzling the 100 or so who stood on the main road. What are they doing? Instead of going hunting or gathering food, why are they sticking grass into the water, and sticking it so neatly? A clan member of the Fork tribe asked his companion. You ask me, how do I know? I still wonder why they brought us here. How come they haven't exchanged white salt with us? The companion being asked also couldn't understand what was going on. Discussions filled the group of over 100 people. There were those who were complaining, those who were curious, and those who were observing attentively, and it was at this time that the sound of a snapping clap came over, drawing everyone's attention to it. Everyone be quiet, and listen to me. Luo Chong and 2 old men with copper crowns on their heads came over with a dozen young men, which were all bought from various tribes at the spring meeting, and Luo Chong now got them to act as temporary translators. When the crowd saw this man with a copper crown on his head appear, they also quieted down and gazed at this young chief. They were basically all the people who had participated in this year's spring meeting, and all of them had also seen Luo Chong once, and they were quite impressed by this look of him, and they recognized this as the chief of the Han tribe at a glance. I know you are all here to exchange white salt. The Han tribe has enough white salt for you to exchange. You don't need to be in a hurry. In a moment someone will naturally take you to exchange white salt. You must wonder why you have been brought here, and what our Han tribesmen are doing there, and why, instead of hunting and gathering what they can eat, they are here sticking in the grass. After Luo Chong finished speaking he looked at their reactions and also translated to the dozen or so people behind him. As a result, as soon as those words were said, the 100 or so people began to talk again, speculating on what exactly the Han tribe was doing here. They were really curious. When Luo Chong saw that the people behind him had finished relaying his words, he pressed his hand against them, and the crowd quieted down once again. As some of you may have guessed, yes, they are actually getting food by doing this. We plant plants that we can eat, and when those plants grow, they produce fruit that we can eat, which is food. As soon as Luo Chang's words were finished, the 100 or so people immediately exploded into discussion. Is this a way to get food? Besides hunting and gathering, is there such an operation? If this is the way to get food, then wouldn't they just have to grow as much as they want to eat? And wouldn't they never go hungry again? Is this the method of obtaining food that the Han tribe will teach them? Chapter 235, Monthly Bazaar, Requesting for Tickets. Maybe you think this is incredible and don't really believe in this kind of thing. That's why I've asked you to come and see for yourselves here. Next someone will show you the peanuts that our Han tribe grows. That's also something that can be eaten, so you'll see it with your own eyes and you'll understand. After Luo Chong finished saying this, he took them to the peanut field. At this time the peanuts had already withered their leaves and turned yellowish green, and the lower half of the leaves near the ground had already fallen off, so it was the time for harvesting. The clansmen who were ready to harvest peanuts stood in a row and walked forward along the rows of peanut fields, and as they walked, they uprooted the peanuts directly, and bunches of nuts were pulled out of the soil, and then they were laid out on the rows to dry, and waited for 2 days of drying before they were received into the squares to go to the shells, or continued to be sunned with their shells until the peanuts were dried out. The 100 or so men then followed the harvesting party, led by their respective interpreters, and watched as they pulled the fruit out of the earth, while some picked up fresh peanuts from the ground that had just been plucked, peeled them open and looked at them, and then tasted them. After that, they began to ask their interpreter how this thing called peanuts were grown, how long they had to grow before they could be harvested, how many fruits they could produce at one time, how many people they were enough for, etc. The dozen interpreters are also the peanut planting methods are set out, but also said the length of the planting time. As for how much fruit can be harvested, enough for how many people to eat, they are not clear. The Han tribe, this is also the first time to plant peanuts. In addition to the Black Rat tribe, even the Han tribe's own people have not eaten this thing before. And listen to the chief said, peanuts are not the staple food, but also can eat. So the Han tribe planted is not too much. Now has been planted mainly rice. That is the Han tribe's staple food. Rice can produce rice. Rice and tasty and can top the satiety. Is the Han tribe's people's favorite kind of food. Rice? Rice? Is that the grass that sticks in the water? A member of the Bead tribe asked. Yes, that one is rice. Now it just grows out a few leaves. When they are fully grown, they can grow a head taller than a man. Then it will bear a lot of rice on it. Then the rice will be dried in the sun and hulled. Then it will be rice that can be eaten. The rice is very hard, and you have to put it in a pot and cook it before you can eat it. That interpreter, also from the Pearl tribe, introduced him. So how long does this rice take to grow? And does it bear as many peanuts? Rice grows very quickly, from sowing to growing into seedlings, then transplanting seedlings, and finally harvesting. It only takes 3 months to months, at most about 100 days to harvest, and it bears quite a lot of rice. And those you see, just one rice that bears rice, is enough for one person to have a full meal, and rice can be hit at least twice a year. This year our Han tribe has already harvested rice once, and this is the second time we are planting now. It will be harvested in the first month of fall, and it will be enough for all of our tribe to eat for the winter. The interpreter continued to introduce. Just that one blade of grass for a full meal? And you can grow it twice a year? My God! Then how much have you guys planted here? You can't even finish it, right? If you store it, will it go bad? Food are hard to store, that Bead tribe clansman said in surprise. This will not, our chief said, as long as the rice is dried in the sun, and then put in a bag, and then put into a house that does not leak rain. It can be stored for a few years, will not go bad. Is the most easy to store food. We plant a little bit more, but also to keep as a storage food. If something happens, our Han tribe also have food to eat, not to starve. The translator continued to explain. Oh my, and food that can be stored for years. That's too good to be true. I just wonder how it tastes, and if it's hard to grow? Growing rice is indeed not easy. Rice must be planted in paddy fields, which require a lot of water. So we must find ways to divert water to be able to do so, preferably close to the river, so as to ensure an adequate supply of water. We Han tribes grow rice, are artificially dug out to divert water from the river, and there are also those ditches, which are used for diverting water. But you don't have to go through that much trouble. None of your tribes have many people and can't eat much rice, so you don't need to plant much. Just find a place close to a water source and cultivate a few dozen acres of land. The translator explained. Hearing the explanation, these people nodded. It was a bit difficult, but it wasn't impossible to do. It was just a bit more tiring, a bit more hard work, a bit more work, digging a few ditches out. But even if that was the case, it was still a lot better than risking the danger of going hunting and gathering, right? And the key is stability. Hunting every day to ensure that you can catch prey. It cannot be seen. Cannot catch prey is the end of starvation. Starvation of full meal life. Eat a meal, no next meal, is the true picture of their lives. Thinking about this, most of them had decided to bring back the planting techniques to solve the problem of food sources for their respective tribes. At the end of the visit, Luo Chong let Mausta change white salt for them, and the Han tribe also harvested some animal skins. And when it came time to eat in the evening, the Han tribe used today's newly harvested peanuts and cooked them with rice into a light red porridge to entertain them, so that these people could also taste the flavors of rice and peanuts. The Han tribesmen ate peanut and rice porridge today as well, along with fish and meat, and some of the 2- and 3-year-old children were waiting with their mouths open for their mothers to feed them the porridge, which every member of the tribe enjoyed. Is this the fruit that grows out of rice and flowers? It turns out that it is boiled together with water. It is really delicious to eat. The flavor is too good. How come I didn't switch to the Han tribe in the first place? It is really regrettable. It is really blessed for you guys to be switched to the Han tribe, to be able to eat such delicious food every day, and you don't have to suffer from starvation. A clan member of the Ripple tribe said to his own clan who sold to the Han tribe at the spring meeting. Hey, that's for sure. Now I'm living a good life in the Han tribe, although I have to do a lot of work every day, but I won't starve, and will soon be able to wear clothes made of linen. And I heard from the people in the tribe that the tribe of the chief woman is also going to join us in the Han tribe, and specialize in weaving in the future. These people from various tribes who had been reunited for a long time were talking about their respective recent encounters and discussing the good life of the Han tribe. And just at this time, Luo Chong came out again and slapped his hands at them, and all the people's gazes went to Luo Chong, knowing that he had something to say again. Friends of the various tribes, I know that you are all in great need of white salt, as well as other things from the Han tribe, and we from the Han tribe are willing to exchange with you. So, For the sake of easy trading between us, I have decided to set up a bazaar here in the Han tribe. This bazaar is a gathering dedicated to accomplishing various transactions. Because of the reason that we are all far away, we hold this bazaar once a month at our Han tribe. And the bazaar is held within 7 days after the appearance of the circle moon every month. Everyone can bring their own tribal specialties at this time. As long as they have, other tribes need, can be brought here to trade. And it is everyone to trade with each other. Not only with the Han tribe to exchange goods. Also, please, when you go back, tell your chiefs that in the future, if you want to exchange things with our Han tribe, you can take things we don't have in exchange, such as living animals, plants that can be eaten, herbs that can cure illnesses, and strange stones, and bring them here, and exchange them for whatever you want, as long as we need them. Chapter 236, A Horse in a Jar, please ask for votes. I need all kinds of votes. The trading teams of the tribes were very happy to hear Luo Chang's words. They now knew the way to come to the Han tribe. And Luo Chong also said that he would set up that Wada Bazaar, which would be held at the beginning of every month. And one time it would be 7 days, which would give their tribes that were farther away the chance to come to the Han tribe to do trading. The other thing was that Luo Chong promised that they could trade without using the population, which gave them the condition that they could buy goods for a long time. After all, if they kept taking people in exchange for things, no one could stand it. Also, if you want to learn how to farm, our Han tribe can provide seeds for free. But the farming tools for plowing need to be exchanged for something by you. If you live close to a water source, you can choose to grow rice. Or if you are farther away from a water source, you can grow peanuts, which don't require as much water, and you can choose according to your respective tribes. Then again, it's only the beginning of the second month of summer, and there are still long hot days ahead, so whether it's rice or peanuts, you can plant them once this year, but you have to go back and dry them right away. Also, you don't have to worry that you don't know how to plant. If you encounter problems, you can come here to the Han tribe at the monthly bazaar to ask for advice. We, the Han tribe, are more than willing to help you all and solve the problem of not having enough to eat as soon as possible. After finishing the matter of the bazaar, Luo Chong publicized the matter of planting to them again, and proposed methods to solve their worries of planting, so that the matter of farming could be popularized quickly, and the area of farmland on this big land could be increased rapidly. The trading team of the tribes are very happy. The Han tribe here have free seeds to take. Will not plant the land can also come over to ask. Agricultural tools can also be traded here. Simply do not be too good. The people have risen to give Luo Chong salute, to express their gratitude to the Han tribe. The next day, the trading teams from the tribes received their seeds here in the Han tribe. 1 pound of rice per tribe. That was for them to take back to their tribal executives to taste, and then received their rice seeds according to the number of people in their respective tribes. Every 100 people allotted 10 pounds of rice seed. Like the Fork tribe of 400 people tribal, it sent 40 pounds. A dozen tribes together also sent out a few hundred pounds or so. This amount of Han tribe is nothing. After all, Han tribe's second season of rice have been expanded to nearly 1,000 acres. This few hundred pounds is just an acre of land yield. Peanuts have only just been harvested, but some have been sent out. But they take them back and have to dry them in the sun before they can be used. And most of the tribes have opted for rice, which is more difficult to cultivate, but has a shorter growth cycle, produces higher yields than peanuts, and is resistant to storage. In addition, each tribe was also issued 3 pieces of agricultural tools: a long-handled hoe, a human plow, a rake used to level the ground. Sickles and whatnot were not given now. Anyway, it was not planted yet, and it would be a few months later when their rice was ripe. And in the meantime they could still go to the bazaar to buy the agricultural tools they needed. Of course, such a bronze agricultural tools each tribe only gave so 1 or 2, that is to let them take back to copy. They can make their own stone tools. If you want to metal agricultural tools, but must take something to exchange, Han tribe is not what are sent out. The various tribes took the things and immediately rushed back. This time the task of searching for the Han tribe was considered to be successfully completed, and the harvest was quite large. They must quickly go back and send back the news that was enough to change the fate of the various tribes. The evolution from hunter-gatherer dominance to farming dominance was indeed a twist of fate that meant a lot to each tribe. After the trading team of the tribes left, that afternoon, the Salt Lake Mining District sent another shipload of iron ore. Half a month or so of transportation. This is already the 7th trip. Each time a full load of transportation can be loaded with about 10 tons. The Han tribe's iron ore reserves have been nearly 100 tons. Refining steel, there are dozens of tons of weight, enough for the Han tribe to use for a long time. Luo Chong immediately explained to the 4 warriors escorting the ship that this time they would go back and bring back another shipment, so that the people in the iron mining area could be evacuated, so that they could go and join up with the team that was roaming the ambush, and send the horse herd back as soon as possible. And then this year, they would stop their activities to the north. The 4 warriors who manned the boat also went back with Luo Chang's orders. The long hours of transportation work had also made them feel tired, and they were all happy to be able to go home now. In the next few days, Luo Chang is still in the Han tribe to supervise the clan to build a water conservancy mill, and the Yufu side also has significant results. After half a month's time, they have constructed a kilometer-long simple barrier isolation zone, and sealed up the entire valley mouth. The barrier was all built up with stakes and large gaps that could only keep out large animals like horses. Other small animals couldn't be kept out, but they didn't need to be. They were just there to catch those wild horses. After a few more days of time, Dali and Blood Butcher in the iron mining area brought a group of warriors and slaves to join up with Yufu and Eagle Rue. Together with them, there were also 200 or so clansmen of the Eagle tribe and dozens of giant eagles. And after the hundreds of people met up, they began to carry out the final plan of capturing them. A large number of men were placed on both sides of the valley's mouth, and a dozen cavalrymen and dozens of giant eagles began to drive more than 300 wild horses, driving them in the direction of the valley. And the whole drive took 3 days before the entire herd was driven around the valley. By the 4th day the driving party had increased to 200 men, all carrying torches and shouting loudly to drive the horses inside the valley. The frightened horses could only passively flee towards the valley when they were surrounded by pursuers, but after they recklessly entered the valley headlong, they suddenly realized that the road in front of them was blocked. With a blockade in front of them and pursuers at their backs, the horses, which had already become trapped beasts, decided to meet the enemy head-on and break out of this encirclement. But by the time they completed their turnaround, the intercepting squad led by Vigor and Blood Slaughter had already blocked the exit of the valley to death. Yufu had set up an interception in advance at the narrowest part of the valley's exit, a place that was only 400 meters wide, and Blood Slaughter had led the men to place 4 deep dipper bullet carts used to haul minerals across the 400-meter passageway, dividing the exit of the passageway into 5. Then vigorously in the back of each ox cart are sent dozens of people. Between the 5 passages pulled up 3 trip ropes, and a higher than a high, and further out of the place, but also has been stopped by stakes and ropes. As long as the wild horses that run into this encirclement, simply one cannot run away. The first onslaught of the herd began, and over 300 horses clattered and galloped on all fours, but there was no smoke, and there was still plenty of grass on the ground, and as they rushed to the position of the tripwire they leaped, but most of them did not make it through, and were stopped by the first rope, and fell to the ground in their droves. The clansmen who had pulled up the first tripwire were also yanked down by the powerful impact, but their task was accomplished, for there was a second, a third, and a full encirclement of ropes pulled up behind them. Chapter 237, The Fort Chief's Decision, Requesting Votes. From the author's yell, most of the wild horses in the front row fell at the first block, but they had no chance to get up, for their kind behind them were coming forward, and the first row of fallen horses were just trying to get up when their kind behind them crossed high over them and collided, falling together. A portion of the wild horses that had managed to get over the first obstacle had also planted themselves at the second block, and the third, and even if a very few had broken through the 3 layers of obstruction, there was still a ring of ropes and stakes and a web of burning fire outside. Horses were tripped down one after another, have long been ambushed in the valley on both sides of the Yufu, and Eagle Rue quickly rushed up with people, took the rope and began to tie those fallen wild horses. Some directly tied the legs. As long as the 2 legs are tied they have no way to stand up. There are also some horses have already climbed up. Yufu let the people directly use the rope ring to set the horse's neck. After some tossing and turning, most of the wild horses within the encirclement had been brought under control, with only a few dozen stragglers still roaming and running around the valley. And Yufu began to have a dozen or so deer riders rounded up individually again, using the rope loops to capture these stragglers as well. By the evening, the roundup ended. The Han tribe captured a total of 329 large and small wild zebras. Some of them were slightly injured, but it did not affect the future work. It is considered a huge harvest. Of the clansmen and slaves involved in the capture, 6 were wounded, 2 more seriously, with broken arms and calves respectively, that were kicked by a horse, and the one with the broken calf, who was yanked down along with the tripwire after it was rushed down by a herd of horses, and then had his calf stepped on and broken by a horse that leapt up behind him in the confusion, was considered an unlucky one. The wounded were placed on ox carts, and Blood Butcher escorted them personally with a few cavalrymen to get back to the tribe as quickly as possible. The rest of the large troop had to escort the horses back. They divided them into teams and then tied them into strings with ropes, all around their necks. And the way back was the same way from the valley all the way to the back of the Han tribe's mountains. The road was all wooded and hilly, and the herd could not run fast at all, and being tethered in a string, they would just run and get hung up by the trees on the road, unless they could escape in a column, but that was impossible. And how could a herd of wild horses possibly be able to line up with such a skill? 3 days later, Blood Slaughter sent the wounded back to the Han tribe and reported that it had successfully captured 329 wild horses, and the Han tribe celebrated with the tribe. More than 300 animals in the Han tribe with a population of less than 3,000. The role is still very big, and it can greatly solve the difficulties of the lack of manpower. Although zebras have a strong temperament and are not easy to tame, nor are they suitable for riding, it is not a big problem to harness them up to pull a cart, and they can also be used to pull a plow the land, which will continue to expand the area of farmland of the Han tribe, and the benefits to the Han tribe are very great. Luo Chong was very happy, personally treating the two seriously wounded. For the fracture of such hard wounds, field medical subjects Luo Chong also learned, not a big problem, because it's not an open fracture, that is, the kind where the broken bone pierces the flesh. They didn't cause trauma. It's kind of a better cure. It's just that it's been 3 days since then and the broken bone part is already swollen. So it's necessary to open an opening to bleed out the stasis and then the broken bone is reset, splinted and wrapped in a plaster cast. Some more sisal leaf meat and rami leaves to stop the bleeding and reduce the inflammation, and the rest is up to them to recover. The other 4 minor injuries were not a big problem. They were all traumatic, and as long as they were careful not to get infected, they would recover quickly. The 6 wounded men, and all but one of the slaves, the other 5 clansmen were rewarded with the same brass clasp as before, an ornament used to adorn hairbands, which, when worn on the head, would show one's merit, and would win the respect of the clansmen. Specific rewards are not available now. The Han tribe is now divided into families, but it is still a communal system. The reward of this copper buckle is also a symbolism, and the role of the medal is similar. Han tribe this side is celebrating the joy of harvest, and Han tribe again trading various tribes are also celebrating, by the trading team to bring back planting concepts, and seeds and agricultural tools, so that the various tribes of the senior exceptionally important, and Han tribe will be held at the beginning of each month the bazaar, but also let the various tribal leaders are very happy. A fork tribe settlement with a population of more than 400, living primarily from fishing. Fork chief Tip and Fork elder were savoring rice, a fresh food, and although there were no dishes, just white rice, the two of them were eating unusually sweetly. Chief, this rice is really delicious. It tastes fragrant and sweet, soft and soft, old people and children can eat it. It's really suitable to be used as a staple food, and it's also antiseptic. I'm already full after eating this bowl, the white-haired elder said to Tip about his feelings after tasting it. Tip nodded approvingly as well. This contraption called rice is indeed a treasure. Even more so is that Han tribe's idea of planting it. How did they come up with this way of producing food? With the cultivation of this technology, there is no need to worry about not being able to feed their own people. There is no food. As long as they grow their own, more people, no matter how many people there are, they can be fed in this way. No wonder that Han chief dared to buy so many people at the spring meeting. I was worried for him. How could he feed so many people and how much food he had to eat? So it turned out that he had this kind of good way. Yes, and what's even more honorable is that Han chief also taught so many humans such an important method of survival, like a god, and fed so many people so that so many people never had to worry about food again. Elder Fork also lamented Luo Chang's courage and achievements. Such a good person who does not ask for returns and helps all people, is enough to become a godlike existence, if put aside in later times. Set up a shrine and enjoy incense offerings are normal, since it's good and not particularly difficult. And now that the seeds and tools have been brought back, there's no reason why we can't grow it. Add to that the fact that our tribe lives off of fishing, and is already near a river. And by the river is a bare expanse of grass, very much in line with the conditions for planting that what's his name rice. And so we should get started right away on the matter of reclaiming the paddy fields and digging the aqueducts. There are also those farming tools given by the Han tribe. We also need to imitate them as soon as possible, and make some similar tools out of stones and bones, and try to cultivate some more fields. Plant all those rice seeds, and harvest a batch of food in time for this winter. Tip immediately made up his mind to engage in rice planting, and arranged the direction of his next work. Chief, there's one more thing you can't forget, Elder Fork reminded to Tip. What is it? Farming tools we are able to make stone and bone, but we also need a lot of clay pots. This rice raw is inedible, only porridge or cooking, but no matter which one you need to use a pot to make it. But we only have a few pots now, so in the next few days, not only do we need to grow rice, but we also need to collect more things and go to the Han tribe's bazaar to exchange them for pottery before we can do so, the elder reminded. Oh, right. Look at my brain. I almost forgot such an important thing. Without a pot we can't eat even if we have rice. Chapter 238 Made in Dahan, requesting tickets and subscriptions. After acquiring the planting techniques and seeds, the Fork tribe decided at the first opportunity to start planting rice, and the other tribes were no exception. But not every tribe had such a suitable geography as the Fork tribe. So in order to plant the crops they started to look for such a place around their own tribes, and even went so far as to move for this purpose. Crop farming, a method of obtaining food that anyone with a brain could see the potential for, was stable, an advantage that hunting and gathering could not match. Fishing was barely stable, slightly easier and less dangerous than hunting, and in the various tribes can become the chief of the people, naturally is not a fool, even if the chief does not understand. The elders or those older people can see the value of planting. So, planting crops, imperative, no matter how difficult. Of course, those tribes that had moved as a result hadn't moved very far, still within half a day's travel of their original quarters, and those places were areas they were familiar with, and they weren't comfortable with moving to a completely unfamiliar place. In the following days, some tribes were moving, some had already begun plowing their fields, and others were digging canals, because their cultivation area was far less than that of the Han tribes, so there was no need to dig a river directly out like the Han tribes did, and there was a very small ditch that was enough for irrigation. But there are still some tribes, they have already begun to scavenge everywhere for those things that the Han tribe wants: animal skins, special plants, live animals, strange stones, herbs that can heal wounds, and they are going to use these things and take them to the bazaar at the beginning of the next month to exchange with the Han tribe for the supplies that they need. And Luo Chong in the Han tribe is not idle, he is building those goods that can be sold, and on top of the goods all that belong to the Han tribe's brand, a copper branding iron, first engraved with Chinese characters on a wooden board, and then pressed onto a clay block of fire-resistant clay to make a counter-character's branding head, so that after the iron is red hot, then the branding comes out as a positive character. This character branding iron can leave Chinese characters on all wooden products, such as the wooden buckets that the Han tribe will soon be selling, which are branded with the words made in the Great Han, special bucket for water or special bucket for salt. Other goods are even more heartless, because the Han tribe has already made a batch of pedal spinning machine, also has the technology of artificially powered flywheel, so the carpentry group, under the guidance of Luo Chong, quickly used this technology to make the same new equipment, pedal-powered pottery wheel. It is a pottery embryo pulling machine. The rotating wheel is as high as a stool. Underneath is a small flywheel and drive crankshaft. There is a pedal at the bottom. The person sits on the stool to work. The feet step on the embryo pulling machine. The top can start to pull the clay embryo. The Han tribe's pottery production process is finally liberated from the hands of kneading mud. The invention of the broiling machine made the pottery of the Han tribes not only faster, but also more beautiful. For example, in the past, when a bowl was pinched by hand, although the workers were very careful, they did not necessarily make it round. But now with the pottery wheel and the broiling machine, the bowl made is as round as it wants to be. Of course, making a broaching machine is not the ultimate goal. Luo Chang's goal is to print characters on the pottery. Pottery printing, that is, coloring, this technology in fact, and the production of porcelain is not much difference. The material Han tribe is not a shortage of. This thing is actually very simple, is to hang a layer of glaze paste on the outside of the drying of the half-dry clay embryo, white porcelain glaze directly with kaolin and water mix, modulation into a slightly viscous glaze, the glaze in a bucket, and then take the semi-dry clay embryo to the glaze to make a roll out of the white porcelain, dry again into the kiln after firing. The finished product is pure white ceramics. Other colors of glaze is also the same production method. The copper mine dug up malachite ground into powder, add white glaze in the glaze. You can make a green glaze, blue copper or purple copper, or ground into powder to add white base glaze can also be adjusted to the corresponding color. Iron oxide crystals were put in to make a reddish-brown glaze, and the big red mineral pigment wasn't found. The Han tribes hadn't found cinnabar so far, and with cinnabar, they could still figure out how to refine mercury, or mercurial, but there wasn't much use in asking for it now. With these colors of glazes, the Han tribe's pottery immediately changed dramatically. With clay embryos, a white underglaze hung on them, and after drying, made in the Great Han stamped on the bottom of the bowls with a red glaze, in order to standardize the standard, and the quickness of production. Luo Chong carved a square seal out of wood, the seal of Made in Dahan, and when he worked, he directly dipped the wooden seal into the pigment and pressed it on. As for the colorful patterns on the bowl, mostly striped patterns, because it is easy to make, as long as the white clay embryo on the embryo pulling machine to turn up, and then take a simple brush dipped in color pigments, directly dislike to the surface, because the embryo itself rotating reason, the pottery will be left with a circle of colorful stripes. Coloring and so on is simply not too simple. In addition, the outer wall of the bowl will also be stamped with some Chinese characters, such as good wind and rain, good harvest, 6 animals multiply, God bless the Great Han, happy family, grandchildren, for seasons of peace, year after year and so on, And finally come out the finished product is very chic. Bowls in white with Made in Dahan printed in a 4-square pattern on the bottom. And on the walls of the bowls are 2 or 4 colorful stripes with those auspicious sayings for a better life printed between the stripes. In this way, those who use these bowls become curious about symbols like Chinese characters. And if they don't understand them, it's okay, they can just ask the Han tribesmen at the marketplace. And Luo Chong can exactly use this method to spread the Han culture. For example, hopscotch. What is a family? What is a family composed of? Luo Chong can tell them through the explanation of the human relationships. Husband and wife, parents, children, these human relationships. For seasons of peace and prosperity would tell them what the 4 seasons are and what a year is, imparting the concept of festivals, and time as well, and good winds and good rain, and good harvests would tell them how the weather affects the planting of crops. They would eat with such bowls every day in the future, and every time they saw these words, they would think of the explanations Luo Chong had said, and over time, they would have the Han culture engraved deeply in their minds. And as for that Made in Han, it was purely to raise the status of the Han tribe in their minds, so that they would know that the Han tribe was an exalted existence. There were a lot of words on pottery like this, and it didn't look particularly good, but it didn't matter. Luo Chong was just trying to get some more words on it. Other things that can add words Luo Chong also did not let go. Since you planted food, that certainly needs sacks, right? Cannot all use animal skin bags to contain, which has so many animal skins to do the bag. So the sacks are also printed by Luo Chong on the word. The plant dye made from the juice of the red-faced grass was printed on both sides of the sack, with Han in the center of one side and grain in the center of the other, and 8 small characters at the bottom of each of the 2 sides of the sack, one side being 5 grains on one side. It reads 5 grains are plentiful, and on the other side, it reads fireproof, waterproof, rodent-proof, and sparrow-proof. Chapter 239, The Late Trading Team, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. For the moment, it is also the 3 items, pottery, containers for water, and sacks that are the most in-demand commodities, the ones that sell the most, and the ones that they have to buy. The price of metal farming tools is certainly not low, they can't buy much even if they buy, but Luo Chong still branded Made in Han on it, and anything that goes out of the Han tribe must take these 4 words with it. After a while, the Han tribe's variety of commodities would be even richer. Iron pots, iron farming tools, and linen printed with Chinese characters would all appear in the bazaar, and Luo Chang's cultural dissemination program would go even further, and in the future, he would be able to let that Guy Yufu run with these commodities and sell them in farther places. As for tables and chairs, this kind of furniture, but also not necessarily sold out. Want to use furniture? First of all, at least have a house it, and the ground must also be leveled. Another reason for the difficulty is like this kind of large things, transportation is also not convenient. Can they still carry solid wood tables to walk for 10 days? Not? That is also too tiring. What's more, furniture making is supposed to be very troublesome. Luo Chong must have a price that is not low, and expensive, and not good for transportation. They really don't have to buy it, hold up to buy a set, and get it back for the chief. Just when Luo Chong was making a big mess, the big troop led by Dali, Yu Fu, and Ing Rui also came back. So far, except for Dashu, who was still continuing to dig in Babao Mountain, almost all of Han tribe's strength was concentrated in the settlement, and Han tribe's construction project would continue. After several months of construction, 2 residential urban areas, totaling 198 residences, have been built within the site of the city site, and the initial renovation has been completed. In fact, just laying a floor tile in the house, with the windows and doors left open for the time being, and the interior walls not painted white, but it could already be used for living. And anyway, it was still summer and hot, so the lack of windows and doors didn't hurt too much, and the walls weren't painted white, so it was just a little darker in the house. Luo Chong immediately ordered the Han tribe to move in the first batch of residents. The 2 urban areas are expected to live in the population of 2,000 people, but that is the case of 2 or 3 adults, 7 or 8 children. But now the main members of the Han tribe are bought at the spring meeting of the young people who have just reached adulthood, and they do not yet have children. So Luo Chong moved those pregnant women and children brought back from the fire tribe there first, plus some young people in groups of 2 or 2. The first batch of occupants had a population of 1,800 people, a family of 3 houses, 2 bedrooms, one side of the house to live a small family of 2, the other side of the pregnant women with a few children, so that the temporary formation of the family can also take care of each other. And when these pregnant women give birth, the Han tribe has a new house, and then redistribute the residents. Anyway, in the end, we'll let them have a house to live in. After the first group of households moved, the grass huts they used to live in were all demolished. Thatched grass was made into straw handles and used to build new roofs for the houses. and the branches that were taken down were used as firewood, with nothing left over, all of which were reused as waste. After the Han tribe's power contracted, all of those 200 or so slaves were sent to build the walls, with their own people building the houses inside the urban area and the slaves building the walls on the periphery. Since the wall is an earth-clad brick structure, and then with bricks, it is even a little easier to build than a wall of pure rammed earth. If it were pure rammed earth, it would require a large number of planks to be used for the molds of the wall, but earth-clad bricks don't have to go through that much trouble. When building, as long as the perimeter of the wall first base on a circle of city bricks, then you can to the brick frame of a carload of soil, and then use the round wood made of tampers to tamp the soil on the line. Save a lot of planks. After all, sawing planks is not an easy job now. Creating a large number of planks to use for wall molds even more labor-intensive and time-consuming, but not as fast as burning bricks in the mud. Since the Han tribe did not withhold food from the slaves, they did their work quite obediently. Anyway, it is impossible to run away. Since they did not kill them, there is still food to eat. Just need to keep working, but a little bit of tiredness is better than death. Right. The slaves also gradually accepted this fact. By the end of the second month of summer, the Han tribe had completed the second season of rice planting, peanut planting, paintbrush planting, pepper planting, cabbage planting, and those big trumpet flowers transplanted into the ground. The fields on the east bank of the creek continue to be cut down for trees and shrubs, and at the present rate, it is not expected that anything can be planted this year, and it is only possible to reclaim the heavens and the earth this year, and dig the ditches for the diversion of the water, in order to prepare for the expanded cultivation of the next year. In addition, since all the people in the iron mining area had returned, the only small boat of the Han tribe now took on the transportation of minerals from Babao Mountain, which was a bit faster than the previous transportation by land with ox carts, and Dashu had already shipped back a lot of fire-resistant kaolin and anthracite from Babao Mountain, and Luo Chang's plan to manufacture refractory bricks had also begun. Because the refractory bricks don't need a lot, just used to build a few furnaces, Luo Chang just found 10 leg and foot handicapped savages to do this work. The production of refractory bricks and the production of ordinary red bricks is not much different, just different materials. The other processes are not much different. Hand them over to them with no difficulty at all. Time soon came to the end of the second month of summer, the full moon. The Han tribe had prepared the first batch of goods used for sale: printed pottery, branded buckets, printed sacks. Luo Chong guarded these goods waiting for the first customers to come to the market. This wait is a whole day. The first day of the summer march, no one tribe came over. To the second day, still no one tribe came over. Luo Chong began to be a little disappointed, but he still faced like a normal color, a look of success. Chief, it's been 2 days, those tribes won't be coming. We prepared so many good things for nothing. It's too bad. Our tribes themselves haven't even used such nice looking pottery yet. Mauste and Cripple complained to Luo Chong. No, they definitely need them, but they just got the seeds, so they'll definitely take the time to clear the fields first, so maybe they don't have time to come over. Besides, even if no one comes to buy them, we Han tribe can use these things ourselves. What's the pity? Didn't you say that we ourselves haven't used such nice looking pottery yet? So go ahead and take one for yourself. Luo Chong speculated at the two. To use it is also the chief to use it first. But this time the pottery made is really good looking, especially after having that embryo pulling machine that the chief asked to be made. It is quicker and better than what was done before. The chief is really great, actually able to think of such a good tool to use. The cripple was also lamenting the changes in the Han tribe's pottery. That's right. I see that the big water wheel that the chief has recently had made is also very powerful, although it hasn't been built yet, but I saw it the other day when I was experimenting with it. It can turn around on its own when placed in the water. It doesn't need to be stepped on by people, nor does it need to be pulled by oxen or horses. That thing is even more powerful. Mausta was also expressing his admiration for Luo Chong. Luo Chong didn't pay attention to these two guys boasting, but continued to wait for his customers. And when it came to the third day of the summer march, Luo Chang's expected customers finally arrived, and the number of people was even bigger than the last time they came. There were nearly 300 people, which was more than twice as many as the last time they came. This should be more than just those tribes from last time. I see their costumes, some of them I haven't seen before last time. Mausta looked at the numerous tribal caravans that had come to participate in the bazaar and guessed to Luo Chong. Well, I can also see that there are a lot of unfamiliar costumes. It should be that our cultivation method has been spread out by them. It seems that all these people are running towards our rice. You go and tell our warriors to strengthen the vigilance of the tribe in the next few days. Luo Chong said to Mausta. Yes, Chief, I'll make the arrangements. Chapter 240, Where is the dog Dato, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. The location of the fair was in the pasture just west of the Han tribe's city site, open and full of grass, with only a few lacquered fields and vegetable patches cleared near the moat. This temporary bazaar also has no public facilities. Everyone comes directly after choosing a place to set up stalls on the line. At this time, these trading teams have just arrived. The Han tribe's urban area also drove out of 2 ox carts, loaded with goods to pre-selected positions. More than 20 people moved up and down from the car, and soon set out pottery, sacks, buckets, farming tools, and white salt. And those crowds that came to trade immediately came forward to gather around. And seeing so many beautifully crafted commodities, they even forgot their fatigue from days of traveling. Wow, is this pottery? How come it's different from the ones we've seen before at the spring meeting? It's so beautiful. If I could have one, I definitely wouldn't even be able to use it. A person who had seen pottery before at the spring meeting marveled. Well, yeah, those used to be dirt red, but now they're actually all white and shiny. And there's a nice pattern on the outside. Hey, what are all the paintings on there? One by one they all look pretty much the same, but looking closely they are not quite the same. The people next to him looked at those white ceramic products and were soon attracted by the Chinese characters on them. I don't see what the painting is. I'm afraid that if the Han tribe makes the pottery look so good, it will be even more expensive than the original. If we can't afford it, what's the use of looking good? It's just going to let us take a look at it here. The man who had just started said worriedly. I don't think so. Didn't we say last time that we could exchange it without using the population? How expensive can it be without using people? Also, I just don't know how much we can exchange the animal skins for. This is not really known. Let's just find someone to ask. Hey, I saw a brother who sold to the Han tribe at the spring meeting. I'll go ask him. As the two were talking, they soon saw a kinsman selling to the Han tribe and rushed forward to ask the price. Big head, is that you? I'm your brother Stick. Hey, the Han tribe let you sell things here. How do you sell that pottery of yours? All we brought this time are animal skins. Don't be too expensive or we won't be able to buy much. Stick went forward and pulled Big Head, who was carrying a bucket of water, and inquired with him about the price. Brother Stick, this time it's you who came. Our chief said, we are all friends among the tribes, and we know that it's not easy for other tribes to make stone pots. Plus our chief has built a new tool, and now it's easier to make pottery than before as well. So we won't ask for the expensive ones for everyone, and make sure that everyone can afford to buy them. For this kind of white porcelain bowl, you can exchange a complete rat skin, rabbit skin or snake skin for one. The pottery pot has to be exchanged with an animal skin as big as a sheep or deer. If it's a bear skin or a tiger skin, it can be exchanged for 10 pottery pots, and the wolf skin can be exchanged for 5 pottery pots. How about it? It's not expensive, right? Big Head introduced according to the price set by Luochong. Expensive is not expensive. Is that we have a lot of rat skin, rabbit skin? Bear skin, tiger skin is not really good to get. Hit on a head do not know to die a few people. Wolf skin is really a few. Bears and tigers are not easy to fight. But don't forget that in the old days this one clay pot could be exchanged for a strong laborer. A bear skin can be exchanged for 10 clay pots. It's not that expensive. Big Head broke his fingers and did the math for Stick. That's true too. But we didn't bring that with us this time. Only 6 wolf skins are a bit more expensive. They should be able to be exchanged for quite a lot of pottery. Come on, you figure out how much you can exchange for me. Stick unwrapped a bundle of rolled up animal skin rolls from his back and pulled Big Head to settle the score with him. Other tribal trading teams have also found their relatives who sell to the Han tribes, and then inquired about prices and traded goods. Luochong was also at the stalls in the bazaar, personally receiving some of the chiefs or wizards who had come over on their own this time. Firstly, to answer their questions about planting, and secondly, to have a long look around here, to see if they had any strange and odd things that the Han tribe happened to need, and also to give temporary valuations for these things. Right next to the Han tribe's ground stall, there was a rectangular solid wood table. On the table there was a large ceramic teapot, and a couple of blue and light blue striped celadon sankai bowls on a white background. Luochong moved a chair to sit on one side, and on the other side there were 2 stools, and at this moment, directly across from it, sat the chief of the cave tribe. The two sat opposite each other, one serving a bowl of white boiled water. After exchanging some techniques for growing rice, Luochong took 2 stones and set them on the table, a piece of graphite and a piece of borax crystallization bought from the cave tribe at the time of the spring meeting. Cave chief, these 2 kinds of stones from your tribe are very much needed by our Han tribe. Next time when the bazaar is held, your cave tribe cannot use the animal skins to exchange. Just use these 2 kinds of stones directly. For 1 basket of such stones, I'll give you 3 clay pots. How about that? Luochong pointed to the piece of borax crystals to open the price. Borax is a good thing. It can effectively remove the oxides on the surface of the metal. For the metal welding process is very important. coated in 2 pieces of the knee to weld the place. You can make the 2 pieces of metal better welded together. Han tribe now, although there is no metal welding process, but iron is also needed to use this thing, such as steel in the folding and forging. It is best to need to fold the parts of the sprinkle a little bit of borax solvent, so that you can better let the steel stack together. Otherwise directly folding and forging, if you use it directly, the later use will probably be from the folding place to open the seam, is a very important kind of resources. This is no problem. It's really great to be able to use these stones to trade with the Han tribe. To be honest, our cave tribe doesn't have many animal skins. This time we can take out so much to use for trading is already the limit. But we still need a lot of Han tribe's goodies. I'll let my people start digging up these 2 kinds of stones this time when I go back, and Han chief will see which one is wanted a little bit more. The cave chief immediately appreciated after hearing Luo Chang's words. This stone is called borax by our Han tribe. If you can get it, get more of it. And this black graphite, just get 1 or 2 baskets of it for now, and I'll tell you to pick up more of it when you need it later. Luo Chong thought for a moment. The Han tribe will soon be smelting metals on a large scale at the moment, or borax is a bit more in demand. Graphite is not particularly in demand right now except for being a pigment. Okay, I'll remember this kind of stone and go back and start having the clan gather it. Just as the 2 of them were discussing which type of stone they needed to collect more of, a clan member selling goods at a stall got into a fight with a customer. And then that clan member came over to complain to Luo Chong in a very angry manner. Chief, there is a tribe that I have never seen before, holding a kind of deer skin and insisting on exchanging it for our 2 clay pots. I said no, but he was still reluctant, and said that they were coming from far away, and that this time they had to exchange things with us, and he also wanted to exchange the horns of the deer for our white porcelain bowls. A kind of buckskin. What buckskin? Not one. How also a kind of Luo Chong sipped a mouthful of white water and asked in confusion. Oh, they took a kind of buckskin, all exactly the same, over 100 of them, with lots of horns, the clansman explained. Put, Luo Chong directly a mouthful of white water sprayed out. More than 100 identical deerskin. This dam is from where the dog big family. Chapter 241, Saiga Antelope, begging for tickets and subscriptions. Chief? Oh, I'm fine. You go and call their leader. Bring them that one. No, a kind of deer skin and horns all over. Wait for me to take a look. Luo Chong haphazardly wiped the water stains on his body and explained to that clan member. Oh, I'll get them over here. The clan member led the way and ran off. Soon, 7 or 8 people came over from the side. 1 person held a big bundle of animal skins, and 2 people carried a whole basket of horns, all of which were carried to Luo Chang's table. And then a few people looked at Luo Chong with displeased faces, as if as long as Luo Chong didn't say yes, they would flip out on the spot. But Luo Chong simply does not give a damn about them. Here is the Han tribe's base camp. He can run out thousands of juniors by just yelling. Luo Chong will still be afraid of them. Joke. However, the things they brought Luo Chong is really very interested to know. More than 100 identical animal skin. Its value is far more than the animal skin. So simple. If it is not farmed, it means that there is a large group of such creatures near their tribe, and it is very good to catch. Otherwise, how to get these animal skins? The first thing that caught Luo Chang's attention was the 2 baskets of identical horns, sharp and long. About 25 centimeters long and short. The horns were earthy yellow and slightly rotated, and from the bottom to the tip, there was a ring of ring-like protrusions. What the hell is a deer? Clearly is the antelope horns. Only antelope or goat, this kind of sheep animals, will grow 2 pointed and long horns. Antlers are generally forked, at least also have 2 fork. The difference is too obvious, right? After looking at the horns, Luo Chong had confirmed on the spot that this was a sheep-like animal, and became more interested in this animal. Since Luo Chong came to this world, he had never seen something like a sheep before. Luo Chong immediately drew out another sheepskin and unfolded it to observe. First, a rough scan. The sheepskin is very complete. From the jaw area a knife slides to the tail. The cut is straight, for hooves are truncated from the ankle. Even the face skin is complete, stripped off. In addition to the top part of the head, there are 2 holes that should be the horns. There is only left to get out of the air with the nostrils. What does that mean? This shows that they are very skillful in skinning. And it is obvious that they have often slaughtered this kind of sheep, and have come to be very familiar with the body structure of this kind of sheep, as well as the fact that, apart from the cut of the skinning knife and the 2 holes left on the head because of the long horns, there is not a single other torn hole in the whole skin. What does that tell you? This suggests that it's not even prey that they hunt, but domestic animals that they farm. Imagine, sheep this kind of animal are running very fast. People don't even want to play race with them, pressure can't catch up. If it's hunting, also can only use throwing spear or bow and arrow type of long-distance weapons. Only can hunt such animals. But if they were using throwing spears or bows and arrows, why wasn't there a single hole in the top of the sheepskin? There had to be a wound. So this wasn't scientific at all. So there was only one truth. It was the domestic animals they were breeding. The wool of the whole sheepskin was short and earthy yellow, slightly whitish where the belly was, of that yellowish-white color which is evidently the skin of a kind of antelope, not of any goat. Luo Chong also picked up a sheepskin back position, placed on the side of their legs to compare. Sheepskin is very large, the height to Luo Chang's thighs. Then this kind of antelope shoulder height is almost about 70 to 80 centimeters high. The length of the body is also very long, basically are between 1 meter 4 to 1 meter 5. From this you can judge the size of this antelope. And the weight, almost should be about 60 or 70 kilograms. Of course this is the weight of the live sheep. If you only count the net meat, maybe only 30 or 40 kilograms. But compared with the modern domesticated sheep is also already very big. If it was just this, Luo Chong would be very happy. Very happy. He could exchange his goods with this tribe for live antelopes, and then raise them in the Han tribe. But when Luo Chong scrutinized this antelope's face, he couldn't be calm, but was very excited. And even his heart began to flutter and beat violently. The antelope has a long cheek. What is meant by this is that it looks long in proportion to the whole head, as exaggerated as a donkey or a horse, but it is not the whole face that is long, but the nose region that is particularly long, or prominent. A long-nosed, earthy antelope with two pointed horns with ring-like protrusions, a shoulder height of 70 to 80 centimeters, a length of 1 meter 4 or more, and a weight capable of reaching 140 to 50 pounds. Then the answer to this one cries out to be answered. If Luo Chong remembers correctly, this should be a kind of endangered species on the earth that has not yet gone extinct. Saiga antelope, because their nose is very big and prominent, so it is also known as the high-nose antelope. Originated from our country, but it has long been extinct, and then it can only go to the neighbor's big brother where the seeds were introduced back to cultivate, and the current number is still very scarce. One of the few prehistoric species that has survived from the 4th glacier century. And it can be said to be more precious than the Tibetan antelope is even more precious. However, this is not the most important. If the saiga antelope in the earth, it is a special protection animals, need scientists to study the kind of breeding, but here, it is just a kind of food for human beings. This world is not much of a wildlife protection law. To see an animal can only go to the zoo to see, but Luo Chong cared most about, or saiga antelope life. Saiga antelope life is very short, only 8 or 9 years or so, and still herbivores. Not much aggression, at the bottom of the food chain, basically a carnivore dare to its mouth. But the saiga antelope in this poor living conditions, still reproducing for tens of thousands of years have not gone extinct. This is why, because they can be born. It's not as perverse as the fertility of rabbits, but among large ruminant herbivores, the saiga antelope's fertility is truly one of a kind. And it's not an exaggeration to say that it's not. After all, they were already short-lived and at the bottom of the food chain, with natural enemies eating them everywhere. So if they were to have low fertility again, how else would they reproduce for tens of thousands of years without breaking off the seed? The gestation period of saiga antelope is very short. From conception to delivery takes only 4 months, and it can give birth to 1 or 2 litters per year. Each litter can give birth to 2 to 3 lambs, which is 5 or 6 lambs per year, which is not comparable to all the domesticated goats and sheep nowadays. If that was all, it would only mean that they give birth to a lot of them. But they also give birth to an exceptionally fast. The lambs born that year, weaned in a month, the female cubs will be sexually mature in 8 months, and at the end of the year they will be able to take part in the race's reproduction, and the males are slightly slower to grow, but it also takes only a year to become sexually mature and begin to reproduce their offspring. So the saiga antelope, a creature that with 2 pairs, can become 14 in a year, and hundreds in 2 years, is simply a super fertility machine. And is so large and exceptionally meat-producing that if it can be farmed, the Han tribe will never be short of meat. A vegetarian diet of rice, a meat diet of lamb and pork, and a few more varieties of vegetables would make this life perfect. Chapter 242 Snake Tribe's Healthcare Products, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Your animal skins are indeed very good. There is not even a single torn hole on them, so I can raise the price for you a little bit. Let's put it this way, if all of you trade in this kind of animal skins, I can promise you that I will trade you 2 animal skins for 3 ceramic pots, and a pair of goat horns for a porcelain bowl. But, Luo Chong just said half of the words. The other party was about to open his mouth to continue to counteroffer. Luo Chong immediately pressed his hand, signaling him to keep quiet for the time being. Listen to me first, giving you guys at this price is indeed because your animal skins are good enough, but just like that, I won't be able to give you guys that much cheaper. That would be unfair to the other tribes, so I have other conditions as well. Luo Chong spoke to the other party even with gestures. On what terms? The other party heard Luo Chong has other conditions, is also a bit confused. He originally thought Luo Chong have already backed down. The next should be better to talk about some. Perhaps also can be pressed again. Who knows on a half price. There are other conditions to mention. I want this kind of antelope. I don't care what you use. Next time bring me at least 100 live ones. And young ones, 2 or 3 years old is best. 20 males and 80 females. Or we Han tribe won't sell you anything in the future. Oh yeah, don't think about cheating me. I know you guys raise some of these antelopes. And there are a lot of them. More than the people in your tribe. And your people aren't any less, right? Luo Chong was very certain. And very overbearing in stating his conditions. How did you know? The other party was very surprised by Luo Chang's reaction, because Luo Chong said alright, their sharp horn tribe did have a lot of population, more than 500 people, also did farm antelopes, and the number was very large. The number of flocks reached nearly 2,000. On average, one person 3 are still rich, but they have just had their first contact with the Han tribe, and have not even been to this year's spring meeting, and if not for the fact that they happened to go to the nearby Tiger tribe a while ago to make a deal, and also saw the pottery and white salt that the Han tribe sold to the Tiger tribe at the spring meeting, they still don't know that a tribe called Han exists, and even less will they know that the Han tribe has a lot of good things. And then how does Luo Chong know so much about their tribes? Your antelope skins are raw, hard, and have not been nitrate. If last year's stock would certainly not have been preserved so intact, so these skins are new this year. And could you have slaughtered more than 100 of them in a few months if you had not farmed them so much? And there's not a single hole in this sheepskin. So of course it can't be from your hunting. So this must be your own farmed antelope. Also, you have so many animal skins and meat. How can the population be small? At the very least there are more than 500 people. Am I right? Luo Chong spoke his analysis to him. The other party listened to Luo Chang's explanation and analysis. Then stupid. Oops. What kind of brain is this? Take a look at their animal skin can analyze so many things, as if they have seen it with their own eyes. This damn is still a person, afraid that it is not the gods in the world. There's no way I can agree to what you're saying. I'm not the leader of our tribe. This matter must be agreed to by the leader. The Sharphorn tribesman stuttered. Well, I understand. You can tell your chief when you go back this time. Just tell him what I said. Next time if you don't bring 100 antelopes over here, you won't be able to buy anything from our Han tribe here. Especially white salt. There are so many people in your tribe. Even if you don't use pots and pans in all these containers, you always need to eat salt, don't you? Also, 100 is really not much for you guys. Right. Your tribe must have thousands of them. Luo Chong directly threatened. This, I can't tell you. I'll go back and talk to the chief, but whether he agrees or not I don't know. Our tribe is too far away from here. Can you change something for us first? We have to go back right after that. The other party just assured that he would go back and convey Luo Chang's words, and then urged to change things. Wanting to leave immediately, he was very nervous in front of Luo Chong, always feeling an extremely strong sense of oppression on Luo Chong, especially Luo Chang's eyes, making him feel fearful, as if his whole being was seen through by Luo Chong, making him want to escape immediately. That was Luo Chang's very confident performance, as well as being the leader of a large tribe with thousands of people to produce the dignity of the superior. To put it bluntly, there is a bottom line. If you have a few thousand under your command to do what you want to do, you will also be very domineering. This is all a natural formation. Well, go and exchange something for them. At the price I just said. Luo Chong said to the clan member beside him who had just led them here. Yes, chief. The clansman nodded excitedly. As an ordinary clansman, he usually did not have many opportunities to directly contact Luo Chong. What orders Luo Chong had were also relayed by those group leaders and the like down below. Today, he saw Luo Chang's wisdom and extraordinary with his own eyes. So I guess he can blow with the clansman for a while again. No, it's blowing for a while on Luo Chang's behalf. The clansman quickly took the people of the Sharphorn tribe to exchange their goods, but they didn't ask for the Han tribe's rice seeds and farming tools. The Sharphorn tribe didn't need those. They couldn't get enough meat to eat. There was no need to grow rice at all. The other tribes also completed their transactions with the Han tribe one after another. The main thing used in the transaction was still animal skins, but there were some tribes that brought their own specialties, such as the flint used by the Sickle tribe to make fires, as well as the spearheads and stone knives made from flint, all of which were semi-finished products, and could be used as long as they were taken back to have a wooden handle added to them. Han tribe acquired some flint, but did not want their semi-finished weapons, but the Snake tribe's medicinal herbs were all acquired by the Han tribe. The roots of the plant used to stop bleeding, the mushroom umbrella cap used for anti-inflammatory purposes, as well as herbs to drive away insects, and a kind of plant seeds for diarrhea treatment. The snake tribe's knowledge of the art of healing is really a great opening of Luo Chang's eyes. The most unexpected thing for Luo Chang was that the snake tribe also had a kind of healthcare product that could be eaten regularly, and it was said that eating it regularly was good for the body. Luo Chang looked at it. It was a kind of food made from plant tubers, but it was not something that grew in the soil, but rather it was something that grew on the ground, a thing that looked like the shape of an onion, but that thing is not an onion. Half dried in the sun will also show translucent yellow. The surface of the shape is a bit like the skin of the dragon fruit, crunchy to eat, but also some spicy flavor, like the earth's head of the squash, but with Luo Chang's previous life has seen the squash is not the same kind of thing, but the world's indigenous specialties. Luo Chang did not hesitate, immediately asked the snake tribe to provide a large number of such tubers. You can directly dig the living plant to send over. If there are seeds, you can also bring the seeds. After the Han tribe will use this stuff pickles the morning on this white porridge to eat just right. Chapter 243, Star-Shaped Blast Furnace, Begging for Tickets and Subscriptions. In the next period of time, the Han tribe has acquired some of the Thorn tribe's golden vine one after another. This kind of vine is very thin, with a diameter of about 5 millimeters, but it is exceptionally tough, and the Thorn tribe brought it in bundles of dried goods, so that if you make something yourself, you can soften it in water before you use it. There's also brown sugar from the bead tribe, animal tendons from the bullet tribe, narcotic mushrooms from the mushroom tribe, and fish skins from the fork tribe. This is not ordinary fish skin, but a kind of fish skin similar to pearl fish. The front side is gray-black, the reverse side is silver-white, very soft after nitration, and there is not a small amount of elasticity, but the surface is very rough. There is a layer of very small pimples, the friction is very big, and it is not smooth at all. The fork tribe generally use this fish skin to polish things and use it as sandpaper. For example, to polish the wooden handle of the harpoon. But Luo Chang saw another value of this fish skin. That is, it is used to wrap the handle of the weapon. Anti-slip. It is not easy to take off the hand. Luo Chang immediately bought all of them, saving them to be used as materials for mass-produced weapons in the future, and listed this kind of fish skin as one of the items that could be traded with the Han tribe for a long period of time. In addition, Luo Chang also bought 2 people from the tattoo tribe. These 2 people are also very special. They are the tattoo tribe for tattooing more in the kind of role. It is said that the status of the tribe than the general clansman is also a little higher, in the middle level of the tribe, mainly because of these 2 guys are good at painting. Originally, this bizarre Luo Chang also did not intend to trade the population, but these 2 guys were fascinated by the Han tribe's printed ceramics, and they were dead set on not leaving, wanting to study more about these ceramics. Luo Chang interest in these 2 people. Let them take charcoal in the stone painting some of the natural elements such as flowers, birds, fish and insects. I did not expect that these 2 people painting is not bad, it looks alive and well. So Luo Chang offered to buy these 2 people. These 2 people are also very willing. After some white salt trading, these 2 people naturally also became a new member of the Han tribe. Was Luo Chang given the name of Wen Yi? Wen Yen first followed the pottery production department, specializing in painting. In one day's time, there were many tribes that finished the trade and left, but there were also some tribes that had things that the Han tribe didn't need. So they set up their own stalls and displayed those things to sell to other tribes, either in exchange for what they needed, or looking for tribes that had more animal skins in exchange for animal skins, and then taking the skins to make a trade with the Han tribe. This went on for 2 days, with some tribes gone and others only just arriving. The Han tribe's stalls were out for collection each day, and then taken out again the next day, and by the time the 3rd day rolled around, there were actually some more runaway gangs of savages. They also took the few animal skins they had, maybe a few, maybe a dozen, in exchange for 1 or 2 clay pots, a few porcelain bowls, and the essential white salt. Luo Chang is very surprised. How do they know the Han tribe here to sell things? And then found a savage asked to know, is that those big tribes too, and from the journey encountered? From them to learn about the Han tribe's bazaar, so only thought to come to exchange some necessities. This made Luo Chang very happy. It seems that these tribes can still influence a large number of people every time they come to catch the fare on the journey. But this is a good thing. The more lively the Han tribe's fare, the better, so as to better improve the influence of the Han tribe. By the 4th day of the bazaar, this month's bazaar was considered to be over. Originally it was planned to be 7 days, but they came 3 days late, so it amounted to an indirect reduction in time. But on the 5th day, the Han tribe didn't come out again, but there were still tribes that came to the door, and when they saw that there were no more stalls outside, they tried to find someone more inside the Han tribe settlement and asked if they could still exchange things. The news relayed to Luo Chang. Luo Chang also immediately agreed. Did not expect this bazaar in the surrounding area is still getting hot. Want to shut down the business or people take the initiative to find the door. Such things have continued until the middle of the month when the end, and later came over those, and many nearby within a few days' distance. The number of less than 100 small tribes, most of which are heard of the Han tribes planting rice things, specifically run here to seek learning for the seed. Luo Chong also promised one by one. Now there are still 4.5 months to the onset of winter. If we can reclaim the land within a month and plant the seeds, we can also harvest another season of rice this fall, which can be considered as an important reserve for the winter. Besides, anyway, Luo Chong is using them to reclaim farmland everywhere. Of course, the more reclaimed the better. This seed Han tribe is still affordable. Compared to a short period of time to pay, the long-term gain will be greater. Half a month's time passed, and the refractory bricks of the Han tribe also made a large pile, and Luo Chong also began to design and build a new type of metallurgical blast furnace, as the so-called blast furnace iron, flat furnace steel, but the steel needs to use coke. The Han tribe has not yet discovered the coal mine. There is no other tribes to take the coal mine to trade, so there is no way to use coke directly. Steel, want to make steel, can only be used in ancient times to fry the steel method, or steel irrigation method, this indirect method of getting steel, and because there is no coal, the Han tribes can only use charcoal to metallurgy, but even if the wood is burned into charcoal, the temperature that can be produced is still not up to the temperature of melting the iron into iron, so you can only work from the furnace. First of all, the shape of the blast furnace has to be very high and the opening on it should not be too big, so that it is easy to conserve heat and raise the temperature inside the furnace. Then there is the air blower equipment. After the furnace is larger, naturally need more air. If there is not enough air blowing into the furnace, will not only affect the flame combustion, but also limit the speed of the iron reduction reaction. In order to be able to take into account the two requirements of blowing wind and raising the temperature inside the furnace, Luo Chong designed a star-shaped blast furnace that meets the current production conditions of the Han tribe according to the current steelmaking technology. What is a star-shaped blast furnace? In fact, is a comprehensive smelting equipment consisting of 5 separate furnaces, quite simple and rough. Since the temperature of the charcoal is not enough, then the number to come up with, you are not enough temperature of a furnace is not enough. Then simple. I directly use 5, to ensure that the iron burned into iron water. Star-shaped blast furnace is simple to say. In fact, the layout is still quite complicated. Its overall structure is like this. Right in the center is a main furnace standing on a high platform. Very high, very large, and then in the main furnace around, respectively, the construction of 4 small size of the secondary furnace. The level of the secondary furnace is very low, directly underground. A pit is dug in the ground first, then the furnace is built inside the pit. The position of the furnace opening is exposed to the surface of the ground, and then a heat storage chamber built on the surface is connected. This heat storage chamber also serves as a large blower, and finally the other end of the heat storage chamber is then connected to the main furnace. When working, 5 furnaces fire at the same time. Due to the low horizontal position of the secondary furnaces, utilizing the principle of hot air rising, the high temperature air produced by the 4 secondary furnaces will naturally enter into the 4 heat storage chambers on the ground surface, and then, through the blower blades of the heat storage chambers, these high temperature air will be blown into the main furnaces, so as to achieve the purpose of simultaneous heating and gas increase. Chapter 244, Pig Iron, Cooked Iron, Iron and Steel, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. After designing the construction of the star-shaped blast furnace, Luo Chong divided a team of people to start the construction. The huge blast furnace was built in the smelting area within the city. The area of one blast furnace alone occupied nearly 30 square meters, and the height of the main furnace was still very high. The size of the main furnace is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, built on a 1 meter 2 high brick platform, with a diameter of 1.5 meters at the bottom, getting thinner and thinner as it goes upward. Not counting the height of the base platform, the furnace alone is 5 meters high, and is divided into several segments from the top to the bottom. The furnace throat, the body of the furnace, the waist of the furnace, the belly of the furnace, and the furnace tank. Furnace throat is also known as the feed port. The entire furnace feed is still added from the top of the furnace. The temperature of this place is very low, only 200 degrees. The body of the furnace occupies the entire general height of the furnace. This section is about 2 meters 6 long. The temperature is also increased from 400 degrees to 800 degrees. The lower the temperature will be higher. Further down is the waist of the furnace, a short section, just over half a meter, but also a node in the whole furnace, because from the waist down, the width of the furnace starts to get bigger, and the temperature in this section reaches 900 to 1300 degrees. Then below is the core part of the entire furnace, the furnace belly. The belly of the furnace is the largest volume, about 1 meter 6 wide. slightly wider than the base below. The height of this section is almost 1 meter 2, is also the highest temperature of the entire furnace part. The temperature is expected to reach 1700 degrees or so, and the belly of the furnace is also connected to the heat storage room blower port place. The way of connection is also directly with refractory bricks directly masonry out of the channel, although compared with the height of the whole furnace looks a little low, but do not have to worry about the inside of the iron will flow out of the blower mouth, because the belly of the furnace is the highest temperature of the whole furnace, that is, the iron or reaction place. Before that, these materials thrown into the furnace are still in the form of a solid. When they reacted completely, to the point where the iron ore melted into iron, because of the reason of the heavier mass of the metal, the iron would automatically drop down to the location of the furnace tank below where the iron was stored, while those slag and charcoal would turn into liquid slag floating on the surface of the iron, and go into the furnace tank together. Finally, when it comes time to discharge the iron, the finished product is discharged from 2 ports on either side of the furnace, the lowest port on the left side discharging the iron, and the slightly higher port on the right side discharging the liquid slag, so that the final result is pig iron. There is no way to compare the strength of pig iron and steel, but it also has its own characteristics. Pig iron is brittle, and like high tin bronze, it is easy to break, but pig iron is very suitable for casting things, such as iron pots and other utensils. The iron pot made in this way is not so good quality and easy to be broken, but it is suitable for mass production. If you use the softer cooked iron to make iron pots, then you can only knock one out. The production difficulty and production time is not a level at all. The production of cooked iron is not difficult to say. The earliest method is still obtained by repeatedly hammering the block to refine pig iron. But since the invention of the Western Han Dynasty after the invention of the steel frying method, cooked iron has entered the stage of large-scale production. The process of steel speculation is also a very stupid technique, which is to add high-quality iron or powder to the iron, and then after constant stirring, to let the pig iron infiltration of more carbon, in order to obtain a higher carbon content of the steel. But there is no specific ratio of how much iron or powder should be added to make it turn into steel, and if too much is added inadvertently, then the iron will turn into cooked iron instead of steel. In the Western Han Dynasty, mankind in the production of steel by frying steel method, more by a very experienced furnace head, through the visual inspection of the color of the iron to determine whether it is turned into steel, all rely on experience to judge. There is no little basis, although with this approach, but still the rate of scrap steel is extremely high, but these scrap steel is also better than pig iron, that is, cooked iron. After the production of iron is not worried about selling. On the whole, the speculation steel method is similar to the existence of a crash. Used to produce steel is completely unreliable, but for the production of cooked iron is very suitable. The performance of cooked iron compared to pig iron, its advantage lies in the ductility, that is, soft enough, so that may not be very understandable. So let's put it in another way. For example, with pig iron cooked iron each make a iron pot, and then take a hammer to hit the bottom of the 2 pots. Pig iron pot will be directly smashed out of a hole, but cooked iron that, you can only smash it deformed until smashed flat, but it will not break. That is, the toughness is very strong. Imagine if these 2 kinds of iron are used to make swords and knives. The one of raw iron is likely to be cut off in the battle, and the enemy against the cut, but the weapon of cooked iron may be cut and bent, but it will not be broken, so that it can barely continue to be used, and at the very least, it will be able to save a life. And on the battlefield, if the weapon is gone, it is no different from giving away a person's head. Later, after the steel, those knife makers began to use cooked iron to make the body of the knife, and then in the part of the blade of the knife wrapped in steel, after forging and molding, so that the weapon can take into account the good toughness and sharpness, and will not be easy to break. We often say, good steel should be used in the blade of the knife, is also derived from this. In addition, in the history of the evolution of the steel manufacturing process, to the later Sui and Tang dynasty at the beginning of the irrigation steel method appeared, only the production of iron and steel from the crash in the mode of stabilization. People have a stable way of obtaining steel, and the irrigation steel method, and to use a large amount of cooked iron. The process of steel production is nothing more than getting the right amount of carbon to the iron as a way to metamorphose into steel. And in the case of the very unstable steel frying method, someone else thought of a different kind of additives, and replaced the iron or powder directly with cooked iron. As already mentioned, cooked iron is actually scrap steel with excessive carbon content. Then add cooked iron directly to pig iron ferrocement, so that pig iron obtains a certain amount of carbon from the cooked iron. And the cooked iron after fusion with pig iron, its own carbon content is evened out to a part of the pig iron. In this way, pig iron with carbon becomes steel, and cooked iron decarbonized also becomes steel. The 2 phases are fused. and what you get in the end is all steel. And I have to say that the person who came up with this is a genius. Although the method of steel infusion still does not give a specific additive ratio, but it is better projected, even with a ratio of 1 to 1, but also can certainly produce steel. Is only a different steel is good or bad, but that is also steel. This point must be recognized. Another point to note is that the use of steel infusion method, because the solid cooked iron into the pig iron water, so certainly cannot directly into the large chunks of cooked iron ingots. The best way is to first smash the cooked iron into a thin piece of iron, and then uniformly put into the pig iron water, so that it can be quickly melted, and the pig iron into one. In this regard, the Ming dynasty was the best at it. Most of the craftsmen at that time directly processed the cooked iron into iron wire, and then used it as the raw material of the cooked iron for the steel filling method, so that the cooked iron melted more evenly and faster. The quality of the steel in the Ming dynasty was good, so they were able to invent better firearms, which had a great deal to do with mastering better quality materials. Chapter 245 Vegetables in the Bazaar, Begging for Tickets and Subscriptions. Luo Chong was very fortunate. He didn't have to keep figuring things out like his predecessors, because what he was learning was knowledge that had been accumulated after thousands of years, which saved him thousands of years of development. Pig iron is urgently needed by the Han tribe, and is the basis of steelmaking. Cooked iron Han tribe is also very much in need of. With the frying steel method can be obtained. Steel is naturally also needed, so it does not matter which one you want and which one you don't want, because the production of iron and steel is supposed to be a set of processes, and all of these things will be produced. In the next period of time, the Han tribe still carried out all kinds of construction in an orderly manner, and half a month later, the water wheel mill of the Han tribe was finally completed, and after debugging, it was finally ready to be put into use. Luo Chong assigned 10 more people to specialize in the mill and began processing iron ore powder in preparation for the subsequent iron making. It is necessary to mention is, Luo Chong design of the blast furnace is very large. Every time you fire will need a lot of raw material input. Charcoal, by the combination of lime, mineral powder, carbon powder into the brick, all need a lot of preparation of a smelting materials are needed for 1 or 2 months. So the Han tribe's blast furnace iron refining will not be too frequent, able to 2 months to open a furnace. That efficiency is considered to be fast. The construction of the blast furnace is still going on. The structure of this thing is too complicated. Due to the high height, the strength of the refractory bricks may not be able to withstand. So the structure is divided into 2 layers, inside and outside. The outer layer by the stronger green brick masonry, used to support the structural strength of the blast furnace. The inside of the fire bricks and then a layer of fire bricks for the hearth to withstand high temperatures. Since it was the first time for the Han tribe to build such a tall and very complex functional building, the progress of the clan was very slow, but Luo Chong was not in a hurry. The meal had to be eaten 1 bite at a time. The quality of this thing was not up to par, and when the time came, it was going to take a life. Time came to the beginning of the 4th month of summer, and a month had passed since the first fair, and the second fair organized by the Han tribe began again. But this time, the people who came changed a lot. It has been 2 months since the tribes obtained the planting techniques and rice seeds from the Han tribe, and the first batch of tribes to start planting rice have already finished reclaiming the farmland and sowing the seeds, and some of the ones that are making fast progress have already finished transplanting the rice seedlings, and the ones that haven't transplanted the rice seedlings will soon be transplanting the rice seedlings as well. This time every tribe sent people, but the volume of trade was much lower than the first time. Most of them came to learn the field management of the late stage of rice planting. The Han tribe's second season of rice transplanting was completed a month ago, 1 or 2 months earlier than them. Using the Han tribe's rice fields to give them an explanation is just right. The one who attaches the most importance to rice planting and is most capable of accomplishing it is the Fork tribe, who live near the water and make a living by fishing, and their population has reached more than 400. Plus they have a suitable geographical location, so the scale of planting is also the largest, and the planting area has already reached an area of 55 acres. And at this time the transplanting of the rice seedlings has been accomplished. Since fishing was a bit easier compared to hunting, Chief Fork only assigned a small number of people to fish and provide food for the whole tribe, while most of the rest went to clearing the land and doing farm work, which was why they were progressing so fast. The other tribes planted the most area of only about 20 acres. Most are more than 10 acres of land like this, and only just grow seedlings. Immediately also need to carry out transplanting. The Han tribesmen again took them to visit the rice fields of the Han tribes to teach them about the later management, weeding, and the control of the amount of water in the rice fields, which are the only 2 things that need to be taken care of during the big field period, especially the control of the amount of water. The best way is to keep the amount of water at a height that can cover the palm of your hand, and then wait for it to evaporate and infiltrate naturally, and when the water is all gone, then store water in it, and just repeat it like that, and wait until the final grouting period before you need to keep a higher amount of water, and you can't cut off the water. But there's no need to be in a hurry right now, and they'll still be coming to the Han tribe to learn every month after that. These larger tribes left immediately after learning, and they had to hurry the notes back to their tribes, but the number of people who came to the fair did not decrease, but rather increased. The extra ones were small tribes that heard the news later and ran over. Their numbers were usually no more than 100. They didn't have enough animal skins to trade with the Han tribes, but they had something else that Luo Chong needed. It was now the last month of summer, the end of summer, and this was the season when fruits and melons ripened, and many fruits had already ripened. So Luo Chong saw a lot of good things in this bazaar. There were some wild honey collected by some small tribes, which were all purchased by Luo Chong at a high price. Sweets are loved by human beings no matter what time of the day it is, because sweets give people a feeling of happiness. And those small tribes don't want happiness right now. They just want a few pots and a little bit of white salt. The other tribes that don't have animal skins and don't have honey, and want to exchange some necessities from the Han tribe, are left with only the melons and fruits that are specialties of their own tribal territories to trade, and don't know if the Han tribe will want them or not. But what they didn't expect is that these worthless melons and fruits are a big hit with the Han tribe. Or rather, it's the Han chieftain himself who was very much like them. One of these tribes brought a kind of melon, thin and long, with a smooth skin, a long cylindrical shape. Luo Chong looked at it and realized that it was a loofah. Loofah, this thing is not good to eat raw. The small tribe is usually collected after the bake to eat, but to the hands of Luo Chong, that natural eating more. Once upon a time Luo Chong's favorite vegetarian dish is the chili pepper fried loofah, and the reason why the loofah is called loofah, because after the loofah is ripe, its flesh will become silky, with the sponge almost a kind of thing. This thing in the absence of steel wire ball, but also often used to brush pots and pans, and some places will also take the old loofah flesh as a scrubbing towel to use, so good things naturally have no reason not to. Luo Chong immediately bought all of their loofah, and booked a batch with them, until the fall after the loofah completely ripe and dry, in the Han tribe to send some, then can be used directly for white salt and pottery, and even food. That tribe is very happy. Thank you 1,000 times went away. But what they do not know is that this kind of cheat can only be taken advantage of once. When the Han tribe this year have seeds, next year will be able to grow their own. Then who will still want your loofah? In addition to loofahs, some tribes brought radishes and tomatoes, and even a kind of long bean curd, which made Luo Chong simply happy. The variety of radish Luo Chong had never seen before. It should be a variety unique to this place, as long as the palm of an adult's hand, with a diameter of almost 4 centimeters or so, which was already a relatively large head. Its skin is as orange as carrots, but the flesh inside is red, already out of the orange category. Very red, and eaten raw is not very spicy, rather like a fruit. Luo Chong just tasted the rest of all directly buried in the ground. Let them continue to grow, until the fall to bear seeds. Tomatoes are also very special. The head is not large, only the size of a nectarine, red, but the shape is ovoid. Fruit shape slightly longer, not a common round, rather like a large saint fruit. Luo Chong also all bought, and booked the seed. The last long bean curd is nothing to say, and Luo Chong once ate bean curd is no difference, according to the rules, is also all the acquisition, and predetermined seed. Chapter 246, Farzed Out, requesting tickets and subscriptions. The second bazaar soon ended again. On the whole, the Han tribe is still very rewarding, although itself also out of a lot of supplies, right, but also to the Han tribe in exchange for a lot of good things. Animal skins, which are hard currency, no cotton in the case of the winter, all point to this thing to keep warm it. In addition is rich in resources. The Han tribe desperately need minerals and some vegetables and fruits, greatly enriched the clan's recipes, although now there is no output, but the seed of the thing has been no run. However, there was one thing that didn't sit well with the top brass of the Han tribe, and that was the fact that the Sharp Horn tribe didn't show up at this fair, and the Han tribe was likely to miss out on a type of livestock that was even more productive than rabbits. Mousebig even directly with Luo Chong suggested, really cannot directly bring people to rob. Han tribes so many people, the general tribe certainly cannot afford to mess with. It is estimated that as long as the people pulled over, no need to fight to make the other side compromise. However, Luo Chong was still old-fashioned and could not tell if he was happy or angry. Let's wait a little longer. Their tribe must be very far away. It's not easy to make a trip back and forth, and it's even more difficult to want to carry 100 live antelopes that far. Isn't it not even a month yet? Let's wait for another month, and then talk about it if it hasn't come by then. Well, then let's wait for another month, and if they don't come by then, Chief, you can send me, and I'll make sure to get that kind of sheep back. Mausta was still inclined to rob them directly, and remained undaunted as he suggested, "Don't be so impulsive. We have a lot of good things they need here. Not afraid they won't come. Besides, 100 sheep is not a big deal to them. There's no need to be so dead-eyed. As long as they're not stupid, they'll surely send it over. I guess it's just that the road is really a bit far. After all, we went to the grassland in the north. And didn't we also not see that kind of antelope? Luo Chong have said so. The rat big is not good to insist. After all, the wisdom of the chief he is aware of. Judging things certainly better than him. The fact is just as Luo Chong expected. The location of the Sharp Horn tribe is really far away. From the Han tribe here to the north is the mountainous area. All the way out of the valley is the hilly grassland. And then to the east is the plains grassland. But Saiga antelope, this kind of creature, generally inhabits the highland grassland at a relatively high altitude. This kind of terrain Luo Chong hasn't seen, because such a place is still in that hilly grassland in a more northwestern direction. In terms of the entire terrain, the whole is high in the northwest and low in the southeast, just like the east of the Han tribe. It's a wetland swamp. The settlement of the Sharp Horn tribe was indeed very far, and it would be a walk of 13 or 14 days on foot, 20 kilometers a day, which would be more than 200 kilometers. They came with animal skins on their backs, and all they brought back were dead heavy ceramics, and very heavy white salt. Although the animal skins are also very heavy. Right, but that's soft, carrying the same weight of cotton and stone. Don't have to think about it as the cotton is more relaxed. The road back was long, compared to how easy it was to get here. It took them 18 days to get back, and it was not easy to transport these precious supplies back to the Sharp Horn tribe. These fine ceramic vessels had just arrived at the tribe and were well received by the clan, as well as the precious white salt. Obtained a good thing. Naturally want to celebrate. That evening, the Sharp Horn tribe slaughtered a dozen antelope to make mutton stew. There is a savory mutton soup. The clansmen are eating for the first time. Every taste of the broth of the clansmen are full of praise. It is because of the lack of pottery. The Sharp Horn tribe's population is large. Everyone can only take turns to use the pottery pots. The leader of the Sharp Horn tribe was a burly man named Yuan. He was very happy with the performance of the trading team, so he planned to let them make another trip to try to trade some more household items with that what's her name Han tribe. But the captain leading the team was in a difficult situation. He hadn't dared to say Luo Chang's words since he came back, but now he had to say it. "Chief, there is something I have to tell you," that Han tribe's chief said. "If we still want to exchange good things with them next time, we must let us take 100 live antelopes to exchange with them, and they must be 2 or 3 years old antelopes, 20 males and 80 females, or else they won't even sell us anything in the future. And they don't want the animal skins anymore," that clan member said apprehensively, afraid that the chief would be angry with him. As expected, just after these words were said, Far's face darkened, but he didn't immediately say what about the Han tribe, but stared at the captain leading the team with a skeptical gaze. "They don't know our tribe. How would they know how many sheep we have? Didn't I specifically tell you, don't tell outsiders? It's a secret that our tribe can raise beasts. We can't easily tell outsiders. If someone asks about the animal skins, just tell them that we hunted. You honestly tell me, is it you who told them? Or is it the other people you brought with you? See if I don't beat him to death. Do you know what the consequences of this are? If other people know about it, how many tribes will come to rob it at that time? This will kill our tribe." Far looked at this captain very angrily. "Chief, I really didn't say that. It was all that Han tribe's chief who saw it himself. Don't believe me? Ask them. They heard it at that time too." The small captain quickly defended. This is really not his own fault. If he was killed because of this, it would be too wrong. See it for yourself? You take me for a little cutie. You guys didn't bring a single live goat with you. What can he see? I think you really don't want to live. You're still talking nonsense at this time. Don't you know how important this is to our tribe? As soon as Far heard that the little captain dared to argue with himself, he became even more angry. "Chief, it's true. He really knows by looking at a fur." "Ah, no, no, no. It's by looking at the furs. The furs, those beasts' skins. He sees it by looking at the beasts' skins." The small captain just said to look at a hare. Far about to hit people. Scared, the small captain hastened to explain. "And then step by step," said Luo Chang's analysis of the process. "How to deduce from a few animal skins on the specific situation of the Sharp Horn tribe." The same went to the team members because of the fear that the chief does not believe, leading to the end of their own also follow the melon fall. Also on the side to the small captain to help the voice. The situation at that time, said the nose and eyes, cannot afford to far do not believe ah. In fact, after listening to the junior captain relaying Luo Chang's analysis, he had already concluded that his clan was not lying, because with such meticulous reasoning, and this godlike ability to think logically, It was simply impossible to fabricate such a lie, because strength did not allow it. Not to mention these few ordinary clansmen who didn't have his high IQ. Even Far himself couldn't imagine that someone could guess their tribe's secret that was never spread out through the animal skin. But when he looked at the exquisite printed white porcelain bowl in his hand, he seemed to think it was normal again. And it would be impossible for the tribal leader who could make this to be able to do so without having some extraordinary skills. Chapter 247, Completion of Residential Area, Requesting for Tickets and Subscriptions. Now that the veracity of the message has been established, the question arises whether to give or not to give. Now that the Han tribe has their antelope in mind, give. Far a little reluctant. This is their own tribal property. Do not give it. They really need the Han tribe's supplies. As Luo Chong said, pottery you cannot. The big thing is that in the future, we will use these pots to eat in shifts. Really cannot continue to eat barbecue. But the white salt you cannot not buy it. Before there was no that is not. But now it is clear that you can change it. Do not want to find a way to change it that is their own stupid. But if you don't give it, I heard that the Han tribe has a lot of people. Will they really run over to rob? This is also the most worrying thing. He did not let the clan to stay outside. Is afraid that there will be a lot of tribes to rob. It was impossible to fight and move. And it was necessary to mention that although the Sharp Horn tribe farmed a lot of antelope, they were not nomadic, but they had a fixed place to live and a fixed sheep pen. And every day they sent people out to graze the sheep, and then drove them back in the evening. Not to mention how difficult it would be for several hundred people to move. And besides, they couldn't move far even if they did, because they still needed this pasture, didn't they? And it was within the area anyhow. And then again, if they did move, would they be able to exchange white salt from the Han tribe in the future? Definitely not. Thinking about it, far or no idea. And finally called the tribes witch over, the two together to discuss. Although the witch in the end cannot see God, this who do not know. But after all, the old man into a fine. The old man's experience is generally very rich. Listen to the old man's advice is still necessary. Wu also analyzes several possible consequences and finally also decides to change. First of all is Wu's impression of that Han tribal leader. Although his deduction seems so simple that it seems that everyone can do it. But the average person will have this kind of logic. If not listen to Luo Chang's reasoning process, the witch himself will not believe. Just look at the animal skin. Can deduce that their tribe is breeding antelope. And also deduce the number of their population and the number of antelope. This is what the average human being can do it. Is really a fine thought. This kind of person, or best not to offend the good. One more thing was that their antelopes were indeed as Luo Chong had said. 100 of them were really nothing to them. Which made Wu think that the Han tribe was not particularly excessive. Sometimes people are like that. If the other person's demands are within their reach, they feel that the other person is not going very far and choose to compromise. Besides, the Han tribe this is not for nothing, or will be exchanged to them things. Hold up, you can only say that it is forced to buy and sell, but also did not jeopardize the interests of the Sharp Horn tribe. They were reluctant to give it, and that was because they were afraid that other tribes would come and rob them if they knew about it. And between that and that, Wu gave the chief Far his own suggestion. Chief, these 100 sheep we can give, but how to send it over but have to pay attention to a little. We must first bring the antelope on the road to eat grass, but also in those tribes participating in the marketplace stagger time. Cannot let them see, specially take no one walks on the path to go to, then sent to the Han tribes, then it is their business. Will there be people to rob them? Will not have anything to do with us. Well, you have a point. We'd better not let anyone see it. But I reckon that Han tribe won't have anyone to rob it. After all, their tribe is so big that ordinary tribes can't afford to mess with it. Far uttered his analysis. Well, you're right. So what does the chief mean? Let's do what Wu said. Alas, after all, we still need to exchange those things. But we have to make it clear to that Han tribe. Just this once. And in the future, we can't even exchange live sheep anymore. And we'll still use animal skins to trade in the future. Far said as such. The next thing to do was to start preparing. In order to raise food and grass for the road, the Sharp Horn tribe gathered grass for a small half-month, and then dried it and tied it into bundles for spare. By the time they arrived at the second fair of the Han tribe, all the other tribes had already arrived at the Han tribe, while they had just departed from the Sharp Horn tribe, making a time difference with the other tribes. Since the 100 antelopes were all 2 or 3 years old and very fit, the antelopes were allowed to carry their own forage, and with some of their own grass on the way, they had enough supplies for the road. Far and specially sent 40 adult male clansmen responsible for escorting, this way high mountains and far away. They also brought 100 live antelope. In the eyes of those carnivores along the way, undoubtedly is the door to the door of the fat meat. Do not send more people to escort, may not arrive at the place of these sheep were eaten without. In the last month of summer, the second fair, which lasted a week, ended, and the tribes that had come to trade and learn had long since returned home, and the Han tribes continued their own construction projects. After thousands of people half a year's efforts, the Han tribe's third residential area was finally completed. The city, which was expected to be divided into 9 city districts, has now begun to show its outline, with 3 residential areas, a central plaza. The metallurgical area is also under construction. The moat has been dug, and the city wall is also under construction. In a great form, each residential area is planned to house 1,000 people, and now 3 residential areas have been built, filling all 3 urban areas even though the Han tribe's population has not yet reached 3,000, as the 2,000 or so people do not happen to be that many families. Some of the handicapped savage bachelors had to hitch up their lives, and, in short, the house was now sufficiently habitable, and it had become imperative to get the whole of the tribe to move to brick houses. So Luo Chong conducted a detailed census and family reorganization in the Han tribe, and those who had already formed families naturally moved in directly, and the only ones who needed to be adjusted were those more than 100 people who had gotten back from the Fire tribe, and the savages that Yufu had brought back. The 500 or so women of the Fire tribe picked out the ones who were still fertile and rematched them with those men of the Han tribe who had already formed families, letting them choose from each other. And in the end, basically all the men had 1 or 2 women, and those of higher status, like vigor, had 4 or 5. The rest of the women who had lost their ability to bear children were assigned to those who were physically disabled among the savages. They were not going to have any more offspring, and were considered to be shacking up together. But as Han tribesmen, they still had to share the responsibility for the tribe. That responsibility was the 700 or so boys of those Fire tribes. Those who knew who their mother was followed her, and the children who didn't know who their mother was were divided up among these families who could no longer produce offspring to be raised by them, and it was no problem to take care of them by dividing them right down to 3 or 4 in a family. Luo Chong also temporarily lived in a brick house with Xiao Dai, but they didn't adopt a child or assign another woman. Only 2 people lived in a house, but this was all temporary. When Luo Chang's own home was built, he was going to move there. But this extravagant 3-story villa was not the task at hand. After the residence was built, a large number of construction workers were freed up and also accumulated some experience in the construction of these bungalows. So Luo Chong began to assign new tasks to them. Still building houses, but building big houses, warehouses in the storage area, feedlots in the farming area, and sheds for the metallurgical carpentry group. Only after these buildings were completed would Luo Chong let them build higher schools, so as to ensure the quality of the project. Chapter 248, Lever Tamping Vehicle, Requesting for Tickets and Subscriptions. Thanks to Moon's Aiki for the big reward. I didn't look at the backstage for the past 2 days. I know it's a bit late. Sorry. After the homes of all the residents of the Han tribe were implemented, Luo Chong arranged new tasks for these builders who had freed up their hands to build large-scale public facilities according to the current demand for early and late. It was now the last month of summer, and the Han tribe's second season of rice was planted at the beginning of the 3rd month, which meant that in another month's time, the Han tribe would have a bumper rice harvest. So based on the current situation, the construction of a granary was the top priority. Only after the construction of the granary was completed would it be possible to free up the hands for the construction of the breeding plant, so that all those animals bred by the Han tribe could be housed before the winter. To ensure the survival rate of the domestic animals over the winter, the storage area was constructed in the southeast corner of the city. This place was closer to the fields, transportation would be less troublesome, and it was not directly facing the city gates, so even if the city was attacked, the storage area would not be easily destroyed, and it could ensure the supply of food, so that the whole city would not starve. Selected a good location, Luo Chong began to plan the specific construction. The side length of 110 meters of the city, nearly 2 soccer fields in the area. Such a large place naturally can not only a warehouse, must be more to build a few, which if in case of fire, it is not all the food are burned. As the saying goes, the eggs cannot be put in a basket, is the reason. The square area with a side length of 110 meters is divided into 12 warehouses, each 30 meters long and 21.5 meters wide. The east-west direction is the width of the warehouse, 4 warehouses in a row, leaving 3 8-meter wide roads in the middle, and the north-south direction is the length of the warehouse, with a total of 3 columns, leaving a 10-meter wide road between each column, which allows 2 large vehicles to easily travel, facilitating the transportation of goods. Although the division of 12 warehouses, but such a warehouse is still very large, still not good construction. The warehouse is 30 meters long, but this is no problem. Load-bearing aspects of the direct use of brick barriers on the line. The small bricks are not strong, can be directly replaced with large bricks to build the city. The most difficult place is actually the width of the warehouse. At 21.5 meters, Even with the large bricks used to build the city, the thickness of the siding on one side could be 40 centimeters, but there is still a width of 27 meters in this span. Warehouse construction is certainly the simpler the better. Need to be very empty, the best is only 4 walls. A roof, in that case, then the warehouse in the middle is certainly not load-bearing walls. So wide house. Want to set up the roof? Then, can only be inside the house to set up a few rows of columns, used to support the beams, which is what we commonly known as the roof beams. A few pillars will have to bear the weight of the roof of more than 600 square meters. The burden can be said to be very huge. Only with the diameter of a meter or so of round wood can support, and still many roots, but the Han tribes so far have not cut down that big tree. First, there is no suitable tool. Second is so big tree from the mountains back very difficult. The whole logging team has been picking again the diameter of the trees below half a meter to start. So with the log as the top pillar is no way out. Can only use other materials. Luo Chong thinking, finally decided to use the brick base, directly with the city bricks, laying out a side length of 80 centimeters of the square pillars. The height of the warehouse wall reached 7 meters. The top height was 11 meters. The roof was still a sloped structure, but this time from 2 slopes it became 4 slopes, closing in the middle from all 4 directions. Such a huge building. The Han tribe was still the first time to build it. It was not a complicated structure. From the structure alone, the warehouse was a bit simpler than a residence. It was just very huge. However, this was also considered an advanced work of construction skills. The clansmen needed to take these 12 warehouses and use them to practice, to gain experience for constructing large buildings. In the future, it would be possible to build bigger and taller school buildings out of it. Rice was eaten one bite at a time, wanting to let these people who had just learned to build a bungalow build 3-story high buildings. Don't even think about it. The most critical place to build a large building is that the foundation must be strong, must be able to withstand the building's self-weight. Otherwise the collapse will become inevitable. About this, in the construction of the time Luochong also gave specific indicators. The foundation trench for the wall is dug to a depth of at least 1.5 meters, and then the foundation is tamped down, smashed down at least half a meter or so that the foundation trench will be 2 meters deep. After the base trench is laid, a layer of limestone should also be laid underneath. The main purpose is to be used to prevent moisture, and then start to build the foundation, which is built with the bricks used to build the city in accordance with the shape of a dinghy, one vertical and one horizontal, so that a width of 60 centimeters can be achieved. The wall above the surface is 2 bricks discharged side by side, which can reach 40 centimeters, and when basing the wall surface, every 5 meters should be built a stack out to increase the wall's stress capacity. Otherwise dozens of meters of the wall is very easy to fall. After explaining the specific construction steps, nearly 1,000 clansmen are also busy. Digging foundations, smashing rammers. There are also specialized in the transportation of bricks, but also the transportation of soil. All busy. Such a warehouse as long as the construction of at present, to meet the needs of the Han tribe food storage. And because of the number of people, the construction progress is still quite fast. Just 3 days time to 1 meter 5 base trench dugout, and then it is repeated constantly hit the foundation. But with people hit the foundation, the progress is really too slow, and hit the not strong. After all, manpower can be lifted by the weight of the limited. Think of that tamping can be how heavy In order to save more energy and the quality of the foundation could be better. Luochong also got the carpentry team to develop a rammer car that utilizes the principle of leverage. The principle of this thing is very simple. First with a wooden cube to make a frame, and then installed 4 solid wooden wheels, mainly for load bearing, and then in this frame inside the suspension of a half-meter thick, 2-meter long log, the top of the log with a rope suspended, and then connected to the top of a long stick as a lever. The other end of the lever is also tied to a rope. The other side of the frame of the round logs and then stacked on the other side of the several city bricks on the other side of the frame of the log and stacked a few bricks on top of each other as a counterweight. When working, the rammer car is placed on top of the foundation groove, with the wheels spanning both sides of the groove, and the huge round wooden rammer is suspended in the groove, held in place by the frame of the rammer car, with 2 people pushing the car on both sides of the rammer car, and the 2 people at the back pulling the rope of the lever, and pulling down on this side of the rammer. The rammer is hoisted up, and as soon as the person lets go of the rammer naturally falls down, completing a tamping stroke. The invention of the rammer car, so that the rammer this incident is much easier. The progress is also much faster. A half-meter thick, 2 meters long log rammer, only the weight of several hundred pounds. If you want to make it heavier, you can also be soaked in water a day in advance, so that the weight of a wood will be doubled. Rammed out of the foundation is also strong enough to hammer down. Every hammer can be smashed down to the soil down to a minimum of 20 centimeters deep, Smash 2 or 3 times on the foundation. Also, the foundation will be up to standard in 2 or 3 times. Chapter 249, Exploiting the Hadong Market, Seeking Tickets and Subscriptions. Every technological invention can produce a qualitative change. From the original one-person holding a log to smash the rammer, into a semi-automatic mobile rammer car. Not only faster, the effect is also several times the original. The clansmen are very fond of this kind of specialized tools, at least save energy is not. Since the first rammer car was well received, Luo Chong immediately gave the order to make them in bulk. This kind of rammer car is very simple to make. Just a few frames, 4 solid wheels, a section of thick logs, a lever, and some ropes, which makes it quick to make. Although the Han tribe is currently under construction, only a warehouse simply cannot use so many rammed car, but that rammed earth wall can be used. Perimeter of the rammed earth wall of 1,200 meters. If all the manpower rammed earth, that will be when to build a good. Although the use of slaves, but the progress of this slow cannot be so more than made out of the rammed car are put on the construction of the city wall above, with the ramming cart as a sharp tool. The entire warehouse foundation, with trenching and foundations, took only a week, and the next step was the endless building of bricks. But it was during the last week of the summer, when the whitened wall below the foundation was just coming out of the ground, that the party sent by the Sharp Horn tribe to deliver the antelope finally arrived. It was just noon that day when the clansmen patrolling the periphery and hunting part-time met them. 40 people drove 100 Saiga antelopes to the periphery of the Han tribe, and then were brought by the patrol. Luo Chong also received the news at the first time, and then led the people to meet them. Of course, he wasn't there to greet those people, but wanted to see for himself what a Saiga antelope looked like. Luo Chong had never really seen a live Saiga antelope before. The group of people met at the meadow to the west of the city, the place where the fair was held every time. Seeing the 100 sturdy antelopes brought by the other party, Luo Chong immediately sighed in relief. Well, it was the same as the Saiga antelope he remembered. His deduction was correct, so he was relieved. Han tribe chief, this is the 100 sheep you asked for, 20 males and 80 females. We sent them all over, but because they are live sheep, our chief said the price should also go up a bit. 1 sheep should be exchanged for 5 clay pots or 5 big bowls of white salt. Do you think it's okay? The small leader of the Sharp Horn tribe who was leading the group said as such. No problem. I'm glad that your chief can figure it out and send the sheep himself. Otherwise, but it's good to be able to send it. I can still agree to this condition, and I also welcome you to continue to send the sheep over in the future, and I'll still be able to trade with you at this price then. 5 clay pots. That was the price of a bear skin or tiger skin, but since these were all live sheep, Luo Chong agreed. Since there were only 40 of them, it wasn't realistic to replace all of them with clay pots, and they couldn't use up all the 500 clay pots, so this time, most of them were replaced with bowls, and a large amount of white salt, and only a small portion of the clay pots were replaced. These goods of the Han tribe can be said to be picked up for nothing. At the very least, the raw materials do not cost any money, only need manpower to make it, and can be exchanged for these livestock suitable for breeding. Everyone feels that it is very cost-effective. The Sharp Horn tribe is also the same. The big sheep give birth to the little sheep, eating grass that does not cost any money, and they are also a no-cost commodity, so it feels that it is also not at a disadvantage, and both sides take what they need, and the transaction is successfully completed. The 40-person trading team of the Sharp Horn tribe, also loaded with goods, went back. The construction of the Han tribe also continued. 100 antelopes were handed over to the clansmen to be managed by the clansmen. And every day the sheep were put out in the pasture, for the time being, and those zebras were all locked up in the previous enclosure. All of the clansmen of the Han tribe had already moved into the urban area, and the previous enclosure had long ago been uninhabited, and was now completely turned into an animal corral. Another week passed, and the 3-month-long fall season began, and the Han tribe's third bazaar began, but this time the volume of trade dropped once again, and even fewer of the smaller tribes came, except for the tribes that continued to come to learn about planting. 3 months of fall is not too long, not too short, but for some tribes with smaller populations, they still start stocking up on food for the winter early. However, Luo Chong had begun to teach the tribes the method of making cured meat at this fair, telling them that they could store the meat for a longer period of time, so the tribes had begun to increase their purchases of white salt again. The trade of pottery has become less and less. After all, that thing is not a consumable. If it is well preserved, it will not be a problem to use it for hundreds of years. So the Han tribe's ceramic industry has also changed from mass production to a small batch, high-quality road, and began to burn some pickle jars, soup pots, plates, teacups, teapots and other vessels, and the pattern is more exquisite. After all, the 2 painters that Luo Chong bought are not eat white rice. As time moved into the fall, the days were getting shorter by the day, and the Han tribes worked at sunrise and sunset, and the clansmen could easily feel it. Due to the completion of the construction of the residential area, Luochom also quickly called back the exiled braided tribes, so that they could return to the embrace of the Han tribe at an early date. The braided tribes more than 2,000 acres of hemp fields, according to Luo Chang's method, have been harvested 4 times this year, and it is expected that by the time the winter comes, it can still be harvested at least 2 times. However, Luochom has not let them continue to harvest. Now let them grow. Wait until the winter before the hemp seeds out. Then you can collect a piece of seeds. Han tribe this side sent a large number of cattle and horses and vehicles to help make up the tribe to move. In fact, there are not many people, only 200 or 300 people, but they harvested this year's hemp fiber is very much, as well as before the Han tribe to send the textile machinery, and now all have to be used to pull the car back. After the compilation of the tribe all moved back, Yuval that guy began to restlessly up. As I said before, around the pottery market has been close to saturation. In the Han tribal market cannot be sold much. That's why Yufu proposed that he should lead people to form a merchant fleet, pulling these unsold pottery and white salt, and make another trip from the region of Hadong to open up the market of Hadong for the Han tribe. And it's best to organize an eastern market in Hadong in the future, one at the beginning of the month and one at the end of the month, so as to let the Han tribe's culture spread to a more distant place. In addition, now that we have entered the fall, some edible fruits and melons have also reached the ripening season, and this time, we may be able to bring back some vegetables that can be planted, or seeds of plants from Hadong. Luo Chong thought about it and agreed, equipping Yufu with 40 male clansmen, 2 ox carts, 1 cart of salt, 1 cart of pottery, and 10 antlered deer and 24 zebra horses, all mounted, so that they could travel a little faster on the road, and try to be able to explore farther afield, as long as they could be back before winter. In addition, this team was equipped with a few special talents. 2 teenagers who used to be from Xieding's tribe. They were the earliest batch of people to enter the Han tribe. They were traded from Xieding with pottery when Luochong had just arrived not long ago. These 2 people had already studied Chinese language and Chinese characters for almost a year, and they were the best batch of learners amongst the clansmen who had already reached adulthood. In addition to these 2, there were also 2 teenagers from the Eagle tribe, plus the Azuka giant eagle that they raised themselves. With these 4 in the group, they could use the Flying Eagle transmission to pass on news even if they went out a long way, and they could still call for help if they encountered difficulties outside. And Yufu was very happy with Luo Chang's arrangement. Chapter 250 Completion of the Warehouse, Request for Tickets and Subscriptions. Yufu took off with the questing squad, all 40 of them mounted, with 2 giant eagles in the sky that could act as scouts, and they were well armed enough to handle the situation in general, although there is no saber and other weapons, but more than 2 meters of spear is undoubtedly more advantageous, because the Han tribes already have stirrups. This kind of thing. If there is no stirrups, it is certainly not to use a long weapon, or else Xiong hit the opponent at the same time. That is, when they fall into the horse, the huge impact can be directly topped off the person. Yufu had already gone out, so naturally Luo Chong couldn't continue to pay attention to them. He had to oversee the construction of the city. Currently the most important construction project is the warehouse. The progress is very fast, mainly or people, thousands of team, at least hundreds of people on the site. The most important foundation is laid. Above the light of the wall is still very fast, and the bricks and large yard layer can increase the height of 20 centimeters. Build a 2-meter high wall only used 1 day, but the progress of the back is too slow, because the wall is too high. It is necessary to build scaffolding. The yard of bricks is not slow, but the supply of materials is insufficient. A large green brick weighs dozens of pounds, plus mortar used to bond, are not good for transporting things. Small bricks can be thrown directly to the person above, but the big bricks can only stand on top of a person, and then use the basket to pull up. One time can only pull up a brick. The speed is quite slow. For this phenomenon Luo Chong does not have too good way. The tool that can pull up a large number of heavy objects at a time is a large crane, but that contraption is too complicated to make, too time consuming, and Luo Chong did not do it. If you make it, just debugging and modification will take a lot of time. Not likely to do it when the warehouse has been completed. Although it cannot improve the speed of work, but let the clansmen save some strength Luochong can still do. Want to save energy? That in addition to the lever is only a pulley. These are junior high school physics knowledge. Teenage children will play. There is no reason Luochong will not pull the heavy object up. Fixed pulley can only be used to change the direction of force. For example, before it is a person on the top to lift up. So if you install a fixed pulley on the top, the person can pull the rope down from the bottom. But if you want to save the force, it can only be used with a dynamic pulley. A dynamic pulley can save 50% of the force, and as long as a one can greatly reduce the clan's fatigue, so there is no reason not to do it. It's not hard to make a fixed pulley and a moving pulley. It's really just the same thing. The difference in the name is just whether you mount it on top or underneath. To put it bluntly, it's really the same thing. Because considering that it was not used to lift anything particularly heavy, a wooden pulley would meet the requirements. Luo Chong immediately gave the carpentry team the job of making the pulley, which could be completed by 1 or 2 people. First, find some suitable scraps, make 3 round wooden boards of different sizes, then punch a hole in the center and fix it with a copper nail. There is not even a hook on the outside, and it is directly replaced by a rope, which is so simple that it is outrageous, but it doesn't matter, if it can be used, and if it can be made fast. After 2 days of rushing by 4 carpentry apprentices, they finally made some pulleys out of 2 slightly larger round planks sandwiched between a smaller round plank in the center. The outside planks weren't even very round, but it didn't matter. It worked. After the pulley is done, Luo Chong immediately handed over to the construction team to use. First a pulley tied to the scaffolding above, and then below the rope through a pulley, and then fell on a large basket, below the person directly to the brick or mortar in the basket, and then the other person will be able to easily pull the basket up. The power to save. The efficiency of the natural also accelerated, but because one time ore can only be loaded with a brick, the construction of the speed of the increase is also limited. Some people say that war is the driving force behind technology, and that's actually true. Every time there's a world war, that's when human technology spills over, because to develop a new weapon, you have to develop a lot of supporting byproducts out of it. It's like building an airplane. You have to have the steel for the airplane, right, and you have to develop the other materials, right. So all these indirectly generated technologies, casually revealing a little bit of them to the civilian field, can make a qualitative change in the people's lives. But this is not a situation that will only occur during the war. Luo Chong that engage in construction can also be take this construction of warehouses. Just a few days has appeared 2 kinds of technological equipment, a lever tamping car, a labor-saving pulley. Only these 2 technologies, so that the speed of the construction is greatly accelerated, which is what we often say another sentence. Technology-driven productivity. The outer wall is rapidly rising. The construction inside the warehouse is also in parallel, for brick roof pillars with side length of 80 centimeters are also rising up. The foundation of the pillars is much deeper, nearly 3 meters. At the bottom is a thick layer of limestone used to prevent moisture, and then a layer of crushed stone blocks used to bear the weight, and then on top of that another layer of mortar grouting was poured, before they began to use the green bricks for masonry. Each column was surrounded by a circle of scaffolding with vertical lines hanging around it, with 2 men on top to base the bricks and pulleys below to transport the materials. These 4 roof beams are in a north-south direction in a longitudinal column. Each column is 5 meters apart from the north and south walls is 5 meters. 4 columns will be used to support a 18-meter long, half-meter thick main beams, and then from the 4 directions of the wall to the main beams on the purlins, and finally laying grass, sealing mud, cover tiles, and the finished product is the 4 slopes of the roof. With the hard labor of the clansmen, coupled with Luo Chang's guidance and supervision, the warehouse was finally completed with a week to go before the end of the month. Tall and empty warehouse, an area of 600 square meters, for 7-meter high walls, respectively, in the east and west directions to open 2 doors, that is, in the middle of the rectangular warehouse position, so that the door is open, no matter which end of the warehouse to go to. You can use the fastest speed. The inner circle of the warehouse against the wall was also divided into 2 floors. There was a wooden floor 4 meters high and 4 sides wide. The floor was not boarded up now. There was only a circle of wooden beams and pillars, one end of which was resting on the wall, one end of which was topped by pillars, and there was not even a staircase, so if you wanted to go up, you could only climb a ladder. And in the location of the second floor, but also in the warehouse wall opened a circle of 1 meter 5 high, 2 meters wide large windows. Now the windows are simply blocked with wooden boards. These windows can only be opened and closed by climbing up to the second floor. One is for the ventilation of the warehouse, and the second is for the warehouse of the light, and so on in the future to replace the windows with paper mache. It will let the warehouse a little light, or else it looks like all the darkness and blurriness. There is also a purpose for building this second floor, which can also hold a small amount of grain, or a large amount of straw, to be used as a stockpile for livestock over the winter, and in the meantime, to gain experience for the construction of multi-story buildings. Chapter 251, Goodbye to the Fish Migration, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. The first month of fall ended, and the high temperatures brought by the summer faded away, and although it was still hot at noon, it had cooled down early in the morning and late at night, and Luo Chong had begun to wear clothes made of wool and cloth. 4 cornered underpants made of fine linen, and underwear made of linen, in natural primary colors, over pants made of woolen cloth, and a short knee-length gown with interlocking collars made of woolen cloth, and on the feet a pair of boots with cowhide soles and sheepskin uppers. The cuffs of the pants were tucked into the boots, and the sleeves above were gathered fat with 2 cowhide armguards, and on the waist was a palm-width cowhide belt. The whole looked like an ancient practice uniform, very slim and straight. Such attire is naturally not something that anyone can wear. The weaving tribe has been producing sacks since their return, and the limited number of looms have only produced a single roll of fine linen. In addition to Luochong and Xiao Dai making a few pieces of underwear, the rest of it was then distributed to some of the top brass, and the rest was given to those babies that were going to be born. Alpaca wool cloth is even less, because the material is limited. A total of less than 200 meters woven out. Luochong and Xiao Dai made a few sets of clothes, the other high level and then 1 point. There is not much left, and because of the cloth, Luochong also set aside a piece of linen to change the flag of the Han tribe, changing the original animal skin flag to the current linen printed flag. The whole flag with a big red background, a light yellow square in the center to leave white, and then the word Han written in black dye. And the way of hanging the flag also changed from the original vertical clan to a horizontal flag. The big flag hunted in the sluggish autumn wind, and another market of the Han tribe began. And the various tribes that had taken rice seeds once again came to learn, and those smaller tribes also came to the Han tribe to deliver the vegetable seeds that Luochong had predetermined, in exchange for pottery and white salt. As the city wall was not yet completed, now the scene inside the urban area of the Han tribe was also exposed in front of them. Before they also saw the neat brick houses of the Han tribe's living area from afar, and there was only envy in their eyes, and if they had the materials, they felt that they could also build it themselves. But this time the sudden appearance of that tall warehouse looked conspicuous, and it made them feel even more shocked. Wow! That house is so big. Is it where their chief lives? A foreigner who came to trade said in surprise. Maybe, but I'm more curious to know how they built such a big house. It's too fast. We didn't even have one when we came to the last fair. The person next to him exclaimed. What's so strange about that? Can't you see how many of them there are? I'm afraid there aren't more than our 10 tribes combined. Well, that's also true. They have so many people that they build houses really fast. Our tribe, not to mention not having so many people, even if we have so many people, we may not be able to build such a big house. Okay, blindly see what and then see that is also the Han tribe. Nothing us, or hurry to see their rice it. Their rice seems to have ripened. This is to start harvesting it. I have not seen rice ripen the end what looks like it. Hurry to go with them to learn. A squad leader leading the group interrupted his clan's idle chatter and urged them to learn how to harvest rice. There are still 2 months to go before winter, and the second season of the Han tribe's rice is ripe. The water in the paddy fields has long been drained, and at this point it has been drying for 7 or 8 days, and the soft mud in the fields has hardened up a bit, so harvesting can now take place. The straw is still yellow-green, but the ears hanging down from it are already golden. When all the ears reach 95% maturity, that is, 95% of them turn yellow, you can start harvesting the rice. This time must pay attention to. Too early rice is not ripe enough. Ripe over the harvesting will fall off the grains, resulting in unnecessary losses. Those trading teams that came to learn were also led by special people, and they were allowed to go down to the fields and watch the Han tribe's harvesting process up close, and even Luochong allowed them to harvest part of the harvest themselves with a sickle. This is of course not to take advantage of them and treat them as free laborers, but mainly to let them learn to use the sickle, as well as the skills of harvesting, and some of the matters that need to be paid attention to, and those who are willing to help the Han tribe to work for them. The Han tribe will also provide food for these few days during the time of the market. During the 7 days of the fair, they learn successively about harvesting, then threshing, then how to dry, how to hull after drying, how to bag and store, and on the last day of the fair, these people also ate the freshest rice, and have since gained a complete understanding of the whole harvesting process. This time in the bazaar, the biggest sales are sacks, followed by white salt, again is the bronze scythe. The metal scythe is very expensive. A handful of it will be too big animal skin. Those tribes that do not have special resources are forced to endure the meat pain before buying a few scythes. Sickle, this tool they have tried to use. Really good. With stone cannot be imitated. Can only use the bone tool to make a cottage version. But the cottage out of the thing is certainly still not as good as the metal. So in order to the tribe's rice harvest, they can only bear the pain to buy. A week of the fair passed. The Han tribe's rice is also all dried into the warehouse. More than 900 acres of rice paddies. The grain harvest alone is enough for all the clansmen to eat. A winter also cannot eat. Not to mention the Han tribe has other meat reserves. The Han tribe's livestock is still in its initial stage. There are only 56 pigs. Hey, no, It should be nearly 100 now. The earliest batch of flower pigs contained 4 pregnant adult sows, which had just given birth a few days ago, and each pig had given birth to 12 or 13 piglets, which were still sitting in the pen for the rest of the month. The total number of pigs are less than 100. Luocheng naturally will not slaughter now. It is currently the time to expand the population. All the pigs have to be kept. In addition, just came to the Han tribe of 100 Saiga antelope. There are only 100. The same stay to expand the population. Cattle and horses are working laborers. Naturally, it is not possible to slaughter. Breeding of red-tailed feathered chicken cannot be a large number of slaughter. That thing is currently less than 2,000, or more than half a year's time to continue to catch, as well as their own births. These chickens are currently retained for eggs than slaughtered and eat chicken meat. It can be much stronger. After counting, in the end, the only thing that can be killed is rabbits. But since there has not been much expansion of the area of the rabbit hutches, rabbits are also in just a few batches of slaughter, and now the total size of the rabbit herd is kept at about 3,000, and it is not possible to slaughter too much at once. After doing some math, in the end, the Han tribe's meat for the winter will have to come from the top of the fish. But there is a happy news is that the kind of sea fish school that went against the current last year has reappeared in the river, and they migrated to the fresh water to spawn again. Chapter 252 Arrival at the Lulu tribe, requesting tickets and subscriptions. The rice straw had already been bundled into bundles and put into the warehouse to be used as animal feed for the winter. So most of the people were out of work except for the construction team that had started to build the breeding plant. So Luocheng assigned these people to the fishing team, increasing the fishing fleet and storing up some more meat for the long winter. Speaking of fish in the fall, Luocheng could not help but have a reflection. Last year when he just came to this world it happened to be fall. At that time he also saw a lot of exactly the same fish, and all of them came from downstream against the current. Such a large-scale migration of fish, it obviously explains a problem. This place may be very close to the mouth of the sea, that is to say, this place is by the sea. Leaning on the sea naturally has the advantage of leaning on the sea. The resources of the sea are very rich. If in the future we can develop the Han tribe to the sea, first of all, from then on there will never be a shortage of the supply of white salt, and at that time we can directly sunshine sea salt. In addition, when the Han tribe grew to a certain size, the population surged, and the food supply was insufficient. The Han tribe could also build ships and obtain a large amount of fish resources from the ocean, and it can also develop the Han tribe's oceanic trade, so that the Han tribe is getting richer and richer. A power without a sense of sea power will always be subjected to others. This cannot be denied. Therefore, for the geographic location he is in, Luocheng is very happy, and I do not know that the Gai Yufu where he can explore this time, can find the sea. Will there be any harvest? Dreams are to be had, but reality has to come one step at a time. For the time being do not want to think of these. Luocheng began to give the Han tribe's breeding area planning and construction. The warehouse that has been built so far Luocheng thinks it is very good, empty, tall, and can be completely used as a breeding plant. So the new breeding plant is also built according to the standard of the warehouse, but the number of breeding plants is not as much as the warehouse. The same square area with a side length of 110 meters is planned for 12 blocks on the warehouse side but only 8 blocks on the farm side. The layout of the warehouse is 4 rows and 3 columns, while the farm is 4 rows and 2 columns, leaving out the middle row. Luocheng intends to build 8 big houses at both ends of this small urban area, and then the middle of the open space with a fence, planted some pasture inside, and then dug a small pond for livestock out of the daily wind. After all, even if there is a farm, the livestock cannot be closed off. Another point worth noting is that Luocheng didn't plan to set up a rabbit farm specifically. Now that the Han tribe has a more productive and easier to manage Saiga antelope, the problem of rabbits being small, large in number, and not easy to manage has been exposed, and the rabbits are definitely going to be eliminated when the sheep go up in size. But it's not that one rabbit won't be raised from now on, but rather that there won't be any more large-scale cluster breeding, and that the rabbits can be distributed to families to raise on their own, as an additional source of food for the clan itself, without being collectively regulated by the tribe. There are still 2 months to go before winter. Luocheng also gave the order to the construction team to build at least 2 more farms. This is the minimum requirement. The Han tribe's more than 300 horses should definitely take up a house. The other cows, deer, goats, pigs and alpacas can be temporarily put together. Anyway, their total number isn't a lot. Rabbits. A batch of rabbits are slaughtered before the winter, and the rest will be directly distributed to the families. There is no need to purposely build a house. After arranging these, Luocheng began to urge the progress of the construction of the blast furnace, as well as all the preparations for the iron-making materials, the reserve of ore bricks, as well as the reserve of charcoal, which was expected to be a large number. In addition, In addition to the star-shaped blast furnace, there are supporting style and lifting equipment, because this blast furnace is top-feeding, so there must be the ability to be able to throw a large amount of material in a short period of time. But the previous construction of warehouses, the Han tribe already have the technology needed to prepare large wooden structure, and labor-saving pulley sets of the technology has matured. The construction of the building is not difficult. However, these things are used to make iron. Lifting units are usually very large, so Luochong also ordered to make thicker ropes and pulleys made of pure metal. It is that now there is no chain. If there is an iron chain, then it would be more perfect. Day by day, the progress of the various constructions was also in a hurry, and only halfway through the second month of fall, the team led by Yufu also arrived at the Lulu tribe once again. The Lu tribe was naturally the tribe that farmed flower pigs. They had also traded dozens of pigs with Yufu last time in exchange for some pottery and white salt, but the population of the Lu tribe was also quite large. The pottery was nothing, but the consumption of white salt was very rapid. The last time you volleyball left said soon will come, but this are a few months. Still cannot see the shadow. This period of time are fast to Lu chief anxious. Looking forward to the stars, looking forward to the moon, looking forward to the volleyball again. Originally in the Lu tribal from hope slowly turned into despair. Thought that the volleyball will not come again. But the volleyball suddenly appeared in the Lu tribal territories. Chieftain, that tribe that sold white salt last time is here again. This time they brought 2 big carts over, loaded with stuff, and also, this time they all came on beasts, and not a single woman. A Lulu tribe clansman hurriedly ran to report to the chief Torch. It's coming. It's really coming? Where did they get to? Did they bring them here? As soon as Torch heard that guy from Yufu had come, he didn't even hear the words behind his clan and immediately stood up and asked excitedly. Well, it came over. It was our outlying pig herding clansmen who came across it, and then brought them back to the tribe. They were just heading this way. I guess they should have arrived by now. The clansman immediately replied. This is coming? Quickly take me to see. Actually brought 2 big carts. I don't know how much salt they brought. If they leave this time, I guess they won't even come back this year. Torch pulled the clansman who reported the news and kept chanting while walking briskly and quickly. Soon, Torch just walked out not much distance, saw the Yufu riding on horseback. This time Yufu's change is very big. Not only the mount has changed to a new one, even the modeling is also a big change. The top of the head bunched up the hair, above the top of the head over a shining silver white pewter crown, the legs wearing pants, the feet covered with boots, the body interlocked with the collar of the long-sleeved short robes, looking than before I do not know how many times taller. The dozens of other followers were similarly dressed, though their costumes were a bit simpler and they didn't have that tin crown that represented status and identity, but each had pants and more elaborate straw boots. Chief Torch, hello again. I wonder how many pigs you want to trade with us this time. Seeing that Torch had personally come to greet him, Yufu quickly rolled off his horse and greeted Torch. Goo, you guys can finally come. Our white salt is not even enough for a month. If you guys don't come again, it will be impossible to live in the future. Hurry up and tell us. Did you bring white salt this time? How much is it? Torch quickly took hold of Yufu's arm and asked. Chapter 253, The Great Lake in the South, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Bring it on. Just don't worry about it. Those 2 wagons back there are full of goods. Make sure you can't use them all. As long as you've got enough hogs, I'll give you as many as you want. The 2, Yufu and Torch, walked side by side, talking as they made their way to the settlement of the Lulu tribe. When they arrived at the place, all of them dismounted and rested. And the Lulu tribe also took out some water and fruits to entertain the guests. Torch knew that Yufu brought enough goods, and now they were not in a hurry, and began to be in the mood to observe the changes in Yufu's party. My friend, you've gotten rich this time. You actually have 2 cars. Honestly, this can't be what you exchanged with those pigs I gave you and those 10 girls, right? It seems that our pigs are worth more than we thought, and we exchanged them for you for so many good things. You won't be pitting them on both sides of the fence, right? Anyways, shouldn't our pigs be exchanged for a little more stuff this time? Torch said as he sized up Yufu. How is that possible? Chief Lulu is overthinking this. How many things does it take to trade for this 1 cart? How do you know? The last cart I brought, it took over 100 people to trade for it. With your few pigs, not to mention the cart, even the oxen that pull the cart can't necessarily be traded for it. And you are? I took my whole tribe to join that Han tribe that can build carts. And now I'm also a minor leader of the Han tribe. And these riding beasts and carts were allotted to our tribe specifically for me to come out and make a trade this time, and give the tribe something more to go back to. See this thing on my head? It's something that only tribal leaders who voluntarily join the Han tribe have. It's called a crown, and there are several other Han tribes that wear these crowns. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I have to tell you this time besides the exchange. We might not be going through here very often from now on. Ha? You guys won't come later? Then what if we look for you guys to exchange things later? Torch asked anxiously again. Don't rush. Don't rush. Listen to me first. Our chieftain has said that he will hold a regular bazaar there in our Han tribe. In the future, if you guys want to exchange things again, you can just go over there and trade by yourselves. Yu Fu hurriedly explained. Bazaar? What's a bazaar? Torch asked in disbelief. It's a gathering of many tribes, held once every ring month, a time that lasts up to 7 days. During the time of the fair, the tribes that come over can trade items with our Han tribe, or they can trade with other tribes with each other. And in general, it's a gathering that various tribes use to trade items. Yu Fu explained in detail. Oh, that is to say, we will exchange things again in the future. We have to run to that Han tribe by ourselves in order to trade. Then how far is this Han tribe? How long does it take to go back and forth? What do Han tribes sell? And what do we have to use to exchange? Torch listened to a seemingly understandable, and then hastened to ask about the rules of the bazaar. It's about a month's walk from your place to the Han tribe. And as for what to trade, hides, animals, seeds of food that can be eaten, or some strange stone if our chief sees fit. We sell a lot of things too. Pottery, wooden barrels, white salt, sacks, burlap, and if it's next year, there will be other good things for sale. Iron pots, iron spoons, kitchen knives, scissors, and other metal items like that. But that one might be a bit more expensive. Yu Fu introduced. Iron pots? Iron spoons? Sackcloth? What's all that stuff? Is it food too? No. Iron pots are used to cook things just like clay pots, but they are made of metal that doesn't break if you drop them, and they work better, and are made of about the same material as the weapons we use. In addition, linen is cloth that can be used for clothing. Like this one I'm wearing. This is clothing made of linen. It can be worn except in winter. It's lighter than animal skins, and it's breathable, and it's comfortable to wear. But we don't have a lot of them in the Han tribe right now either, and we should have a little more next year. Yu Fu and Torch, two people, kept discussing about the bazaar and commodity trading, and negotiated the specific amount of trade this time. Lulu tribe is willing to give another 60 pigs for pottery and white salt, but this is also the last trade this year. But Yu Fu did not agree immediately, because he still have to go a little bit farther, and can only wait for the return trip to bring the 60 pigs with him, or else you can't bring dozens of pigs to the adventure. It's, Chief Lulu, I think it would be better if you prepare those pigs first. I can give you part of the pottery and white salt first, and settle the rest when I go back from here. Then I will take the pigs away. What do you think? Yu Fu came up with an idea and said, Are you guys going to keep going south? How long will it take to get back? Torch asked curiously. Yes, continue to the south, even go and bring back about a month. I think, any later, I'm afraid I can't make it back to the tribe. Yes? By the way, does Chief Lulu know what's further south from your place? Are there many tribes over there? What kind of tribes are they? Are the roads good? Are there any specialties over there? Like what do the tribes over there eat? Are there any tribes that raise livestock like you guys? Yu Fu nodded and said, That, I really don't know. We don't usually run that far, and we can't get away because we have to herd pigs every day. But I've heard from old people who died in the tribe that our tribe moved from the south a long time ago, and there's a place where it's all water, and you can't see the edge of it at a glance. But I haven't seen it, and it's where I was born. Torch squinted upwards at the sky, as if trying to remember something. Where it's all water? Is it a very big river? Or a particularly large lake? Yu Fu became interested in this place and hurriedly asked Torch about it in detail. I really don't know about this. I've never been there either. I've only heard it from the old man in the tribe, and now that even that old man is dead, I know even less. I think you'd better go and see for yourself. Lu Chief Torch also do not know the specifics. You cannot help, can only bring their own people to see with their own eyes, but you've all previous years running outside. To his intuition, this is all water should have a lot of people. After all, water is the source of life. Well, whether it is a human being, or other animals, surely are the more water the more places there are. This time, if we can successfully reach that place, there will definitely be some harvests, and then there is no doubt that we will be able to see a lot of useful animals. And even if we don't have any, there will definitely be a lot of people, and then at the very least, we will be able to trade some goods with them, and exchange some things that we need for the Han tribe. Having made up his mind, Yu Fu left some pottery and white salt as a deposit for the Lulu tribe, and then led the team to continue to the south. They don't have a lot of time. They've been out for nearly a month now, and at most half a month more they'll have to start their return journey. Tight on time and heavy on duty, Yu Fu's group barely stopped for the rest of the day, making their way towards the place where there was supposedly a lot of water. Chapter 254, 100-mile lake, 1,000-mile grassland, requesting tickets and subscriptions. It has already been said before, the geographical location where the Han tribe is located is high in the northwest and low in the southeast, although the area that has been explored so far is still very limited, but the general topography is still more or less the same, so the direction that Yufu is now advancing is also getting lower and lower, basically following the river all the way towards the downstream, and there were a lot of tribes that they encountered along the way, and it felt like the population density increased the further southeast they went. But the traveling ambling party basically didn't stop much except to replenish a little bit of food and water because they didn't really know how far they had to go in that place with a lot of water. Along the way tribes see this team of people are all strong men, each person also riding a beast, and there are two can be pulled away from the house, all avoided, let alone take the initiative to go forward to talk. But the good thing is that this team seems to be very powerful people did not stop, so these tribes a little bit more at ease. This rapid march did not last long. And in only 11 days from the Lulu tribe the party reached the end of the road. The end didn't mean that the ocean was ahead, or the supposedly large lake, but that they ran down a more spacious area all the way to the edge of a cliff. The cliff is not very high, less than 50 meters, but relatively steep. The overall situation is a sit north to south. People stand in the cliff edge can be very clear to see the south of the vast world, because in front of it is really no shelter. From the cliff down, the southern terrain is really too flat. On the great plain below the cliffs, on the side leaning to the east, was a very large lake, with a clear water and a pleasant view, the surface of which reflected the blue sky and white clouds, and turned the water sky blue as well. People often say 800 miles Dongting Lake. This lake, although certainly not as big as Dongting Lake, but it is not small, to say the least. There are also 500 miles in a circle up and down, that is, riding a horse running, not a few days down the line, but also do not want to run a circle around the lake. Countless waterfowl swept across the water surface. There were huge geese, there were also gray-green mallard ducks with a wingspan of about 1 meter, and the two-legged, thin and long fire crane stood up a head taller than a man, with a long slender neck, a clean white feather. The tail and the first level of the wings flying feathers were black, and it looked like a circle of golden red eyeshadow around the eyes, and the top of the head stood up high with a tuft of red feathers more than a foot long like a flame that was dazzling. Without exception, these waterfowl are feeding, and they do so in flocks, enjoying the feast that the fall sea brings, countless migrating and spawning marine fish. Where there was plenty of food, there was naturally no lack of humans, some of whom paddled simple rafts, or more stylish canoes, and pulled fishing nets made of hemp rope to catch fish in the lake. Of course, human recipes naturally will not be as simple as waterfowl. There are some tribes with bows and arrows in the hunt for huge flocks of waterfowl, and what's more, they also take advantage of the waterfowl out of the opportunity to feed, stealing their eggs in the grass along the shoreline, or directly hunting the female bird watching the nest, even the chicken with the eggs and get rid of it together. However, this kind of broken bird air thing is still a minority after all, otherwise all such direct even nest if the number of waterfowl won't be so much. Besides, like the lake this kind of place, generally is also more dangerous. Not all the tribes dare to look for excitement in the lake. Compared with the gluttonous feast in the lake, the battlefield by the lake seems to be a bit more bloody, where the water and grass are fertile and abundant, and thousands of cattle, sheep, horses, and deer are cruising here, nibbling at the water and grass like a harvester, and leaving only bare ground and large tracts of dung to nourish the grassland wherever they pass by. Luochong has never seen the long-toothed saber-toothed tiger, here in groups of 3 or 5 to hunt large herbivores. Yes, saber-toothed tigers. This thing is not the overlord of the mountains, but the creatures living in the grasslands. They also do not act alone, usually a group of 5 or 6, specializing in hunting bison and wild horses. Such a large unit. Of course, there are more predators than just saber-toothed tigers in these places, as packs of steppe wolves, brutal large hyenas, jackals covered in yellow, fiery red foxes, and massive grizzly bears can be seen here. But there are also these predators are afraid to mess with, or greedy but have the heart to do nothing, such as the water deer has been swimming in the water, and groups of giant tapirs, like hippopotamus has been staying in the water does not come out, so that the predators look at it also have no action. Larger units on land were not uncommon and existed among the Han tribes, the cloaked rhinoceros with a long dark brown coat of hair, and the thunder beasts with hard skin resembling gray iron armor, all of which were 3 or 4 meter tall gargoyles in size. The largest is the saber-toothed elephant creature. Adult height is comparable to the size of a 2-story building. In the grasslands is the absolute dominant, and they never act alone, so that the predators simply cannot do anything. I don't know what Meat and Gray Mountain will do if they see their kind to react, whether to leave Luochong, or stay in Han tribe to continue to be the mascot. Probably will not be able to leave then. After all, this kind of creature like the elephants is still very intelligent. they have a large brain capacity, and they also produce feelings of this kind of thing. Of course, since humans had mastered the power to manipulate flames, their civilization had evolved and developed, and although the grasslands were surrounded by predators, there were still humans here, the nomadic tribes of the steppe, who have learned to make bows and arrows, have tamed the wild horse with its chaste nature, the cunning and fickle steppe wolf, the bison that moves like thunder, and the timid and fearful sheep that runs so fast. Nomadic tribesmen wielded horsewhips made of leather strips and galloped their horses on the grasslands. Cattle and sheep were escorted by dozens of loyal sheepdogs who chewed the pasture grass everywhere. But whenever there were jackals, wolves or tigers and leopards coming to harassment, the sheepdogs would be the first to fearlessly go up to fight with them, and the herding human beings would drive their horses to drive away the wild beasts. Long-range mounted attack. Melee sheepdogs fight hard to kill. Usually come to harass the herdsman. Beasts have no good fruit to eat. A wandering fight down. The prey not only did not hit, or even their own life, nomadic tribes are not afraid to encounter such a thing, to send to the door of the animal skins and food they are also very fond of. The warriors of the nomadic tribes were fierce. They grew up in such a crisis-ridden environment. They couldn't be a qualified warrior. It was hard for them to even survive. And they really didn't have toothbrushes. They didn't have any way to survive in such a grassland where wolves danced together. The grassland next to the big lake is even more vast. I don't know how many times bigger than this lake. Maybe if you want to run to the sea, you really have to travel several thousand miles. Nico 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 nico. Accompanied by the sounding of two giant Azuka eagles in the sky, Yufu retracted his distant gaze and spoke to the group behind him. Let's rest here for today, and tomorrow we'll find a way down from here and check it out. Chapter 255, Thousand Sheep Tribe, requesting tickets and subscriptions. The next day, led by two scout eagles, Yufu and the others found a valley more than 40 miles west of the cliffs, from which they could make their way south into the vast prairie country. The time to enter the grassland spent a whole day. Volition of the expedition caravan full riding, do not dare to dismount, has been maintaining a high degree of vigilance, so that they can quickly escape in the event of danger. And even Volition also gave the team members an order. Things cannot be done. Can give up the ox cart and goods to escape, obviously ready to do the worst intentions. They did not blindly wander in the grassland, but under the leadership of Azuka, they took the initiative to approach towards those nomadic tribes. After all, the first reason for wandering out is to explore the surrounding environment, and the second is to sell things. They brought out 2 big carts of goods, and now there are still a lot of them left, so they can't do nothing and come out to walk around and then pull back. After traveling for a day, they finally came across a nomadic tribe near evening. A tribe called the Thousand Sheep, with a population of around 500, mainly living off of grazing. When the two sides came into contact, the female clansmen of the Thousand Sheep tribe were picking up the dung of the cows and horses in baskets, which contained a large amount of undigested grass clippings, and could be stockpiled after drying to be used as fuel in the winter. The male clansmen, on the other hand, were patrolling the pastoral areas on horseback, each with a short bow, and a dozen or so not-so-good arrows. The men all wore 2 twisted braids next to their cheeks, and were naked, with only rudimentary animal skins around their waists, or rough fabrics woven from wool. No sooner had Yaobo led the party nearer than the first to rush up were a dozen vicious sheepdogs, who sizzled their teeth to warn the strangers to keep away, and barked furiously to attract their masters by their barking. Soon those 1,000 sheep warriors patrolling the perimeter noticed the situation over here, and they drove their steeds to come quickly, then took out their bows and arrows and confronted Yufu with them at a distance of 50 to 60 meters. The warriors of the Thousand Sheep tribe were curious about these people. They had never seen a horse with black and white spots before. It wasn't even the same breed as theirs. Horses on the grasslands have a lot of colors. Date red, yellow, white, black, gray. The longest flower is the kind of mixed hair hybrid horses. A fur with the ruffed chicken a virtue. Are white with black miscellaneous colors, but this is the first time to see this kind of black and white stripes. You guys, what tribe are you from and what are you doing here with us? A warrior of the Thousand Sheep tribe shouted loudly to Yufu. But unfortunately, the distance between the two sides was not really close, and there were a dozen or so vicious dogs barking furiously in the middle, and the language was not clear, so it was impossible to communicate. Yufu dismounted and took a few tentative overtaking steps. He held his hands up high to show that he was unarmed and hoped to step into a bit of an exchange, but that warrior of the Thousand Sheep tribe was wary and shot an arrow directly towards Yufu's feet, alerting him not to come closer. Yufu had to back away, put his hands in a trumpet shape in front of his mouth, and shouted loudly to the Thousand Sheep warrior. Friends in front, we're here to exchange things. We're not bad people. Can you let us pass before we talk? Although Yufu shouted loudly, but the people of the Thousand Sheep tribe still couldn't understand. So far away gesturing gestures are not necessarily see clearly. Yu Fu can't help but frown at this way of communication. But fortunately, this guy, Yu Fu, was in constant contact with unfamiliar tribes, had some talent for diplomacy, and his mind was quick to turn, and he quickly gave orders to the team behind him. Come down a couple of men, not with weapons, and then bring them a couple of big clay pots from our ox cart. The crew behind them heard the order and quickly came down with 5 men, taking 5 of the largest clay pots and holding them aloft as they walked forward before taking up position beside Yu Fu. Friends across the street, we're here to exchange goods. Do you want this kind of pottery? If you don't want it, we'll leave. Yu Fu continued to shout at the opposite side, pointing at the pottery next to him as he shouted, though the warriors of the 1,000 Sheep tribe still can't understand. But seeing the pottery that Yu Fu they took out is a bright eye. The earthenware red pottery is hung with a layer of white glaze. There is also a dark red glaze, reflecting an eye-catching luster under the light of the setting sun. Although they have never seen this kind of thing, but they can see at a glance this is a treasure. The warriors of the 1,000 Sheep tribe immediately reacted, loudly scolding a dozen or so sheepdogs in their unique language before urging the big yellow horses on their hips to approach Yu Fu and them. Finally coming in front of them, one of the young men who looked like a squad leader dismounted and took charge of communicating with Yu Fu and the others. Yu Fu had a smile on his face. After all, a smile can express goodwill, even if the language is not clear. It can also show that he has no malice, is not it? Then he took the pottery pot from a team member next to him, and handed it to the small team leader for a closer look. That small captain received a white pottery pot, raised up to the sunlight to look at. Pot also painted with colorful glaze on top of the stripes and Chinese characters. It looks very exquisite. Carry in the hand is also quite a bit of weight. After all, this is made of mud. Well, Yu Fu looked at the other squad leader and obviously liked it. Then he took out a snakeskin water pouch from behind his waist, then asked the other to serve the clay pot, and poured some more fresh water into it himself. The water sloshed around in the clay pot without a hint of leakage, allowing the other squad leader to quickly understand the purpose of the thing. So he asked Yu Fu, "This thing, for our tribe?" Yu Fu couldn't understand him either, but seeing as the other man started talking to himself, he thought he was asking for a price. So Yu Fu pointed to the pottery pot in the hands of the other squad leader, and then patted the other party's big yellow horse, and tugged at the animal skin on the other party, meaning that all these things could be exchanged. The other party's squad leader also understood that such a good-looking thing that could also be used to hold water. It was impossible for someone else to just give it to them for nothing. And looking at the actions of the stranger with the bundled-up hair and crown in front of them, they appeared to want to exchange this water-holding container for their horse, and the animal skins. This is a good thing. The small captain knows that his 1,000 Sheep tribe is in great need, but he is not a high level. He can only first let the people tell the chief about the situation, whether to exchange or not, what to exchange, how much to exchange, the chief to take the idea. So he at once called one of his brothers, and then handed him the clay pot to ride to the chief and tell him what was on his side. The guy grabbed the clay pot and spurred his horse toward the tent area of the settlement, which made the team around Yu Fu anxious. Hey, why is he running off with our pottery? Where is he going? He hasn't even given us the stuff yet and he's picking it up and running off? Yu Fu hurriedly pulled down the hand of the team member pointing at the person, then said rather experiencedly, "This should be taking something to go to the chief to report. Do not worry, a moment will certainly come back. Besides, the first time we meet, even if we give them a pottery, we should also, do not need to care so much." Chapter 256 A 1,000 Sheep Anili, requesting tickets and subscriptions. The warrior of the 1,000 Sheep tribe quickly ran back to the location of the big tent holding that white clay pot. Yes, it was that kind of big tent made of felt and animal skins. A dozen or so tents piled up and gathered together. That's where their tribe lived. Speaking of felt, this kind of thing is actually very good to make. Is directly bonded with animal hair and become. It does not have to woolen cloth is first spun into wool, and then weave into a cloth. You can directly collect the wool washed, and then evenly spread into a flat sheet, and then sprayed with water, and then flattened with a heavy object, and finally dry on the line. The production is very simple, is a waste of materials, a 2 square meters size of the felt, almost have to use 10 sheep's wool to be made. In addition to these raising a large number of sheep nomadic tribes, the general tribes simply cannot afford to use. Even the Han tribe are not so generous. The warrior quickly went to the door of the chief's tent, lifted the curtain and looked inside, but the chief was not inside. Only the chief's several women were doing something. Asked and realized that the chief went to deliver a mare. This is not to say that the chief is idle, just shows the status of the horse in the nomadic tribes. Nomadic tribes cannot survive without horses. They domesticate a large number of cattle, horses and sheep, eat cattle and sheep but rarely eat horses. A year are not necessarily slaughtered too. In addition to the population of the tribe, the number of the highest status of the horse. The warrior held the clay pot for some more searching, and soon found the alpha, when the mare had just finished giving birth, and was licking the fetal coat of her newborn foal. For one thing, to clean the foal's fur, and also to eat the coat to replenish her nutrients after giving birth, as most animals would do. The leader of the 1,000 sheep tribe, named Eli, was surprised to see his warrior come over holding a white reflective, earthenware pot with colorful patterns printed on it, and was busy asking the warrior about it. "What kind of pot is this? It's so pretty. Where did you get it?" Eli exploded with a series of questions, snatching the clay pot directly from the warrior's hands and scrutinizing it against the setting sun's afterglow. "Looking in love with it, Chief. Just now when we were grazing, a group of foreigners came from the north, all of them riding a kind of horse with black and white stripes, which we had never seen before, and 2 tents pulled by oxen, which could also be pulled by oxen, which was especially amazing. They just came to the outskirts of our tribe and said that they wanted to trade this kind of thing for our horses and animal skins. Our captain didn't know what to do, so he asked me to bring this over and ask you." The warrior hurriedly told everything he saw. "Trade this for our horses and hides? Do they have a lot of that stuff?" Eli asked suspiciously. "Yes, there's a lot of them. They took 5 or 6 out themselves just now, and I think they all took them out of that tent that the oxen pulled, and there should be more in that tent." The warrior said as much. Eli's eyes twinkled with interest. "Come on, show me." After saying this, Eli gave another command to a woman beside him, telling her to take care of the mare that had just finished giving birth, and then without using stirrups, he directly rolled over and jumped onto a nearby stallion with dark-colored fur and a white lightning bolt tattoo on its front face, and with his legs clamped onto the horse's belly, he followed the warrior and headed straight north. After a round trip of almost half an hour, the sun was a little lower in the western horizon, and just when Yu Fu and the others were about to run out of patience, 2 steeds, one red and one black, carrying 2 people galloped in the distance, and instantly drew the attention of the group. Phew! Leaving his horse at a sharp halt, Eli jumped off his horse with a flip and walked over to the squad leader's side, looking across the street to Yu Fu and the others, first taking in the other side's dress and their strange horses and the 2 walking tents, and then the assortment of earthenware pots in their hands, and quickly taking in the situation. He motioned for his people to step back a little before calling out for Yu Fu and the others to come forward. Yu Fu quickly brought people to the front. "See the other side or this person as the leader. Also understand that this time to come to the main body." So hastily held one hand in front of the chest, slightly bent down to give each other a salute. "Honorable Chief, we are a caravan from the north. We would like to do some trading with your tribe, and use our goods to trade with you for some cattle and horses with animal skins. I don't know if it's okay." Yu Fu even gestured and explained to Eli, and asked the clansmen around him to take out a set of ceramic products, ranging from large earthenware pots to small porcelain bowls, and of course, the most important white salt, and then pointed to the horses and cows and goats of the 1,000 sheep tribe, respectively, and indicated that he exchanged with them with these things. Eli also quickly understand the meaning of the Turvolts. He did not directly agree, but one by one look up those goods. Exquisite ceramics make Eli love. He took a white porcelain bowl, imagining the use of this thing booze milk, the heart is very like, and finally saw a small bowl of white salt, but puzzled to point out, "What is this?" Yu Fu dabbed a bit into his mouth and signaled for Eli to taste it, and unsurprisingly, basically anyone who tasted the pure white salt of the Han tribe for the first time was immediately drawn to it. Through some exchanges, Eli learned that there were many more such things in Yu Fu, so he warmly invited them to be his guests at the settlement of the 1,000 sheep tribe. Just as the sun was sinking in the west, the sky was soon dark. You also decided to stay here for the night, but also a deep understanding of these tribes living in the grassland. What is the situation? What commodities are most in need of? And then come back to bring some suitable commodities over to sell. A group of people soon arrived at the tribe. A dozen big tents composed of a circular open space lit up several piles of bonfires. Eli big hand wave. Immediately there are clansmen carried on the slaughtered whole sheep set up on the bonfire. Fat and tender mutton soon in the flames of the sizzling up. Yu Fu also let his own people scooped out a few bowls of white salt out, sent to the various fires in front of the heel. There are 1,000 sheep. Tribal girls curiously surveyed the Han tribe's caravan. They took the animal skin have spread around the fire. All the people sat on the ground. The roasted almost sheep meat cut down to the animal skin, like the modern people spring trip to eat a picnic, except that they ate the food is more single, and it is not very tasty. Yu Fu and Eli sat together. Also let his men take out small packets of chili noodles out, on the roasted mutton sprinkled with white salt and chili, and Eli ate with Eli. Eli was also spicy jerking cold air, but loudly shouted the pain, and then let his own people take out the goat's milk to entertain the line of Yu Fu. This Yu Fu brother? You, Han tribe, pottery is good. White salt is also good. Chili pepper is the best. These things must be exchanged for us more. Ha 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 ha. Ili used the few Chinese terms he just learned and stuttered to boast to Yufu. Chapter 257, Strange Customs, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Ha 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 ha. It's good that Chief Ili likes it. Don't worry. As long as your tribe can afford what I want, I'm sure our deal will be pleasant. Yufu also responded with a smile. Well, since that's the case, let's talk about the exact amount and how to trade it. I wonder what you're going to do with all these goodies. Hearing Yufu talk about trading, Ili also immediately got serious. Well, our Han tribe has traded with many tribes in the past, and this kind of living thing has been exchanged. You saw that cow we were pulling the cart with. A cow like that can be exchanged for 2 clay pots, and if it's a female cow, it can be exchanged for 3. If you trade sheep, you can trade 2 sheep for a clay pot, or you can trade 1 sheep for 2 large bulls. White salt could only be exchanged for horses, and 1 horse could be exchanged for 5 bulls of such white salt. As for the rest, the skins of the beasts we want, and the horns, the sinews, and the hides of the oxen, we want all of them, and we can use them for pottery as well. Speaking of trading things, Torvalt's open mouth is blind words. Han tribes before where to exchange cattle and horses. Now those are still not easy to catch. The price is also all he made up, and also dead expensive. This time out of the transaction, the identity of Yufu has been changed. He is no longer the head of a tribe of the Yu tribe, but a part of the Han tribe. He has the responsibility to fight for more benefits for the Han tribe, rather than like in the first time in the Lu tribe, as both sides of the benefits of taking the Han tribe's white salt and pottery is not to be taken seriously. And now these goods can be their own tribal things, the nature of a completely different. Ili understood the offer of Yufu, cannot help but reveal a neat pain look. The Han tribe's things are good, but the price is not low. Pottery and so on too okay, after all, is not a consumable, that is not bad. But that precious white salt can only be used in exchange for horses, which has to be how many horses in order to let them thousands of goat tribes to eat for a year. It is estimated that every year the newborn horses have to be used to exchange for white salt. Think about it and feel the meat ache. Brother Yufu, everything else is fine. It's just that this white salt, if we all exchange it with horses, we can't return all the horses to you, can we? Do you see if we can also exchange it with cows and sheep? Ili desperately fought for it. That is not impossible. But I have one condition. The number of horses must be more than 40% of the total. We trade 100 head of livestock, of which there must be 40 horses, and of the adult kind. Our Han tribe is also in great need of horses, and I can only give you this price, or else I won't be able to go back and explain to our chief, in which case he might not let me come next time, and then it will be hard for you to eat white salt again. Yufu slightly thought for a moment and said, he let them all use horses to exchange white salt seems to be unrealistic. It is best to stipulate a ratio, so that you can also exchange some more horses back. Well, then we have a deal, and we'll trade at that price tomorrow. Ili also thought about it for a while, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he agreed. A price was negotiated, and dinner soon ended in a campfire show, with young, strong lads wrestling in the grounds for everyone's enjoyment, and the winner would be rewarded by the chief with meat, all the best parts of the goat, and a bowl of fresh milk with a fishy flavor. After the wrestling, there are a group of young women hand in hand around the campfire dance, back and forth, just a few movements, no ornamental, just to get together and lively. Otherwise every day in addition to grazing is to pick up cow dung, but also quite boring. After dinner, Ili divided 2 tents for the Han tribal caravan to live, but also called Yufu to live with him in his tent. The other party's enthusiasm Yufu could not refuse, but had to explain to the clan, and stayed in shifts to guard the goods and horses at night, before he himself went into Ili's tent. Yufu originally thought that this would be the end. Rest at ease is. Did not expect that he just covered the animal skin lying down. There are 2 naked women into their animal skin quilt. One is the woman of the Ili. One is the biggest daughter of the Ili. Yufu froze for a moment, and then heard the sound of Ili's speech from the dimly lit tent. It turned out that this is still Ili himself arranged for Yufu, and explained to him that this is the tradition of their prairie people, because they have been nomadic and born, and it's not easy to run into strangers. And most of them will use this method to borrow seeds, as a means of obtaining the genes of foreigners, to achieve the purpose of optimizing the human race. Such a custom Yufu or the first time encountered, used to live in the mountains, only know that the spring meeting can be blind date. I did not expect the customs here is actually so. However, Yufu with a group of big men have been out for more than a month. A woman in the team are not, has long been hungry and thirsty, and now take the initiative to have someone to throw themselves into the arms of. That still humble immediately left and right began to hee-haw up. A night of war party rest. The next morning, Yufu quickly and Ili trade. 1,000 sheep tribes, more than 500 people. 5 people with a pot still need to 100 or so it. Ceramic bowls or more to buy some. One person too also want more than 1,000. The last of the white salt enough to change the 4 big barrels. Even the barrels were 1,000 sheep tribes together to buy it. The final list of goods obtained from the ambush is as follows: 50 bulls and cows, 550 white curly-horned sheep, 350 adult horses of various colors, fewer males and more females, and a number of cow and sheep hides, a number of cow horns and tendons. The harvest of this trip is huge. The Han tribe has not had such a large-scale transaction since its inception, but trading so many goods at one time, only the nomadic people on the grasslands have the capital to eat, or else change the general tribes. Want to take the population or animal skins to exchange? Simply cannot buy a few things. The huge harvest had made the entire caravan's blood boil, and if they could bring the animals back safely, they would surely be handsomely rewarded by the chief and worshipped as heroes by the clansmen. Yu Fu was also very happy, but only half of the 2 large carts of goods had been sold. He decided to try and contact another nomadic tribe to sell the rest of the goods as well, but this might take longer, so Yu Fu decided that it would be better to report the current situation to Luo Chong first, so as not to make Luo Chong worry. So Yu Fu found those 2 youths who were better at writing Chinese characters, took out a sheepskin, and used charcoal to write out their discovery, the location of the Great Lake and the grassland, and the nomadic tribes here, as well as the details of this transaction, and the next intentions and movements of Yu Fu. Then he rolled this animal skin epistle into a coil and tied it to the leg of a giant Azuka eagle, so that it could fly back to the tribe to report to Luo Chong. The Azuka giant eagle used to inhabit near the Salt Lake iron ore mine with a large magnetic field for a long time, and was very sensitive to the magnetic field of the geomagnetism, and recognizing the direction was just a routine, though it was a long way to go, but it was not a problem in the slightest. Chapter 258. A group of people riding horseback for more than a month's time. This distance counts almost already have 1 or 2,000 miles, but the giant eagle flight speed is still very fast. Gliding state speed has more than 100 kilometers per hour. Such a long distance, with the giant eagle to pass the message at most 2 days to arrive. The speed of communication is still not slow. Letting go of the giant eagle that delivered the message, the caravan led by Yu Fu continued to move. 2 ox carts, 40 zebras and antlered deer, plus the newly purchased 950 cows, horses, and sheep. The total number of caravan is only 40 people to drive up very hard. Although the Han tribe's clansmen also put horses in the tribe's pasture, but the Han tribe that's only how many heads? Like now such a large-scale herd of beasts has never been driven. Although these cows, horses and sheep are after a long period of artificial domestication, is considered to be more obedient, basically know that the automatic group hugging, but will not run wild. However, after all, the manpower to watch over is still a little less, and Yu Fu they also don't have sheepdogs to use, resulting in the beasts often being harassed by wolves and wild beasts. The team traveled for just 1 day, just less than 100 miles, but the team's sheep have lost more than 20 of them, which makes the whole team sad. Warriors are equipped with a long bow, but on horseback simply cannot be exerted, and they have not been trained in mounted archery. For this kind of self in a mobile state, but also shooting moving targets simply do not have a little experience. Dismounted to fight the array of war is a good hand, but on horseback became a group of chickens. See those beasts attack. The warriors can only take the spear to ride over, but those beasts are also cunning. They have long dealt with the nomads, will not give you the opportunity to get close, not waiting for you to rush to the front of the long ago ran, or directly pick up a sheep to run. Not to be fond of fighting. Do not be greedy. Have a sheep is enough. Get it and run. Do not venture. Only in the periphery cruising, not at all into your large group. You come I run. You go I continue to attack. Such guerrilla tactics so that the warriors are exhausted, can only watch the sheep were taken away, but simply cannot undo the loss. This situation lasted for a day, and many people beat a retreat, thinking that it was better to bring these harvests back to the tribe first, or else if they stayed any longer, they would have to lose more than half of them within a few days, and the remaining point of the goods would be left for the time being, and anyway, the pottery and the white salt would not go bad. Hearing most of the people around him say so, Yu Fu also began to hesitate. To bring these cattle, horses and sheep back is certainly a great work, but to continue to go on, who does not know how the final result? Looking at the 1,000 or 800 cattle, horses and sheep, and then looked at the remaining goods, Yu Fu heavy sigh, and finally had to say, we'll advance another day tomorrow, and if we don't find another nomadic tribe, we'll start back. The other members of the team agreed when they heard the captain say that, and whether they wanted to keep going or go back, they all felt that this was very good, and that it was a compromise of sorts. The time came to evening, and the group drove the cattle, horses and sheep to find a place of good water and grass, a small area near the lake, where they would stay for a while, and when the herd was well fed and watered, they would move away from the water's edge and find a safer place to camp. In addition to those who rode on guard, the team took shifts to rest at the lake, replenish their food and fresh water, and shoot a few waterfowl for dinner along the way. But just at that moment, a few strangers appeared not far away, with nearly 100 sheep, and more than 30 sheepdogs. It was a man of about 17 or 18, bare-chested, solidly muscled but not bulky, with an animal skin skirt around his waist, a rather delicate short bow in his hand, and a date-red stallion at his hip. The man was followed by 3 other young women, all riding horses as well, 2 with underage children in their arms, and surrounded by 5 or 6 other horses, both large and small, and dozens of sheepdogs driving their flocks. Following closely behind these 4, the man also found out about these people of Yufu. He also came here with his flock to drink water, and by the way, he shot some waterfowl to eat, and did not interact with Yufu and his group. The date-red steed carried the man along the lake at a gallop, and the man opened his bow, aimed at a mallard that was flying low in the air, and shot the arrow into the sky with a whoosh. Yufu's side of the warriors have also raised their heads to look at the arrow straight into the sky, but not at all aimed at the mallard ducks. Flight trajectory of nothing on the target. Han tribe merchant warriors, some cannot help but snort out loud, but the next moment, heard the sky suddenly came a mallard duck in the arrow scream. It turned out that in the arrow flight, in a certain moment, the arrow is not too early and not too late just appeared in the mallard duck's body, riding a horse at high speed movement shooting a moving target. Not the slightest difference in the advance prediction. This hand can be called a god shot of archery. At once shocked all the merchant team. The arrowed mallard was still dying, tumbling through the air and gliding into the distance, but there were several sheepdogs down there already spreading their legs in pursuit, and by the time the mallard finally hit the ground, it was just in time for the sheepdogs to catch it, and then wagging their tails and presenting the mallard to its own owner, and then afterward woofing pleasingly for a few moments. This scene let the members of the merchant team to see the envy of the people. Not only archery superb, there is a loyal dog accompanied by its left and right. The prey do not have to pick up their own. The dog is the prey sent to their own in front of the. This people with people really cannot be compared to Hey, when will the dozen or so coyotes raised by our tribe be trained like this? A team member complained. It shouldn't be a breed. Ours is a wolf. Theirs is called a dog. Look at their dogs all wag their tails and woof. The ones from our tribe, when have they ever wagged their tails? They only howl like a wolf every day. Another team member analyzed. Alas. Also, it should not be a kind of animal. By the way, Captain Yu, should we do some trading with that person and exchange a few dogs with him? I see that man has dozens of dogs. Not only can they pick up prey, they can also help people herd sheep. It's not bad to use it to deal with those wild beasts. Let's trade a few dogs with him and go back to raise them. Maybe they can even give birth to wolf dogs with the wolves we raise. The team member who had complained at the beginning immediately suggested up to Yufu, hoping to make a deal with this person. Yufu thought about it also, picking up prey beforehand. Not to mention, if they can have a few sheepdogs to help watch over the beasts, this is definitely very beneficial. A group of them are worried about the loss of sheep today, so he immediately asked his own brother, to take a clay pot and a small bag of white salt and go ahead and try to see if the other party would be willing to give them a couple of dogs in exchange. This kind of small amount of transaction naturally do not need to Torval personally. Besides, he also intends to cultivate his own brother. Let him exercise more. Torwild is also very happy. This matter is negotiated. How is also a small merit. Immediately with the things riding horse ran over. Chapter 259 Ling's Life, begging for tickets and subscriptions. Yi quickly rode his horse and ran over. Only this moment's effort. The strange man had already shot down 6 wild ducks, and his arrows were almost used up. Seeing that the group of strangers suddenly ran over to one of them, so he did not shoot anymore, but just hitched up an arrow and put it on the bowstring, always on the lookout for Yuye's move. The man did not block the approach of Yuye. A few sheepdogs circling around Yuye were also drank back by him. He was also very curious about the team in front of him. The number of people is not very large, and there is not a woman in sight. A sheepdog is not there either. The horse he rode is also very strange looking, and they only came over one person. There should not be any hostility, so the man also had the intention to contact with Yuye a little bit. Yuno halted the horse at his crotch and turned to the strange man. Hey, this friend, we'd like to trade this clay pot for your dog. Is that okay with you? We also have white salt that we can use in exchange as well. Yuno said as he lifted a clay pot from his arms to show the man, then pointed to the sheepdogs around him, and finally pulled out a small packet of white salt and threw it directly to the strange man. The man reached out and caught the snakeskin pouch that Yuye threw at him, turned it upside down in his hand, then opened it and saw that it was full of pure white powder, something he had never seen before. So he looked up at Yu suspiciously and wondered what he meant by giving this to him. The man raised his head to meet his eyes, and startled Yu. This young strange man, the pupils of his eyes were actually light red, as if he had red eyes, making people look a little scared. However, Yu has also followed the big brother to travel around the world, has seen a lot of the world, stabilized his mind, and then with a smile on his face to give the man a gesture, indicating that he let him taste the things in that bag. The man was a little hesitant. This stranger had brought something for himself to eat, and it was something he had never seen before. Who knew if it was poisonous or not? He thought for a moment and then pinched out a bit of white salt, first sniffed it with his nose, and then stooped down and summoned a sheepdog to sniff it. The dog stuck his nose out and sniffed a few times, then stuck out his tongue and licked it, and was suddenly salted by the taste, except that it wasn't a lot of salt, so the sheepdog didn't react in any particular way, but just squatted honestly and sat down in front of his master, and then stretched out his tongue and panted, and stared up at his master as he waited to be fed again. The man looked at his dog, but there was no sign of poisoning, so he also stuck out his tongue and licked the white salt in the bag, which made him realize what was in the bag, so he immediately showed a smiling face to Yu. The two talked for a while with continuous gesticulation. Yu learned that the other's name was Ling. Ling also learned what Yu meant. The gang wanted to exchange white salt and pottery for their dog. To be honest, Ling was very heartened, but he couldn't agree to it. It was not that he was not willing to exchange, but these dogs were all raised by himself. Even if he promised Yuno and the others, the dogs would not obediently follow them. This was the common sense of all prairie people. A loyal dog does not serve two masters, and this made Ling feel very strange. Could it be that these people were not tribes on the prairie? Or how could they not even have this common sense, and come over to propose this kind of deal with him? Although Ling wanted the white salt and the clay pot, he threw the white salt to Yu, and then spread his hands to show that there was nothing he could do about it. Yu was also helpless and had to ride his horseback without any success. The deal was not made, and Ling also started to leave with his women and sheep, ready to find a place to camp. Yu went back and told the situation to his big brother. Yu Fu also frowned. The sky will soon be dark. Tonight their side only 40 people, but have to watch over nearly 1,000 cattle, horses and sheep, and there is no strong sheep enclosure can be protected. A night to go through, do not know how much to lose. After a slight thought, Yu Fu immediately reacted. Looking at Ling, who was about to leave their line of sight, Yu Fu snatched the bag of salt from Yu's hand and then chased after him towards Ling's group. Big brother, what are you doing? Yu shouted from behind, but Yu Fu didn't answer and galloped his horse furiously towards Ling's direction to chase after him. Ling's woman heard the sound of galloping hooves behind her and immediately called out to her man. Ling turned to look back and realized that it was the same group of people from earlier, and this time it was a single person, so she called a halt to the procession and waited for Yu Fu at the same spot. After Yu Fu came over, he threw the salt bag into Ling's arms again without saying a word, leaving him a bit baffled. Friend, stay with us for the night. Let your dog watch the sheep for us, and this bag of white salt is yours. How's that sound? Yu Fu was also forced by these shameless jackals, tigers and leopards to have no choice but to come up with such a solution out of sheer desperation. As darkness was approaching, when Ling understood what Yu Fu meant, he was also very happy and immediately agreed. So, in this way, the two groups got together, found a sort of safe place for a camp, and made a simple sheep pen around it with ropes and a big net, and drove the cows, horses, and sheep into it. The dinner was eaten together, using the pottery pots of the Han tribe, and the stew was old duck soup with salt. Ling had never eaten this kind of food before, and they didn't have that much water. All they had with them was a couple of water bladders made of goatskins, so they couldn't afford the luxury of having a stew to drink, and besides they didn't have any pottery pots either. Ling and his own 3 women, each carrying a ceramic bowl, learned to eat meat and drink soup with chopsticks like Yu Fu and the others, and gradually became acquainted, and began to chat with Yu Fu using hand gestures. It turned out that Ling did not have a tribe. He originally came from a large tribe of 700 to 800 people, but from a young age, he was born with a pair of red pupils, which was regarded as unknown by the tribe's wizard, but his mother was also afraid of being discovered by the tribe, and from a young age, she let him wear his hair to block his eyes, and seldom let him play with other children. But paper can't wrap fire. When Ling was 14 years old, its red pupils were still discovered by the tribe. Some people in the tribe said they would kill him, and some couldn't bear to kill him, and said they would just drive him away. Ling's mother naturally didn't want her son to be killed, and could only agree to Ling's expulsion from the tribe. But his mother was still very kind to him, and on her way out, she let Ling take with her 3 dogs he had raised himself, and a pony, and told Ling not to go too far. Sometime after that, Ling's mother secretly gave Ling a few more sheep when she went out to graze, and when she returned to the tribe, She reported to the chief that the sheep had been taken by the wolves, and that such things happen from time to time, so the chief didn't suspect anything. With that, the young Ling waved a tearful farewell to his mother, rode his pony, took 3 beloved dogs, and a few sheep, and embarked on his wandering journey to become what Yufu often refers to as a wild man, a prairie savage. For the next few years, the young Ling wandered through the grasslands, making his own bow and arrow and practicing his superb archery skills. He also caught a few wild horses. His flock grew in number to nearly 100, and the 3 puppies he brought along with him, after a few years of reproduction, had also turned into a flock of more than 30 dogs. Ling's capital is growing. In addition to the age of the growth, he felt that he has been able to support a family, so he went to some small tribes, in exchange for their own sheep for 3 women. The year before last his woman has been pregnant, and now has 2 children, a boy and a girl, has not yet reached the age of 1 year, and the 3rd woman is also pregnant some days ago with a child, and is now only 4 months, is considered to be a happy family.